Chapter 1. I've entered a book, 1974 at the health clinic east of Qianfeng village. From a distance, the yellow mud brick houses, 3 in a row, have their outer walls painted with red slogans from Chairman Mao. Fear not difficulties, forge ahead bravely. A middle-aged woman hurriedly lifts the curtain at the door, rushes inside, places her arm-bent bag at the head of the bed, and pushes the girl in the sick bed. Girl, hurry up. The Lu family sent someone to pick you up. The car is already parked at the entrance of our village. Wen Ning, still groggy from the pushing, slowly opens her eyes. Seeing the woman in a blue coarse cloth dress with short hair styled in a very vintage way, she looks a bit confused. Auntie, what are you talking about? Auntie? Are you stupid from the fall? I'm your mother. The woman anxiously hooks her arm around Wen Ning's, helps her sit up from the bed, and bends down to pick up the black cloth shoes on the floor, slipping them onto her feet. Hurry up, I've packed your things. If your stepfather and that fool see you, you won't be able to leave. Listen to me. Once you enter the Lu family, don't go on living in a daze every day. Seize every opportunity to climb up. I heard the 2 brothers of the Lu family are both talented and handsome. Just marry one, and you'll have endless wealth and glory for the rest of your life. If not, there are plenty of good men in the Air Force compound. With your looks, you won't have trouble charming them. Pick the best one, and after marriage, have your in-laws arrange a good job for you. You'll never have to worry again. And also, you have to be wary of that Yi Qiao. Although she's from the same village, her parents are both deceased. Once she enters the Lu family, she has even less of a way out than you. Don't let her grab the initiative. All right, let's go. Before Wen Ning could ask anything, the middle-aged woman grabbed the bag at the head of the bed with her left hand and held her hand with her right, rushing toward the village. Entrance at AS they left, in a room just a wall away, a man resting on a sick bed slowly opened his eyes. What a good opportunity to seize everything and climb up. Good. If they dare to plot against the Lu family, they'll never have any chance in this life. The man's dark eyes flashed with mockery, and his handsome face was as cold as ice. Even lying down, he couldn't hide his striking and imposing aura. T 1.88 meters tall, with broad shoulders and long legs, he wore a deep green Air Force uniform, a black belt tightly cinched around his slim waist, and black military boots that made the sickbed appear especially cramped. He was one of the 2 sons of the Lu family, Lu Jinyang, originally far away in the capital. But a few days ago, while on a secret mission, his fighter jet encountered a malfunction over Qianfeng village. After sending a signal to the tower, he decisively abandoned the plane and parachuted down. Pilots are not allowed to have any injuries, and after landing, his first task was to find the local health clinic. Fortunately, he only had some abrasions. After getting treated, he lay on the sick bed to recover, waiting for the troops to send someone to pick him up. He didn't expect to overhear such an intriguing conversation between the mother and daughter next door. Lu Jinyang knew their identities. Last month, his family sent a telegram to his unit saying that his father planned to adopt the daughters of 2 fallen old subordinates. One is named Yi Qiao, and the other is named Wen Ning. Clearly, the one just now who wanted to leverage a man to climb up was Wen Ning at the entrance of Qianfeng village. A military green Jeep quietly parked to one side. The vehicle is a BJ 212 model produced by the Capital Automobile Factory, specifically for military district leaders. Wen Ning was pulled by her mother to jog over to the car. Liang Wei had been waiting in front of the car and smiled when he saw them. Sister-in-law, comrade Wen Ning. Liang Wei is the bodyguard of Lu Jinyang's father, Lu Jinghua, and was sent to pick them up this time, though Wen's mother had previously communicated with him and now, with a touch of worry, said, Comrade Liang, my Ning Ning has never been far from home. Please take extra care of her on the road. Liang Wei replied, Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely ensure Comrade Wen Ning arrives safely in the capital. Wen's mother thanked him, then turned to place the canvas bag on Wen Ning's shoulder and raised her hand to reluctantly touch her daughter's face. Don't forget to send me a letter when you're in the capital. Wen Ning had just opened her eyes and was hurriedly getting out of bed, then forced to run here with her mother. Her mind was still hazy, but she could feel the woman's emotions towards her. There was urgency, but also reluctance. As if her consciousness was being controlled, Wen Ning rolled down the car window and waved to the woman still standing outside. Mom, take care. Go on, go on. Wen's mother's nose felt a bit sour, and her hand, raised in midair, waved again. The Jeep gradually drove away. Wen's mother stood at the village entrance, watching the car disappear, her eyes turning red. The vehicle bumped along the muddy road. Wen Ning sat in the back seat, next to another female comrade, Ning Ning. The woman tugged at the small braid hanging from her shoulder, greeting Wen Ning. Wen Ning turned to look at her, not recognizing her. "Who are you?" The woman was surprised. "I'm Yi Qiao." "You don't recognize me?" Yi Qiao. Wen Ning's mind exploded as she finally understood her situation. She had entered a book, Qianfeng Village, the Lu family, the Air Force compound, Yi Qiao, just like the novel written by her roommate, the comparison group of the 70s. Someone had secretly told Wen Ning that her roommate had published a novel online, inserting her into it to vent her frustrations, and urged her to take a look, even sending her the link. Wen Ning clicked the link and nearly died from the shock after reading it. The female supporting character in the book not only had the same name as her, but even her appearance and demeanor were identical. What was even more infuriating was that the supporting character Wen Ning was the counterpart of the main character Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao was kind and beautiful, while Wen Ning was fake, evil, and ugly. Both were daughters of martyrs and were adopted by the Lu family. Living in the military district compound in the Lu family, the main character Yi Qiao was diligent, ambitious, and well-mannered, earning everyone's praise. Later, she was admitted to the highest institution, graduated to a well-paying job, married a good husband, had children, and was loved by her in-laws. With the Lu family's support, she effortlessly enjoyed a lifetime of happiness. On the other hand, the supporting character Wen Ning was a reduced intelligence counterpart. After moving into the Lu family, she not only lacked the courtesy expected of a guest, but was also lazy and scheming, trying to outshine Yi Qiao, only to backfire each time. Relying on her good looks, she sought to climb the social ladder by flirting with multiple male comrades in the compound, but ended up getting exposed and ruining her reputation. While Yi Qiao, being reserved and self-respecting, became the goddess of the compound boys. Ultimately, what plunged her into the depths of her fate was her attempts to seduce the two sons of the Lu family. First, she failed to flirt with the elder brother Lu Jinyang, then turned to the younger brother Lu Yaosheng, attempting to consummate the relationship. This time, she completely angered and alienated the Lu family. After the matter was exposed, she was kicked out and, in a panic, married a man she had previously flirted with, only to find him abusive and a scumbag. Her in-laws and sister-in-law were also difficult to deal with, and she was tormented by them. By the time she was not even 40, she was already worn out and looked like an old woman, ultimately dying in a harsh winter at the age of 46. It truly echoed that saying, "Some girls need do nothing and marry well, living happily ever after, while others toil and suffer without relief." After reading the novel, Wen Ning was so angry she didn't eat for 3 days. The Lu family was powerful and influential, even a fool knew to cling to them. But the supporting character was inexplicably reduced in intelligence, even worse than a fool. Day after day, she wreaked havoc in the Lu family, afraid of having a good life. Now, Wen Ning had entered the book too deeply while reading, leading to a blockage, and she died from anger. And now, she had become the supporting character Wen Ning at this moment. Wen Ning's small face was puffed up with anger, her full chest heaving, and she particularly wanted to curse. "Ning Ning, what's wrong?" Yi Qiao waved her hand in front of her eyes. Wen Ning seemed to just come to her senses, raising her hand to gently tap her head. "Sorry, I accidentally fell a few days ago, and the doctor said I might have a slight concussion, so it's hard for me to concentrate." Yi Qiao glanced at her head and smiled slightly. "It's okay. I thought you were daydreaming because you didn't want to go to the capital." Wen Ning didn't have a good impression of Yi Qiao. Her roommate, who had written her into a book to vent her frustrations, was named Yi Qiao, and the Yi Qiao in the book was essentially the same type of person as the one in reality. Wen Ning ignored her and closed her eyes to rest. A few hours later, the car finally arrived at the train station in the city. Next, they would have to catch a train for a day and night to reach the capital. Chapter 2. Being Watched. Not long after Wen Ning left, her stepfather Lu Jun discovered she had run away. Looking at the empty bed in the hospital room, Lu Jun kicked the bed leg in frustration. "Damn it, it really is true that if she's not your own daughter, you can't raise her right after 10 years. She turns out to be a white-eyed wolf." It was just about marrying her off to his son. Going back decades, cousins could marry each other, so why couldn't step-siblings? They were all family, and internal arrangements saved on dowries and betrothal gifts. How suitable. Lu Jun was unwilling to accept this. He stepped out of the hospital room and questioned the village doctor on duty outside. Didn't I tell you to give her more medication to keep her asleep? How could she still run away? The doctor shrugged and cowered, terrified of Lu Jun. I just went to the commune for a meal. Who would have known that when I came back, she was gone? Why don't you ask that person? The doctor pointed toward another hospital room. There were only 2 hospital rooms in the clinic, and the wall in between was as thin as paper. If there was movement on one side, the other side could definitely hear it clearly. Lu Jun looked in the direction the doctor indicated. There was a soldier recently admitted there, and he held a significant rank. The higher-ups had sent a telegram instructing all village officials to be on standby at all times, ready to meet any request from him immediately. Lu Jun slapped his face, his fierce expression instantly turning respectful as he walked over and spoke through the fabric curtain at the door. Comrade, is it convenient? I'd like to ask you something. A few seconds later, Lu Jinyang's cold voice came from inside. What is your relationship with her? Lu Jun didn't expect the other party to guess what he was going to ask so quickly. He rolled his eyes and said, I'm sorry to trouble you. That girl is Wen Ning. She's been dating my son for several years, and they were about to get their marriage certificate. I don't know which family she got involved with, but she suddenly wants to back out of the engagement. My son is devastated and insists he won't marry anyone else. So I had to come find her to discuss the dowry. Lu Jinyang sat upright at the head of the bed, a slight curve forming on his lips. It turned out that the woman was both materialistic and realistic. Having climbed into their Lu family, how could she still be interested in a suitor from Qianfeng village? Do you know where she ran off to? Seeing the other party remain silent for a long time, Lu Jun tentatively asked. Lu Jinyang replied, I don't know. Lu Jun didn't dare to ask further. He thanked him and left. Not long after Lu Jun left, the sound of a car engine came from outside the clinic. The driver's door opened, and a young man in a green military uniform hurriedly jumped out and strode into the room. Team Leader Lu. Seeing Lu Jinyang sitting there unharmed, the man breathed a slight sigh of relief. The base leadership wants you to return to the capital as soon as possible. There's an urgent task. I've already bought the next train ticket back to the capital. Then let's go. What are we waiting for? Lu Jinyang glanced at his watch and spoke while heading outside. The young man followed closely behind. They got into the car, and Lu Jinyang pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding down the rural road. Upon reaching the city train station, they handed over the car to the military personnel and jumped onto the train that was about to depart for the capital. Clang, clang. The green train shook along the tracks, the scenery outside rushing past. The aisle of the carriage was filled with people, large and small bundles of luggage piled together. Most of the passengers wore clothes in shades of black, gray, and deep blue, with women sporting braids or ear-length short hair, and men either parting their hair in the middle or sporting messy hairstyles, but all had thick hair. Some brought live poultry on the train, and the sounds of conversation mixed with the clucking and quacking, creating a noisy yet lively atmosphere. Liang Wei could only buy 3 hard seats, and they weren't together, so they had to sit separately. Liang Wei and Yi Qiao were in the front of the train, while Wen Ning was at the back. As soon as she sat down, Wen Ning caught someone's attention. The reason was simple. Her face was 2 striking point, 2 glossy black braids draped over her shoulders. Her small face as white as jade, her skin tender as if it had absorbed all the moisture, her almond-shaped eyes glimmering her. Nose high and delicate, her lips fresh like rose petals kissed by dew, with full lips that curved slightly even when she wasn't smiling. She was both delicate and alluring, pure yet seductivia type that even passing dogs couldn't help but glance at twice. The man sitting opposite Wen Ning kept staring at her, tried to engage her in conversation. Comrade, how old are you? Are you working? Are you in a relationship? Are you going to the capital to go home or visit relatives? In those days, there were only 1 or 2 reasons for traveling far. Wen Ning remained silent, quietly sizing up the man across from her. He wore a deep blue Zhongshan suit, with a black briefcase tucked under his arm, a square face, and black-rimmed glasses, looking cultured and refined, like a cadre in A. State-owned enterprise. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Having just arrived in a strange environment, Wen Ning remained on guard. The man didn't give up and continued to try to talk to her. Don't misunderstand, I'm not a bad person and have no ill intentions. I'm the director of the recruitment office for the Beijing City Art Troupe. I think you have great looks. Are you interested in joining the troupe? I can help you get an internal recommendation. You wouldn't need to take an exam. Wen Ning was unmoved. Thank you, but I'm not interested. Wen Ning rejected him, but the female comrades around her, who were eavesdropping, were intrigued. They crowded around the bespectacled man to inquire further. Seeing this, an older woman stood beside Wen Ning, looking at her as if she were an idiot. "Oh, dear girl, do you know how many people are breaking their heads trying to get into the art troupe? You don't even care? Not only is there a salary of 35 yuan a month, but you also won't have to spend on food, housing, or transportation. Where can you find such a good job? And that's not all. I see you're about the right age to find a partner. You're so attractive. If you can get into the art troupe, you'll be able to meet officers from the army. By then, if you marry a high-ranking official, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life." The older woman chattered incessantly in Wen Ning's ear. Their gazes inadvertently met with the bespectacled man across from her. Wen Ning didn't miss the interaction and suddenly asked the older woman, "Annie, do you have a daughter?" The older woman nodded without hesitation. Wen Ning smiled. "If the art troupe's job is so good and the director of the recruitment office is here, shouldn't you hurry and help your daughter secure an opportunity? Once she marries a high-ranking official, you'll be the mother-in-law of a high-ranking official, and you can at least buy a seat ticket on the train instead of standing the whole way." After Wen Ning finished speaking, a low laugh came from a diagonal position in the aisle. Chapter 3 Help. Wen Ning looked over and saw a young man in a Type 65 flight suit, with dark skin and a long, thin face. Next to him sat another man in a similar flight suit, but his uniform was slightly different, with 5-pointed stars embroidered on either side of the collar and several rows of medals stitched on the chest, indicating a higher rank. What stood out even more was his face. His brows and eyes were sharp, his nose was tall and straight, and his thin lips were pressed together, giving his well-defined features a handsome and aloof appearance. Dressed in that flight suit, he was particularly striking among the crowd of ordinary-looking passengers. Wen Ning couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times. Unexpectedly, the man's cold and piercing gaze shot over, heavy and imposing, making her quickly avert her eyes. He was handsome, but had quite a fierce demeanor. After sitting on the train for an entire afternoon, Wen Ning was feeling restless. The cramped space and hard seats were taking a toll on her, causing her back and legs to ache. She decided to get up and stretch. As she stood up, the strap of her canvas bag pulled down on her shoulder. The bag was too heavy. She opened it and saw that her mother had packed a steel military water bottle filled with water. No wonder it was so heavy. Wen Ning took the water bottle out and placed it on the table, then slung the bag over her shoulder and left her seat. A gaze followed her as she walked away, and a man smiled and said to his companion, "Team Leader Lu, that female comrade is quite perceptive." She didn't easily believe the special recruitment opportunity from the art troupe. "I was afraid she would fall for it and get scammed." Lu Jinyang sat up straight, glancing at him. "Then why don't you go and save the damsel in distress?" The young man's smile widened. "Well, she figured out on her own, so I didn't need to intervene. But Team Leader Lu, I didn't know you noticed how beautiful she is. I thought you were really face blind." Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and chuckled. "Team Leader Lu, I actually think you and that female comrade are quite a match. Both of you are good looking. Imagine how beautiful your children would be. Hey, have you considered it?" The man began to tease. Lu Jinyang raised an eyebrow, his voice cold. "Son Changzheng, I didn't know you had a penchant for matchmaking. Are you that idle? You should increase your training load when we get back." He called out Sun's full name, making Sun Changzheng feel a chill down his back and admit defeat. No, the training load is already saturated. I'm just concerned about you. You know our positions. Who knows when we might face disaster? You should leave a backup for your family. Like this time, if it weren't for the timely parachute." Sun Changzheng didn't finish his sentence, but Lu Jinyang understood. He had narrowly escaped death this time. What about next time? It couldn't always be so lucky. The atmosphere inexplicably turned somber. Sun Changzheng slapped his mouth. "Hey, I'm just talking nonsense. Back to the main topic. I heard from the instructor that your personal issues have become a political task that must be resolved this year. You don't fancy the pillars of the Air Force art troupe, and you didn't take a liking to that female comrade just now. I'm curious, Team Leader Lu, what kind of woman do you actually like?" The earlier somberness seemed to vanish in an instant. Lu Jinyang raised a hand to adjust his sleeve, a hint of indifference in his smile. "It seems you are still too idle." At the junction of the train compartments, Wen Ning finally caught her breath and walked back with her bag. After being subjected to the oppressive gaze of the cold and handsome flight man, she learned her lesson and passed by without glancing sideways. She absolutely wouldn't look again. Sun Changzheng noticed and nudged Lu Jinyang's elbow. Team leader. This female comrade is really different. Lu Jinyang ignored him. Sun Changzheng continued, analyzing on his own. Look, the female comrades from the Air Force art troop all light up when they see you, but this one completely ignores you. ISNT, that's special. Shut up. Lu Jinyang found him annoying and stood up. Hey, where are you going? Sun Changzheng asked. Lu Jinyang only left him with his back. Wen Ning returned to her seat. The man with glasses who had been sitting across from her was gone, and an older woman had taken his place. Wen Ning paid it no mind, biting her lip, feeling a bit dry in her mouth. She picked up her water bottle from the table, unscrewed the cap, and poured some water into the lid, sipping it slowly. The train was traveling from south to north, and the air was noticeably drier. Wen Ning felt increasingly thirsty, and before she knew it, she had drunk half a bottle of water. She sensed something was off. The water bottle in front of her seemed to be shimmering. Was she seeing things? Seeing her dazed expression, the older woman reached out and waved her hand in front of Wen Ning. When she received no response, she immediately stood up and sat beside her, affectionately linking her arm with Wen Ning's sister. Wen Ning's heart raced with alarm. This was bad. The water was tampered with. She bit her tongue hard, the taste of blood spreading in her mouth, sharpening her senses. The older woman blocked the exit of the seat, gripping Wen Ning's arm tightly, preventing her from standing up. Wen Ning suddenly stood up, pushing the person beside her away, and instinctively shouted for help. Unfortunately, a louder male voice drowned her out. Wife, don't be angry with me. The man with glasses appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Wen Ning's arm and calling her affectionately. Next to him, a woman chimed in, sister-in-law. Let us talk nicely as a family. Don't just threaten to leave home. Come back with my brother. She was one of the women who had surrounded the man earlier for advice. Yes, whatever we have to discuss, we can talk at home. No need to make a scene on the train. The older woman echoed. The three surrounded Wen Ning from all sides, pushing her toward the train's exit. The conductor was announcing the next stop, saying the train would soon be stopping. Passengers who needed to get off were dragging their large and small bags towards the exit, creating a noisy, chaotic atmosphere in the compartment. Passers-by who noticed Wen Ning's struggles assumed it was a family dispute. Wen Ning knew she had fallen into a trap, desperately struggling and shouting, help. These people are human traffickers. He is not my husband. Some nearby passengers cast curious glances, and a few approached to inquire. But the man with glasses remained unfazed. My wife is just throwing a tantrum. The older woman added, yes, they're just a couple arguing. What human traffickers? Who would dare to kidnap someone on a train? No, they are lying. They are in cahoots. Call the police. Call the authorities. Wen Ning shouted back. But her voice was weak and soft due to the effects of the medicine, drowned out by the noise around her. Those who wanted to help hesitated, clearly still pondering whom to believe. The strength within her was quickly fading, and dizziness washed over her as her legs felt weak. She was less than 2 meters from the train exit. Only 1 meter left. With one more push, Wen Ning will be taken off the train. Chapter 4 Husband. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of green in front of her. It was that icy man. Wen Ning couldn't think of anything else. Only one voice echoed in her mind. She absolutely could not fall into the hands of human traffickers. Husband, husband, save me quickly. Someone wants to kidnap me. Wen Ning shouted at the icy man with all her might. Lu Jinyang was a pilot in the Special Forces, sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, with senses superior to ordinary people. Almost at the same time that Wen Ning cried for help, he pushed through the crowd, his long legs striding to her side. Let go. His cold voice was full of authority. The bespectacled man's group had already loosened their grip on Wen Ning when they saw the green uniform on Lu Jinyang. Quickly jumping off the train, Wen Ning's legs went weak, and she fell directly into Lu Jinyang's arms. As she fell, she instinctively wrapped her arms around the man's waist, her whole body pressing against him, her small face buried in his chest. Help me. I've been drugged. Her face was flushed abnormally, and her voice was soft to the point of being unrecognizable. If this continued, she would embarrass herself in public. Suddenly, there was a soft and delicate figure in his arms, and Lu Jinyang's body, usually made of steel, almost exploded. Sun Changzheng, go down and catch them. Lu Jinyang shouted sternly to the other end of the carriage, then used one hand to grip Wen Ning's waist, leading her into the nearby restroom and locking the door. The moment the door was locked, Wen Ning could no longer hold back and let out a soft moan from her red lips. The drug's effects had reached their peak. Hot, so hot. Her consciousness was muddled, and her small hands aimlessly groped on the man's body. She wanted the antidote. Lu Jinyang had never been so intimately touched by a woman. Almost simultaneously, he tensed up all over and pushed the woman in his arms away. Don't move. His cold warning, but if one listened closely, they could detect the irregularity in his breathing. His large hand reached into his pants pocket, feeling for something. As a special forces pilot, he often received various counterespionage training and always carried some essential antidotes. Finding a box the size of a fingernail, Lu Jinyang opened it and poured out a red pill, raising his hand to grip Wen Ning's chin, forcing her to open her mouth and swallow the pill. A cool, stimulating sensation filled her mouth, and when Ning's dazed eyes cleared up a bit, her gaze unexpectedly locking with Lu Jinyang's. The distance between them was such that their breaths could be felt. Lu Jinyang saw the woman's delicate face, her features exquisitely beautiful. A strange and indescribable feeling brushed through his heart, but his expression remained as cold as ever. Suppressing the odd feeling in his heart, Lu Jinyang turned to leave. He had already given her the antidote and did not plan to let the trafficking group go. However, Wen Ning only regained her clarity for a second. Soon, the heat surged from deep within her, making her feel as if she was going to burst into flames, like a parched traveler desperately yearning for clear spring water. Seeing the man about to leave, Wen Ning suddenly raised her arms, wrapping them around his strong neck, pulling his head down, then standing on tiptoe to press her lips against his thin ones. Help me. Her soft voice was half a plea, half a coaxing tone. Her watery, apricot eyes blinked at him helplessly. Lu Jinyang was shocked by her bold move. Stunned for a second, he was about to say, let go. But in the moment his lips parted, her soft tongue slipped in, tangling with his. His chest instantly trembled, and his mind went blank. But an iceberg is an iceberg. How could it melt so easily? A few seconds later, Lu Jinyang came back to his senses, reached out to pull away the arms wrapped around his neck, and coldly reprimanded, stand still. Do you know what you were doing? Wen Ning nodded, then shook her head, gazing at him eagerly. Lu Jinyang's voice turned even colder. Whoever can save you, you act like this towards them? Look clearly at who I am. Before Wen Ning could respond, a voice came from outside the restroom. Captain Lu, are you in there? Lu Jinyang pressed down on Wen Ning's shoulder, preventing her from clinging to him any longer, and opened the door with his other hand. Wen Ning, restless under his hand, instinctively wrapped around his arm and burrowed into his embrace. When the door opened, Sun Changzheng was met with the sight of a man and woman embracing each other. The words he wanted to say instantly froze on his lips. Goodness. Usually, he would train them like grandchildren, and the captain, who never gave a glance to the female comrades, was actually holding a woman. Moreover, that flight suit was something no one was allowed to touch, and now it was all wrinkled. TSK, it was too embarrassing to look at. Just then, Wen Ning was still tugging at Lu Jinyang's clothes, mumbling, I still want. Want? What do you want? Sun Changzheng's mind raced, flashing through countless inappropriate images. Be proper. Lu Jinyang raised his hand to pull away Wen Ning's hand that was tugging at his chest, turning to Sun Changzheng with a serious face. Did you catch them? Sun Changzheng finally remembered his purpose for coming. We caught them, but they insist it was a case of mistaken identity. The railway police would like you to go over and cooperate with the interrogation. Lu Jinyang glanced at Wen Ning. Perhaps the antidote was taking effect, as the flush on her cheeks faded, and she seemed much more composed. Just then, a female train attendant wearing a red armband came over. Lu Jinyang said to her, Comrade, please take good care of her. The female train attendant had rushed over after hearing something happen on the train. Seeing this, she quickly stepped forward to support Wen Ning. Lu Jinyang and Sun Changzheng jumped off the train to meet up with the railway police. Chapter 5 Personal Issues Must Be Resolved. Wen Ning was taken to the duty break room by the train attendant. The attendant helped her onto the bed, saying, Comrade, don't be afraid. You can rest well here, and I'll be right outside the door. We still have half a day to reach the capital. Thank you. Wen Ning's consciousness had recovered a lot, but her body still lacked strength. She didn't dare to really fall asleep. She just lay on the bed resting. In her mind, she replayed the scene in the bathroom earlier, feeling so embarrassed that she wished she could forget everything. She never expected that the bespectacled man would drug her, nor did she expect to do something like that with a stranger. She felt like a desperate female rogue. Fortunately, by the time she regained her senses, the ice-cold man was already gone. Otherwise, she really wouldn't know how to face her savior. The incident with Wen Ning happened in the last carriage of the train. Liang Wei was in the front carriage, and when he heard about the situation, he broke out in a cold sweat and hurried to find the train attendant for information. Seeing him in military uniform, the attendant felt relieved and took him to the duty break room. Captain Liang. Upon seeing Liang Wei, Wen Ning sat up from the bed. Liang Wei scanned her from head to toe, looking tense and fearful. Comrade Wen Ning, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Wen Ning shook her head. I'm fine. Captain Liang, you don't need to worry. Liang Wei sighed in relief and handed her a box lunch. Eat something quickly. You rest here, and I'll let Comrade Xiaoya know and come back to keep an eye on you. Without waiting for her to refuse, Liang Wei hurriedly left. Wen Ning happened to be hungry, glanced at the box lunch on the table, opened it, and began to eat. Before long, Liang Wei returned with Yi Qiao. With the help of the train attendant, the three of them managed to switch to the same carriage. The journey ahead went smoothly, and nothing unusual occurred. On the other side, at the Railway Public Security Bureau, after interrogation, it was confirmed that the bespectacled man and his accomplices were part of a gang that had been trafficking women on trains for a long time. They targeted beautiful women as their first choice because they could sell them at a high price. After identifying a target, they would lure the women with the pretense of recruiting for a cultural troupe. Once the women were hooked, they would find an excuse to get them off the train under the guise of needing a medical checkup or interview, drug them, and sell them to the next party. If the women didn't take the bait on the train, they would use the same tactics they employed on Wen Ning today, pretending to be a quarreling couple, with one acting as a mother-in-law and the other as a sister-in-law, making it impossible for the woman to argue back and take the opportunity to get her off the train. Lu Jinyang and Sun Changzheng came out of the Railway Public Security Bureau. The train they had been on had already left, and since the flight squad's base was not far away, the two decided to take the training plane back to the capital, arriving half a day earlier than Wen Ning and the others. Upon returning to the base, Lu Jinyang learned that the so-called emergency task was to have him immediately go to the military hospital for a full-body checkup. After the examination, Lu Jinyang returned to his dormitory and seriously began writing the summary report for this secret test flight mission. Just as he was focused on writing, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Jinyang, are you busy? Political Commissar Zhang, dressed in a green military uniform, walked in with his hands behind his back. Yes, I'm writing a report. Lu Jinyang put down his pen, stood up, and pulled out a chair next to him. Please sit. Political Commissar Zhang took a seat and glanced at the desk, his eyes revealing understanding. There's no rush with the report. I'll give you a week's leave. You should go home and rest well, and you can submit the report after your leave. I knew this kid was ambitious. He just returned to the army and immediately threw himself into work. Smart and diligent. Who else could be better than him? Political Commissar Zhang thought to himself, then continued. I heard that the two younger sisters you adopted are returning to the Air Force compound. Since you have leave, you should go back and see them. The compound was well aware that Commander Lu had adopted the daughters of two old comrades. Speaking of this, Lu Jinyang couldn't help but think of the conversation he overheard between Wen Ning and her mother at the clinic. A trace of subtle darkness flickered in his eyes. In any case, he would never give the other party a chance to take advantage of him. However, he also found it impossible to interact casually with that fake sister. Wen Ning. He had always been clear about his likes and dislikes. His face could freeze someone to death when dealing with someone he didn't like, and he wouldn't even pretend. He decided to minimize his visits home in the future to avoid encountering that woman and giving her any opportunities. Resolutely, Lu Jinyang said, Political Commissar, I'm fine. I can jump back into training immediately. I don't need leave. I'll save it for later. Political Commissar Zhang had a good grasp of his personality and understood that whatever he said was well thought out. All right, as long as you've made your decision. By the way, at the end of the month, the team will hold a social event with the Air Force Political Department's cultural troupe. You must participate. You're already 25. Personal issues cannot be delayed any longer. After dropping this remark, Political Commissar Zhang quickly left, fearing he might hear a refusal. A social event. Lu Jinyang unexpectedly thought of the woman he had saved on the train, the one who had thrown herself into his arms and called him husband, even daring to kiss him. He frowned slightly, shaking off the thought and focusing again on writing the report. Just as he was finishing up, the telephone operator knocked on the door again. Team Leader Lu, you have a phone call. Thank you, I'll be right there. Lu Jinyang locked his notebook in the drawer, stretched his long legs, and headed straight for the telephone room. This is Lu Jinyang. Standing straight, he picked up the receiver from the desk, his voice cold and hard, just like his demeanor. On the other end of the line, Lu Yao was already used to his tone. Brother, you haven't forgotten that we have 2 more younger sisters now, right? Mom and Dad said they would come home early to welcome them. When are you coming back? Lu Jinyang replied without changing his tone. I have training tasks this week and the next, so I can't come back. Ah, you're not coming back? Mom said the whole family should have a meal together. If you're not coming home, don't you have to prepare some gifts for the 2 younger sisters? Lu Yao asked. I plan to buy 2 boxes of yashuang. They say the girls love this. 1 box for each sister. Lu Jinyang understood the basic principles of social interaction. After thinking for 2 seconds, he said, I have gifts prepared too. Please help me pass them to them. In the 3rd drawer under my desk, there's a fountain pen for Yi Qiao and a book for the other one. The fountain pen was a commemorative gift from his organization during his training in the Soviet Union. He often received awards in the country, and he had at least 10 fountain pens as common prizes, so he just left it in the desk drawer after returning home and had never opened it. As for the book, it was just right for the younger sister with ulterior motives. All right, big brother, do you have any other instructions? Lu Yao asked. If not, I'm hanging up. Hearing that his brother had prepared gifts, Lu Yao felt relieved. The base's phone calls were public, and the operator knew exactly who called and what was said. Lu Jinyang couldn't go into too much detail, so he just reminded his younger brother, Lu Yao, you're already 18. You need to be careful with how you interact with women. Think more and don't let others take advantage of you. After hanging up, Lu Jinyang put down the phone. At the Lu family home, Lu Yao put down the phone in confusion. He couldn't figure out what his older brother's last comment meant. Seeing her son deep in thought, Lu's mother, Qinlan, asked, so, is your brother coming back? Lu Yao shook his head. Brother has training tasks. He said he won't be back, but he has prepared gifts for the 2 younger sisters. That's fine. Just help your brother pass them on. Qinlan had no objections to her eldest son's work-first mentality. After all, her husband, Lu Jinghua, was the same way. However, having no objections to her son didn't mean she felt the same about her husband. In the past few days, the 2 adopted daughters were coming to visit, while Lu Jinghua was still at a military meeting, leaving a pile of household matters for her to deal with. She was busy with work at the hospital, so why did all the household chores fall on her shoulders? I'm back. Qinlan was complaining to herself when a steady and powerful voice came from downstairs. It was Lu Jinghua. Qinlan put away her thoughts and walked down the stairs. Lu Jinghua looked up at her. Have you finished tidying up? With her husband able to return home on time, Qinlan felt a bit more at ease. I've cleaned up the inner room on the 2nd floor. When the kids arrive, we can see if anything else is needed and get it all sorted out. Lu Jinghua nodded. That's fine. You've worked hard these days. Qinlan sat on the sofa, took a sip of water to moisten her throat, and couldn't help but complain. I have no objections to you adopting Yi Qiao. The child is indeed pitiful with no parents and grandparents. But Wen Ning still has her biological mother and stepfather. What's the deal with her coming to our house? On the coffee table was a cup of hot tea just brewed by Aunt Zhang. Lu Jinghua sat down next to his wife, glanced at her, and casually picked up the teacup to blow on it. Haven't you always wanted a daughter? You complained that those 2 boys are too mischievous. And now you suddenly have 2 daughters. Isn't that great? Qinlan turned around, unconvinced, and glared at her husband. 1 would have been enough. You had to bring back 2 at once. Your reputation is being fulfilled, but I'm the one who has to deal with it. And don't think I don't know what Wen Ning's mother means. She just wants Wen Ning to come to our place to climb the social ladder, right? And what's with saying she's too pretty for no one in the countryside to protect her? I just want to see how pretty she really is. It's not that I, Qinlan, am saying this. There are plenty of beautiful women in the art troupe, and Wen Ning, a rural girl, has no real competition in the courtyard. She wouldn't even rank. Lu Jinghua knew his wife always had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, so he didn't take her words to heart. All right, calm down. Wen Ning's dad was a soldier under my command who sacrificed for the country. So as her leader, I need to take care of her. As they were talking, they heard the sound of a car engine coming from the yard downstairs. Liang Wei was back with someone. Chapter 6, Don't Go, provoking him in front of the two-story house of the Lu family. Liang Wei led Wen Ning and Yi Qiao to the door and raised his hand to knock. Oh, it's Captain Liang. The one who opened the door was Aunt Zhang, the housekeeper who had been working for the Lu family for more than 10 years. Seeing the two lively girls standing behind Liang Wei, she warmly greeted them. This must be Yi Qiao and Wen Ning. Come in, come in. Liang Wei introduced them to each other. Wen Ning changed her shoes, tugged at the strap of her bag in front of her chest, and smiled sweetly at Aunt Zhang. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Her crisp voice was pleasing to the ears. And Aunt Zhang couldn't help but exclaim, Girl, you're really beautiful. And this one is Yi Qiao. Aunt Zhang looked at the girl next to Wen Ning. Oh, your village must have good soil and water. Every girl is so pretty. Yi Qiao shyly smiled back. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Hearing the commotion, Lu Jinyang and Qin Lan also came out from the living room. Qin Lan was a doctor at the military hospital, in her 40s, tall and with distinct, handsome features. Her hair was neatly pinned up, and she wore a crisp, checkered shirt paired with black trousers. Lu Jinyang was a few years older than Qin Lan, but showed no signs of age. He was still strong and upright, with chiseled features that complemented his green military uniform. Despite trying to appear approachable, he still exuded an unintentional aura of authority. Their gazes fell on Wen Ning and Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao suppressed her nervousness and spoke first. Hello, Uncle Lu. Hello, Aunt Qin, I'm Yi Qiao. Aunt Qin, you look like a star from a magazine. And Uncle Lu, you look so young. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at the two. Who doesn't like being complimented? Qin Lan's smile widened noticeably. Wen Ning's mind flashed back to the original storyline, and she felt the lingering shadow of being overshadowed by Yi Qiao's presence in her body. She quickly followed up, Hello, Uncle Lu. Hello, Aunt Qin, I'm Wen Ning. Lu Jinyang nodded slightly to both of them. From now on, this will be your home. I will take care of you on behalf of your father. He usually spoke little and was serious, and even though he was trying to be friendly, there was still an air of authority about him. Qin Lan, worried that the two girls might feel intimidated, smiled and said, Don't just stand there. Let's sit on the sofa and chat. From now on, treat this place as your home. Don't hold back. Wen Ning and Yi Qiao sat down on the sofa, and Aunt Zhang brought over 2 cups of water. Wen Ning held the enamel cup, took a sip, and boldly looked around at the Lu family's decor. The living room was bright and spacious, with a rectangular layout. In the center was a brown leather sofa, with a white floral throw draped over the back. Opposite was a wooden TV cabinet, on which sat a Beijing brand television. Rounded at the corners, the left side had the screen, and the right side had a tuning knob, giving it a vintage feel. The floor was made of solid wood, with white walls on all sides. One wall had calligraphy and paintings, while another displayed photographs. One photo was a family portrait of 4, all of whom were quite good-looking, especially the 2 young men in the lower right corner, who seemed to be of similar age and had similar facial features. One had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes with sculpted features, looking like a perfect masterpiece from God. The other had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, exuding a sunny, boyish charm. The two seemed to have contrasting personalities, one cold and the other warm. Wen Ning stared at the familiar cold face in the photo, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. This wasn't the man who saved her on the train, was it? Could it be that this man was one of the Lu family's 2 sons? Noticing Wen Ning staring at the person in the photo, Qin Lan walked over and smiled. This is my eldest son, Lu Jinyang. He's 25 this year and a pilot. He couldn't come back today because his team is training. The one next to him is my youngest son, Lu Yao, just turned 18. He's upstairs looking for something and will come down soon. Qin Lan's words confirmed Wen Ning's guess, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions, unable to articulate what she felt. In the original story, these 2 men were the ones the original owner attempted to climb up to, but ultimately became the catalyst for her tragic fate, especially Lu Jinyang, who inexplicably had hostility towards the original owner from the very first day she joined the Lu family. And in the following days, he avoided her like the plague, living at the flight base and rarely coming home. Even when encountering the original owner, he always had a cold demeanor. However, regarding the other sister, Yi Qiao, although he was aloof, his attitude was relatively decent, fulfilling his duties as an older brother. Later, the original owner, undeterred by danger, began to set her sights on Lu Jinyang, using all sorts of methods to try to turn her brother into her husband. But of course, she met with a brick wall and was directly kicked out of the Lu family. Wen Ning could actually understand the original owner's feelings. Living with two handsome men every day, who wouldn't be confused? It's understandable to do something silly, but it was ultimately the original owner's greed that led to her downfall, trying to catch a big fish without the skills to do so. However, now that Wen Ning had crossed over with the lessons learned from the original owner, she didn't want to provoke either of the Lu brothers. She just wanted to hold on to the Lu family's big leg tightly and safely wait until the college entrance examination was restored, get into a good university, and be assigned to a unit with good benefits and less work, like the tobacco industry or the power grid system. Whether she got married or not, she could easily enjoy the latter half of her life. That's right. Wen Ning was a salted fish. In the country where she lived in reality, after experiencing a period of rapid economic growth, it had entered a stagnation period, with a plummeting birth rate and skyrocketing unemployment. Graduating university students were as cheap and plentiful as cabbages. Getting a government job had become the best way out. Before Wen Ning crossed over, the 4 girls in her dorm were all preparing for related exams. Since they would eventually have to take the civil service exam, Wen Ning thought it might be better to start working towards a stable job from the 1970s and secure all at once. By the time the economy entered a period of stagnation, she would be enjoying a high retirement salary, eating, drinking, and having fun every day. Anyway, that's her ambition. As for Lu Jinyang, Wen Ning admitted that she had a bit of a crush on him when she didn't know who he was on the train. Using a popular term now, what was it? Crush. It was thrilling, especially since he had saved her life, with the filter of a lifesaver. The little flame in her heart was flickering and burning. But now, she had become the sister that Lu Jinyang hated the most, the one he avoided like the plague. If she wanted to hold onto the Lu family's big leg, she had to extinguish that flame in her heart. She decided to actively stay away from Lu Jinyang. Don't go provoking him. After coming to this conclusion, Wen Ning no longer felt conflicted. Turning her head, she noticed that Yi Qiao's gaze was also fixed on the family portrait, tightly gripping her enamel cup, lost in thought. Wen Ning couldn't help but sigh again in her heart. The female lead really had it good, needing to do nothing while the supporting character made a fool of herself to highlight her presence, with all good things revolving around her. Wen Ning and Yi Qiao had different thoughts, while Qinlan's heart was also not at peace. Chapter 7. The gift from Lu Jinyang. Qinlan had become accustomed to seeing beautiful women in the cultural troupe at the military district and thought there couldn't be anyone more beautiful in the world. However, upon seeing Wen Ning's face, she realized there were indeed people more beautiful than she had imagined. Moreover, once Wen Ning entered the room, she sat there confidently without shrinking back or looking around, completely unlike a naive rural girl who had never seen the world. Instead, she resembled a young lady who had returned from studying abroad. Qinlan began to believe what Ning Shuoqin had said. With such looks in the countryside, if her family didn't have some influence, she wouldn't be able to be protected at all. Any initial complaints she had about Wen Ning had vanished. Lu Jinyang was unaware that his wife's thoughts had changed. He looked at Yi Qiao and Wen Ning, feeling a hint of regret in his heart. If when Wenbin and Yi Chong hadn't sacrificed themselves, they would have been able to see how beautiful their daughters had grown up to be. Unfortunately, Wen Ning and Yi Qiao sat on the sofa for a while. When the time was right, Yi Qiao took out a package from her bag. Aunt Qin, Uncle Lu. My dad mentioned in his letters that Uncle Lu likes peanuts. These are peanuts I grew myself, and I brought them for you and Uncle Lu to try. Her words were very gracious, and Qinlan said, "You are such a thoughtful child." Lu Jinyang recalled the times when he returned from missions with his comrades. When food was scarce and there wasn't much to eat, they would often roast peanuts with a bit of salt to accompany their drinks. It was rare that this girl still remembered such things, and he looked at Yi Qiao with a hint of affection. Yi Qiao smiled slightly and casually glanced at Wen Ning beside her. Wen Ning's canvas bag was small and didn't seem to hold much, and she remembered how anxious Shuoqin had looked when she set off. She must have forgotten to bring gifts for the Lu family. It was basic etiquette not to visit empty-handed, and if Wen Ning lacked even this etiquette. Thinking of this, Yi Qiao felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Perhaps Yi Qiao's gaze was too intense, as Wen Ning put down her water cup and turned her head, just in time to meet Yi Qiao's eyes. She couldn't help but think of how, in the original story, the original protagonist's mother had secretly prepared luggage behind her husband's back, fearing discovery, and had packed nothing extra. However, she had specifically instructed the original protagonist to buy some gifts for the Lu family upon arriving in the capital. As a result, the original protagonist had forgotten and entered the Lu family empty-handed, only to be preoccupied with examining the Lu family's decor, shrinking back and displaying unabashed greed in her gaze. In contrast, Yi Qiao, who greeted the Lu family normally and brought local specialties, appeared sweet and polite. But this time, Yi Qiao was afraid she would be disappointed. Wen Ning took off the canvas shoulder bag and pulled out a package, placing it on the coffee table. "Uncle Lu, Aunt Qin, we don't grow peanuts at home, but I brought some local specialties for you to try. The items aren't valuable, but I really appreciate your willingness to help me during my difficult times." She opened the package to reveal a piece of cured meat about the length of a forearm. It was exchanged with the conductor on the train. The conductor often dealt with passengers from all over and occasionally bartered items. When Wen Ning was in the lounge, she happened to see this piece of cured meat and exchanged some money for it. In these times, rural people hardly got to eat meat more than a few times a year, so being able to save up such a large piece of cured meat showed her sincerity. Qin Lan felt a bit guilty. "Oh, you are too polite. Why bring so many things? Your father was once comrades with Xinghua. It's only right for us to help you. Aunt Qin, my mom taught me from a young age to be grateful and to repay kindness. This little thing is nothing compared to what you did for me by pulling me out of a difficult situation." Wen Ning wore just the right amount of gratitude on her face. Too much would be excessive, too little would be insufficient. Although there was a hint of theatrics. Her gratitude towards the Lu family was genuine. If it weren't for the Lu family's willingness to take her in, she would be living with a fool every day. And who knows, she might end up being taken advantage of by him one day. Seeing Wen Ning's delicate appearance, Qin Lan couldn't help but recall her own circumstances from back in the day. The Qin family had been in business for generations, undeniably capitalist. When the situation changed, some people tried to pressure her into marriage, and her family had to seek help from the proper and powerful Lu family, donating their assets and handling what needed to be dealt with to resolve the crisis, ultimately transforming from capitalists into patriotic merchants. Qin Lan had long forgotten her previous grievances towards Wen Ning. She moved closer and gently patted Wen Ning's shoulder. "Don't worry, with me and your Uncle Lu here, no one dares to force you into marriage." Wen Ning obediently nodded. After sitting for a while, Qin Lan asked Aunt Zhang, "Are the dishes ready? If they are, let's eat now. The kids must be hungry after the train ride." Aunt Zhang wiped her hands on her apron and nodded. "Everything is set on the dining table. I'll go upstairs to call Xiao Yao. He said he was looking for something upstairs and hasn't come down yet." Qin Lan stood up. "No need. I'll go see what this child is busy with." As soon as she finished speaking, a figure rushed down from upstairs. Who else could it be but Lu Yao? "Mom." Lu Yao came down holding a bag and walked over to the sofa. Lu Jinyang shot a stern look at his son. The guests had been there for a while, and he had only just come down to greet them, showing no manners at all. Qin Lan seemed to understand her husband's thoughts and explained for her son. Xiao Yao went to find the gifts Jinyang prepared for the two sisters. "Lu Yao, hurry up and give the gifts to your sisters," Qin Lan urged him with a glance. Lu Yao scratched his head, grinning widely, showing his big white teeth as he smiled brightly at Wen Ning and Yi Qiao. "Hello, I'm Lu Yao. From now on, I'll be your second brother. Don't worry, I'll look after you in the courtyard. By the way, this is a gift from me to you." Lu Yao took out a jar of elegant snowflake cream from the bag and handed it to both girls. "I heard you girls like this." A box of snowflake cream cost $1, which many people were reluctant to buy. Yi Qiao received it with both hands, as if holding a rare treasure. "Thank you. Second brother, you shouldn't have spent so much. I've never used snowflake cream before." Wen Ning's dimples appeared, and she sweetly said, "Thank you, second brother." Lu Yao was momentarily taken aback by their smiles, unsure where to put his hands and feet, his ears turning pink. "And no, you're welcome," he stuttered while speaking. Qin Lan watched her son's awkward demeanor, amused. She never expected her usually carefree son would blush. "How interesting. This is your sister Yi Qiao. And this is your sister Wen Ning. Qianlan introduced her son. She further introduced Wen Ning and Yi Qiao. This is my second son, Lu Yao, who just turned 18 this month. Wen Ning nodded. Then I should call you second brother. I will turn 18 next month. Yi Qiao added, I will also turn 18 next month. In the original story, Wen Ning was a supporting character and was the same age as Yi Qiao, with only a day's difference in their birthdays. Lu Yao scratched the back of his head, feeling extremely fortunate that his mother had given birth to him a few months earlier. Otherwise, he would have been the younger brother. Though it was just a title, brother sounded much more pleasant. By the way, my older brother also prepared gifts for you. Lu Yao almost forgot about this and quickly took out the items. A black suede gift box and a book wrapped in a cover. He handed the box to Yi Qiao. This is for my brother for you. Yi Qiao looked at the item in her hands, her eyes widening in surprise, almost in a daze. This is too exquisite. She couldn't help but open it. A completely black and gold steel pen lay inside the box, radiating a golden sheen in the sunlight, understated yet luxurious. Is this gift too expensive? I can't accept it. Your brother should keep it for himself. I usually just use a charcoal pencil. Although she said this, she couldn't help but hold onto the box tightly. Lu Yao Dao, Sister Yi Qiao, just accept it. My elder brother is often awarded in the army, and every time the prize is a fountain pen. He can't possibly use them all. I still have several fountain pens he gave me. Hearing this, Yi Qiao felt justified in accepting it. Lu Yao looked at the book he had left to give to Wen Ning, his gaze slightly hesitant. Just now, he didn't know that the fountain pen his brother gave Yi Qiao was so expensive and exquisite. Now that he knew, he felt a bit calculative, as it was obvious to anyone that there was a significant difference between the fountain pen and the book. Facing Wen Ning's clear apricot eyes, Lu Yao suddenly felt that the book was a bit unpresentable. After struggling for a moment, he finally handed the book over. Sister Wen Ning here. Just as he was about to say thank you, Yi Qiao beside him was eagerly staring at the book, urging, Brother, this book is even wrapped in a cover. Is it some kind of special edition? Ning, hurry and open to take a look. She just wanted to know what book Lu Jinyang had actually given Wen Ning. In fact, both Lu Yao and Qianlan were somewhat curious as well. The book was wrapped in craft paper. Could it really be some kind of rare edition? Its value wouldn't be lower than that of the fountain pen. What special edition? Hearing the commotion, Lu Zhengguo walked over. Qianlan pointed at the item in Wen Ning's hand and explained to him. Jinyang gave Wen Ning a book. Lu Zhengguo nodded knowingly. That kid is always reading books related to airplanes. He thought the female comrades would like to read them too. He might as well give something more practical. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on the book wrapped in the cover. Chapter 8, Underestimating Her Means. Inside the book, the pages are white with black text, and a large, bold title stands out. Under the iron fist of the people, all conspiracies will be crushed. Below it, a smaller line reads, Air Force Special Operations Team's 16th Ideological Education Class. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Silence fell. Once they reacted, Lu Zhengguo and Qianlan's faces turned ashen. What did it mean to give someone a book on ideological education? Wasn't that clearly implying that the person's thoughts were problematic and needed a lesson? Such classes in the Air Force are meant to prevent pilots from being corrupted by spies. Wen Ning's father was a martyr, and her family had been poor farmers for 3 generations. How could she need such education? Qianlan coughed lightly and looked at her youngest son. Lu Yao, this is the book from your brother's class. Did you take the wrong one? Lu Yao was just as confused, not understanding why his brother would give a book like this to a girl. But I didn't take the wrong one. Big brother said he wanted to give it to Wen Ning, and this was the only one in his drawer. Lu Zhengguo's face darkened, and he turned to make a phone call. I need to ask that kid what he means by this. He knew his son well. He was someone who wouldn't tolerate any nonsense. He knew that if Lu Jinyang gave a gift to Yi Qiao, it wouldn't be for no reason that he would give Wen Ning such a book. Regardless of his son's intentions, Wen Ning was recognized as his goddaughter, and humiliating her in public was unacceptable. Qianlan grabbed her husband's hand. Maybe he got mixed up in the classroom. It's possible he didn't mean to give Wen Ning this book. Don't be too quick to accuse. Lu Zhengguo's expression softened slightly, contemplating this possibility. Compared to the Lu family's reaction, Wen Ning remained calm, as she had already understood Lu Jinyang's intention in sending her this book. It was a warning to her. Now that she was in the Lu family she shouldn't harbor any thoughts about the Lu family members. Lu Jinyang's personality was sharp and fierce. He treated enemies with ruthless efficiency. Although the original book didn't elaborate on the plot of giving gifts, it was not surprising that Lu Jinyang held great hostility towards the original character and would send such a book. Coincidentally, Wen Ning had also decided not to provoke him. It was better to avoid trouble. She hugged the book to her chest like a treasure, wearing an expression of encouragement. Uncle Lu, Aunt Sheen, Big Brother Lu must have given me this book to encourage me. No matter what difficulties I encounter, I must firmly believe in the power of the party and the people. All conspiracies will ultimately be crushed. Don't misunderstand his intentions. The Lu family members were completely taken aback by her interpretation, their expressions shifting momentarily. Aunt Zhang came over to call everyone for dinner. And Xin Lan snapped back to reality, pulling her husband's hand. Old Lu, let's get the kids to eat first. The dishes will get cold. This time, Lu Yao showed some awareness, proactively walking to the dining table to pull out a chair. The sisters must be hungry. Let's eat. Lu Jinghua had to suppress his urge to call his eldest son for clarification. The family sat down at the dining table. After dinner, Qin Lan took Yi Qiao and Wen Ning upstairs to see the rooms. Lu Yao followed along. Aunt Zhang was busy in the kitchen. In the living room, only Lu Jinghua was left alone. He sat on the edge of the sofa, thought for a moment, and decided to call his son. The call connected, and before long, Lu Jinyang's voice came through. Lu Jinghua spoke sternly. What do you mean by giving Wen Ning that book? Lu Jinyang's voice was devoid of emotion. Cold and indifferent. It doesn't mean anything. Just trying to elevate her ideological perspective. Dad, can't you see that Wen Ning came to our family for a reason? Upon hearing this, Lu Jinghua's expression changed, and he slammed his hand on the armrest of the sofa. Comrade, Lu Jinyang, don't use your methods in the wrong place. It's a shame you're a soldier. You should focus on evidence in your actions, and you must broaden your perspective and vision in life. Don't let personal emotions cloud your judgment. Calling him comrade directly showed he was genuinely angry. Lu Jinyang tightened his grip on the receiver, sitting up straight, resolute. I trust my judgment. Lu Jinghua had a tough personality as well. Your judgment isn't infallible either. You must make time to come home in the next few days. Lu Jinyang scoffed on the other end of the line. You can consider such a person your goddaughter and live together harmoniously. I can't do it. I don't want to live with a woman who is vain and snobbish, and I certainly don't want to be her brother. You. Lu Jinghua's voice was filled with anger. He had never lost his temper with his eldest son before. This was the first time. What do you mean by vain and snobbish? That's prejudice. You instantly labeled her. When I met Wen Ning today, I found her to be quite a simple and genuine girl. Simple? Lu Jinyang seemed to hear the biggest joke ever. At the health clinic in Qianfeng village, he had personally heard how Wen Ning's mother taught her to seize every opportunity to climb up the social ladder. Could such a woman be simple? Could she be genuine? Anyway, I won't be coming back home for a while. You better keep an eye on Lu Yao. He's just turned 18 and is truly simple. Don't let him get entangled with someone, turning your goddaughter into a daughter-in-law and making a joke of it. Today, Lu Jinghua experienced his eldest son's ability. A single sentence could leave one speechless. However, how could a father be silenced by his son? He snorted coldly, fine. If you won't come home, then stay at the base and train well. As for your brother, you don't need to worry about him. Wen Ning might not even look at him. Slamming the phone down in anger, Lu Jinghua had seen all kinds of people in his life. With a little observation, he could discern a person's character. Although Wen Ning was a bit striking in appearance, her eyes were clear, and her demeanor was graceful. It was evident that even in the countryside, she had been well educated by her mother, and she was definitely not a vain or snobbish person. His son was undoubtedly biased against Wen Ning. On the other end, Lu Jinyang hung up the phone, his brows furrowing. His bad impression of Wen Ning deepened. She was scheming. His dad, who hardly ever called him throughout the year, actually called today to reprimand him. He had truly underestimated that woman's means. Lu Jinyang walked back to the dormitory with a cold expression. As long as he didn't go back, that woman's schemes would have no place to unfold against him. In the dormitory, Lu Jinyang sat down at his desk and continued writing his report. Under the light, he wore neatly pressed military attire, sitting upright with sharp features. His lips were slightly pursed as he focused on writing something on the paper. While writing, He would occasionally pull a book from a nearby bookshelf to verify something before continuing to write. Once he finished writing, he put away the report and meticulously restored everything on his desk to its original position, down to the slightest detail. After everything was tidied up, Lu Jinyang raised his hand to check the time. It was already past 11 o'clock at night. He stood up briskly, took a change of clothes from the wardrobe, and headed to the bathroom. After finishing his shower, Lu Jinyang lay down on his bed. With his eyes closed, his thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that train journey. In his dreams, in the cramped space of the restroom, a soft, fragrant body leaped into his arms. Red lips covered his in a wet. Soft tongue slipped into his mouth like a nimble fish. His body tensed up, breath becoming erratic, and his hand instinctively tightened around her slender waist. Then, delicate fingers began to trace his throat, moving down his long, strong neck, slipping into his collar, unbuttoning his shirt one by one, until her fingers teased open his belt. Chapter 9. Washing bed sheets at 3 in the morning. Sun Changzheng was woken up by the urge to pee, groggily pulling up his pants after relieving himself. He passed by the washroom and heard the sound of running water inside. Who would be washing clothes at this hour? How diligent. Sun Changzheng walked in and found that it was actually team leader Lu. In front of the sink, Lu Jinyang was wearing a white tank top and military green shorts, with a serious expression on his face as he continuously scrubbed something in his hands. As he moved, the muscles in his arms tensed and the veins and tendons on the inside bulged. Sun Changzheng walked over for a closer look and realized it wasn't clothes he was washing, but bed sheets. He muttered, "Team leader Lu has such a severe cleanliness obsession, getting up in the middle of the night to wash bed sheets." Washing bed sheets. A faint blush crossed Lu Jinyang's ears. He suddenly recalled the enchanting dream he had just moments ago, the soft, delicate body of a woman, the heart-fluttering moans. After years of coldness, it was the first time he had such a dream. When he woke up, the bed sheets were, "Go back to sleep." Lu Jinyang shot him a cold glare. Sun Changzheng was still feeling drowsy and glanced at him again before quickly sneaking away. At the Lu household, Wen Ning and Yi Qiao shared a bedroom. Each had a bed against the wall, with a hallway in between. After lying down for the night, Wen Ning pulled the quilt up, preparing to rest. Yi Qiao spoke up, "Ning, are you asleep?" Knowing it was a rhetorical question, Wen Ning rolled her eyes in the dark. "What is up?" Yi Qiao sighed. "I feel so lucky that we met good people like Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin, who genuinely treat us like daughters. Brother Lu Yao is also quite nice. I wonder what kind of personality Brother Jinyang has, but he looks quite handsome in the photos. So I'm sure there are many girls who like him." Wen Ning didn't know what she wanted to chat about, and simply responded with an mm. Yi Qiao suddenly switched to a more sisterly tone. "Actually, I know why Aunt Ning sent you to the capital. Your stepfather wants to force you to marry that simple-minded guy, right? If he finds out you've come to the capital, he might chase after you. When it comes to marriage, it's all about parental orders. Your stepfather is technically your father, and if he insists on taking you away, the Lu family has no right to stop him. Have you thought about what you'll do then?" Wen Ning pretended to be scared. "Sister Yi Qiao, what should I do?" Yi Qiao spoke earnestly. "My grandma said that a woman's prime is short, and you should get married while you're still in your best years. Look at how beautiful you are. The young men in the compound would be at your beck and call. Your top priority is to find a partner in the compound quickly so you can truly settle down in the capital and become a capital person. Even if your stepfather comes looking for you, it won't matter because you'll be married. Don't wait too long, or you'll end up with more dreams than nights." Wen Ning curled her lips, finally understanding Yi Qiao's intentions. No wonder the original owner had been so eager to inquire about suitable young men in the compound shortly after arriving at the Lu household. She might as well have tattooed, "Looking for a rich husband" on her face, which left a poor initial impression on everyone. It turned out that it was Yi Qiao who had been subtly encouraging the original owner. Wen Ning didn't expose her thoughts and calmly replied, "Sister Yi Qiao, I understand now. Thank you for telling me all this. You're really like my own sister." Yi Qiao thought she had genuinely absorbed the advice and felt secretly pleased. "Just be mindful yourself. Don't waste this good opportunity of living in the compound." In the dark, Wen Ning smirked inwardly. "Damn, I fell for your trick." The next morning, as dawn began to break, Yi Qiao opened her eyes, carefully lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. Glancing at Wen Ning, who was still wrapped up in her blanket, she showed a barely noticeable smirk, then put on her shoes and tiptoed out of the room, gently closing the door behind her. In the kitchen, Yi Qiao tied on an apron and started making breakfast. First boiling a pot of millet porridge and then frying scallion pancakes. Last night, she had made a point to wander around the kitchen and ran into Aunt Zhang, casually asking about the Lu family's taste preferences. Yi Qiao? Aunt Zhang rubbed her eyes and, seeing a figure in the kitchen, thought she was seeing things. Yi Qiao turned with a spatula in her hand and greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Aunt Zhang." Aunt Zhang felt a little embarrassed as she took the spatula from Yi Qiao. "You girl, getting up so early to busy yourself. I can handle breakfast myself when I get up. You young people should sleep a bit longer." Yi Qiao replied, "It's fine, Auntie. I get up at this time every day in the countryside. I'm used to it." Aunt Zhang continued preparing breakfast, and Yi Qiao began cleaning. By the time the Lu family and Wen Ning came downstairs, they found Yi Qiao wiping the coffee table with a cloth. Aunt Zhang was setting the table and praised Yi Qiao to Qin. "Today's breakfast is made by Yi Qiao. After making breakfast, she even helped clean up. This child is so virtuous." Qin looked at the abundant breakfast, realizing it must have taken quite some time. "Little Yi, what time did you get up?" Yi Qiao replied, "I got up just after 5. "It's nothing, Aunt Qin. I'm used to waking up early in the countryside." Wen Ning sighed inwardly. No wonder the original owner was portrayed as lazy and gluttonous. She thought waking up at 7 was already early, but it turned out Yi Qiao was even more hardworking. Wen Ning didn't want to be dragged into waking up at 5 every day to make breakfast. She was okay with doing housework. But who said it had to be in the morning? This was just like those employees who worked overtime to impress their bosses. Wen Ning smiled at Yi Qiao, mixing admiration and a hint of embarrassment in her tone. "Sister Yi Qiao, you get up earlier than Aunt Zhang, right? Next time, wake me up when you get up. I want to help you cook. My cooking skills aren't great, but I can help you out." As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, Aunt Zhang, who had been smiling, suddenly stiffened. If the two girls were getting up to make breakfast, what would she do? Her gaze quickly darted between Qin and Lu Jinyang, and Aunt Zhang said, "I wake up early because I'm old. I can handle breakfast on my own. You two girls don't need to help." Qin served Yi Qiao and Wen Ning each a piece of scallion pancake, saying, "Yes, you young people should sleep in a bit more in the morning. Come sit down and eat." The family sat down and began to eat. Lu Jinyang took a sip of porridge and a bite of pancake, nodding at Yi Qiao. "Not bad, Lil Yi, as long as everyone is used to it." Yi Qiao humbly replied, then glanced at Wen Ning. "Ning, is it to your liking? We are from the same hometown, so our tastes should be similar." Wen Ning sincerely praised, "Yes, Sister Yi Qiao's cooking is simply amazing. I want to learn to cook from you in the future." Qin took a sip of porridge and said, "You two should always think about cooking. You just arrived in the capital. Take this time to go out and have some fun." Xiao Yao, she looked at her son, preparing to let Lu Yao take them out. But she saw Lu Yao in a daze, poking at his bowl of porridge with his chopsticks. Qin held back her second half of the sentence, thinking it would be better for her to take her two goddaughters out herself. Yi Qiao, being observant, turned her gaze towards Lu Yao. "Brother Lu Yao, what do you like to eat in the morning? I can make some tomorrow." Lu Yao was just not fully awake. He had been dragged out of bed by his father early in the morning and yawned. "No need. I'm not picky. I eat anything." Lu Jinyang disapproved of his son's lazy demeanor and scolded, "Look at little Yi, and then look at you. You're already 18, and I haven't seen you step into the kitchen once." "Exactly. Daughters are more considerate," Qin echoed with a sigh. Lu Yao didn't expect to be scolded so early in the morning. Swallowing his pancake, he said, "Dad, I don't step into the kitchen for your own good. With my cooking skills, would you dare to eat what I make?" Aunt Zhang tried to ease the tension. "Oh, the kitchen is a woman's domain. In the future, Xiao Yao just needs to find a wife who can cook." Which girl would look at him? Lu Jinyang snorted, his face showing clear disdain. Wiping his mouth with a tissue, he stood up. "I'm off to the military district. You all take your time eating." Not long after Lu Jinyang left, everyone finished breakfast. Aunt Zhang went to the kitchen to clean up, and Lu Yao went back upstairs for another nap. Qin stopped Wen Ning and Yi Qiao. "I took a day off today and won't go to work. Let's go to the friendship store and buy some clothes." Both of them were wearing dark blue coarse cloth shirts, which were acceptable in the village but looked rustic in the capital. Yi Qiao's shirt even had patches, and Wen Ning's wasn't much better, relying solely on their looks. Now, that both of them were living in the Lu family, going out represented the Lu family's reputation. And if they continued to wear their countryside outfits, people outside would inevitably criticize the Lu family. Therefore, when Qianlong suggested buying clothes, neither of them refused. Chapter 10. Buying clothes. The three of them stepped out. Turning a corner, they were greeted by a straight asphalt road lined with rows of ginkgo trees. As the wind blew, the golden leaves rustled down, covering the road with a shimmering carpet, reminiscent of a beautiful scene from a movie. So beautiful. Yixiao exclaimed in admiration. Wen Ning had seen such ginkgo avenues in the capital in later years, but they weren't as quiet as this one. There were people everywhere taking photos. Qianlong proudly said, apart from the fishing platform, our Air Force Academy's Ginkgo Avenue is the most beautiful. As they walked forward, Qianlong pointed out various buildings. Over there is the office area. That side is the living area, which includes residential buildings, a canteen, a clinic, a school, and a bathhouse. In the middle is the activity area, where the auditorium and playground are located. Wen Ning carefully noted the directions, occasionally nodding in agreement. Yi Qiao, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed at the scenery, her eyes sparkling with wonder. At this hour, many people were on the Academy Road since it was working time. The news about the Lu family adopting two goddaughters had spread, and seeing Qianlong with two young girls, everyone came forward to greet them. Oh, Dr. Qin, are these your new goddaughters? They are really beautiful. Commissar's wife, Fong Ping, rode by on her bicycle, stopped abruptly in front of Qianlong. Yes. Qianlong replied with a smile, introducing Fong Ping, and turned to Wen Ning and Yi Qiao, saying, "This is your Aunt Fong." Wen Ning touched her braided hair and obediently greeted, "Hello, Aunt Fong." Fong Ping's gaze lingered on Wen Ning for several seconds, her eyes sparkling. "You're stunning. Like a movie star, with skin as fair and smooth as tofu. Absolutely precious." Fong Ping asked, "Dear, how old are you this year? Are you in a relationship?" Wen Ning shook her head. "I just turned 18, and I'm not in a relationship yet." Fong Ping turned to Yi Qiao, asking the same question, and received the same answer. Fong Ping nodded in satisfaction, feeling excited inside. Her husband had many single male comrades in the army and was worried about their personal issues. These two girls seem nice. Oh, Dr. Qin, you are so lucky to have two handsome sons and now two beautiful daughters. Bring them over to my house to play sometime. Sure, we'll visit you another day, Qianlong replied with a smile. Fong Ping left with an envious look. Many others came up to chat with Qianlong, mainly curious about Wen Ning and Yi Qiao. Soon, the news spread throughout the academy that the Lu family's two goddaughters were both good-looking, especially the one named Wen Ning, who looked like a fairy. After walking for nearly half an hour, Qianlong finally led them out of the academy. She pointed to a nearby bus stop. Take the bus to the friendship store from there. Bus 455 will take you there in 5 stops. As the three walked to the bus platform, someone called out, "Dr. Qin." Qianlong turned around. It was Director Li from her department, rushing over on his bicycle, looking hurried. "Dr. Qin, quickly, come back to the hospital with me. There's a patient who needs immediate surgery, and the situation is complicated. We could discuss it on the way." Director Li tightened his grip on the handlebars and jumped off the bike. "All right, just wait for me a moment." Knowing the urgency of the patient's case, Qianlong turned and handed the money tickets to Wen Ning and Yi Qiao. "I have to rush back to the hospital. Keep the money tickets and go pick out a couple of outfits. If there's anything else you need, Annie will take you shopping another day." With everything arranged, Qianlong followed Director Li away. Wen Ning and Yi Qiao then boarded the bus. After getting off at their stop, they saw a 5-story building with the words Friendship Store prominently displayed. Yi Qiao affectionately linked her arm with Wen Ning's as they walked towards the store. Wen Ning felt a chill run down her arm, and thinking about the original storyline made her uncomfortable. However, life is like a play all about acting. She maintained a sisterly expression on her face. The Friendship Store now had a layout similar to modern department stores, with different types of goods on each floor. The first floor sold daily necessities and snacks, with rows of glass counters showcasing products inside. Each counter had a salesperson in a uniform responsible for fetching items for customers. Wen Ning and Yi Qiao headed straight to the second floor, which specialized in clothing, offering a wide range of styles and brands that were incomparable to the rural supply and marketing cooperatives. Yi Qiao was dazzled by the selection and suggested, Ning, there are too many things here. Let's split up and browse on our own. Okay, Wen Ning readily agreed without hesitation. They separated, and Wen Ning went to a women's clothing counter, quickly picking out 2 outfits. A pink shirt made of polyester paired with a gray pleated skirt, and a light yellow pair of culottes. The salesperson observed her choices. The culottes were fine and a hot seller. But she had never seen anyone wear a shirt with a pleated skirt like that. Unable to hold back, the salesperson said, Miss, how about you consider a pair of long pants? The pink shirt with black long pants is a popular combination. We've sold a lot of those. After saying that, she handed Wen Ning a pair of pants and pointed to a nearby curtain. You can try them on in there. Wen Ning didn't want to hurt the salesperson's feelings. Sure, I'll try both the pants and the skirt, and you can tell me which looks better. She took the clothes and went to change. Nearby, a customer had come specifically to buy a pink shirt and black pants, as many young girls at her workplace were wearing that combination lately. Seeing Wen Ning take the clothes into the fitting room, the customer stood aside with her arms crossed, waiting to see the result. When Wen Ning came out after changing, wearing the shirt with the pants, it looked quite standard, but with her fair skin and pretty face, the effect was surprisingly good. The salesperson and the customer nodded in agreement. Beautiful. This outfit really looks good. Wen Ning noticed a silver metal-buckled women's belt on the shelf and picked one up, saying, Now I'll try it on with the skirt. She went back into the fitting room, took off the pants, changed into the pleated skirt, tucked the shirt into the skirt, and fastened the belt around her waist, pairing it with cloth shoes and white cotton socks. After changing, Wen Ning stepped out, twirling her skirt and smiling at the salesperson. What do you think? Which looks better? This outfit had a modern feel, combining both a collegiate style and a wealthy young lady vibe. It would look even better with a pair of Mary Jane shoes. The salesperson and the previous customer stared at Wen Ning in awe, and after a few seconds, they reacted, the skirt looks great. Very cute. Yes. The skirt looks much better than the pants. It's like a young lady who just returned from abroad. Wen Ning smiled and took out the money tickets, saying to the salesperson, Then I'll buy this outfit and the culottes. All right, the salesperson took the money, exclaiming, Not to mention, you look much prettier in this outfit than the dark blue shirt you tried earlier. Just wear this out. Wen Ning also found changing back and forth troublesome, so she nodded happily. Okay, I'll wear it out. After picking out her clothes, Wen Ning went to browse other counters. As for Yi Qiao, after shopping for a while, she suddenly felt an upset stomach. She had no choice but to go outside to find a restroom. After walking for a bit, she finally found a public toilet at the entrance of an alley. She hurried inside, took care of business, and was about to leave when she suddenly heard voices from the adjacent men's restroom. Those 2 girls who just went into the friendship store were really something, especially the one with the braids. That face and figure make me itch with desire. I wonder what it would feel like to sleep with her. What feeling? You'll find out once you sleep with her. In a while, we'll find a place nearby to wait, and when they come out. Yi Qiao quickly realized that the 2 men were talking about her and Wen Ning. When she entered the friendship store, she inadvertently glanced and saw 2 men looking in their direction not far away. At that moment, she didn't think much of it, but now hearing their conversation, she instantly understood what they were up to. Yi Qiao perked up her ears to listen to the sounds coming from the men's restroom next door. And after confirming that both men had finished and walked out, she cautiously peeked out from the women's restroom. Upon exiting, she realized that although the friendship store was just 100 meters away, the alleyways were crisscrossed and most people had gone to work, leaving the alley surprisingly empty. The more Yi Qiao observed, the more frightened she became, and she quickly ran towards the street. Fortunately, the 2 men seemed to have disappeared, and they didn't show up until she ran into the store. Back in the store, Yi Qiao tidied her clothing hem, suppressed her panic, and headed up to the 2nd floor. Before her stomachache, she had already thought about what to buy, so now she went straight to pay for the clothes. Wen Ning had also finished browsing and came to find her. Sister Yi Qiao, are you done shopping? Yi Qiao maintained her usual expression. Yes, I got what I wanted. Let us go. The 2 of them exited the store, and as Wen Ning was about to head to the bus stop, Yi Qiao called out to her. How about we walk back? We can also take a stroll around the capital, and taking the bus would cost 20 cents. Wen Ning thought she wanted to save money, and considering she was currently relying on the Lu family for living, she agreed to save where she could. Yi Qiao's lips curled slightly as she led Wen Ning back towards the alley they had just been to. As they approached the entrance of the alley, Yi Qiao suddenly reached into her bag and exclaimed, "Oh no, my little pouch with the money and tickets fell in the store. Ning Ning, wait here for me. Don't run off. I'll go back to the store to look for it." Without waiting for Wen Ning to respond, Yi Qiao hurriedly turned around and ran back toward the store. Chapter 11. Treat him to a meal in this day and age without a mobile phone. Wen Ning was afraid that if she left, Yi Qiao would not be able to find her when she came back. So she had no choice but to wait in place. After waiting for just a few minutes, two men in Liberation Army uniforms suddenly appeared and quickly blocked her path. "Hey, little sister, waiting for someone?" The tall man put his hand on Wen Ning's shoulder with a flirtatious tone. The short man, on the other hand, leered at Wen Ning's face. "Come play with your brother." The two men had a lewd demeanor, their obscene gazes roving over Wen Ning as if she were not wearing any clothes at all. "Get lost, or I'll call for help," Wen Ning warned the two, glancing around her surroundings. To her dismay, there was not a single person nearby. A little further ahead was an alley, and if they dragged her in, it was easy to imagine what would happen. Wen Ning struggled to suppress her fear, gripping the strap of her shoulder bag tightly, and suggestively blinked at the two men. "Playing is fine, but we can't do it in the street, right?" The two men did not expect her attitude to change so quickly. If it were another girl, she would have blushed by now. The tall man released her shoulder, a pleased expression on his face. "All right, sister, you're on the right track. I live nearby. Let's south go to my place." "Sound good." Wen Ning smiled charmingly, her red lips curling slightly. The two men were entranced, their bodies unable to contain their excitement, itching to push her down right away. Taking advantage of their distraction, Wen Ning stealthily reached into her bag, feeling the military dagger inside, and suddenly swung it at the tall man, shouting, "Screw you!" The tall man's arm, which had been resting on Wen Ning's shoulder, was slashed, and he cried out in pain. Wen Ning seized the opportunity to break free from their encirclement and turned to run towards the friendship store, shouting, "Help! Someone's harassing me." However, she underestimated the physical strength difference between men and women. After just a couple of steps, the short man caught up and wrapped an arm around her waist, dragging her back. "You bitch, dare to mess with me. Just wait till I deal with you," he shouted angrily. Wen Ning continued to scream for help, swinging the dagger at the arm that was holding her waist. The short man was stabbed and let go, howling in pain. Wen Ning regained her freedom and landed on her feet, running again. The tall man grabbed her braid from behind, causing her pain and forcing her head back. The short man lunged forward to knock the dagger from her hand, and the tall man let go of her braid, wrapping his arms around her from behind and continuing to drag her into the alley. "Help! Someone's harassing me. They're going to kill me." Wen Ning did not give up, shouting at the top of her lungs. The tall man covered her mouth with one hand, and Wen Ning bit down hard on his palm, kicking backwards with all her might. The tall man was hit in the groin and winced in pain, while the short man kicked the dagger away from the ground and rushed to help. No matter how fierce Wen Ning was, she was still a woman, and soon the two men dragged her into the alley. "You bitch, just wait till I finish with you." Both men were injured and filled with pent-up anger. Lacking the patience to drag Wen Ning deeper into the alley, they intended to deal with her right there. The tall man had already started to unbuckle his belt. The short man held Wen Ning's hands and feet down, leering at her, waiting for his turn after the tall man was done. Wen Ning stared at the tall man, her eyes wide with fear and anger, her heart racing. Was she really going to be defiled by these two thugs today? She felt desperate. At that moment, a deep, harsh male voice rang out, "Let her go," with the sound of a loud thud. The short man was hit in the back of the head with a brick and collapsed immediately. Wen Ning looked up, her despair instantly turning into joy. It was the man who had saved her on the train. It was Lu Jinyang. The tall man had already started to flee upon seeing Lu Jinyang's uniform. Son Changzheng, who was following closely behind, began to chase after him. Wen Ning had struggled fiercely with the two thugs, her braid coming undone and her clothes in disarray. She pressed herself against the wall, trembling slightly, her face flushed and panting as she looked at Lu Jinyang, who had saved her once again. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you, comrade. You saved me again. Thank you so much." She dared not imagine what would have happened if Lu Jinyang had not appeared today. If she had been truly violated, she didn't want to think about it. Perhaps death would have been the only way out. Seeing her still trembling uncontrollably, Lu Jinyang's fierce gaze turned towards the short man on the ground, and he stepped on the man's wrist with his military boot, applying pressure. Those hands had just assaulted her. The short man went from unconscious to fully awake, screaming in pain with his eyes closed. Wen Ning glanced at him, feeling a bit relieved, then turned her gaze back to Lu Jinyang, her gratitude swelling again. When Lu Jinyang's eyes met hers, the ferocity faded, leaving behind an indistinguishable emotion. He irritably tugged at the collar of his uniform and glanced at the troublemaker's face in front of him, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a commanding officer. If you look inviting, you shouldn't always act alone. Not every time will you have good luck. Wen Ning agreed, tidying her disheveled clothes and hair, obediently responding, "You're right. I'll be more careful in the future." Her soft voice, paired with her obedient expression, struck a chord in Lu Jinyang's heart, causing him to raise his eyelids slightly and glance at her. He seemed about to say something when Sun Changjing's voice interrupted. "Captain Lu, we caught the man. What should we do with him?" Sun Changjing grabbed the tall man by the back of his collar and threw him to the ground. The tall man struggled on the ground, his hands and feet bound behind him, writhing like a worm. Lu Jinyang's sharp gaze swept over the tall man on the ground before turning to Wen Ning. "How do you want to handle this?" Countless methods of revenge flashed through Wen Ning's mind for the tall man. However, thinking of Lu Jinyang's identity and fearing it would implicate him, she finally said, "Take him to the police station." Lu Jinyang nodded. Sun Changjing kicked the man on the ground. "Get up, you scum." The short man dared not resist, rolling over and getting up. The tall man, still unwilling to accept defeat, said, "Comrades, don't be fooled by this woman. She was the one who seduced us and said she wanted to play, and even asked us for money. She's just out here selling herself." Wen Ning glared at the tall man with red eyes. How dare he slander her as selling herself after being thwarted? Did he really think she was a soft persimmon? Looking around, she found the dagger that had been thrown on the ground earlier, picked it up, and stepped towards the tall man. The tall man, having crossed blades with her before, knew she was serious and was so frightened that he stammered, "W, what are you going to do?" "You dare to kill someone in broad daylight." Ignoring his words, Wen Ning turned to Sun Changjing. "Comrade, please help me hold him down. Don't let him move." Without a word, Sun Changjing complied immediately. Lu Jinyang looked surprised, unsure of what Wen Ning was planning. Wen Ning held the dagger, the tip aimed at the tall man's face, getting closer and closer. "Don't move, or if I stab you in the eye, I want to take responsibility." "W, what are you doing?" The tall man was terrified, his pupils dilating. Wen Ning smirked, dragging the tip of the dagger across his face. The tall man felt a burning sensation on his skin and howled in pain. "All right." Wen Ning finally lowered the dagger, satisfied as she admired her handiwork. The tall man's face was now marked with 4 bloody words. "I am a thug." Puffed. Sun Changjing did not expect her method of revenge to be like this. "I have to say, the harm is not great, but the insult is extremely strong." Lu Jinyang didn't expect it either, and the corners of his lips lifted slightly. Sun Changjing picked up a person with one hand and winked at Lu Jinyang. "Captain Lu, you take this comrade back, and I'll take these 2 to the police station. We'll meet at the old place in a bit." Sun Changjing came from the special forces, so dealing with these weak and arrogant little thugs was completely no problem. Wen Ning stepped forward to thank him. Sun Changjing waved his hand generously. "Hey, it's just doing the right thing. No need to mention it." Sun Changjing left with his people. Wen Ning then remembered that Yi Qiao seemed to have not returned yet and didn't know where she had gone. She looked at Lu Jinyang and said, "Comrade, I'm really grateful to you today. If you count it, you saved me twice. Do you and the comrade from earlier have time later? I'd like to treat you to a meal. But before that, I need to go to the friendship store to look for my friend. She came out with me today." Lu Jinyang did not refuse. "Let's go." Chapter 12. Touch phobia. Wen Ning was prepared for her identity to be exposed when she met Yi Qiao later. After all, Yi Qiao had seen Lu Jinyang's photo, but she never expected that when she returned to the store, Yi Qiao wouldn't be there. Just as she was about to ask someone, her gaze met that of the saleswoman who had sold her clothes earlier. The saleswoman's eyes shifted between her and Lu Jinyang, with an expression that said she understood. "Miss, so you bought clothes today to meet your boyfriend? Wow, your boyfriend is really handsome, and he is an officer in the army. Wen Ning, recalling the original owner's lesson about trying to climb the social ladder, quickly shook her head and explained, "You misunderstood. He's not my boyfriend. By the way, can I ask you something? Have you seen the female comrade who came shopping with me today? She left her things in the store and said she would come back. But I haven't seen her." The saleswoman, having a clear impression since there weren't many shoppers today, replied, "Oh, you mean that comrade? I saw her. She left with you at first, but then came back and browsed for a while before trying on 2 pieces of clothing before leaving." Hearing this, Wen Ning's expression changed. If Yi Qiao went back to look for her wallet, it would be understandable, but if she stayed to browse clothes, what if she was still waiting for her? Coupled with Yi Qiao suddenly saying she would walk back and leaving her alone at the alley, Wen Ning felt a bit suspicious. But she also found it strange. How did Yi Qiao, who had just arrived in the capital, get acquainted with those 2 rascals? Was it all just a coincidence? Seeing the changes in Wen Ning's expression, Lu Jinyang asked nonchalantly, "Are you sure you're friends? If you're friends, why isn't she at the store and hasn't returned to look for you?" The store was only a little over 100 meters from where the incident happened. Wen Ning immediately caught the implication in his words and thought to herself that he was quite perceptive. But she wouldn't wrongfully accuse someone without certainty, saying, "Maybe she had something to attend to and went back. Let's go." Wen Ning walked out of the store with Lu Jinyang. She thought about treating someone to a meal. "Comrade, let's go meet your friend and go to the state-run restaurant together." Lu Jinyang glanced down at her feet and said firmly, "Your foot is injured. We need to go to the hospital first." He had noticed that each time she took a step, her brow would furrow slightly. Wen Ning, anxious to repay his kindness, replied, "I'm fine. I just twisted it a bit. I could just apply some medicinal alcohol for bruises when I get back." In fact, it was worse than a sprain. The area around her ankle hurt like needles when she walked, but she had been enduring it in silence, not realizing he had already noticed. Lu Jinyang's tone left no room for argument. "You won't know if it's fine until you go to the hospital." He took a step forward, and Wen Ning had no choice but to follow. In her eagerness to catch up, she quickened her pace, only to find the pain in her ankle intensifying. Lu Jinyang turned around and saw Wen Ning gritting her teeth in pain. He stopped, took a few steps back, and suddenly crouched in front of her. "Get on." "Huh?" Looking at the strong, broad back of the man in front of her, Wen Ning was taken aback. Lu Jinyang wanted to carry her? In the original story, Lu Jinyang seemed quite proud. She never expected he would be willing to carry her. I haven't forgotten, this is the 1970s. Holding hands in public could get us interrogated by the red armbands. Wouldn't we get caught? In fact, she could manage to walk if she just bore with it. Lu Jinyang glanced back at her and said coolly, "I don't like wasting time." So it was about not wanting to waste time. Wen Ning no longer hesitated and jumped onto his back, loosely wrapping her arms around his neck. Her cheek rested against his shoulder as she sweetly whispered in his ear, "If we get questioned by the Joint Defense Team, I'll say you're acting heroically. Suit yourself." Lu Jinyang straightened up, his arms going under her legs, and securely carried her. As he began to walk, Wen Ning felt as if her heart had been lifted, floating in the clouds. She looked at his back and noticed that every inch of him, even his hair, was firm and solid. Being carried by such a man was hard not to feel a flutter in her heart. From her angle, she could even see the fine hairs on the skin behind Lu Jinyang's ears and smell the faint scent of soap from his collar. But when Ning remembered what kind of character Lu Jinyang was in the original story and knew she shouldn't try to get too close, or it would end badly. With that thought, she quickly suppressed her wandering thoughts, straightened up, and didn't dare lean against his shoulder. Lu Jinyang carried Wen Ning steadily and quickly. Her weight felt like a sandbag he usually trained with, not affecting his speed at all. However, unlike a sandbag, she was soft. A few fleeting images from a dream crossed Lu Jinyang's mind, causing his steps to momentarily falter. Wen Ning, oblivious, was lost in her own thoughts. Before transmigrating, she had been in 2 relationships, but they never progressed beyond the point of kissing before she grew tired of the other person. This was because, during a relationship, her partner would always want to touch and hug her, wanting to take things further. But as soon as there was any physical contact, she would feel a wave of nausea and an inexplicable aversion. To address this, she had seen a doctor who told her she had a touch phobia. This condition, rooted in psychological reasons, was not helped by medication. Wen Ning had completely given up on treatment and hadn't T-dated since. Now that she was in a book, She was surprised to have physical contact with a man so soon. However, recalling her two encounters with Lu Jinyang, first when she kissed him, and second when he carried her, she realized she felt no aversion, and in fact, she had taken the initiative the first time. Could it be that her touch phobia had disappeared after transmigrating? Wen Ning had doubts and thought to test it again. She looked at Lu Jinyang's ear and casually brushed her fingers against it. To her surprise, she felt no nausea or aversion at all, no ripples of discomfort. That phobia really was gone. Wen Ning felt secretly delighted, but didn't he notice that the skin behind Lu Jinyang's ear, where she had just touched, was tinged with pink. Instead of taking Wen Ning to the hospital, Lu Jinyang turned into an alley and stopped at the entrance of a unique courtyard, knocking on the door. An old man opened the door, and upon seeing Lu Jinyang, his expression brightened. When he noticed the female comrade on his back, the old man's smile widened. Oh, bringing a date to see the doctor? Wen Ning was about to explain that they were not a couple, but Lu Jinyang spoke first. Uncle Huang, she twisted her ankle. Can you take a look? He set Wen Ning down. With the topic shifted, it felt odd for Wen Ning to explain. So she followed Lu Jinyang's lead and greeted, Uncle Huang. Uncle Huang's eyes shifted between the two with a smile. Girl, come in. I'll take a look at you. Uncle Huang was a retired orthopedic doctor from a military district hospital, specializing in traditional Chinese medicine, particularly adept at treating bruises and injuries. Lu Jinyang helped Wen Ning inside. After sitting down, Uncle Huang asked her to take off her cloth shoes and socks and extend her feet. Wen Ning complied, revealing her delicate, pale feet. Uncle Huang grasped her ankle, pressed a few times, and confirmed, the joint is dislocated. I'll put it back for you. Before Wen Ning could react, she heard two cracking sounds, and her ankle was back in place. Uncle Huang stood up and rummaged through the nearby medicine cabinet, quickly retrieving a bottle of medicinal alcohol. He waved it in front of Wen Ning. Your ankle joint has some swelling. Use this medicinal alcohol, apply it once a day, rubbing it in. In 7 days, you'll be able to walk perfectly. Jinyang, you can help your friend apply it today. You used this for your own injuries before, so you should know how to rub it in. Uncle Huang handed the medicinal alcohol directly to Lu Jinyang. Chapter 13. Slow down. Wen Ning felt too embarrassed to let Lu Jinyang massage her feet, quickly saying, No, I can do it myself. Please teach me how to do it. Uncle Huang said, It's hard to explain how to massage. Just watch Jinyang do it once, and you'll understand. Wen Ning still wanted to refuse, but Lu Jinyang was already leisurely rolling up his sleeves, glancing at her calmly. Don't waste time. After rolling up his sleeves, he naturally reached for the medicinal wine, opened the bottle cap, poured some in his palm, rubbed it warm, then took hold of Wen Ning's delicate foot with one hand while placing the other hand over her ankle, starting to massage. His palm was large enough to envelop her foot, feeling the buttery soft skin beneath his hand and looking at her snowy white, delicate toes. A barely noticeable flutter ran through Lu Jinyang's brow as images from his dreams surged back into his mind. His throat moved, abs contracted, yet his face remained expressionless and cold. Wen Ning was not much better off. Every time his rough, broad palm rubbed against her skin, it sent waves of shivers through her. Her soles curled tightly, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart felt as if it had a ticking clock inside, ringing loudly. She inadvertently glanced at Lu Jinyang again. He had his eyes slightly narrowed, lips straight, and an exceptionally focused expression as he massaged her. With every push, the faint blue veins on his arms became visible, the inner veins pulsing with tension. Wen Ning comforted herself internally, telling herself not to think too much, just focus on the massage. But she couldn't help but let her thoughts drift. Finally, Lu Jinyang stopped his movements, pursed his lips, and looked at Wen Ning. Just do this when you get home. Wen Ning nodded mechanically, quickly grabbing her socks to put them on. Lu Jinyang went to wash his hands. Wen Ning moved her ankle and found that it indeed didn't hurt as much as before. At least walking was no problem. Thank you, Uncle Huang. How much is the consultation fee? I'll pay you, she said gratefully, reaching into her bag to pull out her wallet. She took out a bunch of coins, a few dimes and pennies, and finally managed to gather 5 yuan. Wen Ning felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that she was trying to play the victim, but she was short on money. Besides the clothing money from the Lu family, she had only brought a handful of change from the countryside, not more than 10 yuan in total. Uncle Huang waved his hand dismissively. Girl, you're too polite. You're Jinyang's partner. If you have any headaches or pains in the future, you can come find me. Paying feels too formal. Wen Ning was not the type to take advantage of others. Uncle Huang, he's not my partner. He's my lifesaver. I encountered some issues today, and I relied on his help, so you have to accept this money. Lifesaver? Uncle Huang chuckled and glanced at Lu Jinyang, then turned back to Wen Ning. I really didn't know when he became so helpful. Girl, you really don't need to pay. I'm not running a clinic and don't know how to price things. Today, I was just helping Jinyang out. Since Uncle Huang said so, Wen Ning didn't insist any longer, putting the money away, and gratefully said, Thank you, Uncle Huang. Uncle Huang shook his head. What is there to be polite about? Lu Jinyang came over after washing his hands. Uncle Huang shot him a look. Jinyang, it takes 100 days to recover from an injury. Hurry and take your partner out for a good meal to replenish. Thank you for today, Uncle Huang. Lu Jinyang thanked him, then turned his gaze to Wen Ning. Let us go eat. Wen Ning said goodbye to Uncle Huang and followed Lu Jinyang out. Just as they were about to step out the door, Lu Jinyang suddenly called out to her. Wen Ning stood still and turned around to see Lu Jinyang pushing a bicycle over from the corner of the yard. He slumped onto the front seat, gripping the handlebars, and with both feet firmly on the ground, gestured to her, Get on. Wen Ning hesitated for a second, worrying about wasting time, then quickly sat down beside him, holding onto the front seat. Once she was settled, Lu Jinyang pushed off with his long legs, and the bike shot forward several meters. The bicycle wound through the alley, and in no time they were on the road. Once on the road, the speed picked up rapidly, getting faster and faster. Wen Ning gripped the sides of the seat, unable to control her body as she leaned forward, almost pressing against Lu Jinyang. Slow down. Wen Ning's voice was soft and whiny as she murmured, changing her grip to tug at Lu Jinyang's shirt. The wind whisked her words away, and she didn't know if he heard her. Just then, they approached a downhill slope. Wen Ning barely had time to gasp before she uncontrollably collided with Lu Jinyang's back. In a panic, she instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around his waist to maintain her balance. Lu Jinyang felt a pair of soft hands encircle his waist, and the area where they touched ignited a wave of heat that quickly spread down. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears, and the street scenery blurred as they sped backward. He tightened his grip on the handlebars, his throat moving as if time had frozen. Finally, the bike came to a stop. They had arrived at the state-run restaurant. Wen Ning quickly released her hold on Lu Jinyang's waist and jumped off the back of the bicycle. Lu Jinyang maintained his usual expression as he parked the bike. Chapter 14. Still don't know your name? State-run restaurant. Sun Changzhen was already waiting inside. Team leader Lu. Upon seeing the two, Sun Changzhen quickly relayed the situation from the police station. The two guys have been sent to the police station. They're just two delinquents with no jobs, hanging around the shops in that alley for a long time. The police have been keeping an eye on them for quite a while, but previous victims didn't dare to come forward due to reputation and various reasons. This time, however, they're witnesses, so they'll definitely get sentenced to 10 or 20 years. Hearing that they would be sentenced for such a long time, Wen Ning felt relieved. She didn't have to worry about them being released to take revenge on her. Thank you all so much today. Order whatever you want, she said. Her gaze fell on the small blackboard listing the day's specials, and she calculated silently that she could manage to eat within 10 yuan. However, she still felt a bit ashamed. Aside from treating her saviors to a meal, she had no way to repay them further. The three found an empty table to sit down. After sitting, Lu Jinyang ordered several large dishes from the waiter. Clear-stewed old hen, braised pig's trotters. Sun Changzhen looked at him in surprise. He usually didn't show much interest in food, so why was he ordering so many dishes today? The waiter also seemed surprised and reminded him, Comrade, isn't this too much for just 3 of you? Our portions are quite large. Lu Jinyang didn't even raise an eyebrow and simply replied, I'm hungry. Wen Ning didn't think he ordered too much. After all, it was a life-saving grace. And this amount of food was nothing. She was just worried that she didn't have enough money to pay, already contemplating that if she truly couldn't afford it later, she would have to return some clothes to the store. After the order was placed, the waiter took the order to inform the kitchen. The three sat at a table, 6 eyes meeting. Lu Jinyang was quiet. Wen Ning had expressed her gratitude many times and didn't know what topic to bring up, leaving only Sun Changzheng to be lively and take the initiative to ask Wen Ning, "Comrade, we've met twice now, but we still don't know your name?" "My name is Ning." Wen Ning paused for a moment, almost revealing her real name. Thinking of Lu Jinyang's disdain for the original owner, she had to use her nickname instead. Ning. Wen Ning was from the south, and she couldn't distinguish clearly between an and L. So Sun Changzheng automatically filled in a name for her. Wen Ning nodded and asked in return, "What about you?" Sun Changzheng smiled and introduced himself, then pointed to the side. "This is Lu Jinyang, our team leader from the Special Operations Flight Team." "So you are pilots? That's impressive." Wen Ning sincerely praised them. In this era, pilots are definitely among the elite, having to go through layers of selection to become one. Lu Jinyang's handsome face showed no expression. He merely glanced at Wen Ning and then turned away. Sun Changzheng awkwardly said, "Well, our team leader Lu is quite impressive. As for me, I haven't even touched a plane's control stick yet, so I can only be considered half a pilot." Wen Ning smiled. "That is still very impressive." Looking at Wen Ning's bright and beautiful face smiling at him, Sun Changzheng felt a bit dizzy, as if he were floating. His ears turned red, and he unconsciously glanced to the side, only to see Lu Jinyang's expression unchanged, his brows and eyes still cold. Sun Changzheng silently sighed. As expected of team leader Lu, even in front of such a stunning beauty, he could remain unperturbed. "By the way, Comrade Ning, you weren't hurt just now, were you?" Sun Changzheng's cheeks warmed as he remembered to ask about Wen Ning's injury. Wen Ning shook her head. "I'm fine, just twisted my ankle. Comrade Lu already took me to see a doctor." Sun Changzheng noticed the medicinal wine beside Wen Ning and was surprised. "Did you see Uncle Huang?" Uncle Huang was an old friend of Lu Jinyang. In the past, when Lu Jinyang dislocated his shoulder, Uncle Huang treated him, and he recovered to be even more agile than before. However, Lu Jinyang seldom troubled Uncle Huang, let alone bringing someone to see him. Wen Ning didn't know this and nodded at Sun Changzheng. Sun Changzheng looked at Lu Jinyang as if he'd seen a ghost, nearly dropping his chopsticks. "What? Our ice-cold team leader actually took a female comrade to see a doctor? And even to Uncle Huang's place, willingly incurring a favor? I remember in the past, when we had a collective mission and a female soldier had a sore foot, what did team leader Lu say? If it hurts, bear it. If you can't bear it, take off your uniform and roll out. The team doesn't support pampered ladies." He displayed his cold and ruthless nature perfectly. Sun Changzheng was still marveling when the waiter came over with the dishes. One by one, the dishes were placed on the small square table, nearly overflowing. Sun Changzheng looked at Lu Jinyang again with a ghostly expression. He usually didn't show much interest in food, so why was he ordering so many today? "Let us eat," Lu Jinyang said, as if he knew what Sun Changzheng was thinking, giving him a cold glance. Sun Changzheng obediently withdrew his gaze and picked up his chopsticks. Wen Ning didn't notice the interaction between the two. Seeing the dishes were all served, she called out, "Comrade Lu, Comrade Sun, you must be training hard all the time, right? You should eat more. I really appreciate you both today. If it weren't for you passing by, I definitely wouldn't be sitting here eating safely. I might have already been in a life-or-death struggle with those two rogues," she thought to herself. Sun Changzheng picked up a dish and placed it in his bowl, saying, "Comrade Ning, you really should thank Team Leader Lu. If he hadn't insisted on taking me to the shop to buy a wedding gift for a colleague while on leave instead of going home, we wouldn't have gone to that alley at all." Lu Jinyang paused with his chopsticks, his cold gaze sweeping toward him again. "Can't you keep your mouth shut while eating?" Sun Changzheng muttered, "I'm just speaking the truth. Look, you and Comrade Ning are destined by heaven, bound to have a heroic story of saving a beauty." When Ning chuckled, she didn't expect him to be such a joker. However, she didn't miss that he mentioned being on leave and asked, "Is Comrade Lu from the capital?" Before Lu Jinyang could answer, Sun Changzheng jumped in. "Our team leader Lu is from the capital, 25 this year, from a military family for 3 generations. Lives in the Air Force compound, just an hour's drive from our base." Listening to Sun Changzheng spill out Lu Jinyang's background like a broken tap, Lu Jinyang narrowed his eyes slightly, warningly glancing at Sun Changzheng. Sun Changzheng shrank his neck, looking as if he was trying to help. Lu Jinyang ignored him. Wen Ning spoke up. So, Comrade Lu is a local, but why don't you go home during your leave? Wen Ning knew her question might be a bit abrupt. Someone as smart as Lu Jinyang would definitely become suspicious, but she couldn't help but ask, wanting to confirm if it was the answer she had in mind. Chapter 15. Taking it home to eat. Sure enough, after she asked this question, Lu Jinyang's scrutinizing gaze fell on her. Wen Ning's expression was calm. Her beautiful eyes innocently blinked at him, and her small face was a stunning shade of white and red. Lu Jinyang stared at her for a few seconds, then withdrew his gaze, ultimately not having the heart to interrogate her like a spy. Sun Changzheng noticed something and boldly said, "Hey, you don't know, Comrade Ning. Captain Lu has 2 adopted younger sisters at home. He usually doesn't like to interact with female comrades, and probably finds having too many women at home annoying. So he hides in the army for peace and quiet." Sun Changzheng originally wanted a hint that Lu Jinyang was different towards Wen Ning, but little did he know that Wen Ning didn't pick up on the signal. She merely nodded thoughtfully, thinking that indeed Lu Jinyang didn't go home and sent her ideological education books because he disliked the original owner and wanted to avoid her. She just didn't understand where his inexplicable dislike for the original owner came from. Wen Ning silently pondered, and the smile on her lips gradually faded. Lu Jinyang noticed her expression was off, but didn't know the reason. He coldly looked at Sun Changzheng and said, "You talk too much." Sun Changzheng didn't dare to say anything more. Let's eat." Wen Ning quickly regained her expression and smiled. "You both eat more." Seeing that both of them hadn't moved their chopsticks much, Wen Ning used the public chopsticks to actively pick up a piece of fish belly for Lu Jinyang. "Comrade Lu, you should try this," and then picked up a piece for Sun Changzheng. "Comrade Sun, you eat too." Sun Changzheng was about to say that Captain Lu never ate fish when he saw Lu Jinyang directly put the fish meat into his mouth without even frowning. He thought Lu Jinyang would just throw the fish out. Last time they went to the coast on a mission, a local educated youth had flattered Captain Lu by sending over fish soup. What was Captain Lu's reaction back then? He directly refused the person and said he didn't like fish and they shouldn't send it again in the future, comparing that to his current attitude towards Comrade Ning. Sun Changzheng felt like he was flying to the sun. There's a situation here. After discovering Lu Jinyang's different attitude towards Wen Ning, Sun Changzheng observed their expressions throughout the meal, which resulted in a large portion of the dishes remaining uneaten. Even 2 dishes were untouched by both Lu Jinyang and Sun Changzheng. Sun Changzheng couldn't bear to waste it, so he borrowed a thermal container from the waiter, packed the chicken soup and pig's trotters into it, and handed it to Wen Ning. "Comrade Ning, you can take this back to eat." No, you guys take it back to the unit." Wen Ning refused, saying she had promised to treat them to a meal, and it would be insincere to take the food. Sun Changzheng waved his hand. "Our flight team as cafeteria has good food. We have meat every day, so you should take it back. I said I would treat you, and you all didn't eat much, so you should take it back." Wen Ning, holding the 2 new clothes she bought in the morning, stood up and walked toward the cashier. She was already prepared to return the clothes, but when she took out the money, the waiter pointed towards Lu Jinyang and said, "That male comrade already paid." "Paid?" Wen Ning was stunned for 2 seconds before processing this information. Then, "How much was the bill for that table of food?" The waiter smiled and said, 12 yuan, and you need to add 6 tickets. "Miss, that's your boyfriend, right? You're really lucky. He is quite generous to you." Wen Ning chuckled lightly and didn't bother to explain their relationship. What troubled her now was that she hadn't finished repaying the life-saving grace and now owed Lu Jinyang 12 yuan, which felt like a lot of pressure. Subconsciously, she turned her head to glance at the table and saw Lu Jinyang coming over with the thermal container. Sun Changzheng followed beside him. Wen Ning shyly said to the 2, "I'm sorry for your expense today. Do you have time another day? I'll treat you to a meal." Lu Jinyang hadn't answered yet. Sun Changzheng immediately replied, "We have time. The day after tomorrow, we don't have anything in our squad. We can go out to eat." Wen Ning confirmed, "All right, the day after tomorrow at 12 noon, we'll meet at the state-run restaurant. Comrade Lu and Comrade Sun both have to come." Lu Jinyang responded with a sound, and Sun Changzheng nodded with a smile. The 3 of them walked out of the restaurant. "Comrade Ning, I still have something to do. Our squad will take you home." Sun Changzheng winked at Lu Jinyang and said to Wen Ning. Wen Ning didn't dare to trouble Lu Jinyang again. fearing that she might not be able to repay him later. Moreover, her identity would definitely be hard to hide then. Wen Ning pointed to the bus not far away. No need to trouble you. I can take the bus back. My relative's house is near the compound, and the security is pretty good, so there won't be any danger. As soon as she finished speaking, the bus arrived. Wen Ning said goodbye to the two and hurriedly jumped onto the bus, finding a seat by the window. The window was open, and just as Wen Ning sat down, a thermal container was extended in from outside. Lu Jinyang stood outside the window, slightly raising his arm to hand over the thermal container, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Take this. Wen Ning had no choice but to accept the thermal container, bending her lips slightly to him. Thank you, Comrade Lu. You spent a lot today. See you the day after tomorrow. As the bus started, Wen Ning waved her hand out the window, Lu Jinyang's dark eyes fixed on her beautiful brows and eyes, responding in his usual tone with an The bus gradually drove away. Sun Changjing couldn't help but elbow Lu Jinyang's arm. Hey, Captain Lu, what is going on? Lu Jinyang pressed his thin lips together and coldly looked over. Comrade Sun Changjing, we haven't settled the bill yet. As a soldier, don't you know what should and shouldn't be said? Don't you have this basic awareness? Sun Changjing raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Realizing he was being blamed for revealing too much during the meal, he sincerely admitted his mistake. Captain Lu, you're wronging me. I was helping you. If I hadn't said so much, how would the girl understand your situation? Lu Jinyang shot him a stern glance. First, my matters don't need your meddling. Second, I currently have no plans to resolve personal issues. Sun Changjing scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit confused about his captain. Clearly, his attitude towards Comrade Ning was very different. He thought it was a sign of blooming affection, but was it just his illusion? Or was it, Captain Lu, do you suspect that girl has a problematic background? Is she a spy? Lu Jinyang's face turned cold. I suspect you are the spy. Sun Changjing. Chapter 16, Defeating Magic with Magic after finishing a surgery. Qinlan hadn't had a moment to rest before receiving a call from home, saying that Wen Ning was missing. She hurriedly dropped the call and rushed back. Just as she was approaching the front door, Wen Ning had just arrived as well. Hey, Ning. Qin, Auntie. Seeing Wen Ning standing there safe and sound, Qinlan instinctively smoothed her chest with her hand, obviously relieved. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I just got a call from Xiao Yao saying you were lost and hadn't returned home. It really scared Annie. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your mother. God knows how worried and frightened she was when she received the call. Wen Ning was holding a thermos with one hand, and with the other hand, she comfortingly patted Qinlan's back. Sorry, Qin Auntie, I worried you. Qinlan shook her head. It's fine as long as you're back. Let's go inside. In the living room, Lu Yao and Yi Qiao were also planning to go out to look for her. Wen Ning. As the door opened, Yi Qiao was momentarily surprised to see the person entering. After a second of shock, she stepped forward and grabbed Wen Ning's hand, looking as if she were about to cry. Ning, where have you been? I just went back to grab my wallet and told you to wait for me. But when I returned, you were gone. I was so worried. I searched everywhere for you and had to hurry back to notify the family. Before Wen Ning could respond, her gaze shifted to the thermos in Wen Ning's hand, which had the words state-owned restaurant printed on it. She continued, So, you went to the state-owned restaurant to eat? If you had told me earlier, it would have been great. Next time, don't leave alone. It worries others when they can't find you. Qinlan and Lu Yao had previously just thought that Wen Ning was lost and hadn't inquired about the reasons behind it. Now, hearing Yi Qiao say this, their gazes unconsciously fell on the thermos, revealing a hint of curiosity. Wen Ning almost wanted to applaud Yi Qiao. Wow, with just a few words. She cleared herself of any blame for getting lost and even turned it around, suggesting that Wen Ning got lost because she wanted to go to the state-owned restaurant for a meal by herself. Truly, she was the heroine of the reference text. Wen Ning wasn't one to back down either. She placed the thermos on the coffee table and quickly gathered her emotions. I was initially afraid of worrying you guys and didn't think to mention it, but it seems Sister Yi has misunderstood me. With her eyes misting over, she looked at Yi Qiao with a pitiful expression. Sister, you said you'd be back after finding a wallet and told me to wait for you at the alley. But I waited for a long time and you didn't return. I even encountered 2 thugs who harassed me. Woo. If it weren't for my luck in running into 2 soldiers who passed by and saved me, I might have. Have. Tears rolled silently down her cheeks, her nose turning red as she cried, making her look pitiful. Qianlan felt heartbroken and stepped forward to hug Wen Ning. Oh, you poor child. Why didn't you say anything earlier? Lu Yao, on the other hand, was gritting his teeth, his fists clenched. Wen Ning, don't cry. Those damn thugs. If I catch them, I'll definitely give them a good beating. I'm fine. Wen Ning wiped her tears and forced a brave smile at the two of them, then turned back to Yi Qiao. Sister, after I was saved, I went to the shop to find you. The salesperson said you took your wallet and were still shopping for a long time before leaving. Why didn't you come back to look for me sooner? You knew I was waiting for you, yet you left me there all alone, almost. With that, she shifted the blame back onto Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively looked at Lu Yao and Qianlan's reactions. Seeing the reproachful glances from both, she immediately raised her hand and slapped her own face hard, the sound echoing in the air. Ning Ning, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I thought it would just take a moment to buy a couple of clothes. I didn't expect you to encounter thugs. I'm really sorry, Ning Ning. Then, with a thud, she knelt directly in front of Wen Ning, crying and repenting. Wen Ning didn't expect Yi Qiao to be so dramatic, slapping herself and kneeling down. Was she learning her acting skills from a Qiangyao drama? After a second of processing, Wen Ning also knelt in front of Yi Qiao with a thud, shaking her head like a blind person. Sister Yi, stop hitting yourself. It's just my bad luck to encounter thugs. It has nothing to do with you. Don't punish yourself anymore. I don't blame you. I won't blame you anymore. It's all my fault, my fault. Tears streamed down Wen Ning's face like they were free, and she raised her hand to slap her own face a couple of times, defeating magic with magic. Sure enough, Yi Qiao's hand-stopping action froze, suddenly finding it hard to keep up with Wen Ning's performance. Xiao Yi, Xiao Wen, what are you doing? Get up. Qianlan, watching the two on the floor, crying and slapping themselves, hurried over to help them up. Then, she patted their shoulders, reassuring them. It's good that Xiao Wen is safe. Xiao Yi, we didn't mean to leave her alone. Let's consider this a lesson for both of you. This matter was settled. Wen Ning didn't want to linger on it and nodded, wiping her tears as she pointed to the thermos on the coffee table. By the way, Qin Annie, didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to drink chicken soup? And Uncle Lu likes pig trotters. I passed by the state-owned restaurant on my way back and saw they were serving those two dishes, so I bought them. So it was for her. Qianlan felt warmth and heartache at the same time, patting Wen Ning's head. You child, after encountering such a big issue, you still think of us. Wen Ning obediently replied, Annie, you always think of us and even buy us clothes. Speaking of clothes, Qianlan wanted to ease the atmosphere and asked with interest. By the way, did you both find any clothes you like today? Wen Ning nodded and was about to take out the clothes she bought for Qianlan to see. But Yi Qiao quickly grabbed the bag from the sofa and took out the clothes inside. When Wen Ning saw the clothes Yi Qiao pulled out, she noticed the deep colors that were clearly not suitable for young women. She felt puzzled, wondering what Yi Qiao was up to again, as she saw Yi Qiao proudly presenting the clothes to Qianlan. Qin Annie, my old clothes can still be worn, and I don't go out much at home, so I don't need new clothes. But you go out to work every day, so I picked out 2 outfits for you. See if you like them? Yi Qiao had no experience and chose the styles based on the aesthetics of elders in the village who were about the same age as Qianlan. They were either deep blue or dark gray, very formal styles. Wen Ning just wanted to laugh. The original story didn't include the plot of the original owner getting lost, but it did have this segment about giving clothes. Qianlan paid for the clothes for the two of them, and the original owner had honestly picked out what she liked, while Yi Qiao hadn't chosen anything for herself, but instead bought 2 pieces for Qianlan. This made the original owner seem a bit ungrateful. Qianlan was very touched at that moment, but didn't accept the clothes. Instead, she told Yi Qiao to exchange them for something more youthful in color, keeping them for herself to wear. At that moment, Qianlan was just like in the original plot, happily saying, Annie appreciates your kind thoughts. Thank you for thinking of Annie. Annie has plenty of clothes. You should take these 2 back and exchange them for 2 outfits you like. The friendship store always had a return and exchange service, as long as the items were intact and could be resold. Yi Qiao declined a few times, but eventually agreed. The next day, Yi Qiao got up early before Aunt Zhang woke up and, as usual, made breakfast for the family. By the time Aunt Zhang got up, breakfast was already ready. With no tasks to do, Aunt Zhang had to find other work to occupy herself. Today's breakfast was fried stuffed pancakes, and Lu Jinyang particularly liked pancakes. During the meal, he specifically praised how good the pancakes were. Yi Xiao smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, if you like them, I'll make them for you again tomorrow." Lu Jinyang was surprised. "Xiao Yi, you made these pancakes?" Yi Xiao nodded. Qin Lan chimed in, "I didn't expect your cooking skills to be quite good." Yi Xiao shyly said, "I used to help my aunt cook in the village, so I guess practice makes perfect." After breakfast, Lu Jinyang and Qin Lan went out to work. Lu Yao, as usual, went upstairs for a nap. After the Lu family left, Yi Xiao didn't compete with Aunt Zhang for the dishwashing duties. Instead, she turned around and went upstairs to get the clothes she bought yesterday, planning to exchange them at the store later. Holding the clothes downstairs and thinking about her experience of having diarrhea yesterday, she was afraid of needing to find a toilet again when she went out. So, she casually put the clothes on the sofa and went to the toilet. When she came out, she found that the clothes on the sofa were missing. Strange. Where are my clothes? Yi Xiao searched around the house and suddenly heard scrubbing sounds outside in the yard. She hurriedly ran out to see Aunt Zhang sitting on a small stool outside, with a wash basin in front of her, diligently washing clothes. Yi Xiao focused her eyes and saw that the clothes Aunt Zhang was washing, covered in detergent, were exactly the ones she wanted to exchange. "Aunt Zhang." Yi Xiao snatched the clothes from Aunt Zhang's hands, her tone urgent. "Why did you wash my clothes?" Aunt Zhang looked at her in confusion. Yi Xiao pointed at the clothes in her hand, feeling wronged. "This is the dress I'm going to return at the friendship store later. How can I exchange it if you washed it?" Aunt Zhang understood and mumbled, "Yi Xiao, if you had new clothes, why would you put them in the dirty laundry? And how would I know these were your clothes, or that they were new clothes you wanted to exchange?" Yi Xiao helplessly replied, "I clearly left them on the sofa, not in the dirty laundry. Do I have another one?" Aunt Zhang pulled another piece of clothing from the soaking basin. "Is this yours?" Yi Xiao took a look and saw it was indeed the other piece she was looking for. Both pieces of clothing had been soaked, and, generally, clothes lose their new feel after getting wet, so the salesperson would definitely notice. How could she go to the store to exchange them now? Yi Xiao felt like cursing, but she couldn't vent her anger on Aunt Zhang. The frustration was stuck in her chest, unable to rise or fall. Aunt Zhang still didn't think it was a big deal. "These clothes are fine, Yi Xiao. If I wash them for you, you can wear them once they dry. Look at this fabric, it's so nice, and the style is classic. You can wear them for 5 or 10 years without them going out of fashion." Yi Xiao, thinking about the new clothes Wen Ning bought last night, with the pink shirt and the blouse, while she would have to wear these 2 outdated outfits. Yi Xiao steeled her resolve, picked the clothes out of the basin, wrung them out, and decided to try again at the store tomorrow. What if she said something nice to the salesperson and played the pity card, and they agreed to let her exchange them? On the second floor of the Lu family house, Wen Ning was leaning by the window, listening to the conversation between Yi Xiao and Aunt Zhang downstairs, and quietly smiled. The clothes had been thrown into the dirty laundry basket while Yi Xiao was in the toilet. She knew Aunt Zhang's habit of starting the laundry after washing the dishes each day. Originally, after entering the book, she hadn't planned to bother with Yi Xiao. But yesterday's incident made her realize that just because you don't provoke someone doesn't mean they want to take action against you. The rogue incident was a lesson. Clearly, yesterday Yi Xiao had deliberately left her alone at the alley's entrance, hoping something would happen to her. After returning home, she even wanted to take revenge on her. Wen Ning didn't seek trouble, but she was a saint either. If someone threw a punch, she wouldn't just smile and forgive. As for the clothes, she considered it a small interest to collect. In the dry northern weather, clothes dry quickly. Those washed in the morning would be dry by 2 or 3 in the afternoon. The sun was high, and there was a large tree outside the Lu family yard, providing shade over a corner of the yard. Aunt Zhang sat under the shade on a small stool, picking vegetables, with a bowl at her feet filled with green beans for dinner. Wen Ning and Yi Xiao were also in the yard, helping to collect the clothes washed in the morning. The 3 of them were quietly busy when someone knocked on the door from outside the yard. Aunt Zhang got up to open the door, and it was Xiao Zhao from the logistics department delivering vegetables. "Aunt Zhang, this is the seafood allocated for Colonel Lu, just transported from a mountain province, super fresh. If you don't eat it tonight, just keep it in water for tomorrow, but it can only last for 2 days at most. Otherwise, it won't be fresh anymore. Xiao Zhao handed the bag of seafood to Aunt Zhang. It was a bag full of clams and small shrimp, the shrimp legs still wiggling, clearly very fresh. Aunt Zhang received it and smiled, nodding at Xiao Zhao. All right, I'll find a basin to keep it in water. Thank you for running this errand, Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao shyly waved his hand. You're welcome, Aunt Zhang. After sending Xiao Zhao off, Aunt Zhang hurriedly brought the bag of seafood into the kitchen, found a basin, filled it with water, and tossed the bag inside. After finishing that, Aunt Zhang went back to the tree to pick vegetables and said to Wen Ning and Yeqiao with a smile. Just now the logistics department sent over a bag of seafood, just in time for guests coming over the day after tomorrow. I was worried about what to prepare for dinner, and this is perfect. We usually eat special supply vegetables, and every now and then they send over some fresh supplies. That's the benefit of being a military district family. You'll get used to it over time. Yeqiao asked curiously Aunt Zhang, who is coming over the day after tomorrow. Aunt Zhang replied, your Aunt Qin's best sister, a close friend. I heard she has 2 new goddaughters and is coming over to see them. Oh, Yeqiao nodded. The clothes were dry. And Yeqiao didn't forget about going to the store. She said goodbye to Aunt Zhang and Wen Ning and left for the clothes. After Yeqiao left, Wen Ning didn't idle around. She moved a small stool next to Aunt Zhang to sit down and help pick vegetables. After a while, Aunt Zhang, lost in thought, sighed. Xiaowen, how do you think seafood is best cooked? I used to just steam it, but steaming tends to make it smell fishy. And your Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin don't really like seafood. Thinking that Aunt Zhang was worried about this, Wen Ning said, wait a moment. I'll go upstairs to get something. Wen Ning went upstairs to find paper and a pen, sat down next to Aunt Zhang, kept her knees together, placed the notebook on top, and started writing quickly. Aunt Zhang exclaimed, wow, Xiaowen, your handwriting is quite good. Just average, Wen Ning modestly replied, continuing to write, and in no time had finished 2 sheets of paper. Wen Ning tore off the paper and handed it to Aunt Zhang. Here, take a look at these 2 seafood recipes. How they sound? Aunt Zhang, who could read, took it and began to read aloud, stir-fried seafood with sauce, spicy lemon shrimp. After finishing reading, Aunt Zhang's expression changed from confusion to amazement. Oh wow, this recipe is fantastic. I didn't expect seafood could be made into a cold dish. It must taste great and not fishy. Xiaowen, how did you know this? That's impressive. Wen Ning smiled modestly. My grandpa's family used to be palace chefs, and some royal recipes have been passed down. When I was little, my mom taught me to recognize characters using recipes, and I can almost recite them all by heart. Wen Ning was completely making this up. But Aunt Zhang was seriously impressed. I never thought emperors used to eat so well. Seafood can also be served cold. Wen Ning held back her laughter and continued to deceive. Aunt Zhang, I'm not as good at cooking as Yeqiao, so I can't help you cook. But I've seen a lot of recipes. If you don't know what to make in the future, I can write down a few more for you. Speaking of Yeqiao cooking, Aunt Zhang's previously excited expression froze for a few seconds, and she couldn't help but complain to Wen Ning. You know, this little Yeqiao is always in the kitchen. While she's diligent, it makes me feel like I have nothing to do all day, which is a bit unsettling. Aunt Zhang worked in the Lu family, earning 25 yuan a month, with meals and accommodation included. She used to work smoothly, but since Yeqiao came, she had been competing with her for chores every day. She was afraid that one day the Lu family would think they didn't need an extra maid and let her go. Where'd she find a job then? Wen Ning noticed Aunt Zhang's thoughts and, feeling a sense of kinship, excitedly took her hand. Aunt Zhang, to be honest, I'm worried too. Watching Sister Yeqiao being so capable, I also want to help with something at home. I can't just eat for free every day. Eating plain rice, yes, that's the feeling. Aunt Zhang empathetically patted Wen Ning's shoulder. I understand your feelings. We're all under the same roof, but you see the chores at home, cooking, cleaning, doing laundry. It's just right for one person. If there's another person, it's a waste of talent. Wen Ning nodded vigorously. Exactly. I've already planned it out. In a few days, I'll go out and see if I can find a job or something. Oh, jobs are hard to find, Aunt Zhang said, staring at Wen Ning's pretty little face. Suddenly, she thought of something. I heard a few days ago that the art troupe is recruiting. Why don't you ask your Aunt Qin to help you find out if you can get into the art troupe? Wen Ning immediately recalled what the scammer lady had said on the train. The art troupe provides food and lodging, and you can also get a salary every month. If she could manage to get a job at the art troupe before the college entrance examination resumed, indeed seemed like a good choice. Wen Ning is someone with strong execution skills and said, if the art troupe is recruiting, they will surely post a notice. I'll go check it out tomorrow. All right, go take a look. Oh, I need to go prepare dinner now. Aunt Zhang stood up, patted her bottom, and took her small stool back to the kitchen. Wen Ning followed her into the kitchen. Once inside, Wen Ning saw that the shrimp in the basin were barely moving. In this era, there were no oxygen machines, and if left like this overnight, they would surely die and smell bad by morning. After thinking for a moment, Wen Ning decided to remind Aunt Zhang, Annie, it's best to marinate the seafood for a day. It tastes better that way. Since we have time now, why don't we process these seafood together? Aunt Zhang glanced at the water basin and then at the quiet living room, realizing there were only the two of them. And without the sense of urgency she felt when facing Yi Xiao, she readily agreed. All right, then I need to hurry and prepare the seasonings. The two of them busied themselves in the kitchen. Aunt Zhang prepared the seasonings for lemon shrimp and marinated seafood, while Wen Ning helped to devein the shrimp and clean the clams. Soon they finished marinating the lemon shrimp and marinated seafood. Aunt Zhang put them in a large enamel jar, sealed it, and placed it in the refrigerator to chill. Just as they finished, Yi Xiao returned. When Wen Ning saw her dejected look, she knew she hadn't changed her clothes. Little did she know, Yi Xiao hadn't given up and said she would go again the next day to plead with the store manager. Wen Ning couldn't be bothered to comment. If she wanted to stir things up, let her. She wouldn't accompany Yi Xiao on her errands. The next morning, after breakfast, Yi Xiao indeed went out. Wen Ning had plans too. She had arranged to eat with Lu Jinyang and his son Changzheng. And she also thought about checking on the recruitment at the art troupe after their meal. With Lu Zhenghua and Qinlan not at home and Lu Yao out playing basketball with friends, Wen Ning didn't need to inform anyone. Just told Aunt Zhang and prepared to head out. Xiaowen, wait a minute. Aunt Zhang called her mysteriously. What's wrong, Aunt Zhang? Aunt Zhang brought her into the kitchen, looked around to confirm no one was home, then opened the refrigerator and pulled out an aluminum lunchbox from behind a pile of vegetables. This is for you. Sneakily eat it. Don't let Xiao Yi see. Wen Ning opened it and found it was the lemon shrimp and marinated clams they made yesterday. Aunt Zhang, worried she might refuse, added, you peeled so many shrimp yesterday, your fingers got cut. I felt sorry for you. You're going out today, so you can eat this outside and come back. Wen Ning felt a bit touched. She really had worked hard peeling shrimp yesterday, and her hand got cut while deveining. She hadn't complained at the time, but Aunt Zhang had noticed. However, she said, but Aunt Zhang, what if it's not enough for the guests coming tomorrow? Aunt Zhang smiled. Don't worry, there's plenty, 2 big jars. Plus, I'll cook 2 other dishes. Wen Ning accepted it and sweetly smiled at Aunt Zhang. Thank you, Auntie. Aunt Zhang felt her heart melt. Oh, all right, don't delay your important matters. Hurry up and go. Wen Ning found a net bag in the kitchen, put the thermal container and aluminum lunchbox she borrowed from the state-run restaurant inside, and headed out. The flight team, Lu Jinyang and son Changzheng, hadn't forgotten about their appointment with Wen Ning today. After finishing their training in the morning with nothing else to do, the two of them were ready to set off. Chapter 17. Indirect blind date. Lu Jinyang and son Changzheng hadn't forgotten their appointment with Wen Ning today. After finishing their training in the morning, the two prepared to set off. Initially, son Changzheng didn't want to be a third wheel, but under the current circumstances, the management of active duty pilots was very strict, especially regarding personal matters. Any interactions with female colleagues from outside had to be reported to the organization. There was even a specialized background investigation team that would conduct thorough political reviews of the female party, which could be quite intimidating for most women. If son Changzheng didn't go, the nature of today's meal would change, and Lu Jinyang would have to report truthfully to his superiors. Wen Ning would also have to undergo an organizational review, having finally seen some signs of Lu Jinyang's romantic interest. Son Changzheng didn't want these rules to scare the woman away, so he willingly took on the role of the third wheel. At that moment, he crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, casting a look at Lu Jinyang that was both self-sacrificial and loyal. Lu Jinyang had no idea what he was thinking. Standing in front of the mirror, he furrowed his sword-like brows, his lips slightly pressed together, as he meticulously adjusted his collar until not a single wrinkle was visible. His military uniform was pressed so neatly that it looked like it was measured with a ruler, giving him a tall and upright posture, broad shoulders, and long legs. Even son Changzheng, a man, felt like whistling at him. With such looks, it was a pity he was still single at 25. Let us go. After getting ready, Lu Jinyang glanced at Sun Changzheng and stepped outside. Sun Changzheng followed closely behind like a loyal dog. As soon as they walked out of the dormitory, Commissar Zhang hurried over from the end of the corridor, stopping with a smile on his face. Jinyang, you're here just in time. Today, Chief Wang's daughter has arrived at the base. She is the new doctor hired by our medical room. You should take her around and help her get familiar with the environment. Lu Jinyang stopped and immediately refused without thinking. Sorry, I have something to attend to outside today. The other comrades in the team can show her around. Commissar Zhang took this as an excuse and said with a steady expression, then it's fine for you to take her out as well. You young people have common topics to talk about. Sun Changzheng's mind was racing. Chief Wang's daughter was coming to have Lu take her around. He instantly understood that this was definitely an indirect blind date for Lu. It was clear that Lu Jinyang also caught the underlying meaning. His thin lips pressed tightly together, his face filled with refusal. Commissar Zhang, undeterred by his expression, continued to persuade him. The young lady graduated from Shanghai Medical University, and her mentor is the head surgeon at the Shanghai Military Region Hospital. Originally, she was supposed to work at the military hospital, but considering her father, Chief Wang, she is now contemplating working in our special flight team's medical room. You wouldn't want the base to lose such a talent, would you? This statement not only introduced the background of the female, but also implied that Lu Jinyang should consider it from the base's perspective. However, Lu Jinyang only coolly replied, if she doesn't want to come to the base, there's no point in forcing her to stay. Commissar Zhang already knew it wouldn't be easy to make him agree to a blind date. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Whether she stays or not doesn't depend on you. Anyway, she is already waiting downstairs at your dormitory. She has seen your photo and knows you're supposed to host her today. If you really don't want to, you can talk to Chief Wang about it yourself. I have work to attend to, so I'll leave first. With that, he turned and left. Team leader, what do we do now? The entire special flight team's funding and resource allocation were managed by Chief Wang. Sun Changzheng shook his head helplessly, glancing at Lu Jinyang. Why don't we just take her along? You go ahead when we leave the base, and I'll take her for a walk. Lu Jinyang thought for a moment and replied flatly, no need. If she wants to come, she can follow us. When they reached the bottom of the dormitory, they indeed found a female colleague waiting there. She had a stylish bob haircut, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. Dressed in a red dress with a yellow scarf tied around her neck, white leather high heels on her feet, and a shoulder bag, exuding a unique, fashionable aura typical of women from Shanghai. Her confident demeanor reflected a pride characteristic of the children of high-ranking officials, accumulated from a young age. Wang Tingting had seen Lu Jinyang's photo countless times and recognized him instantly. Approaching him with enthusiasm, she smiled brightly. You must be Comrade Lu Jinyang. My father is Chief Wang, and I'm Wang Tingting, the new doctor at the base. I look forward to your guidance. Lu Jinyang's expression didn't change at all. He looked at her expressionlessly and simply responded with a grunt. Wang Tingting had heard that he was rather aloof, but she didn't expect him to be this cold. Her smile froze for a second before she quickly sought another topic. Who is this comrade? She looked towards Sun Changzheng. Sun Changzheng introduced himself. Your surname is Sun? Wang Tingting's mind raced through connections. It seemed there was a deputy commander with the surname Sun in the capital military region. She tentatively asked, are you a local from the capital, Comrade Sun? Sun Changzheng nodded. Wang Tingting continued. Do your parents also work in the military region? Sun Changzheng nodded again. Just as Wang Tingting was about to ask if the deputy commander was his father, Lu Jinyang interrupted coldly. Is Comrade Wang here to check the household registration? No. Wang Tingting waved her hand awkwardly, not daring to continue questioning Sun Changzheng. The three of them walked in silence to the parking lot. Lu Jinyang opened the door of a military green Jeep, swung his long leg over, and sat in the driver's seat. This was a vehicle assigned to the base, and he had the right to use it. Sun Changzheng naturally went to pull open the passenger door, but before he could sit down, Wang Tingting jumped in ahead of him. Turning back, she shyly winked at him. Comrade Sun, I get car sick and can't sit in the back. It's fine. You sit there. Sun Changzheng smiled meaningfully at her and kindly closed the passenger door for her before sitting in the back seat. Soon, Wang Tingting understood the meaning behind that smile. She and T fastened her seatbelt, yet when Lu Jinyang slammed on the gas, and the car surged forward with a roar, sending her flying up like a cannonball, nearly hitting her head on the windshield. Ah! Wang Tingting screamed in fear and quickly grabbed the overhead handrail to stabilize herself. Lu Jinyang showed no sign of slowing down as the car sped down the suburban road, raising a cloud of dust behind them. Wang Tingting finally managed to buckle her seatbelt, and, after adjusting to the speed, the car made a sharp turn, causing her to be thrown uncontrollably against the right door. Her face squished against the window. She looked terrified at the driver, wanting him to slow down, but saw that he was sitting there unfazed, not even flinching. His side profile sharp and cold, looking like someone who wouldn't show mercy. Throughout the ride, Wang Tingting had to grip the handrail with one hand and hold on her seatbelt with the other, trying her best to stabilize her body, silently hoping they would reach the city soon. Finally, the car came to a stop. Unable to hold it any longer, Wang Tingting pushed the door open, jumped out, and ran to a nearby tree, where she bent over and vomited. "Comrade Wang, are you all right?" Sun Changzhen got out of the car and walked over to her, offering her a tissue. Wang Tingting took it to wipe her mouth and weakly shook her head. "Me fine." Sun Changzhen nodded. "Comrade Wang, please don't take offense. Our team leader is used to flying fighter jets, so he might not be used to driving at first. Are you feeling better? If you are, let us head inside." He pointed to the state-run restaurant not far across the road. Wang Tingting looked over and saw that Lu Jinyang had already walked inside. Gritting her teeth, she straightened herself. "I'm fine now, let us go." At the state-run restaurant, Wen Ning had arrived early, returned the thermos to the waiter, and occupied an empty table while waiting. She was wearing a newly bought light yellow dress, tailored at the waist and hem, accentuating her slim waist and curvy figure beautifully. The buttons at the neckline of the dress were undone, revealing a graceful neck like a swan, with skin as smooth as milk, translucent and snow-white. Her entire body mirrored this whiteness. Sitting among the crowd, she appeared several shades lighter than those around her, as if she were glowing. At this moment, customers began to trickle in for meals, and every person who sat down couldn't help but have their gaze fall on Wen Ning. Wen Ning was already used to it and didn't feel shy or embarrassed at all. Before she entered the story, she was the school beauty, and every time she went to the cafeteria, she would attract various looks. The flow of people in this state-run restaurant was nothing compared to that. The restaurant had wooden hard benches. Wen Ning, being delicate, couldn't stand sitting properly for long. She leaned forward, straightened her back, rested her elbows on the table, propped her chin on her hands, and gazed at the entrance with bright eyes. Finally, she saw a tall and handsome figure walk into the restaurant. "Comrade Lu, over here." Wen Ning stood up directly, smiling with her eyes, and waved at Lu Jinyang with a slight lift of her lips. The midday sun illuminated the restaurant, casting a bright light with a faint golden halo surrounding Wen Ning. Her long, thick black hair was loosely braided and fell behind her head. Her almond-shaped eyes were bright and clear, and her lips were cherry red, resembling crushed cherry pulp. She truly had skin like red lips and white teeth, with an icy demeanor and delicate bones, both enchanting and sweet. The moment Lu Jinyang stepped into the restaurant, this was the scene he saw. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch, but his expression remained unchanged as he walked toward Wen Ning, nodding slightly. "Comrade Ning." Wen Ning didn't see Sun Changzhen and asked, "Is Comrade Sun not coming today?" Just as she finished speaking, she saw Sun Changzhen walking in alongside a female comrade at the entrance. "Comrade Ning." Sun Changzhen greeted Wen Ning enthusiastically, leading Wang Tingting over. Wang Tingting didn't expect Lu Jinyang and the others to come out today to meet a female comrade, and a rather pretty one at that. She felt a sense of crisis for no reason, raised her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, and curiously looked at Lu Jinyang. "Captain Lu, aren't you going to introduce us?" Not calling him Comrade Lu, but rather Captain Lu. She wanted to make their relationship sound more familiar. However, Lu Jinyang seemed to completely ignore her words, pulled out a chair, and sat down without even giving her a glance. When had Wang Tingting ever been so disregarded by a man? Her face immediately showed signs of embarrassment, and it was Sun Changzhen who stepped in to ease the situation, introducing both sides. Wen Ning nodded at Wang Tingting as a form of greeting. Wang Tingting raised her chin and smirked, knowing that Wen Ning and Lu Jinyang were not familiar, and that they were only sharing a meal because of a life-saving favor. She felt a bit more at ease and sat down next to Lu Jinyang. The table was square, and it was just right for one person to sit on each side. Wen Ning had already ordered the dishes in advance, and when everyone was seated, the waiter began to serve the food. Wang Tingting had just vomited and had no appetite, so after sitting down, she stared intently at Wen Ning across the table. Noticing that Wen Ning wasn't wearing a watch, had no other valuable jewelry, and was dressed in what seemed like plain fabric, she thought that only her pretty face stood out. A hint of disdain flashed in her eyes. "Where are you from, Comrade Ning? I think your appearance and temperament resemble that of girls from Jiangnan. We wouldn't be from the same hometown, would we?" Wen Ning answered honestly, "I'm from Sichuan." Wang Tingting nodded knowingly, then raised her chin slightly, casually tucking a stray hair behind her ear with her watch-wearing hand, her expression carrying a hint of pride. "Then we are not from the same hometown. I'm from Shanghai, just graduated from Shanghai Medical University, and will be working in the capital military district like my parents." Wen Ning could naturally sense the superiority in her tone, but politely nodded without responding. Just as Wang Tingting had finished introducing herself, she launched into a series of questions. "Comrade Ning, what about you? Are you also here to work in the capital? Which university did you graduate from? Do your parents work in the capital too?" If the original owner had heard the other party's conditions, her first reaction would definitely have been to feel embarrassed about her background. But when Ning had crossed over from another world and did not feel inferior at all, she replied frankly, "I'm from a rural area in Sichuan, here to stay with relatives in the capital. I only have an elementary school diploma, and I'm currently unemployed." "What? From the countryside and only graduated from elementary school?" Wang Tingting's expression was one of disbelief, soon followed by a wave of delight in her heart. With such conditions, she was leagued behind this medical university graduate and daughter of a cadre. Not to mention being a match for Lu Jinyang. Even being a match for Sun Changzheng was a stretch. She smirked and raised her chin even higher. Actually, education and background aren't that important. As long as a person has the ambition to improve, reads more books and newspapers, and works hard to better themselves, they can still become excellent and get assigned to a good unit. Wen Ning didn't like hearing this. The original owner was easy to fool because she was from the countryside, but Wen Ning was not. In this era, being able to graduate from university and get assigned to work in the military district was definitely related to one's birth. With an innocent look, she gazed at Wang Tingting and said word by word, "Oh, so it turns out that Comrade Wang was able to get into medical school and work in the military because of reading books and newspapers? I thought it was just about being born in the right family. Then I should buy a couple more newspapers on my way home today and borrow a couple of books from the library." Upon hearing this, Wang Tingting's face instantly froze. Usually, when she spoke like this, the other party would show her admiration and humbly express a desire to learn from her. She never expected someone to respond like this today. She felt as if she were a balloon that had suddenly been popped, and she couldn't even tell whether the other party was pretending to be confused or was genuinely clueless. Sun Changzheng, seeing the expression on Wang Tingting's face, couldn't help but twitch his mouth, almost laughing out loud. Lu Jinyang's lips also slightly curved up, and he looked deeply at Wen Ning. "The military district library has many specialized books. If you need them, you can come and borrow them." Wen Ning had just casually mentioned it and didn't really want to read, but since Lu Jinyang said so, she certainly wouldn't embarrass him. She smiled sweetly at him. "Thank you, Comrade Lu." Lu Jinyang replied, as usual, "You're welcome." Observing their interaction, Sun Changzheng couldn't help but click his tongue, further confirming that he hadn't misjudged the situation, and added, "Comrade Ning, our Captain Lu usually spends his time reading books apart from training. If you want to learn, he's definitely the right person to approach." Hearing this, Wang Tingting's expression became even more unpleasant. In just one morning, Lu Jinyang hadn't given her a single glance, and the total number of words he had spoken to her didn't exceed one sentence, and it wasn't even anything nice. Sun Changzheng had never been so warm towards her either. When Ning didn't care about Wang Tingting's expression, she was there to repay a debt of gratitude. As the dishes were served, she remembered the seafood she had brought and quickly opened her lunchbox. "My relatives at home made 2 dishes to thank you. This is sour and spicy lemon shrimp, and that S marinated clams. You can give it a try. It's just a bit spicy. I don't know if you can handle it. She pushed the lunchbox slightly toward the center of the table with her fingers. Lu Jinyang's gaze fell on her fingers lightly resting on the lunchbox, her fingertips as white as jade, with several obvious scars. The wounds were slightly swollen, looking quite alarming. Sun Changzheng also noticed and asked, "Comrade Ning, how did you injure your hand?" Wen Ning didn't expect that both of them would notice her hand. She felt a bit embarrassed and withdrew her hand, casually saying, "I accidentally cut myself while handling the shrimp. My skin is like this. Even a small bump looks very obvious. It's actually not a big deal." Lu Jinyang averted his gaze, picked up his chopsticks, and grabbed a shrimp into his bowl. Sun Changzheng picked up a clam. Suddenly, Wang Tingting said with a serious expression, "No, you can't eat that. This marinated fresh food may carry parasites, which can cause unpredictable harm to the body. Moreover, these two dishes look too spicy and could irritate the stomach. You are pilots and may be called to duty at any time. If something happens to your health, the consequences could be unimaginable." Although Wang Tingting's words carried a bit of personal concern, they were indeed reasonable and justified. Sun Changzheng paused with the clams in his chopsticks. "Comrade Wang, it's just shrimp. Nothing will happen, right? Besides, I usually eat some spicy food. My stomach isn't that fragile." Wang Tingting said seriously, "If something happens, it will be too late. When I was interning, I encountered a soldier who, while on a mission in the field, drank water from a mountain spring and ended up swollen all over and sent to the hospital. The mountain spring water looks clear, but it actually contains many parasite eggs. Once ingested, the parasites grow and develop in the body, threatening human organs." Sun Changzheng gasped, a bit frightened and disgusted, and immediately put down his chopsticks, instinctively looking at Lu Jinyang. When it comes to work, Lu Jinyang wouldn't be careless and said coldly, "Our profession is special. We should indeed be vigilant at all times." Upon hearing this, Wang Tingting cast a proud glance at Wen Ning. It's not like anyone is eating the dishes I made." Wen Ning didn't intend to refute. On the contrary, she was quite grateful to Wang Tingting. Pilots' bodies are precious, and they do need to be cautious. If someone had a problem after eating the seafood she provided, she couldn't bear that responsibility. She moved the lunchbox in front of her and pushed the other dishes to the middle, still explaining, "This seafood was marinated only after being cooked and cooled. But I indeed didn't consider that you are pilots who need to pay attention to dietary safety. To be safe, you shouldn't eat it." Sun Changzheng picked up a different dish with his chopsticks and couldn't help but sigh. It's our bad luck. Ever since I joined the special flight team, I haven't been able to eat meat and drink freely. Every time I go to the cafeteria, it's specialized nutritional meals. Nutritional as they are, they just don't have much flavor." Wen Ning looked at him sympathetically, took a clam for herself, picked the meat, and put it in her mouth. The sour and spicy fresh taste spreading in her mouth, and she squinted her eyes slightly, feeling nostalgic for that flavor. Then she picked up a shrimp, her fingers delicately curling, slowly peeling the shell. Others would pay attention to dining etiquette and try to avoid eating foods that require shelling. But Wen Ning was unrestrained. Cold seafood taken out of the fridge must be eaten while cool, and today she wasn't dining with elders or clients. She wasn't thinking about any further progress with the other party and had no need to worry about making a good impression. Most importantly, she craved crab meat. She didn't like spare ribs or braised pork that could be eaten in one bite. Instead, she loved foods that had to be earned through hardships like shrimp and crabs. When Ning curled her fingers to avoid the injured spot from yesterday, as she struggled with the shrimp shell. As a result, she accidentally touched the injured area, and unable to control herself, she let out a slight sigh. The next moment, the shrimp in her hand was taken away. "I'll do it." Lu Jinyang's voice was cool and indifferent, and there was no expression on his face. After taking the shrimp from Wen Ning's hand, his long, slightly calloused fingers deftly peeled it with a few twists, producing a whole shrimp meat. Wen Ning's eyes widened. This was incredible. His speed was simply that of a natural shrimp peeler. She watched Lu Jinyang with starry eyes as he peeled one shrimp after another until he finished all the shrimp in her lunchbox, piling the shrimp meat into her bowl, almost forming a small mountain. "Comrade Lu, thank you." Wen Ning's eyes were crescent-shaped, and she didn't hold back her praise. Lu Jinyang's handsome face remained calm as he stood up and said, "I'll go wash my hands." Wen Ning had sauce on her hands, so she stood up and followed him. The two stood side by side at the sink. Wen Ning first applied some soap to her palms, rubbing carefully, and while rubbing, she couldn't help but glance at Lu Jinyang. She saw him leisurely rolling up his sleeves to his elbows, revealing his smoothly muscled arms, with slightly bulging veins and tendons crisscrossing, looking strong and powerful. It was easy to imagine that the body under that uniform was equally perfect. Wen Ning was captivated. It wasn't until Lu Jinyang finished washing his hands and drying them that her thoughts returned to peeling shrimp. No wonder some women in later generations never peel shrimp themselves. If no one else does it, they simply won't eat it, because the feeling of having someone else do it is indeed delightful. However, usually, the ones who peel shrimp for your very close people. She and Lu Jinyang had only met a few times. He didn't seem like someone who would take care of others. Wen Ning tilted her face up, curiously examining him. Lu Jinyang slightly lowered his head, and his dark eyes met Wen Ning's delicate face. Although she had a charming appearance, her eyes were pure and sweet, gazing at him with a misty, watery look. Her rosy lips slightly parted as if she had seen some treasure, resembling an enchanting fairy. A wave of heat rose in Lu Jinyang's heart, and he felt a subtle movement in his throat, his jawline tightening. A second later, he abruptly turned off the faucet, dropped a line about going back to eat, and hurriedly walked out. Chapter 18 Envy. Seeing Lu Jinyang striding away, Wen Ning suddenly realized that her earlier action of grabbing his hand was a bit too bold. Even in the 1970s, such hand-holding between men and women would be considered ambiguous, even more so in later years. Lu Jinyang wouldn't think she's frivolous, would he? Forget it. If he thinks she's frivolous, then so be it. After all, according to the original storyline, there was no possibility of development between her and Lu Jinyang, so it didn't matter what he thought of her. Wen Ning comforted herself like this, dried her hands, and returned to the table to continue eating. She finished the crab meat in her bowl, ate a bit of the other dishes on the table, but only took a couple of bites of the staple food before feeling full and unable to eat anymore. Wen Ning put down her chopsticks. Wang Tingting also had a poor appetite today. Seeing her stop eating, she followed suit and put down her chopsticks. Only Lu Jinyang and Sun Changzheng were still eating. And they were eating quickly but not awkwardly, clearly well-fed people. However, neither of them wasted food. They polished off all the dishes on the table, except for half a box of shrimp that remained uneaten. Wen Ning didn't mind, covered the lunchbox, put it in her net bag, and got up to find a waiter to settle the bill. The waiter recognized her and smiled, saying, "Comrade, your partner is already paid." The waiter nodded towards Sun Changzheng. Wen Ning. Last time it was Lu Jinyang who paid, and now Sun Changzheng is paying again? Will she ever be able to repay her debt of gratitude? He's not my partner. Wen Ning raised her head to explain to the waiter and, feeling helpless, walked to the entrance of the restaurant to join Lu Jinyang and the others. As she approached, she heard them discussing where to go next. It was actually Wang Tingting proposing unilaterally. "Captain Lu, I want to check out the friendship store and pick up a few things. I didn't bring much luggage this time to the capital." When she turned and saw Wen Ning coming over, Wang Tingting unexpectedly invited, "Comrade Ning, do you want to go with us?" Wen Ning was about to refuse, but unexpectedly, Sun Changzheng joined in the invitation. "Comrade Ning, let us go together. It's perfect to walk off our meal after eating, and we two men don't know how to shop. You women can advise each other." Sun Changzheng wanted to create more opportunities for Wen Ning and Lu Jinyang to interact. Wen Ning didn't know this. She just saw him earnestly inviting her, and since he had also paid for the meal, she reluctantly nodded. The group walked out of the state-run restaurant and strolled along the street towards a friendship store. Inside the store, it was Wen Ning's second time here. The first time, she at least had some money from the Lu family to buy a couple of outfits. But this time, it was purely for window shopping after a meal. She wouldn't be buying anything. She had a total of 10 yuan and a few tickets left over from her plan to pay for the meal. Although she had saved this money, she didn't dare to spend it recklessly, especially since she was staying at the Lu family's place. Not giving them living expenses was already quite shameless. and she didn't want to find herself in a situation where she needed money and had to borrow from them. Thinking of this made Wen Ning miss the days before she entered the novel. She used to come from a middle-class family, with her parents as executives in a company, never worrying about food or clothing. During college, she caught the wave of short videos, casually filming her daily life and posting a few selfies, easily gaining a lot of traffic, with brands seeking her for advertisements. Making a few thousand yuan each month was no problem. Her parents had worked hard in their company for half their lives, tired of corporate politics, and didn't want her to enter the grind after graduation. They thought the short video trend was unstable, so they hoped she would secure a composition in the system for her future. As for salary, her parents had accumulated enough assets over the years to ensure she could live comfortably for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, she ended up in the 1970s before graduating. Wen Ning snapped back to reality and followed Wang Tingting to the second floor. Lu Jinyang and son Changzheng stayed a meter or so behind them. The second floor sold clothes. Once they arrived, Wang Tingting entered shopping mode. Without even trying on the clothes, she picked out whatever she liked and paid for it without batting an eye. In the 10 minutes since they entered, she had already bought 3 pieces of clothing and 2 skirts. The sales clerk, who might not meet someone like Wang Tingting, who spent so freely in a year, couldn't help but ask, "Comrade, which unit are you from? You can buy so many clothes." She actually wanted to know what kind of work she did to have so much money. Wang Tingting clearly understood the implication and, unabashed about her privacy, raised her chin proudly. "I'm a military doctor." The sales clerk suddenly understood and realized why she could spend without hesitation. No unit's benefits were as good as the military's. Plus, someone who could go to a military hospital surely had a remarkable background. The clerk spoke with envy. "You must be from a military family, right?" Wang Tingting casually nodded and said, "Yes, my parents both work in the military district. My dad is a chief of staff, and my mom is in the cultural troupe." Wow. With that family background, the sales clerk went from envy to admiration. Her gaze shifted to Wen Ning, noticing her even more stunning appearance. And since she had been empty-handed since entering, she picked up a red dress to recommend to her. "Comrade, this red dress is a new arrival. I heard that a big star from the port city wears this style. Your skin is fair, and you're beautiful. You definitely look good in this. Want to try it on?" Wen Ning glanced at the dress. It indeed had a port city style, with an off-shoulder design, a wide and flowing skirt, and a wide belt at the waist. If she styled her hair in waves to match, she would definitely be at the forefront of 1970s fashion. However, it was beautiful, but this dress cost at least 30 yuan, and her total money wasn't even enough. Wen Ning smiled and shook her head. "No, thank you." The sales clerk didn't insist. Just as she was about to hang the dress back, Wang Tingting, noticing that Lu Jinyang was also looking at the dress, quickly said, "Let me try it on." The sales clerk's eyes lit up and immediately handed the dress to her. Wang Tingting hadn't tried on any other clothes, but this dress caught her eye with its unique design, and since Lu Jinyang seemed particularly interested, she wanted to try it on to show him how pretty she looked, so she took the dress to the fitting room. While Wang Tingting was trying on the dress, Wen Ning wandered around to other counters. After a round, she was about to head back when she turned around and found Lu Jinyang following her without her noticing. "Comrade Lu." Their eyes met, and Wen Ning nodded at him. Lu Jinyang asked, "Don't you like shopping?" Since entering, he hadn't seen Wen Ning stop at any counter. It seemed she really just came in to look around. Didn't they say that all women love shopping? Especially his mother, Qin Lan, who would always find someone to go shopping with whenever she had free time. To this question, Wen Ning answered candidly, "Do you want to hear the truth or polite words?" Lu Jinyang raised an eyebrow. "Of course, the truth." Wen Ning winked at him, her face full of sincerity. "The truth is, no woman dislikes shopping unless she is poor." Lu Jinyang's cold face paused, recalling that she had introduced herself as someone who came to the capital to stay with relatives and didn't have a job yet. For a moment, he couldn't quite read his feelings. He just felt a slight pang in his heart. "Let's go. Comrade Wang must be done trying on clothes." Without waiting for his response, Wen Ning turned and walked back to the previous counter. Lu Jinyang followed her closely. Meanwhile, Wang Tingting came out of the fitting room in the red dress, holding the hem of the dress beautifully. "Comrade Lu, do you think it looks good?" But the words got swallowed back. There was no sign of Lu Jinyang at the counter, and even when Ning was gone. Only Sun Changzheng was sitting on a nearby bench, propping his chin up, looking drowsy. Wang Tingting's expression darkened as she searched around and spotted Wen Ning walking towards them, standing next to Lu Jinyang. The handsome man and the beautiful woman were particularly eye-catching. The key was that Lu Jinyang appeared cold and aloof, yet his gaze was fixed on Wen Ning. Wherever Wen Ning glanced, Lu Jinyang's gaze lingered there for an extra second. This discovery made Wang Tingting feel very uncomfortable, her fingers gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. She stood still until Wen Ning walked over. First, she smiled at Lu Jinyang, then lifted her skirt and turned half a circle, proudly raising her chin. Team Leader Lu, do you think I look good in this? Lu Jinyang glanced at her with a blank expression, and after 2 seconds of silence, he coldly replied, "Can't tell." This answer immediately darkened Wang Tingting's face. Unwilling to back down, she turned to Sun Changzheng. "Comrade Sun, do you think it looks good?" Sun Changzheng, feeling a bit drowsy after a heavy lunch, yawned and replied perfunctorily, "It's okay, I guess." Wang Tingting's expression nearly faltered. "It's just okay?" With her figure and looks, many people at whose city medical university praised her. How could it just be okay? Did he not have eyes? Feeling indignant, Wang Tingting's gaze shifted to Wen Ning, who had been silent, and she felt even more like she was being laughed at. A rural person daring to laugh at her. Not looking good in this dress was still better than some people who couldn't afford it. Wang Tingting's eyes flickered, and she said to Wen Ning, "I see Comrade Ning hasn't bought anything today. Who goes shopping empty-handed? Why don't you try it on?" Wen Ning indeed couldn't afford such a dress and naturally didn't want to put in the effort to try it on, so she politely declined. No need. Wang Tingting scanned Wen Ning from head to toe with a look of disdain and confusion. Why not try? Women should treat themselves better. Look at that dress you're wearing. The fabric is coarse and obviously cheap. Wearing it outside would be so embarrassing. Wen Ning could certainly hear the sarcasm in her words and didn't understand why she felt the need to seek attention here. Just as she was about to retort, Sun Changzheng laughed and said, "With Comrade Ning looking like that, she's saving money. Even in a burlap sack, she'd look good. Why would she care about what clothes she wears? As for the fabric, the dress Ning is wearing is quite appropriate. If you didn't know, you'd think she's a fairy descended from heaven." When he mentioned fairy, Sun Changzheng's expression was exaggerated, full of wonder, which even made Lu Jinyang's lips curve slightly. Wen Ning was also amused by him, standing gracefully there with rosy lips and white teeth, her eyes sparkling with laughter, dimples appearing on both cheeks, with a big chest, slim waist, and round hips. She had both the purity of a fairy and the sexiness of a temptress, making it hard for anyone to look away after just one glance. Lu Jinyang's gaze lingered on her for several seconds, his dark eyes deep. Seeing the two men surrounding Wen Ning, Wang Tingting clenched her teeth in anger. In the past, wherever she went, male comrades would pamper and praise her, and many suitors wanted to date her. Now, in the capital, she was being overshadowed by a rural girl. She felt a cold sneer in her heart, but put on a smile, saying to Wen Ning, "Which woman doesn't like pretty dresses? Could it be that Comrade Ning thinks it's too expensive?" She then carefully glanced at the price tag of the dress. Oh, it was indeed not cheap, costing 45 yuan, which was a bit expensive for Comrade Ning. "I heard that in your rural areas, you calculate work points. The money you earn from work points in a year wouldn't even amount to 45 yuan, right? Forget it, I won't buy it, so Comrade Ning won't feel bad." Wang Tingting raised her chin, feeling quite pleased with herself as she went to change out of the dress. When she finished changing and came out, the sales clerk still wanted to push the sale. "Comrade, are you sure you don't want this dress? I think you look quite good in it." Wang Tingting shot a glare at the sales clerk as if venting her frustration. No. Lu Jinyang, who had been silent, pulled out a stack of cash and placed it on the counter, pointing at that dress and telling the sales clerk, "I'll take it. Give me one that hasn't been tried on." The sales clerk looked at him in surprise. Oh, this male comrade was really handsome, though a bit scary with his stern face. She happily accepted the cash and bent down to get a brand new dress from under the counter, packed it in a plastic bag, and handed it to Lu Jinyang. "Comrade, here's your dress." Lu Jinyang took the bag and held it in his hand. The sales clerk glanced at Wang Tingting, who was staring at the man, thinking they were dating. And since Wang Tingting had tried it on, she smiled. "Oh, comrade, your partner is really good to you, buying you such an expensive dress without batting an eye. You shouldn't be mad at him." Hearing this, Wang Tingting froze for a moment. Then her face lit up with a smile like flowers blooming, thinking to herself that even though Lu Jinyang was cold to her, he must still care about her, right? She thought, with her good family background, education, and looks, how could she be overshadowed by a rural girl who was only slightly good-looking? Wang Tingting felt relieved in her heart. But the next second, she saw Lu Jinyang hand the bag he was holding to Wen Ning, simply saying 2 words, "Take it." Without merit, Wen Ning naturally couldn't accept it and return the item to him. Lu Jinyang's expression turned frighteningly cold. "If you don't want it, just throw it away." In the end, Wen Ning still accepted it, her small face beaming sweetly as she thanked him. The coldness around Lu Jinyang finally receded. Seeing this scene, Wang Tingting's smile instantly vanished. She felt as if thorns had grown in her eyes, piercing her so much that she wanted to dig them out. She turned and walked out of the store, shouting to return to the flight team. Lu Jinyang expressionlessly pointed to the bus stop across the street. "Take the 699 to the terminal. There will be a shuttle back to the base after you get off." Wang Tingting looked at him in disbelief. "You want me to take the bus back alone?" Lu Jinyang coldly glared at her. "What else?" "Wang Tingting, aren't you driving? You're not sending me? I'm a lone woman in an unfamiliar place. What if I encounter danger on the way back?" This was indeed a problem. Sun Changzheng voluntarily stepped forward and said, "Comrade Wang, how about this? I'll take the bus back to the base with you." Wang Tingting glanced at Lu Jinyang, who was standing with Wen Ning, feeling unwilling. "What about Team Leader Lu?" Sun Changzheng replied, "Team Leader Lu has other matters." Wang Tingting sulked and threw a tantrum, asking, "What matters?" This time, Lu Jinyang answered her, his tone light but devoid of any politeness. "Who do you think you are? Do I need to report my schedule to you?" Wang Tingting was taken aback, her face completely losing its color. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "Lu Jinyang, how can you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll go home and tell my dad? He's my only daughter and would never let me suffer the slightest grievance." Bringing up her dad to pressure him. Even Sun Changzheng felt a bit anxious for her. Goodness, the man opposite her has a father who oversees the entire military district. What is her dad? A chief of a special flight team? Sure enough, Lu Jinyang sneered. "Your dad is a chief, but he can't control me." This remark thoroughly hit Wang Tingting where it hurt, her face turning as red as liver, relentlessly retorting, "If your dad can't control you, then have you reported to the organization about being alone with a female comrade? I see this female comrade's looks and temperament don't seem like a rural girl at all. What if she's an enemy agent? Can you bear that responsibility?" Suddenly being called out, Wen Ning was a bit confused. She was a proper red daughter of a martyr. How did she get labeled as an enemy agent? She couldn't bear such an accusation. "Comrade Wang, I'm just a proletariat with 3 generations of poor farmers in my family. And my dad has served in the military. How can you wrongfully accuse me of being an enemy agent? But you, buying a dress for hundreds of yuan, with a little bourgeois attitude, could you be the enemy agent trying to infiltrate the organization and corrupt it from within? Besides, how much does your dad, a chief, earn in a year? You spent more than half his salary in a single day. Can that money stand up to scrutiny? It's just labeling someone. Who can't do that?" Wen Ning used what she had just learned to leave Wang Tingting speechless. Wang Tingting was so angry her chest heaved, furiously pointing at Wen Ning. You. This is simply slander." Turning the tables, Sun Changzheng looked at her embarrassed expression and tried hard to suppress his laughter as he said, "All right, Comrade Wang. If you don't leave soon, then I want to see you off. I was planning to catch a movie." The ticket seller on the bus was also urging, "Comrade, are you getting on or not? This bus runs every half hour. If you want to wait, go ahead." Wang Tingting was both angry and resentful, and with a stomp of her foot, she turned and got on the bus. Sun Changzheng quickly took out 2 movie tickets from his pocket and pressed them into Lu Jinyang's hand. "Team Leader Lu, I can't go anymore. You and Comrade Ning can use them. Don't let them go to waste." Chapter 19, watching a movie the bus had left. Lu Jinyang held 2 movie tickets in his hand and looked at Wen Ning. "Want to watch a movie?" Wen Ning didn't answer immediately but asked him, "What time is the movie?" Lu Jinyang glanced at the tickets in his hand. It's at 2:30. There's half an hour until it starts. We could just make it now. A movie lasts at most 2 hours, and the cinema is not far from the arts troupe. After watching the movie, they could casually stop by the troupe, perfectly timed. Wen Ning nodded. Then let's go. Accompanying him to watch a movie was a way to repay the favor of him delivering her clothes earlier. Wen Ning thought they would walk there, but to her surprise, Lu Jinyang led her directly to a military green Jeep across the street. Get in, he said, opening the passenger door for her. After watching her fasten her seatbelt, he closed the door, turned, and got into the driver's seat. The car drove steadily, without any bumps, a stark contrast to the dusty speed they had earlier. Wen Ning habitually fiddled with her seatbelt while occasionally glancing at Lu Jinyang. After a few interactions with him, Wen Ning had to admit he was indeed charming. Just like how he looked while driving now, dressed in military uniform, sitting with broad shoulders and a straight back, hands on the steering wheel, frowning slightly, his gaze calm as he looked ahead, his lips pressed tightly together, his profile strong and well-defined, handsome yet carrying a hint of rebelliousness. Not to mention his physique was almost explosive with hormones. When he stood up, his narrow waist and long legs gave him a model-like proportion, but with an added sense of strength. It was easy to imagine the extraordinary physique hidden under the uniform. No wonder the original owner was so infatuated. What are you thinking about? Lu Jinyang, sensing the intense gaze from beside him, asked in a low voice. Wen Ning snapped back to reality. Realizing she had been lost in thought while looking at Lu Jinyang, she subconsciously tugged at her seatbelt in front of her and said softly, "Nothing, really." Lu Jinyang responded with an and then asked, "Are you looking for a job?" Wen Ning nodded. "Yes." Lu Jinyang, "What kind of job do you want?" Wen Ning knew that having a job in the 1970s was already quite impressive. Ordinary people had no right to be picky, but she still answered honestly, "I heard the arts troupe is recruiting, and I want to give it a try." The arts troupe? Lu Jinyang slightly furrowed his brows, glancing at her delicate appearance, and said, "The arts troupe often performs in military districts across the country, many of which are stationed in remote mountainous areas with harsh climate and geographical conditions." Wen Ning replied, "I'm not applying to be an artistic soldier. I want to apply for a civilian position." Lu Jinyang, civilian positions have educational requirements, at least a junior high school diploma. Wen Ning, are all positions like that? Lu Jinyang, all civilian positions have that requirement. Thinking about the original owner's elementary school diploma, Wen Ning immediately felt deflated, her little face showing a troubled expression. If she couldn't apply to the arts troupe, where else could she work? Was she going to have to work in a factory as a female worker? Sigh. It seemed she was destined to have no connection with the arts troupe. Sensing Wen Ning's low mood, Lu Jinyang said, "I can help you ask about other jobs." "Thank you," she replied, though she had already lost hope. As they talked, they arrived at the cinema. Lu Jinyang parked the car aside, and before he could come over to open the door, Wen Ning unbuckled her seatbelt and got out herself. She looked up at a red brick building in front of her with a sign that read, Capital Cinema. There was a small window next to it, and about 10 people were already lined up waiting to buy tickets, with a small blackboard beside the window listing the names of the movies being screened that day. Since Lu Jinyang had tickets, they naturally didn't need to go to the window, and Wen Ning followed him directly into the cinema. They hadn't walked 2 steps when a voice came from a corner. "Hey, comrade, want some sunflower seeds, peanuts, or soda?" Wen Ning turned her head to see a man in a gray cloth shirt waving at them, asking quietly. The private sector was not fully relaxed yet, but small vendors were not being stopped. Wen Ning couldn't imagine Lu Jinyang eating those things and was about to refuse when she saw him stop and walk over to the man with a serious expression. The man in the cloth shirt noticed his military uniform and stern demeanor, feeling a bit intimidated, but still smiled and said, "Comrade, how about buying some snacks for your girlfriend? Sunflower seeds, peanuts, or soda, all 20 cents each. Which one do you want?" Without hesitation, Lu Jinyang took out 60 cents, one of each. Sure. The man didn't expect him to be so generous, and after taking the money, quickly filled the sunflower seeds and peanuts into a paper cone, opened a bottle of soda, and handed everything over. Lu Jinyang took the paper cone in one hand and the soda in the other, walking back to Wen Ning and signaling for her to go into the cinema together. When they entered, there were only 5 minutes left before the movie started. The screening room was dark, and Lu Jinyang walked in front. occasionally glancing back to see Wen Ning following him. He smiled slightly and turned to find their seats. Once seated, Lu Jinyang handed the soda to Wen Ning. "Here. For you, take it and drink." He tilted the paper cone slightly in her direction. "I'll hold this for you." Wen Ning was slightly shocked, not expecting these to be for her. She took the soda, sipped through the straw, and found it tasted just like the orange flavor of me.Since soda from the future, the sweet taste spreading on her tongue. She smiled at him. "Thank you, Comrade Lu." Lu Jinyang responded with an his lips curving slightly in the darkness. Unfortunately, Wen Ning couldn't see it. Her attention was on the white screen, where text began to appear. The movie started. It was the classic tunnel warfare. Wen Ning enjoyed the soda while watching, and halfway through, she didn't even notice when Lu Jinyang took the soda from her. When she snapped back to reality, she saw the soda in his hand and didn't think anything was wrong. Just as she was about to turn her head to continue watching, she heard Lu Jinyang whispering in her ear, "Want some?" The paper cone was presented in front of her, and Wen Ning picked a peanut, noticing it was the salted kind, which tasted pretty good. After eating one, she naturally asked Lu Jinyang, "Do you want to eat?" They had to be careful about the volume in the cinema, and not wanting the other to hear, they leaned in close as they talked, their breaths mingling, brushing against Lu Jinyang's ear. His jaw suddenly tightened, and without thinking, a sound escaped his throat. Wen Ning didn't notice their intimate distance. She casually picked a peanut and was about to hand it to him, but noticed both his hands were occupied. So she broke off the top half of the shell and held the bottom half toward his lips. Lu Jinyang slightly lowered his head, his thin lips close to Wen Ning's fingers, parting to take the peanut into his mouth. In the darkness, the skin behind his ears turned bright red. His body felt like fireworks exploding, hot and overwhelming. Chapter 20. Continuing to watch the movie, Wen Ning focused intently on the movie screen. After peeling a peanut for Lu Jinyang, she grabbed another peanut from the paper funnel, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. After eating 2 salted peanuts, she felt a bit thirsty and naturally leaned towards Lu Jinyang, whispering in his ear, "Give me some soda." The warm breath brushed against her ear, and as Lu Jinyang turned his head, his thin lips brushed against Wen Ning's cheek, the sensation as soft and smooth as she had imagined, accompanied by a faint fragrance that made his body tense up. His grip on the soda bottle tightened slightly, and his arm reached stiffly towards Wen Ning. Wen Ning was focused on the movie, but caught a glimpse of the soda bottle being handed to her. Instinctively, she reached out, but instead of the cold soda bottle, she touched something hard and warm. She thought Lu Jinyang had warmed the soda bottle and mused that he had quite a bit of heat in him. Just then, she remembered that she had a cold constitution, and upon touching something warm, her hand instinctively rubbed against it a few times to warm up. As her soft touch covered his arm, Lu Jinyang felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to move. His mind flashed back to lunchtime when he saw Wen Ning holding chopsticks, her wrist delicate and fair, her fingers beautiful like orchids, her nails pink like flower petals. Although it was early autumn in September, he felt as if summer had just arrived. His body temperature suddenly rose, a heat surging from within. Wen Ning's hand continued to feel suspicious. Why was this touch getting hotter and hotter? And what was with the uneven texture? This didn't feel like a soda bottle. Only then did she realize something was wrong. She looked down and found that she was actually touching Lu Jinyang's arm. The uneven texture was the bulging veins and tendons on his arm. With a loud thud, all the blood rushed to Wen Ning's face. "I'm sorry," she exclaimed, retracting her hand like she had been electrocuted, quickly apologizing to Lu Jinyang, relieved that the cinema was dark enough to hide her face, which was as red as a beet. Lu Jinyang calmly raised his arm and brought the soda bottle to her lips, saying, "Drink." His voice was steady, showing no hint of emotional change. Seeing him so composed, Wen Ning pretended to be nonchalant, lowered her head, took a sip of soda, and then sat up straight. After finishing her drink, Lu Jinyang naturally withdrew his arm and placed it on the armrest, acting as a human shelf while still holding the soda bottle. Wen Ning stared at the screen obediently, not daring to move. After a while, she felt a bit guilty about her stillness. People often seek something to do when they feel guilty to cover it up. She caught a glimpse of the paper funnel in Lu Jinyang's hand and naturally reached in to grab a peanut to peel. After peeling one, she reached for another. The movie Tunnel Warfare was reaching its climax, with sounds of bomb explosions and gunfire filling the air. Wen Ning quickly became absorbed in the plot, her peanut peeling becoming entirely instinctive, just like descending stairs without looking at her feet. As her fingers reached in the familiar direction, she grabbed something hard and instinctively touched it a couple of times, feeling it was even harder. Lu Jinyang's arm still felt a bit numb, as if the soft, smooth sensation lingered on his skin. Despite his serious expression fixed on the screen, wasn't he really paying attention to what was happening? He was lost in thought when he suddenly felt something soft against his thigh. He looked down to see a pair of small, pale hands exploring his thigh. His expression instantly tensed, and his muscles reacted reflexively, becoming taut, as if he were flying a plane through extreme weather. Wen Ning also realized something was off. A glance revealed her hand resting on Lu Jinyang's thigh. Remembering her earlier actions of rubbing and squeezing, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes wide, mouth slightly open, forgetting to retract her hand. Lu Jinyang gazed deeply at her, taking in her graceful neck, cloud-like hair, snow-white skin, and vibrant little face. Her big, watery eyes looking at him as if in shock. His throat moved, but he couldn't utter a word. The two stared at each other for a second. 2 seconds. On the third second, a beam of flashlight suddenly shone towards them, accompanied by urgent footsteps and a loud reprimand. "What are you doing?" "Fooling around in the cinema." Wen Ning instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes, peeking through her fingers to see two middle-aged women in Zhongshan suits with red armbands striding towards them. Wen Ning's face paled in fear. No way, she thought. She had just accidentally touched Lu Jinyang's thigh. Would she really be taken away by the neighborhood watch ladies for questioning? Lu Jinyang's eyes also flashed with surprise, but he quickly calmed down, even thinking about how to report their marriage. The two of them had different thoughts, but they saw the two women approaching rapidly, stopping in front of the row where they sat. The flashlight beam illuminated the couple sitting in the same position as them. The plump woman with a fierce expression directed her gaze at the couple, saying, "What is going on? You think you can make out in the cinema? I've been watching you two for a long time." The thinner woman also looked serious and said, "Which unit are you from? What is your relationship? Show us your IDs." The movie had already stopped, and the lights in the screening room were brightening. Many viewers had gathered around to see the commotion. Wen Ning and Lu Jinyang were trapped in a circle, forced to sit there and watch. Wen Ning raised her eyes to examine the couple in question. The man had a broad face with flat features, squinty eyes that were not at all handsome. In contrast, the woman beside him was in military uniform, with a round face, big eyes, and 2 braids, a beauty by the standards of that era. People around them were also scrutinizing the couple. Upon seeing the woman in military uniform, they began to discuss, "Oh, a female soldier is making out in public? Isn't that a violation of military discipline? If the army finds out, she'll be discharged, right? Oh dear, the world is going downhill. It's better if she gets discharged." People like her tarnished the image of soldiers. The voices were not too loud, but the male soldier heard them and did not defend himself. Instead, it was the female soldier whose face turned red with shame and anger as she exclaimed, "I didn't kiss anyone. I wasn't fooling around. I'm not dating him. We just went out on a blind date." The thinner woman with the red armband glared at her sternly. "What are you shouting about? We all saw you two kissing. As a soldier, you are the one violating discipline. Which unit are you from? I need to report this to your superiors." The female soldier became even more anxious. "I didn't kiss anyone." Seeing the man beside her remain silent, she urgently nudged him. "You need to explain to them. We just went out on a blind date. It's our first meeting, and we didn't do anything out of line." Only then did the man speak to the two women with red armbands. But his words were different. "Comrades, we did kiss, but she initiated it. However, we've been dating for a while and are discussing marriage." "You? What nonsense are you talking? We're not even dating. We're nowhere near discussing marriage." The female soldier stared at the man in disbelief. The man completely ignored her words and continued to address the women with red armbands. "Her name is Hifong, from the Song and Dance Troupe of the Air Force Political Department, and I'm from the Grain Bureau." With that one statement, he revealed the female soldier's background. Fuming, she pushed the man. "You're lying." The plump woman with the red armband excitedly grabbed the female soldier's arm. "What are you doing hitting someone? We finally caught a typical case today. Not only are you fooling around in public, but you also hit someone. People like you, morally corrupt, should be taken away for a meeting to criticize you. The thinner woman with a red armband echoed. Not only should there be a meeting to criticize her, but the army should also discharge her. The military cannot be influenced by people like this. Yes, discharge her. The plump woman nodded vigorously. Hearing that she was going to be expelled, the woman couldn't help but tear up, her eyes turning red. I didn't do anything. You are framing me. The plump woman sneered. Framing you? We saw it with our own eyes in the screening room, and there are so many comrades around who witnessed it. The evidence is conclusive. Once our defense team stamp is on it, you won't be able to deny it even if you want to. Unless what? The woman asked, following her words. The plump woman said, unless you two are a couple, kissing each other, and after some criticism and education, it can be settled. Otherwise, we will report you to your unit and have the military expel you. The man, hearing this, first said to the plump woman, we were actually planning to get our marriage certificate in a couple of days. Then he turned to the woman. Fong, I can go back with you to get the household registration book. We can still register at the marriage office. As long as we get the certificate today, this incident won't affect our work. The dance troupe does not require a marriage report and can register on their own. The woman was stunned, shaking her head frantically. No, we are not in a relationship at all. I never said I wanted to marry you. I don't want to get a certificate with you. The plump woman, arms crossed and looking sideways at the woman, said, if you're not a couple, then you are just being a rogue. Come on, go back to the defense team with us and wait for your leader to come and get you. No. The woman cried out in desperation. I really didn't kiss. I really didn't. We didn't even hold hands. We are innocent. The plump woman laughed angrily. Innocent? Who saw it? Do you have any witnesses? Witnesses? The woman looked around. Everyone had a look of watching a show, and no one was willing to offend the defense team for a stranger. Moreover, it was indeed dark earlier, and everyone was focused on the movie. No one saw whether she kissed or not. The woman was speechless, anxiously tugging at her braid. If there was a yellow river nearby, she would have jumped in to prove her innocence. Just as she was about to jump into the river, Wen Ning stepped forward. She looked serious and addressed the defense woman. I can testify for her. You? The defense woman raised an eyebrow, scanning her up and down. What right do you have to testify for her? Wen Ning was not intimidated at all. I was sitting right behind her, and every move she made was under my watch. I didn't see her steal a kiss from that male comrade. She was sitting there properly. At the end, that male comrade suddenly kissed her cheek, and she reacted with disgust and pushed him away. Then you came in and insisted they were being rogues. Wen Ning turned and pointed at the male comrade, saying to the woman, even if it was being a rogue, it was that man being a rogue. The woman was completely forced. The male party involved, who had been calm and composed until now, suddenly became anxious when he saw Wen Ning stepping forward to testify against him. He shouted at Wen Ning, who are you? Stop talking nonsense. What does our relationship have to do with you? He rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to fight, but when he caught sight of Lu Jinyang beside Wen Ning, who exuded a murderous aura, he put his sleeves back down. Lu Jinyang glanced at the man as if he were trash and said, I can also testify for this woman. She did not behave inappropriately. Rather, it was the male comrade next to her who was being a rogue and harassing her. Seeing Lu Jinyang in military uniform with medals on it, the defense woman's attitude suddenly softened. All right, if both comrades are willing to testify, we will take that into consideration. However, she looked at the two parties involved. You both still need to come back to the defense team to resolve this. As she spoke, she gestured to the trashy man and stepped forward to pull the female soldier away. The female soldier looked terrified, unsure of what would happen to her when taken away. Wait, Lu Jinyang said coldly. Since it's being a rogue, it should go to the police station, not the defense team. I remember the minimum sentence for rogue behavior is 5 years. For harassing a female soldier, it's at least 20 years. I happen to have time now, so I'll accompany you. What? 20 years? The trashy man protested. Comrade, you're slandering me. I didn't act like a rogue. The two plump defense women became flustered. If it's a misunderstanding, then let us clarify it without going to the police station. Lu Jinyang narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of scrutiny, and coldly raised the corners of his lips. Misunderstanding? Didn't you just insist you saw it with your own eyes? It's just that we don't know whether the police will believe you, who saw in the back screening room, or me, a soldier sitting in the back row. Lu Jinyang's imposing aura, cultivated on the battlefield, was frightening, and with the deliberate intimidation he exuded, the two women felt a chill down their spines, their lips trembling. Military comrade. This is really a misunderstanding. Yes, we misjudged, the plump woman said tremulously. The thin woman quickly turned to apologize to the wronged female soldier. I'm sorry, comrade. We didn't see clearly before coming to arrest you. We made a mistake. Sorry. The woman didn't expect things to turn around so quickly. Just moments ago, they were insisting she was morally corrupt, and now they were apologizing to her. The trashy man, seeing the women admitting their mistake, also caved in, quickly begging the woman. I'm sorry, Ah Fong. I was confused for a moment. I made a mistake. Can you forgive me? Ah Fong scoffed. Mistak? What did you do wrong? The trashy man replied. I shouldn't have touched your cheek. Should have kissed you. Since your aunt and my mom work at the same unit. Can you please plead for me with that military comrade and not send me to the police station? Ah Fong ultimately considered that her aunt was the trashy man's mother's subordinate and chose not to send him to the police station. Her aunt introduced her to a partner out of goodwill. If she dealt with the trashy man, his family would surely retaliate against her aunt. Thus, even though she was angry, she could only glare fiercely at the trashy man and said, Get lost. The trashy man didn't say another word and left quickly. The defense women also ran off in a hurry. The surrounding audience dispersed. Only then did Fong look gratefully at Wen Ning and Lu Jinyang. Thank you both so much. Thank you for being willing to come out and testify for me. Lu Jinyang nodded slightly, not saying anything else. Wen Ning smiled at Fong. You're welcome. We are all women. It's only right to help each other. But next time you go out on a blind date, be careful and try not to choose such places. It's too dark and easy to be schemed against. Wen Ning hadn't missed the exchanged glances between the trashy man and the defense women, clearly indicating this was a setup. And the goal wasn't to have Fong expelled, but to force her to marry the trashy man. Later on, Fong also sensed something was off, thinking back. She was even more certain. Comrade, thank you for the reminder. I felt something was wrong from the start. Now I remember. I heard my aunt mention that Wang Gairen's cousin works in the defense team. I guess that plump woman just now is his cousin. Wen Ning nodded, curious about another point. Why didn't you take the opportunity to send him to the police station? You let him off today, and who knows? He might retaliate against you later. To eradicate the roots of the problem is Wen Ning's way of thinking, especially considering that Wang Gairen indeed acted like a rogue. Fong also wanted to see Wang Gairen sentenced to 10 or 20 years, but his mother is my aunt's superior, working in the same office, and his relatives are spread across various units. If I really send him to the police station today, they definitely won't spare my family. I'm fine in the cultural troop, but I'm worried about implicating my family. It turned out to be like this when Ning understood. Indeed, one couldn't just deal with someone harshly, or else while the trashy man might end up in jail, the family would be in turmoil. The three of them walked out of the cinema. During this time, Wen Ning and Fong had already introduced themselves to each other. Of course, with Lu Jinyang present. Wen Ning still said her name was Ning Ning. Fong glanced at Lu Jinyang, who was about a meter ahead of her, and smiled as she asked Wen Ning, Is this your boyfriend? You two really match, like the leading man and woman in a movie poster. Wen Ning instinctively looked at Lu Jinyang, who was walking to her right front. His handsome face had deep-set eyes, and his features were exceptional. He wore a Type 65 military uniform, adorned with numerous medals, and his clothes were wrinkle-free. He had broad shoulders, long legs, and a narrow waist, exuding a strong masculine aura. If it weren't for the lessons learned from the original plot, Wen Ning would definitely be grinning from ear to ear. Realizing this, she could only shake her head with some regret. No, he's my savior. Fong teased softly in Wen Ning's ear. Not now, but he will be in the future. Wen Ning replied in the same low voice, firmly stating, Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the original story, Lu Jinyang hated her intensely, and his current special treatment was only because he didn't know her identity yet. Lu Jinyang, walking a bit ahead, had always been keenly observant. Although Wen Ning's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, he still heard her say, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Was he that certain? Lu Jinyang's cold lips curled into a smirk that was half-mocking. With a stern expression, he quickened his pace. In no time, he distanced himself from Wen Ning and reached the parking area. He Fong was from the song and dance troupe of the political department, and Wen Ning was planning to go with her to inquire about the recruitment at the troupe. As time was getting late, Wen Ning worried that they would arrive after everyone had left. Seeing Lu Jinyang had already gotten into the car, she sought his help. "Comrade Lu, could you give us a ride to the song and dance troupe?" "Not on the way." Lu Jinyang glanced at the delicate face of the woman outside the car window. With her eager eyes, after coldly replying, he stepped on the gas. The car zoomed away, watching the car disappear down the street in just a few moments. Wen Ning was puzzled, wondering what was wrong with this man. Had he eaten gunpowder? Chapter 21. There is hope for work. Lu Jinyang drove away, and Wen Ning had no choice but to take the bus with Fong to the art troupe. When they arrived at the entrance of the art troupe, there was indeed a recruitment poster on the bulletin board. Wen Ning carefully read through it from top to bottom and found that they were only recruiting talents in the arts, assigning them to the opera team, dance team, or drama team, with no clerical positions available. She sighed in disappointment. Seeing her expression, Fong thought Wen Ning lacked confidence in her application, and immediately encouraged her. "Comrade Ning, don't be discouraged by the strict recruitment conditions. They're just thresholds set for ordinary people. With your figure and looks, you can definitely go through the special recruitment channel." This was the second time when Ning heard about the special recruitment channel. The first time was from a bespectacled man on the train, who had exclaimed, "Is there really a special recruitment channel?" Fong nodded. "There is. The teachers responsible for special recruitment usually travel across the country, keeping an eye on various local art troupes, just to find good talents. You're in luck. The teacher in charge of special recruitment for our troupe happens to be in the capital these days. How about this? I'll help introduce you." Just as Wen Ning was about to refuse, someone nearby called out Fong's name. Fong turned around and, upon seeing the person, excitedly shouted, "Teacher Du." Then she grabbed Wen Ning's hand and introduced her to Teacher Du. "Teacher, let me recommend a great talent to you. This is Comrade Ning. She wants to apply to the art troupe." Du Chunmei looked at Wen Ning with a gaze as if she had discovered treasure, carefully inspecting her from head to toe. Once she took a good look, she couldn't take her eyes off her. What a great talent for dancing. First, her figure. She was at least 168 centimeters tall, with long arms, long legs, a long neck, and a small head. Her proportions were perfect. Then there was her unforgettable, beautiful face. Du Chunmei had seen thousands of young women selected from all over the country, all of whom were beautiful and had been recommended through layers of selection. Yet, she could confidently say that it would be hard to find anyone like Wen Ning. Not just a few, but none at all. With her fair skin, she wouldn't even need makeup when performing. The lights would make her glow. Just her appearance alone was 1 in a million. However, Du Chunmei wondered about her flexibility. "Girl, can you do a backbend? Give it a try." Wen Ning nodded. She had learned to dance since she was little, pushed by her mother to practice her posture, although she had to stop during high school due to her studies. The foundation she had built in dance remained. Hearing this, she stepped to the side, raised her hands above her head, and gradually bent backward until her palms touched the ground, forming an arch with her body. "Not bad," Du Chunmei said with a fiery gaze. "Can you do the splits?" "Show me." Wen Ning stood up and asked, "Horizontal or vertical splits?" Hearing that, Du Chunmei realized she was an experienced dancer. Since Wen Ning was in a skirt, she suggested a horizontal split. Wen Ning took a couple of steps to stretch her legs, then opened her legs and slowly sat down until they formed a straight line. Supported herself with her hands on either side to avoid sitting directly on the ground. Her waist was soft and her legs were flexible. Her flexibility was impressive. When Wen Ning stood up, Du Chunmei's eyes sparkled as she held her hand excitedly. "Comrade, let me introduce myself. My name is Du Chunmei, and I am the head of the recruitment department of the art troupe. Your qualifications are exceptionally outstanding. You are a natural talent. On behalf of our Capital Air Force art troupe, I sincerely invite you to join us." Wen Ning smiled helplessly at Director Du. "Thank you for your appreciation, Director Du, but I'm afraid I might disappoint you." "Huh? What's wrong?" Du Chunmei furrowed her brow and asked impatiently. Wen Ning's bright expression revealed a hint of sadness as she rubbed her lower back. "Sigh. Although I really enjoy dancing, I have an injury to my waist. The doctor said I can't overuse it, especially not for extended periods of difficult movements. So, Director.Do. In fact, her initial goal was clear. She wasn't aiming for the dance team, but rather for a clerical position. However, she couldn't just say that outright. She needed to first capture Du Chunmei's attention, allowing her to see her abilities and appreciate her, and only then mention her physical limitations to evoke a sense of regret in her. This way, it would be more likely for her to inquire about other opportunities later. Indeed, oh dear, this is really. Du Chunmei's expression was a mix of regret and heartache, feeling more distressed than when she had just received her salary. It was hard to find a good talent, and she had already thought about what role to assign her and what dances to arrange, but now it seemed her body had betrayed her. At that moment, Fong recalled Wen Ning mentioning wanting a clerical position and finally understood the situation. It turned out she couldn't apply for the dance team due to her physical condition. Feeling regretful, Fong wanted to help Wen Ning and thought for a moment before whispering in Du Chunmei's ear, Director.Do. I've heard that our publicity department's Miao is going back to get married and have a baby, and she will soon be transferred to the northern border. Her husband's transfer orders have already been issued, so Miao's position will be vacant. Although Comrade Ning can't dance, she should have a good understanding of it. Wouldn't she be suitable for publicity work? Du Chunmei indeed felt a sense of pity for Wen Ning. A great dancing talent that could have had a good development was now hindered by her physical condition. Anyone would feel regret about that. However, the position of publicity officer was quite miscellaneous. For example, one would have to produce a monthly bulletin, assist in various activities of the troupe, such as cultural performances and military training performances. To handle these tasks, one must be good with words, able to write articles, draw, take photos, and be quick-witted, as organizing activities requires coordination with various departments. Of course, one's appearance also matters, as sometimes one needs to appear in public, like standing next to leaders at award ceremonies or occasionally hosting cultural performances. After thinking for a few seconds, Du Chunmei spoke to Wen Ning. There's indeed a position for a publicity officer that has recently opened up, but the requirements are not low. Can you draw? How's your writing? Can you write articles? Have you ever published any works in newspapers? Upon hearing this, Wen Ning thought this was an opportunity and quickly expressed her confidence. I can draw. Both simple sketches and traditional Chinese paintings are no problem. My writing is also quite good. Back in the countryside, I often help the commune secretary write various notices. As for my works, Wen Ning said a bit shyly, I just came to the capital to stay with relatives, and I lived in the countryside before, so I couldn't afford newspapers to read. So I haven't had the opportunity to submit anything. Du Chunmei looked at Wen Ning's rosy cheeks in disbelief. You're from the countryside? Wen Ning noted. Some female soldiers in the art troupe were also from rural backgrounds and had to work much harder to get in than girls from the city. Moreover, once they got in, they wouldn't slack off in their training, but instead worked even harder, winning advanced awards from the troupe every year. Du Chunmei admired them a lot. Now that she heard Wen Ning was also from the countryside, her fondness for her increased, to be honest. A few of our artistic soldiers have also had to stop rehearsing due to physical reasons and are thinking of transferring to the publicity department. But there is only one position available, and to be fair, the higher-ups just held a meeting to decide that this position will also be publicly recruited. The recruitment announcement will be released in the next couple of days, so keep an eye on it. Wen Ning was already very satisfied to receive this information today. The rest would depend on her abilities. She flashed a sweet yet determined smile at Du Chunmei. Thank you for your guidance, Director.Do. I will work hard to pass the exam. Du Chunmei looked at her fair and tender face, feeling quite fond of her. It'd be nice if this girl could get into the publicity department. When the military district held training exercises, she could stand in front with a small loudspeaker, saying some encouraging words. Wouldn't that mesmerize those young soldiers below, making their blood boil? Thinking of this, she added, this position hasn't been open for public recruitment before. It was usually filled internally. This is the first time they are hiring, and the regiment values real talent, especially writing skills. I suggest you go home today and buy some newspapers and magazines to see if you can submit something for publication. It could earn you a lot of points. This was guiding her, and Wen Ning gratefully bowed to her, saying, Thank you, Director.Do. Du Chunmei couldn't help but smile. All right, you can thank me after you pass. It's getting late, so hurry home. Okay. Wen Ning waved goodbye to Du Chunmei and said farewell to Hefeng, leaving with a light step. After taking the bus to the vicinity of the Air Force compound, she happened to see a newsstand. Wen Ning took out some money and bought a copy of the Capital Daily and Youth Weekly. Once she got home, she dove into her bedroom, leaned over her desk, and began to write and sketch, starting to research submission guidelines. Yi Qiao went to the store manager to request an exchange for some clothes, but was unsurprisingly refused. She had no choice but to take the two old-fashioned garments back home. The thought of having to wear those two pieces for many years made her feel quite uncomfortable. When she got home and saw Wen Ning bent over her desk writing something, with newspapers and magazines beside her, that uncomfortable feeling intensified. "Wen Ning, what are you doing?" Yi Qiao tiptoed over and appeared behind Wen Ning like a ghost. Wen Ning had already heard her approaching and was on guard. She quickly covered the article she was writing with a notebook, leaving only a draft sheet with her ideas visible. "I'm studying. Didn't my older brother give me a book on ideological education last time? I read it carefully, and now I'm starting to read newspapers to improve my ideological awareness." Yi Qiao looked at the things on the desk with suspicion and reminded her, "What use is it to study these? You should focus on finding a partner. Don't forget why your mom sent you here." Wen Ning found it strange that the original female lead kept urging her to get married, even more so than her mom, which was quite annoying. But she still smiled and said, "I understand, Sister Yi Qiao." Yi Qiao thought she had taken it to heart, and a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Once Yi Qiao left the room, Wen Ning quickly tidied up her desk. Sharing a bedroom with someone left little privacy, so it seemed best to write outside in the future instead of at home. In the evening, after taking a shower, Wen Ning came out and was about to go upstairs. "Xiaowen," Aunt Zhang called her softly from around the corner. Wen Ning was startled and placed her hand on her chest. "What's wrong, Aunt?" Aunt Zhang looked around and, seeing no one else, said, "There's a guest coming tomorrow. Your Aunt Qin just told me to prepare 2 new dishes. Don't keep serving the same few. I thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with anything new. So I came to ask you." "Oh, is that it?" Wen Ning asked, "What ingredients do we have at home?" Aunt Zhang thought for a moment and listed a few dishes. Wen Ning noted it down. "Okay, don't worry. I'll go upstairs and write down 2 recipes for you." Aunt Zhang chuckled, "Great." As Wen Ning turned to leave, Aunt Zhang called her back. "By the way, Xiaowen, I have something to tell you. The guests coming tomorrow are your Aunt Qin's close friends, and her daughter will come too. That girl has a notoriously arrogant and domineering personality. Try to avoid her tomorrow." "I know. Thank you for the reminder, Aunt." Wen Ning nodded and went upstairs. Actually, she didn't need Aunt Zhang to remind her. She already knew who was coming tomorrow and what significant events would unfold. But this time, she wouldn't follow the original character's path. After writing the recipes for Aunt Zhang, Wen Ning went to bed to rest. For some reason, once she lay down, her mind began to replay moments with Lu Jinyang. First, it was the scene of him slamming the car door as he left. Then it shifted to them watching a movie together. Soon, it transformed into him buying her a dress. In the flight team, Lu Jinyang lay in bed, still feeling a lingering fire burning inside him. He was cold and proud by nature, unable to engage in clingy behavior or force anyone. So when he heard the words impossible, absolutely impossible, his pride made him choose to leave. Since it was impossible, it was better to cut off any budding feelings early. He would never bow his head to a woman. He forced himself to clear his mind and drifted off to sleep, only in his dreams. Chapter 22. How much do the flowers fall in dreams? It was just a dream. The woman had a head full of dark, silky hair slightly twisted up, her face pale and beautiful, with misty water-like eyes that seemed to glimmer like dew. The corners of her eyes held an alluring charm, and her bright red lips parted slightly. Yet her words were filled with reasons why the two of them were not suitable and could never be together. Watching her small red lips open and close, constantly uttering irritating phrases, Lu Jinyang's jaw tightened, wishing he could just seal her mouth shut. The corner of his lips curled into a cold smirk, and then he pushed her against the wall, kissing her fiercely. The woman let out a few symbolic whimpers, then closed her eyes, tilted her face up, and continuously responded to his onslaught with soft sounds, her small hands instinctively wrapping around his waist, provocatively igniting the fire within. With a snap, Lu Jinyang heard the sound of a belt buckle coming undone. His scalp tightened suddenly, and the suppressed energy surged from his lower abdomen. completely going wild. What followed was uncontrollable. In the middle of the night, Lu Jinyang stood in front of the wash basin in the bathroom with a flashlight, staring at the large stained patch on the bedsheet, his brows tightly knitted, his lips pressed into a straight line. After staring for a few seconds, he finally turned on the faucet with a cold face. Lu family. Today was a weekend. Lu Jinyang had matters to attend to at the military district. Regardless of whether it was a weekday or weekend, he usually left after breakfast. Yi Qiao knew guests were coming today and rushed to help in the kitchen. Wen Ning was too lazy to play along, feeling that instead of competing with the maid for food every day at the Lu family, it would be better to quickly find a way to become self-sufficient. After finishing breakfast and helping to clear the dining table, Wen Ning hurried upstairs to her room to start brainstorming the piece she intended to submit. Speaking of this, Wen Ning felt extremely fortunate that before she entered this book, she had signed up for a civil service examination class with her roommates. She had repeatedly memorized and practiced various knowledge points and materials for the written examination, immersing herself in the Learning Power app every day, becoming well-versed in red history. Now, all she needed was to understand the current situation and social concerns appropriately, and she could write like a god. Downstairs in the kitchen, Yi Qiao pretended to be busy and enthusiastic. "Annie, I see there's a piece of cured meat at home. How about I stir-fry some cured meat with cauliflower for lunch? It's a dish from my hometown, and I'm good at it." Aunt Zhang had already planned the lunch menu for that day. Hearing this, she waved her hand and said, "Oh, little Yi, you can take a break. I'm enough in the kitchen. No need for you to worry." Yi Qiao pretended not to hear, pulling open the refrigerator door and glancing at the vegetables inside. "Then what are you planning to make for lunch? I can help." Aunt Zhang frowned slightly, thinking to herself that this girl was overly eager. She had already said she didn't need her help, yet she still wanted to do it. Aunt Zhang reluctantly mentioned the dishes planned for lunch. Yi Qiao nodded, took a bag of garlic from the tray, and said, "Then I'll peel the garlic first." Aunt Zhang couldn't be bothered to deal with her. If she wanted to work, so be it. After Yi Qiao peeled 2 heads of garlic, she picked an onion from the vegetable basket, rinsed off the dirt, and placed it on the cutting board to chop, holding the knife in one hand and cutting the onion with the other. She suddenly caught a glimpse of a corner of clothing at the kitchen door. She raised her hand to rub her eyes and said to Aunt Zhang, "Aunt Zhang, you can take a break. I'm fine here." Aunt Zhang was too lazy to respond to that. The girl was either silly or mischievous, letting her maid relax in the living room while a guest daughter-in-law cooked for the family didn't make sense, unless she didn't want to work anymore. Just as Aunt Zhang was secretly mumbling to herself, she heard Qinlan's voice at the kitchen door. "Little Yi, come to the living room to rest. I've seen you busy in the kitchen all morning." Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang paused in her vegetable preparation. Breakfast was clearly made by her. The girl had only helped serve a plate and dished out some food when it was cooked. How did it become her being busy in the kitchen all morning? Aunt Zhang, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, shot a glance at Yi Qiao, who was blinking her eyes and then raised an arm to rub her eyes, saying, "It's fine, Aunt Qin. I'm used to it. I'm not tired. Is it stinging your eyes?" "Let me see," Qinlan said, stepping forward to examine her eyes with concern. Yi Qiao tried hard to keep her eyes open for Qinlan to see, but tears still slipped from her eyelids. "If it stings this much, you shouldn't cut anymore," Qinlan said, taking the knife from her hand and telling Aunt Zhang, "You take over," then pulled Yi Qiao's arm, leading her to the living room. "Come sit down and rest for a bit. I've never seen you take a break when you come here. You're not here to work." Qinlan said this casually, but Aunt Zhang took it to heart. For some reason, she felt as if someone had punched her in the chest, and her eyes felt sore and uncomfortable. Rubbing her eyes, she continued to lower her head and work. Wen Ning finished her first draft and went downstairs, holding an enamel cup to get water in the kitchen. As soon as she stepped in, she noticed Aunt Zhang's unusual expression, clearly looking wronged. She walked over to Aunt Zhang, affectionately patted her shoulder, and asked with concern. Aunt Zhang turned around and saw it was her, feeling embarrassed to show her emotions in front of a younger person. She pretended to be strong and said, "I'm fine. Just cutting onions a bit stings my eyes." Wen Ning could naturally see that Aunt Zhang was forcing a smile, but since she didn't want to say more, she didn't press further. After getting her water, she asked if there was anything she could help with, and Aunt Zhang shook her head. Wen Ning, then, took her cup to the living room. Qinlan and Yi Qiao were sitting on the sofa chatting. Seeing Wen Ning come over, Qinlan waved her hand. "Little one, you're just in time. Come sit." Wen Ning placed the cup on the coffee table and sat next to Qinlan. Qinlan happily took her hand and said, "I was just asking Lil Yi about her future plans. It's a good time for Annie to ask you too. I heard your Uncle Lu say you only graduated from elementary school. Do you want to continue your studies or start working soon?" Upon hearing this question, Wen Ning immediately recalled the plot of the original story. Qinlan would ask this because at this time, Lu Jinyang had a quota for further studies at the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, but with two goddaughters at home, giving the quota to one would hurt the other's feelings, putting everyone in a difficult position. That was why Qinlan was trying to have a heart-to-heart with the two of them, asking for their future plans. In the end, the original character expressed a desire to get married, while Yi Qiao wanted to continue her studies. The Lu family planned to give the quota to Yi Qiao. Unexpectedly, when the original character learned about this, she changed her mind and caused a scene at home, wanting the quota for herself. In the end, Yi Qiao took the initiative to give the quota to the original character, winning the favor of the Lu family. Afterward, the Lu family felt indebted to her and introduced her to a job. 2 years later, when the college entrance examination resumed, the Lu family even helped Yi Qiao find a tutor, assisting her in getting into a prestigious university. This recommendation quota could be seen as a watershed moment in the lives of the original character and Yi Qiao. From then on, one became a top student at a prestigious university, while the other graduated with a D-value diploma from the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, leading to an increasingly widening gap in their futures. Wen Ning came back to her senses. This time, she did not say, like the original character, that she wanted to get married soon. Instead, she said, "Annie, I want to start working soon." Qinlan was somewhat surprised. "You really don't want to continue your studies?" Wen Ning noted. Qinlan's face showed a fleeting relief as she took a deep breath and said seriously, "Actually, your Uncle Lu has a quota for further studies at the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, but there's only one quota. We were just worried about how to allocate it, which is why we came to ask for your opinions." As she spoke, Qinlan tentatively glanced at Wen Ning and Yi Qiao, waiting for their reactions and for them to express their opinions. Just as Yi Qiao was about to speak, Wen Ning quickly said, "Aunt Qin, why don't you give the quota to Yi Qiao? I still want to start working soon." This time, Yi Qiao did not compete with Wen Ning and sat quietly like a chicken. Hearing Wen Ning's statement, the stone in Qinlan's heart finally fell, as someone actively giving up was better than a situation where both were competing. Qinlan smiled with satisfaction and turned to Wen Ning, saying, "All right, little Yi just said she wants to continue her studies, so this quota will be given to little Yi first. You can rest assured that in the future, Uncle Lu will do his best to secure more opportunities, and when the time comes, if you want to study, you can. Also, Annie will help keep an eye out for suitable jobs for you, but finding a job is about chance. Even for families like ours, it's not as simple as arranging jobs for anyone. I hope you can understand this." Wen Ning nodded obediently and said earnestly, "I understand, Annie. I will also work hard to find a job. I passed by the art troupe today and heard that there's a position in the publicity department that is open for public recruitment. I want to sign up. I know you're helping me look for a job, and it requires connections and face, and you've already taken good care of me. I don't want you to worry about me over job matters." Hearing her considerate words and seeing her sincere expression, Qinlan almost shed tears. This girl is too understanding. She immediately took Wen Ning's hand and said, "Don't worry. Annie will definitely help you find a good job. But if you want to apply for the publicity department of the art troupe, that's fine too. Coincidentally, today your Aunt Jiang is visiting our home, and her sister-in-law is the deputy director of the publicity department. I will ask her to help inquire." Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Jing and her daughter walked in, linking arms. As soon as Zhou Yi saw Qinlan, she greeted her sweetly, "Aunt Qin, hey, come sit over here." Qinlan stood up to greet them and called Aunt Jiang to bring 2 cups of water. After Zhou Yi and Jiang Jing sat down, Aunt Jiang brought the water over and placed the cups on the coffee table. Qinlan pointed at the water on the table and pushed the fruit plate toward the two, saying, "Here, drink some water and have some fruit." Zhou didn't even bother to drink water and asked first, Aunt Qin, it's the weekend. Is Brother Yang back? Qinlan shook her head. Not yet. That kid has been staying at the base lately. A hint of disappointment flashed across Zhou Yi's face, and she took a sip of water. After finishing the water, Qinlan introduced Wen Ning and Yi Qiao to the two. Jiang Jing looked at Wen Ning and Yi Qiao with surprise. It was said that these two girls were from the countryside, but they surprisingly didn't look like it at all, especially the one with the surname Wan. Her looks were unmatched in the whole compound. Jiang Jing wondered whether Qinlan was adopting daughters or picking daughter-in-laws. While thinking this, Jiang Jing still smiled and said, "The whole compound is talking about it, saying you are fortunate to have adopted two particularly beautiful and sensible goddaughters. Now that I see you, it really is the case. How does it feel to raise daughters?" Qinlan smiled in agreement. Zhou Yi had similar thoughts to her mother. She felt quite uncomfortable when she learned that the Lu family was adopting two goddaughters to live in their home. She had liked Lu Jinyang since she was young and could only occasionally visit the Lu family, but now those goddaughters were living directly in the Lu family. Her mother comforted her by saying that both were from the countryside, so Lu Jinyang would not be interested in them, which made her feel a bit better. However, seeing their looks today, especially one of them who was flawless, made her feel uncomfortable again. Not only uncomfortable, but she also felt a strong sense of crisis. Zhou Yi held the cup of water, her expression somewhat stiff. Qinlan was focused on Wen Ning's job search, and didn't he notice the reactions of the mother and daughter. She quickly shifted the topic to the work at the art troupe. Jing, I heard there's a vacancy for a position in the publicity department of the art troupe that is open for public recruitment. Our little one wants to try. And your sister-in-law happens to be the deputy director of the publicity department. Can you help inquire and guide the child on the exam focus? Upon hearing this, Jiang Jing's eyes flashed with surprise. This position was exactly what her daughter Zhou Yi had her eyes on. Her sister-in-law was the deputy director of the publicity department, and getting this position was almost a sure thing. Zhou Yi just needed to go through the motions of the exam. Unexpectedly, Wen Ning was also interested. Soon, Jiang Jing's expression returned to normal as she said, "You've asked the right person. Last night, my sister-in-law came to my house for dinner and just mentioned this position being open for recruitment. Let me tell you, there are quite a few people eyeing this position. If it weren't for the upper management, they wouldn't be afraid of being unfair and would hold a public exam. I think you should find another job for little one. This position is tough to get with very high requirements. You need to be able to draw, write articles, and take photos. Even a high school graduate can't handle it." Jiang Jing didn't say the latter part explicitly, but Wen Ning still caught a hint of sarcasm in her eyes, as if to say, if even high school graduates can't handle it, then a girl from the countryside certainly can't. In fact, Wen Ning told Qinlan about this not to seek a backdoor through the Lu family. The public exam consists of written and interview tests. In terms of written exams, she was confident she could take first place. However, the scores for the interview were subjective and entirely dependent on the examiner's personal attitudes, which allowed for many manipulations and tricks. She was seeking a backdoor, but she couldn't prevent others from doing so. It would be best to let the examiner know she also had backing and connections, so they might be more considerate when scoring. She did everything she could, and the rest had to be left to fate. Qinlan just realized that this position had such high requirements. Actually, whether you get it or not doesn't matter. Just consider an experience. I will also help little one keep an eye out for other job opportunities. Wen Ning noted, not saying more about this matter and showing no signs of disappointment on her face. Jiang Jing looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to be so composed. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Actually, I think little one's focus now shouldn't be on finding a job, but on finding a good partner while she is young. Look at our Zhou Yi. When she was 18, she refused to go on blind dates, but now at 23, the number of suitors has decreased." Chapter 23, something happened when Ning was fed up. One was Yi Qiao, and the other was Jiang Jing, both urging her to hurry up and find a partner to get married, not knowing what they were trying to achieve. Wen Ning didn't want to sit and listen to these things anymore, so she made an excuse to help in the kitchen and got up to leave. As soon as Yi Qiao saw her go to the kitchen, she hurriedly followed, fearing that her accomplishments would be overshadowed. After glancing at their backs, Qinlan turned to Jiang Jing and sighed. Actually, Xiaowen is only 18. There's no rush to find a partner. When she was back home, it was because someone had their eye on her and wanted to force her to marry that she had her mom ask Zhanghua to send someone to our house. Besides, Xiaowen herself said she wanted to work first, and I still respect the child's own wishes. Jiang Jing didn't know the reason why Wen Ning entered the Lu family before, but now that she did, she covered her mouth and whispered gossip. Who forced her to marry? Did she offend some local thug? Qinlan shook her head. I don't know about that either. Xiaowen's mom asked an old comrade to talk to Zhenghua about it. Jiang Jing sighed. You're too kind. Just because her mom said that, your family agreed to recognize her as a goddaughter. Who knows if she's trying to take advantage of your family situation? Even if she's not after your family. She might want to use your family as a stepping stone to climb higher. Qinlan had thought so before, but after seeing Wen Ning, her opinion changed. Xiaowen's looks are not something lowly can match. Even if it's a match in terms of family, it won't last. She has to marry someone with power and good conditions. To be honest, if I were her mom, I would make the same choice. Jiang Jing looked at Qinlan with an expression that said she was too naive. What if she sees you as a cash cow while you see her as her goddaughter? With that face of hers, growing up in the countryside until 18, do you really think no one had their eye on her? Who knows? Maybe she has already lost her virginity. You know how chaotic things have been in the countryside in recent years. I heard not long ago about a beautiful, young, educated woman being. Jiang Jing's eyes were ambiguous. Just thinking about certain possibilities made Qinlan's heart race. No way. Xiaowen lives with her mom and stepfather. And her stepfather seems to be the captain of the village militia. It shouldn't be easy for others to bully her. Jiang Jing chuckled lightly and pointed out, since her stepfather is the militia captain, why can't he protect her? Isn't that contradictory? I think both she and her mom have ulterior motives. Your sons Jinyang and Lu Yao are both outstanding, so be careful, especially Jinyang. Don't fall for her tricks. After hearing her friend's words, Qinlan subconsciously imagined her eldest son standing next to Wen Ning. One was tough, the other soft. They seemed quite compatible. If her son really liked Wen Ning, she certainly wouldn't oppose it. The key issue was that her son was completely uninterested in dating and didn't want to settle down. Many suitors came to propose, and a few girls were genuinely excellent, but unfortunately, her son didn't even bother to meet them. If he kept dragging it out, he'd be 30 in a few years. Jiang Jing observed Qinlan's expression and saw that she didn't seem to be wary of Wen Ning. Instead, it looked like she was considering her as a potential daughter-in-law, making her feel uncomfortable. After thinking for a moment, she spoke up. Do you know about the daughter-in-law Zhao Jia's family married? Qinlan's thoughts were pulled back, and she nodded. I know. I heard it was someone her son met while going to the countryside. What is the matter? Jiang Jing sighed with difficulty. Don't mention it. Zhao Jia is having a headache over it now. That new daughter-in-law is from the commune where her son went to the countryside. She is indeed a rare beauty, famous for being pretty in several nearby villages, and has completely captivated Zhao Jia's son, who is determined to marry her. But guess what happened after he brought her home? What happened? Qinlan asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Jiang Jing replied, well, Zhao Jia, feeling sorry for her son, pulled some strings to get him a spot to return to the city and even found a job for the daughter-in-law in the capital, right in the art troupe's dance team. As a result, the girl's family often comes to the capital under the pretense of visiting their daughter. And when they come, it's always a group of 3 to 5 people, staying for a month or 2 at a time, without leaving. The key is they often come to Zhao's house to eat and ask for things, clearly taking advantage of them. And that is not all. The girl's family even asked Zhao's family to help find jobs for her brother and sister in the capital, saying they want to settle down here in the future and need someone to look after them. Isn't that outrageous? If Zhao Jia doesn't help, the couple gets into arguments. Zhao Jia's son has no choice but to let Zhao Jia figure out. This isn't just marrying a daughter-in-law. It's bringing a whole family of ancestors home. Qinlan was shocked and shook her head repeatedly. What kind of people are they? They're so shameless. Jiang Jing looked at her with a cautioning expression. So, you see, this is a lesson learned. You mustn't follow Zhao Jia's path. Qinlan silently nodded. Fine. It's better to find a girl from a well-matched family for her son. In the kitchen, Yi Qiao took advantage of Aunt Zhang going to the bathroom to successfully grab the spatula volunteering to fry the last dish. Holding the spatula, she smirked triumphantly in a position where Wen Ning couldn't see her. As long as she cooked this dish, she could show off in front of the guests. And Aunt Chin would like her even more. She prided herself on her cooking skills, and, while stirring the dish in the pan, her mind started to fantasize about everyone praising her at the table. When Aunt Zhang returned and discovered her territory had been taken, Yi Qiao, with her back to Aunt Zhang, heard the footsteps and feared Aunt Zhang would come over to snatch the spatula. She quickly poured soy sauce from a bottle nearby into the pan, then stirred it a couple of times without looking and served the dish. Aunt Zhang helplessly pursed her lips. Seeing it was almost time for dinner, she took the bowls and chopsticks out to set the table. With no one left in the kitchen, Wen Ning quickly grabbed the soy sauce bottle she had used earlier and switched it with another identical bottle. The dishes were set on the table, and Qin Lan called Jiang Jing and Zhou Yi to sit down for dinner. Lu Yao had just returned from playing basketball outside, perfectly timing his return for dinner. After washing his hands, he sat down. Aunt Jiang, Sister Zhou Yi, Lu Yao greeted them. Jiang Jing smiled and said, "Long time no see. Xiao Yao, have you grown taller again? You must be 185 centimeters now, right?" Lu Yao maintained his standard smile, while Qin Lan answered from the side, exactly 185 centimeters, 2 centimeters shorter than his brother. Jiang Jing nodded. If he grows for another 2 years, he might catch up to Jin Yang. Who knows if he can grow any taller? Qin Lan sighed, picking up her chopsticks. "Come on, let us eat. Don't be polite." Jiang Jing picked up her chopsticks, looked at the table full of dishes, and reached for the closest dish. After tasting it, her expression was surprised. This shrimp has such a unique flavor, sour and spicy. It's so appetizing. Qin Lan took one and nodded after tasting. It really is appetizing. And there's no fishy smell from the seafood at all. She looked at Aunt Zhang with appreciation, seeing that both of them had high praise. The others at the table also took some shrimp and praised it continuously. Aunt Zhang hadn't been affirmed like this in a long time and smiled shyly. "Actually, this dish was taught to me by Xiao Wen. I didn't know shrimp could be paired with lemon and millet pepper." Wen Ning quickly said, "I just suggested a few things. The specific proportions of each seasoning were figured out by Aunt Zhang herself. I can only say that good cooks can make anything delicious." Aunt Zhang could tell that Wen Ning was helping her, and in fact, the seasoning proportions were written down by Wen Ning. Aunt Zhang felt warm inside and gave Wen Ning a grateful look. Wen Ning winked at Aunt Zhang. Jiang Jing didn't miss the interaction between the two and thought to herself that this girl named Wen was quite scheming, managing to win Aunt Zhang's heart so quickly. Jiang Jing deliberately picked a few other dishes and said, "Xiao Yi, I saw you busy in the kitchen for a while earlier. You must be good at cooking too, right? I only know how to make some home-cooked dishes." Yi Qiao raised her head and said modestly. Jiang Jing turned to her daughter Zhou Yi and said, "You should learn more from Xiao Yi. She is only 18, yet she is hard-working and sensible, and she can cook." Zhou Yi didn't even raise her head and said, "We have an aunt, so I don't need to cook." Jiang Jing replied, "Isn't there Aunt Zhang at your Qin aunt's house? Little Yi also knows she needs to work." Zhou Yi swallowed the food in her mouth and muttered, "Why do I have to do everything? What do we need an aunt for?" As soon as she said this, Aunt Zhang tightened her grip on her chopsticks and instinctively looked at Qin Lan for her reaction. Fortunately, Qin Lan didn't react much. "How can you speak like that?" Jiang Jing said, feigning anger, and glared at her daughter. Zhou Yi shrugged dismissively, picked up a piece of cauliflower from the plate, and put it in her mouth. Ugh! The next second, she covered her mouth and spat the food out. Qin Lan looked at her nervously and asked, "What is wrong?" Zhou Yi had a difficult-to-explain expression and pointed to the plate of stir-fried cauliflower with preserved meat. "You guys try it." Jiang Jing reached out with her chopsticks. A second later, there was a dry heaving sound at the table. Jiang Jing quickly picked up her water cup, took a few sips to rinse her mouth, and then said, "Aunt Zhang, this cauliflower is spoiled. You should try it." "Spoiled cauliflower?" Aunt Zhang looked suspiciously at the cauliflower, picked up a piece to taste, and before it even reached her mouth, she smelled a sour odor. "This can't be. I just cut it at noon, washed it several times, and soaked it in salt water. It can't be spoiled." Qin Lan, since something was off, also picked up a piece of cauliflower, and didn't eat it but sniffed it closely like Aunt Zhang. "There really is a sour smell. What's going on, Aunt Zhang?" Aunt Zhang also looked innocent. I don't know either. Jiang Jing, still feeling nauseous, asked unhappily, you cut the vegetables, you washed them, you stir-fried them. How could you not know? Aunt Zhang glanced awkwardly at Yi Xiao. This dish wasn't stir-fried by me. It was little Yi who cooked it. I didn't smell anything wrong while washing the vegetables. Everyone's gaze on the table turned to Yi Xiao. Under everyone's scrutiny, Yi Xiao reached out to pick up a piece of cauliflower, sniffed it, and her face turned red. I just added a bit of soy sauce. Didn't add any other seasonings. I don't know how it ended up tasting like this. Aunt Zhang suddenly remembered something and slapped her forehead. Oh no. You didn't accidentally use the fertilizer I made for the flowers instead of soy sauce, did you? That is why it smells sour. The container for the fertilizer was an old soy sauce bottle that she had placed in the corner yesterday, preparing to fertilize the flowers today. Little Yi, I appreciate your willingness to help, but I'm really busy and don't need your help. Aunt Zhang couldn't help but voice her true feelings. Meanwhile, Jiang Jing and Zhou Yi, who had just eaten the cauliflower, nearly vomited at the thought of it being fertilizer. Zhou Yi was particularly upset, especially since her mother had just praised Yi Xiao for being capable and sensible. What kind of capability was this? More like causing trouble. Zhou Yi raised her hand to cover her chest, her eyes filled with disgust. If you can't cook, then don't. Why make a fuss? Zhou Yi's temper was spoiled, and she spoke without considering the occasion. Yi Xiao felt a sense of embarrassment as if her disguise had been stripped away, her face redder than liver, murmuring, I just wanted to help Aunt Zhang with some work. I didn't mean anything else. Jiang Jing was still feeling nauseous and didn't have the time to pull her daughter back. Zhou Yi continued to speak indiscriminately. Do you want to help or do you want to show off? You know in your heart. Didn't you hear Aunt Zhang say she doesn't need your help? You still rush to make trouble. Yi Xiao's eyes turned red from Zhou Yi's words, looking like she was on the verge of tears. Once Zhou Yi finished, Jiang Jing scolded her daughter. Enough. How can you speak like that? Then she turned to comfort Yi Xiao. Little Yi, our Zhou Yi speaks bluntly. Don't take it to heart. And he apologizes to you. The mother-daughter duo's back and forth left Yi Xiao speechless, her eyes red as she glanced at Jiang Jing and then at Qinlan. Aunt Jiang, Aunt Qin, I'm sorry. Qinlan saw how pitiful she looked and patted her shoulder. It's okay. Your Aunt Jiang isn't a stranger. She won't hold it against you for this. In the future, let Aunt Zhang handle the cooking. She wanted to ease the relationship between Yi Xiao and Zhou Yi. Yi Xiao understood and immediately got up. I'll go get the soup from the kitchen. The soup on the table has cooled down. Yi Xiao went to the kitchen to serve a bowl of soup. The soup was quite hot, and she carefully held the edge of the bowl with her fingers as she brought it to Zhou Yi. Just as she was a step away, Yi Xiao accidentally stepped on something and lost control, her body lunging forward, and the hot soup flew forward, splashing all over Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi cried out in pain, clutching her chest. Yi Xiao was stunned, Jiang Jing was stunned, everyone was stunned. They hadn't anticipated this sudden turn of events. After a second of shock, Jiang Jing pushed past Yi Xiao, who was blocking the way, and rushed to help her daughter into the kitchen. While pulling Zhou Yi's clothes open, she hurriedly turned on the tap, pushing her daughter under the running water to cool her chest. The burning sensation on her chest couldn't be soothed even by the cold water, and Zhou Yi immediately cried out in pain. Mom, it hurts. Am I going to get a scar? Jiang Jing felt her heart ache. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Just rinse it for a bit longer. It will be fine. Jiang Jing was a nurse at a military hospital and had dealt with burn patients before. She knew that the first step was to rinse the skin with cold water. Qinlan came back to her senses and hurried upstairs to look for burn ointment. Fortunately, there was an unused tube of ointment at home because Lu Yao had accidentally burned himself with hot tea before. After getting the ointment, Qinlan rushed to the kitchen. Zhou Yi was still under the tap rinsing, and at that moment, Qinlan couldn't speak up for Yi Xiao. She could only stand anxiously to the side, one hand holding a cotton swab and the other holding the ointment, ready to apply it to Zhou Yi at any moment. At the dining table, Yi Xiao never expected things to turn out this way. She stared anxiously at the kitchen, wanting to go in to help but fearing being scolded, and even more afraid that if Zhou Yi got burned and left a scar, she would be responsible. Wen Ning sat at the dining table, watching Yi Xiao's anxious and fearful expression, the corners of her lips curving slightly. Chapter 24. Meeting again at the Lu family kitchen, Zhou Yi rinsed under the faucet for more than half an hour before Jiang Jing finally let her up. After checking the wound, she was relieved to see that it had been treated in time. The wound appeared red after being soaked in cold water, but the burning sensation had disappeared. Zhou Yi no longer cried out in pain, but her face looked quite bad. Annie looked over, and Qinlan beside her appeared apologetic as she carefully examined the scalded area on Zhou Yi's chest. She took out the burn ointment she had prepared earlier and gently applied it to Zhou Yi's skin. "I'm really sorry, Zhou. I didn't expect this to happen," she said. "Aunt Qin, you don't have to apologize to me. You didn't scald me on purpose." Zhou Yi pouted, her expression softening a bit. She was upset, but she wouldn't take it out on Qinlan. Qinlan still felt guilty, thinking, "I have some responsibility in this matter." Jiang Jing glanced at her daughter's wound and, seeing no complications, felt relieved that this wound lead to a fallout with the Lu family. She immediately reassured Qinlan, "Don't say that. It was just an accident. No one wanted this to happen." Qinlan sighed and helped Zhou Yi. "Let us go, and it will take you to the sofa to rest. We'll observe the wound for half an hour. If it shows signs of infection after that, we'll need to go to the hospital." Jiang Jing, being a nurse herself, looked at her daughter's wound and shook her head. "It should be fine. Just rest at home for a few days." As Qinlan helped Zhou Yi out, Yi Qiao was still waiting in the living room. When she saw Zhou Yi come out, she hurried over, pretending to assist her. Zhou Yi shot her a glare and avoided her touch, turning to sit on the sofa instead. Yi Qiao awkwardly withdrew her hand and stood beside Zhou Yi, hunched over like a quail. Sorry, Zhou Yi. I didn't mean to. I slipped on something under my feet." Zhou Yi rolled her eyes without holding back. "What could this sorry do? You're not the one suffering." Yi Qiao immediately replied submissively. Then, "Zhou Yi, how about you scald me a little?" Zhou Yi was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard such a strange way of apologizing. But she quickly thought it through. "You said it wasn't intentional. If I scald you on purpose now, wouldn't that make me the unreasonable one? If you really want to empathize with me, then just scald yourself." Yi Qiao's face stiffened. She thought that by saying that, Zhou Yi wouldn't actually make her do it, and the matter would just pass. But Zhou Yi was unpredictable and actually wanted her to scald herself. As Yi Qiao pondered how to diffuse the situation, she saw Zhou Yi lifting her chin and looking at her, as if saying, "Go on. Why aren't you doing it? I knew you were just pretending." Yi Qiao, being tough herself, gritted her teeth and actually grabbed the hot tea from the side table and splashed it on herself. Xiaoye. Qinlan was the first to react, putting down what she was holding to stop her. Jiang Jing also stepped forward to intervene. "Oh, Xiaoye, you silly girl. Zhou, he was just joking with you. Why did you really scald yourself?" However, they were too late. A large part of Yi Qiao's shirt was soaked, and steam was rising from her clothes. "Quick, go rinse with cold water." Qinlan, frightened, helped her to the bathroom. Yi Qiao didn't let Qinlan assist her. Her face pained as she said, "Aunt Qin, I can go by myself. You take care of Zhou Yi here." She then looked up at Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi, I really didn't mean it. I hope you can forgive me." "Crazy. What a lunatic." Zhou Yi looked at Yi Qiao as if she were insane, neither saying she forgave her nor not forgiving her. Since Zhou Yi didn't speak, Yi Qiao stubbornly stood her ground, refusing to treat her wound. It was Qinlan, getting anxious, who called Jiang Jing, and the two of them pulled her to the bathroom. The remaining people on the sofa had various expressions. Lu Yao stared wide-eyed, speechless, feeling that this drama was more exaggerated than any story. Aunt Zhang was too scared to speak, thinking how lucky she was not to have provoked Yi Qiao earlier. She was simply insane. "Hey, this cup isn't even hot." Wen Ning squatted on the ground, cleaning up, picking up the enamel cup that had contained hot tea and placing it back on the table, mumbling a comment. Zhou Yi reached for the enamel cup on the table, touched it, and indeed it was not hot, just warm, about 60 or 70 degrees, nowhere near the temperature of a hot chicken soup. Zhou Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. That little BTCH Yi really knows how to act. "Aunt Qin, Mom." Yi Qiao was pretending. "That cup of tea wasn't hot at all. Don't be fooled by her." The angrier Zhou Yi got, the more she jumped up from the sofa, yelling as she rushed towards the bathroom. She was used to being domineering, only holding back a bit in front of elders. She felt no need to restrain herself in front of her peers, saying whatever she wanted. Soon, Zhou's angry and vivid accusations echoed from the bathroom. Wen Ning calmly returned to the sofa, knowing exactly what kind of expression Yi Qiao must have on her face right now. It must be more dramatic than eating SHT. These two were indeed good sisters, both aware of each other's nature. Watching them tear each other apart was truly entertaining. In the original story, when Zhou visited the Lu family, the original character offended her with her flamboyant personality, leading Zhou and Yi Qiao to conspire to add spoiled food to the original character's meal while everyone else had normal food, resulting in the original character vomiting at the dining table, causing disdain from others. Then Zhou pretended to help the original character by serving chicken soup, accidentally spilling it on her, leading to her getting burned. Fortunately, Qinlan was a doctor, and the Lu family had burn treatment medication, so the original character didn't end up with scars. Later, upon discovering the original character liked the Lu family's son, Zhou continued to bully her. Last night, Wen Ning knew Zhou was coming and was fully prepared. A leopard can't change its spots. Wen Ning didn't believe that Zhou and Yi Qiao would change their personalities this time. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to take the initiative. However, in the end, Zhou's scalding incident was swept under the rug. Qinlan and Jiang Jing apologized, and Jiang Jing, for the Lu family's sake, had no choice but to let it go. After Jiang Jing and her daughter left, Yi Qiao performed the same act in front of Qinlan as she did when Wen Ning got lost, crying, kneeling, and admitting fault. What else could Qinlan do but comfort her, saying it was all a misunderstanding and that she knew Yi Qiao didn't mean it. However, when she returned to her room and closed the door at night, Qinlan couldn't help but recount today's events to her husband, Lu Jinyang, with a hint of complaint in her tone. I think Xiao Yi's personality is a bit extreme. Take today's incident. She didn't mean to spill the soup on Zhou. A sincere apology would have sufficed, but she insisted on putting on such a show, making me feel quite awkward in front of Jiang Jing. Later, after Jiang Jing left, she knelt and cried in front of me, like she was performing. It made me afraid to say anything more, worried she would misunderstand and think I didn't like her. Yi Qiao had knelt twice, and Lu Jinyang just happened not to be around. When he was there, he only saw Yi Qiao being honest and diligent, always helping Aunt Zhang with chores. After listening to his wife's description, Lu Jinyang pondered for a few seconds and speculated. Could it be that Xiao Yi isn't accustomed to being in our home? She's too tense, so when something happens, her emotional reactions are more intense. Qinlan disagreed, saying, why isn't Xiaowen like that? Xiaowen was quite generous. By the way, I told Xiaowen about the study quota for the Workers' Peasant Soldiers University today, and she voluntarily said she would give the quota to Yi Qiao, planning to take the exam for a position in the Cultural and Arts Troupe's publicity department. I don't even know if that position is open for public recruitment, or if Xiaowen inquired about it herself at the Cultural and Arts Troupe. Whether she can get in is another story, but at least she has plans for her future and ambition. If it weren't for Xiaowen actively giving up her spot today, considering Xiao Ye's extreme personality, I really feared that in the end, we wouldn't get the opportunity for further studies and she'd be crying and begging me on her knees. Qinlan rubbed her arms with both hands, her expression showing fear. Hearing his wife mention Wen Ning, Lu Jinyang was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the little girl not only to be pretty, but also to have her own opinions. She had already inquired about which position she wanted to apply for, rather than relying on others for everything, which Lu Jinyang greatly admired. Yes, Xiaowen is indeed good. Qinlan leaned against her husband's embrace, following his words. Since she's good, then you should help her out a bit. I heard from Jiang Jing that there are quite a few people eyeing that position. Lu Jinyang put one arm around his wife's shoulders and tidied up the blanket until it was perfectly straight before speaking. Since there are many people interested, I find it even more inconvenient to intervene. Let's let Xiaowen prepare for the exam properly first and see her results before making plans. I met with Comrade Zhang at the meeting today, and we chatted for a bit. He said the logistics department of the flight team is short a statistician. Xiaowen could go to the flight team as well. It's the same unit as Jinyang, and she would have someone to look out for her. The flight team? No. Qianlan shook her head as soon as she heard this. There are too many rules in the flight team, with danger zones everywhere. Everything has to be reported. If Xiaowen goes there, she won't have any freedom at all. However, speaking of the flight team made Qianlan think of her son. And she said discontentedly, "What is going on with Jinyang? He hasn't been home since he returned from the last mission. I haven't seen him for almost a month. Other pilots might not return home because their hometowns are far away. But our home is only an hour's drive from the flight team. He doesn't come back at all. It's really." Lu Jinyang recalled the last unpleasant phone call with his son. He said Xiaowen had ulterior motives for joining our family and didn't want to live with materialistic and vain people. He hadn't even met Xiaowen and made such an evaluation of her. Isn't that prejudice? Qianlan, however, was unaware of this. "Didn't you explain anything to your son?" "Explain." Lu Jinyang snorted coldly. "You know your son. Once he has decided on something, not even 10 oxen could drag him back. Sleep, sleep, that brat, why care about it?" Lu Jinyang raised his hand and turned off the bedside lamp. He had been recovering at home for a week, and her chest skin was almost healed, aside from some localized redness and peeling. The rest of her skin had returned to normal. Qianlan had visited twice during this time, and today was Saturday. She invited Yi to her home for dinner again, still to make amends. Before going out today, Yi found out that the flight team had no training and guessed that Lu Jinyang must be home. She dressed up carefully, wearing a red off-shoulder dress with little leather shoes and carrying a small handbag, and came over excitedly. Jiang Jing came along as well. As soon as Yi entered the door, she eagerly asked, "Aunt Qin, is Jinyang upstairs?" Qianlan replied with a somewhat helpless tone, "No, he has been home for a month. I don't know if he has gone on mission. Not home." He felt something was off. "That can't be. I asked someone, and Jinyang has been at the base recently, not on a mission. Their team finished training early today and had nothing else to do. When I entered the compound, I even ran into Sun Changzheng. Isn't he also in Jinyang's team? He could go home, so why isn't Jinyang here?" This question was indeed difficult for Qianlan to answer. She chuckled. His matters are never something we're allowed to inquire about. Maybe he has other work arrangements. He had come today specifically to see Lu Jinyang and muttered unwillingly, "He has been home for a month, and I don't know what he is busy with." Glancing at the sliced marinated beef on the table, he had an idea and tugged at Qianlan's arm, acting coyly. "Aunt Qin, I remember Aunt Zhang said Jinyang loves to eat beef. Why don't I take some over to him today and see what he is busy with?" Qianlan knew that He liked her son and had even asked for her son's opinion. But her son had clearly said 3 words, "Not interested." As a mother, Qianlan understood her son well. If he said he wasn't interested, then he truly wasn't. Moreover, every time her son looked at it was like looking at the household furniture, completely devoid of any emotional color, even colder than looking at the table and benches. Qianlan understood that she shouldn't meddle in this. But now, with tugging at her arm and feeling somewhat guilty about the last scalding incident, Qianlan couldn't bring herself to refuse. After thinking for a moment, Qianlan said, "All right, I'll let Lu Yao go with you. And take Xiaowen and Xiaoyi along as well." Jinyang hasn't met his 2 younger sisters yet. Lu Yao was just coming down from upstairs with Wen Ning when he heard his name and asked, "What is up, Mom? Where are we going?" Qianlan explained everything and then made an excuse to go to the kitchen to fetch a container for the beef, pulling her arm away from Yi as she walked toward the kitchen. "Then I'll go call Yi Qiao," Lu Yao said and turned back upstairs. Yi and Wen Ning exchanged glances. He felt a bit annoyed to have a few more tailing followers. Wen Ning silently sighed. "Oh no, is the reveal happening so soon?" She wondered what Lu Jinyang's reaction would be when he discovered her true identity as Ning Ning. Thinking back to Lu Jinyang's cold face before he left last time made her a bit apprehensive. When she deceived him, she never thought she could hide it for long. After all, she lived in the Lu family, and as soon as Lu Jinyang returned home, he would discover her true identity. Now looking back, she felt that concealing her identity had been a bit unnecessary, making her feel more anxious and awkward about meeting him now. Wen Ning silently prayed that she could skip today. Unfortunately, before she could think of an excuse to not go, Qianlan had already come out of the kitchen with a food container filled to the brim with sliced beef and handed it directly to Wen Ning. Wen. Jinyang has a cold personality. Don't be scared when you see him today. He just likes to keep a straight face. And that is how he talks too, gruff and unfeeling. If you feel wronged, just come home and tell me, and I'll teach him a lesson for you. After learning from her husband that their son had a prejudice against Wen Ning, and knowing her son's character, he wouldn't even deign to give a glance to those he didn't care for. She feared that her son would give Wen Ning a hard time today. But she also hoped that today's opportunity, with the young people all together, could help her son change his prejudice against Wen Ning. Naturally, Wen Ning could sense some hints from Qinlan's words and thought, how much does Lu Jinyang dislike the original owner? Even Aunt Qin knows about it. Great. Now she had to go even if she didn't want to. Chapter 25. No entry allowed. At the entrance of the flight squadron, there stood a large iron gate, 5 meters high and 8 meters wide. On either side of the gate were 2 guard posts where soldiers in uniform held their guns at the ready, their sharp eyes scanning the area like hawks. Adjacent to the left guard post was the registration office, which was also manned by a soldier. Wen Ning and her 3 companions stood in front of the registration office. Lu Yao had visited the base before to see Lu Jinyang, and the soldier in charge of registration recognized him. However, rules were rules, and he politely said, "Comrade Lu, only 2 family members can enter at a time. Which 2 of you will go in? Please fill out the information on the registration form." Lu Yao understood this was the rule, and he looked back at the 3 girls, frowning slightly in difficulty. Just as he was about to discuss it with them, He snatched the pen and said stubbornly, "I'll fill it out." She then bent over the table and quickly filled in her information on the form. After finishing, she didn't return the pen to Lu Yao, but instead turned around, her gaze shifting between Wen Ning and Yi Qiao. Wen Ning's long black hair cascaded like satin behind her, adorned with a white headband that revealed her small, delicate face. Her red lips and white teeth complemented her skin, which was as smooth as jade. She wore a shirt on top and a pleated skirt below. One button of her shirt was undone, exposing her elegant swan-like neck. Her skin was fair and translucent, and her waist was so slender that it seemed to invite a gentle embrace. Below her skirt, her slender, pale calves were exposed, making her stand gracefully and attractively. Despite Zhou Yi's effort to wear a striking red dress to draw attention, she felt overshadowed by Wen Ning's presence. Unwilling to accept this, she bit her lip and glanced at Yi Qiao. In comparison, she found Yi Qiao much more pleasant to the eye. Just last week, she had felt a deep-seated rivalry with Yi Qiao, but now, with her 2 simple braids and her dark blue attire, Yi Qiao's face, though pretty, quickly faded against Wen Ning's radiance. Zhou Yi squinted with satisfaction and handed the pen to Yi Qiao, saying, "You go in with me." Yi Qiao was taken aback and clearly did not expect Zhou Yi to invite her. She happily took the pen and began to fill in her information based on what Zhou Yi had written. "Zhou Yi, aren't you being a bit presumptuous? I'm my brother's family member. When did it become your decision?" Lu Yao frowned in dissatisfaction. Even with his good nature, he couldn't hold back any longer. Zhou Yi innocently replied, "Aunt Qin said she would take 2 sisters to see Jinyang, so what's wrong with me bringing Yi Qiao in?" Lu Yao retorted, "What about Wen Ning?" Zhou Yi glanced at Wen Ning and dismissively said, "That's not my rule that only 2 family members can go in at a time. Why are you getting angry with me?" "You." Lu Yao's face turned red with anger. "You know that's not what I meant." Zhou Yi noticed Yi Qiao had finished the form and provocatively smiled at Lu Yao. "Say, well, we're going in first. Bye." With that, she pulled Yi Qiao away. Lu Yao was frustrated that he wasn't a woman. Otherwise, he could have snatched the pen from Zhou Yi. He glanced back at Wen Ning, who was left out, and felt guilty as he said, Ning, Zhou Yi is just like that, always wanting to be in the spotlight. Just ignore her. When they come out, I'll accompany you in." Wen Ning had no intention of going in anyway, so she had been silent. She hadn't expected Lu Yao to be so protective of her and smiled, saying, "It's okay, brother. Maybe Big Brother is busy right now. If we all go in, it might disturb him. We can come back next time." Looking at Wen Ning's delicate, rosy face and hearing her understanding words, Lu Yao felt even more guilty and pained. How did he end up with such a well-behaved and considerate sister? After thinking for a moment, he said, "In a few days, I'm going on a picnic with some friends. How about I secretly take you with me?" Wen Ning's innocent face lit up. "Aren't you bringing Yi Qiao along?" Lu Yao scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. Don't tell Yi Qiao, all right? I'm only bringing you. Wen Ning felt something was off and cautiously probed. But Yi Qiao stays with me every day. If we go out together, she'll definitely notice. Won't she misunderstand? Reflecting on it, she realized that Lu Yao hadn't spoken much to Yi Qiao these past few days, a stark contrast to his earlier enthusiasm about watching over them. Lu Yao pondered over Wen Ning's words, looking troubled. It was indeed difficult to avoid Yi Qiao. Whenever he was in a bind, he liked to scratch his head, and when Ning worried, he might scratch himself bald. However, this did reveal to her that Lu Yao seemed reluctant to spend time with Yi Qiao. Brother, did something happen between you and Yi Qiao that I don't know about? Lu Yao's expression froze for a moment, feeling as though she had hit the nail on the head. No. Wen Ning did not believe him. She blinked her watery eyes at him, wearing an expression that said she knew everything. Really nothing? Lu Yao couldn't hold out for 3 seconds, irritably tugging at his hair and sighing, appearing hesitant to speak. Well, there's a bit of misunderstanding. I'm not sure if it counts as a misunderstanding. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. The way he said it was so enticing. Wen Ning continued to look at him with that expression, prompting him to speak. Brother, if you say it, I can help you share the burden. I'm a girl. I definitely understand girls better than you do. Lu Yao continued to tug at his hair, thinking this was something only a girl would understand. He finally spoke up a few nights ago. Yi Qiao said she had a question she couldn't solve and wanted to ask me. I thought it wouldn't be convenient in your room, so I let her come to mine. We were sitting at the desk, and as we talked, she kept getting closer to me. I thought I was overthinking it. The next night, she came to my room again to ask about the question, and this time she was even closer and leaned against me, looking at me with gentle eyes. I was startled and immediately pushed her away. Unexpectedly, she cried, asking if I hated her. I said no, and she said she didn't believe me, that she had always wanted an older brother, and seeing me felt very familiar, so she wanted to get close to me. She explained that her feelings were just those of a sister toward a brother. I felt quite awkward about it, and wasn't sure if I was overthinking it. Lu Yao finished in one breath, feeling relieved. Wen Ning was stunned, her eyes wide. She had considered the possibility of Yi Qiao flirting with Lu Yao, but she hadn't expected Yi Qiao to have tested the waters with him so early on. It made sense. When the original protagonist was infatuated with the 2 sons of the Lu family, Yi Qiao had remained calm, perhaps having tested the waters earlier and knowing he didn't like her, which is why she shifted her focus in time. That was clever, truly clever. When Ning came back to her senses and realized Lu Yao was still waiting for her response, she quickly summarized her gossip. Well, brother, I think you're not overthinking it. Yi Qiao is interested in you and is flirting with you. Although Lu Yao thought the same, he habitually questioned, Are you sure? Wen Ning patted his shoulder, affirming sure. Definitely. Look, you're tall and handsome, with a sunny and cheerful personality. What girl wouldn't be smitten? Didn't you notice how many girls were looking at you on the bus, fidgeting with their hair and looking down? That's shyness. They're fond of you. Wen Ning's casual compliments made Lu Yao's handsome face turn increasingly red, finally reaching his ears. Am I really that good? Puffed. Wen Ning didn't expect Lu Yao to be so innocent and pure-hearted. She nodded firmly, of course. Don't doubt it. You're the best, the most outstanding, the most excellent guy. Hearing this, Lu Yao felt like pulling her hair, but unfortunately, he didn't. However, after confirming that he hadn't overthought things, Lu Yao faced another dilemma. Wen Ning, what do you think I should do to get along with Yi Qiao in the future? I don't have that kind of intention towards her. I'm afraid if I get too close, she might misunderstand. But if I distance myself, she has a sensitive personality and might think I dislike her. Then my parents will definitely want to talk to me about it. Sigh, really. Wen Ning noticed the dark circles under his eyes. It seemed he had indeed been suffering a lot and hadn't slept well. In contrast, Yi Qiao was enjoying good food and sleeping more soundly than a pig at night. One can only say that shameless people enjoy the world first. Women understand women better. Upon seeing Lu Yao's innocent and straightforward demeanor, Wen Ning decided to give him a bit of a rescue. Second brother, think about it from a different perspective. Yi Qiao didn't consider how to interact with you in the future or whether it would be awkward before she did that. Why are you so tangled up about it? If she had thought about it even a little, she wouldn't have done that. So, keep your previous attitude towards her unchanged. but don't give her the chance to be alone with you anymore. Lu Yao understood the first part, but the last sentence left him staring wide-eyed, filled with confusion. Wen Ning simply broke it down for him. Yi Qiao is testing your bottom line. She leans in once, then twice. If you continue to give her opportunities, then on the third or fourth time, she might dare to hug you or kiss you. More extreme, she might just take off her clothes in front of you. What do you think will happen if your parents catch you then? Lu Yao thought about it and realized the outcome would be that his parents would beat him up and then force him to take responsibility for Yi Qiao, compelling him to marry her. Lu Yao's face turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his back. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. He didn't want to casually marry someone. Wen Ning reassured him. Yi Qiao is about to go to the University of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry, so she'll have fewer chances to be at home. As long as you don't spend time alone with her, there won't be any issues. Lu Yao nodded in fear, deciding it was better to keep his distance from her. Wen Ning and Lu Yao were chatting passionately outside the gate, completely oblivious to a few soldiers in flight suits approaching them. It wasn't until a group of people reached them that someone recognized Lu Yao and greeted him. Only then did Lu Yao notice, looking over and nodding, Brother Jiang, Brother Zhou, Brother Wang. Wen Ning didn't know these people, so out of politeness, she turned her head and habitually smiled, revealing 2 small dimples. Lu Yao proudly introduced, "This is my sister, Wen Ning." The 3 soldiers couldn't help but be captivated. They had heard that Captain Lu had 2 younger sisters, but one of them turned out to be this beautiful, with big, sparkling eyes that seemed to speak, a mouth as red as cherries in June, and skin so smooth and fair, she looked like a piece of exquisite mutton fat, dressed in a pink top, with a large chest and a slim waist. Her curves were enchanting, something only men could truly appreciate. Wen Ning was so used to such looks from men that she raised her lips and greeted them generously. The soldiers blushed at her smile, even their ears turning red. Wen Ning thought they were too innocent, making her feel a bit shy about continuing to smile. One of the soldiers shyly asked her, "By the way, sister, why are you standing outside? Aren't you going in to find Captain Lu?" Wen Ning replied, "We came as a group of 4. 2 family members have already gone in." The soldiers knew the rules, and Jiang Bing scratched his head. "How about you come in with us? We could take 2 family members." Wen Ning was eager not to go in and quickly declined. "No need. We'll come back next time." Jiang Bing nodded. "Then we'll go in first. Goodbye, sister." The other 2 soldiers waved at Wen Ning, with one saying, "Sister, you're welcome to visit our base often. Captain Lu is busy, but we have time to take you inside." Wen Ning sweetly smiled at the 3, quickly agreeing. "Okay, see you next time." In a lounge downstairs of the dormitory, Zhou, Yi, and Yi Qiao finally met Lu Jinyang. Today was Saturday, and since there was nothing going on at the team, Lu Jinyang was dressed casually in a white shirt and black pants. He stood at the lounge door, hands at his sides, with a handsome face that looked as cold as ice. Upon seeing him, Zhou Yi's eyes lit up, and without caring about her image, she stood up excitedly and called out, "Jinyang, what are you doing here?" Lu Jinyang's thin lips flattened in displeasure, his voice as cold as a stone frozen for 10,000 years. Zhou Yi had already thought of an excuse and pushed Yi Qiao forward. "Jinyang, you haven't been home for a month. Aunt Xin asked me to bring Yi Qiao to meet you." "Big brother, I owe me Yi Qiao." The shield Yi Qiao stood up, perhaps feeling Lu Jinyang's cold and strong presence. Although she thought Lu Jinyang was tall and handsome, she didn't dare to act up at all, obediently lowering her head, looking a bit timid. Lu Jinyang glanced at her. His gaze was not as cold and impatient as it was toward Zhou Yi. He said lightly, "Is it okay getting used to the capital?" Yi Qiao nodded and then gathered her courage to say, "Big brother, thank you for the pen you sent last time. It was too precious, and I haven't dared to use it. I've kept it safely in my drawer." "Pen? What pen?" "Jinyang, why haven't you ever given me a pen?" Zhou Yi immediately pouted in dissatisfaction, acting spoiled. Lu Jinyang didn't even look at Zhou Yi, only answering Yi Qiao. "A pen is meant for writing. You should use it." Zhou Yi didn't care about Lu Jinyang's attitude and didn't give Yi Qiao another chance to speak. She directly pushed the food box she brought forward. "Jinyang, I specially brought you braised beef. You love it the most." Lu Jinyang didn't even reach for it, his tone nonchalant. "I don't like it anymore." Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback. struggling to find another topic, but the cold expression on the man's face made it impossible for her to continue her act. Yi Qiao observed Zhou Yi's expression and felt secretly pleased. She didn't expect the spoiled Zhou Yi to be so humble in front of Lu Jinyang. Since Lu Jinyang disliked Zhou Yi, she would help to get Zhou Yi away, and then Lu Jinyang would probably think she was sensible, right? Yi Qiao timely said, "Big brother, let's go back first. Second brother and Wen Ning are still waiting for us at the door." Upon hearing Wen Ning's name and knowing that Lu Yao was with her, Lu Jinyang's brows furrowed slightly, instantly recalling what he had heard in Qianfeng village. He slightly raised his chin, his lips tightening in displeasure. While he was pondering, there were several voices shouting from outside the lounge. "Captain Lu, we're back." The group was Jiang Bing and others who had just spoken with Wen Ning at the door. They had just returned from a meeting at the Air Force office building in the city and came to discuss related matters with Lu Jinyang. Looking inside the lounge, seeing people there, they didn't immediately bring up the meeting but instead said, "Captain Lu, we just ran into your brother and sister at the base gate." When it came to his sister, their faces couldn't help but flush, each pair of eyes sparkling. Jiang Bing mustered the courage to ask, "Captain, is your sister Wen Ning in a relationship?" As soon as he finished speaking, all three pairs of eyes stared at Lu Jinyang, waiting for his answer without blinking. Seeing their reactions, Lu Jinyang understood what was going on. That woman really had a way. She hadn't even entered the base yet and was already scheming to climb up. He coldly reprimanded them. "What a bunch of fools. Haven't any of you ever seen a woman before?" Hearing this, the three took several seconds to process the words, realizing that Captain Lu seemed to be somewhat disdainful of his sister. They had seen beautiful women before, but such beauty was only seen once today, and that was Captain Lu's sister. With a look like that, what man could forget? Three people couldn't quite figure out what Lu Jinyang meant. Jiang Bing glanced at the reception room where two female colleagues were waiting and quickly said, "Team Leader Lu, you can get busy first. We'll come find you later." Without waiting for Lu Jinyang to respond, the three of them ran off faster than rabbits. Once the three left, Zhou Yi looked at Lu Jinyang's extremely cold and handsome face, her eyes darting, and approached him saying, "Jinyang, my mom mentioned last week that she wanted to introduce a match for Wen Ning, but she refused, saying she wanted to find a job first and wasn't considering dating. But look, I knew she wasn't the type to settle down. With that fox-like appearance, just look, she hasn't even entered the base yet and is already trying to flirt with the male colleagues." Seeing Lu Jinyang remain silent, Zhou Yi remembered her mom had mentioned that Yi Qiao and Wen Ning didn't get along, saying Wen Ning was clever while Yi Qiao was a bit duller and easier to manipulate. So she turned to Yi Qiao and said, "Right, Yi Qiao? You're from the same village. You must know her better." Yi Qiao naturally understood what Zhou Yi meant, and since she didn't like Wen Ning either, but didn't want Lu Jinyang to think she was gossiping, thought for a moment and said, "Wen Ning is pretty. It's normal for her to attract many male colleagues, and it's understandable for her to look for a partner with good conditions." She didn't deny Zhou Yi's words, but also didn't defend Wen Ning. Zhou Yi huffed in dissatisfaction and turned to Lu Jinyang, saying, "Jinyang, you must be careful of Wen Ning. Don't fall for her tricks. Her mom sent her to your house just to climb the social ladder, wanting to marry someone with power and influence. You mustn't let her latch onto you." Zhou Yi was trying her best to persuade him. The more she spoke, the colder Lu Jinyang's expression became, his jaw tightening, and a chilling gaze shot toward Zhou Yi. "Are you done? If you're done, then leave." His low voice suppressed his anger, naturally emanating intimidation, which made both Zhou Yi and Yi Qiao feel a chill down their spines. I'm done." Zhou Yi trembled slightly and instinctively nodded. Yi Qiao was even more at a loss for words. The two of them felt weak in their legs and hurriedly walked out. As Yi Qiao passed by Lu Jinyang, he called her back, took out a small stack of cash from his pocket, and handed it to her, succinctly saying, "Take it and spend it." Yi Qiao trembled as she held the money, saying, "Thank you, big brother. Is this for me and Wen Ning?" After saying that, she looked up at Lu Jinyang, only to find he had already strode up the steps and was heading upstairs. Lu Jinyang walked down the dormitory corridor with a cold face. His room was at the end of the corridor, and as he passed the middle, he heard voices coming from a half-open dorm room. "Look at you losers. How good-looking can Team Leader Lu's sister be to enchant you all like this? Humph, that's because you haven't seen Team Leader Lu's sister. Otherwise, you be just as hopeless as us. I don't believe it. Can she be prettier than Bai Jia from the art troupe? Much prettier. Let us put it this way. Her eyes are round and bright, sparkling and watery. When she looks at you, it feels like they're glowing. Her lips are red and delicate, and when she smiles, she has two little dimples sweet enough to make you melt. Her skin is as white as the tofu we ate yesterday, tender and smooth, and her figure is perfect with curves in all the right places, especially her waist, which I estimate is no wider than my palm. The speaker stretched out his palm and gestured in the air. Someone nearby couldn't help but exclaim, "So thin? Can't you hold it with just one hand?" Of course. Not only is it thin, but it also looks very soft. When I locked eyes with her at that time, I thought I saw a fairy descending to earth. You should have seen Jiang Bing's expression. She was so stunned she couldn't say a word, just blushing. Ha ha. Jiang Bing, feeling indignant, glared at her companion. "You're saying that. But you're just the same." The others savored the previous conversation and couldn't help but say, "Is she really that beautiful? You're making me want to meet her. Let us wait for the next time." The sister said she'll come to the base to find Team Leader Lu. Outside, after listening to the entire discussion, Lu Jinyang's brows furrowed tightly, and his face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He knew this woman was restless. Just lingering at the door for a while had gotten their pilots all flustered. What a skill. Lu Jinyang turned around and went downstairs, walked to the communications room, and called the person on duty at the gate. The phone was answered quickly. Lu Jinyang's voice was cold and hard. "From now on, anyone claiming to be my sister is not allowed to enter the base, especially that one named Wen Ning." Chapter 26. Oh no. She's in trouble. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jinyang was still worried. With his younger brother, Lu Yao's naive personality, like a little lamb, encountering a woman who was scheming and calculating was not good. He still needed to go home and confront that woman in person. At the entrance of the base, Yi Qiao and Zhou Yi came out. The box of beef was brought back unopened. Lu Yao glanced at Zhou Yi's poor expression and scoffed inwardly. Clearly she had been turned away by his older brother, and the beef hadn't even been delivered. "Ning Ning, come on, second brother will take you inside." Lu Yao turned to call Wen Ning. Upon hearing that Lu Yao was taking Wen Ning inside, Zhou Yi's expression immediately darkened. She inexplicably didn't want her to see Lu Jinyang. With a cold snort, Zhou Yi said, "Lu Yao, it's a shame you're still a military family member and have no awareness at all. The base is not a place just anyone can enter. Especially not those women who are two-faced, saying one thing and doing another, claiming they don't want to find a partner, while secretly hoping to marry up." "Sister Zhou, what do you mean?" Hearing the sarcasm in Zhou Yi's words, Lu Yao stopped his tracks and couldn't help but turn around to argue with her. Zhou Yi had just hit a wall with Lu Jinyang and was looking for a place to vent her frustration. Since Lu Yao dared to ask, she dared to say directly, "Are you stupid? Can't you see someone is trying to use your family as a stepping stone? Some people dress up all fancy at the entrance of the base just to attract the attention of the male comrades, hoping to marry a pilot. They don't even look at whether they are worthy." This remark almost pointed directly at Wen Ning. However, Wen Ning was not anxious at all. She looked at Zhou Yi with a good-natured smile. She was actually looking for an excuse not to meet Lu Jinyang. And seeing Zhou Yi's expression when she came out clearly indicated she had been upset inside. If she rushed in now and exposed herself in front of Lu Jinyang, she definitely wouldn't fare well. Now that Zhou Yi was stopping her from going in, it was just convenient. Who knew that Lu Yao would take it seriously? He usually had a good temper and always smiled at others, but that didn't mean he had no temper. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. He turned around and looked down at Zhou Yi. Which woman doesn't aim for someone with better conditions to marry? Aren't you the same? You keep wanting to marry my older brother and be my sister-in-law, so why don't you ask yourself if you're worthy? The question was rhetorical, but Lu Yao's face clearly conveyed the message that she was not worthy. Zhou Yi was rendered speechless, her eyes almost shooting fire at Lu Yao. After a few seconds, she seemed to regain her confidence and angrily retorted, "How am I not worthy? What makes the Zhou family worse than the Lu family? Your older brother hasn't said I'm not worthy, so who are you to say that?" Uffed. Lu Yao laughed out loud. "Does my brother even need to say it? When has he ever spoken more than 3 sentences to you?" Has he ever smiled at you? Has he ever spent time alone with you? You used to run to our house every weekend or pester him at the base. Do you think he voluntarily applied for out-of-town missions every time just for fun? It was to avoid you. Since we're talking about it, I'll make it clear. My brother has explicitly told me he does not like you and would rather remain single for life than marry you. You might as well give up on that idea. You. Zhou Yi's face turned red, her chest heaving violently, her finger pointing straight at Lu Yao. Feeling like she was about to explode, Lu Yao ignored her and turned to call Wen Ning. Ning, come over to register your information. Wen Ning felt that today was really not a good time and advised Lu Yao, second brother, why don't we skip going in today? Lu Yao lowered his head to register his information, then handed the pen to Wen Ning without a care, saying, don't be afraid, second brother is here with you. Wen Ning had no choice but to fill in her information. The two of them took the forms and handed them to the duty officer. Zhou Yi glared at the backs of the two as they handed in their forms, almost grinding her teeth in frustration. The duty officer looked at the names on the forms, then at the beautiful woman with rosy lips and white teeth in front of him, confirming, are you Comrade Wen Ning? Wen Ning noted. The duty officer's expression became conflicted as he awkwardly said, Comrade Wen, I'm sorry, but you cannot enter the base. Wen Ning was puzzled, and Lu Yao asked why not. She is your team member's sister, although there's no blood relation. Her household registration has already been transferred to the Lu family, so she is a family member. Why can't she enter? The duty officer scratched his head awkwardly. He also wanted to ask why she couldn't enter, but this was an instruction given by Captain Lu personally over the phone, and he could only relay it truthfully. Captain Lu called just now and specifically instructed that Comrade Wen is not allowed to enter the base. What? Lu Yao looked incredulous, and Wen Ning was also a bit confused. She knew Lu Jinyang disliked the original owner, but she didn't realize it was to this extent. Although Wen Ning knew she was not the original owner in the true sense, she still felt a bit hurt. Yi Qiao could enter, Zhou Yi could enter, but she was the only one who couldn't. Did he really dislike seeing her that much? Just as well, she didn't want to see him either. Wen Ning tugged at Lu Yao's sleeve. Second brother, I won't go in. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Lu Yao couldn't Wen Ning behind Ning. I'll call big brother and ask. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Seeing Wen Ning being stopped outside, Zhou Yi, who was gritting her teeth beside them, suddenly felt relieved. The frustration she had been holding was finally released, and she looked at Wen Ning and Lu Yao with a sarcastic gaze. Misunderstanding? It's indeed a misunderstanding. It turns out that Jinyang isn't avoiding me by not coming home. He is avoiding you, knowing you were going to the base. He specifically instructed the people below not to let you in, ha. Yi Qiao also secretly smirked, pleased that Wen Ning was not favored by Lu Jinyang. Lu Yao was about to borrow a phone to call. Wen Ning held him back, shaking her head. Your brother has his reasons for doing this. I don't have to go in, so don't let it spoil your relationship with him because of me. Lu Jinyang already disliked her. If Lu Yao questioned him, it could lead to a conflict between brothers, and he might even think she was the one instigating it. In an instant, Wen Ning had analyzed the pros and cons and quickly persuaded Lu Yao to back down. Lu Yao said, then I won't go in today either. Let us go home. Wen Ning replied, okay. Lu Yao and Wen Ning walked ahead, while Zhou Yi wore a smug expression behind them, feeling that today she was the only one embarrassed. Yi Qiao felt secretly pleased, seeing that Lu Jinyang seemed to have a decent impression of her, giving her money and asking if she was adapting well in the capital, which was much better than his attitude towards Zhou Yi and Wen Ning. Moreover, he was indeed very handsome, tall and good-looking, like the sun hanging high in the sky, unreachable and radiating brilliance. However, he was too hard to approach, and the pressure he exuded was too strong. Just a glance made her heart race. She couldn't casually try to get close like she did with Lu Yao. She had to be patient and take her time. The four of them had different thoughts. Back at the compound, Joey did not go to the Lu family but went straight home. Her mother, Jiang Jing, had also returned. Seeing her daughter with a mouth that looked like it could hang an oil pot, she knew she must have encountered something unhappy. Jiang Jing asked with concern, what is wrong, my dear? Who upset you? Zhou Yi hugged her mother's arm. Mom, I've thought it through. I want to go on a blind date. Hurry up and help me arrange a match. Someone tall, handsome, and from a good family. Jiang Jing was surprised that Zhou Yi, who had previously refused to go on blind dates, was now actively asking for one. Jiang Jing placed the back of her hand on Zhou Yi's forehead. Testing, my dear. You're not running a fever, are you? Why are you suddenly wanting to go on a blind date? Zhou Yi pulled down her mother's hand, very determined. I don't like Lu Jinyang anymore. I want to go on a blind date. I want to get married right away. She wanted to show the Lu family that she, Zhou Yi, was not dependent on Lu Jinyang and had many choices and could marry someone even better. Hearing this, Jiang Jing was delighted. Oh, my dear, it's good that you've thought it through. Don't worry. Mom will arrange things for you tomorrow. You have no idea how many people wanted to date you before, but you insisted on hanging on to Lu Jinyang like a tree. I tell you, that guy from the Lu family looks good and has a successful career, but his personality is cold and hard. You can tell he doesn't know how to care for others. He is indifferent. If you really marry him, you'll have a tough time. Anyway, he is definitely not suitable for marriage. Jiang Jing had told her daughter these things before, but unfortunately, Zhou Yi just ignored them. Today is different. She surprisingly nodded in agreement. Mom, you're right. By the way, Mom, is there no problem with the job at the art troupe from Annie's side? Zhou Yi remembered that Wen Ning would be competing for the same position and thought, no, she had to grasp both love and career without any mistakes. Speaking of this, Jiang Jing suddenly remembered something and dug out 2 test papers from her bag. This is the exam question your aunt gave you. Just memorize the answers, and you'll be fine. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up as she took the papers and added, Mom, I'm still worried about Wen Ning. I'm afraid the Lu family might help her behind the scenes. How about this? Zhou Yi leaned close to Jiang Jing's ear and whispered her plan. Jiang Jing readily supported her. Okay, you leave this to Mom. The mother and daughter exchanged smiles. The Lu family. Wen Ning had already digested her emotions on the way back from the base to the Lu residence. After arriving home, she put Lu Jinyang out of her mind and focused on preparing for the art troupe's exam. Last week, she submitted 2 poems to the newspaper, and she hadn't received a reply yet. With the exam approaching, Wen Ning had no choice but to continue creating, trying to submit to several different newspapers and magazines to cast a wide net. As long as one of them accepted her work, she would have a representative piece. Besides this, she also planned to find a way to borrow a camera to take some photos for her photography portfolio. However, cameras were too expensive these days. She had previously visited a photography studio, but they refused to lend her a camera, even for money, fearing she might damage it. So, her plan to borrow a camera was shelved. Now, Wen Ning could only focus on submissions. Nighttime was when her creative inspiration flowed the most. For the past few nights, she had needed to create, but was afraid of disturbing Yi Qiao's sleep, so she had been writing in the living room. The living room didn't have a desk lamp. She could only turn on a main light, but she wasn't bold enough to waste electricity in someone else's home. So, she leaned by the window, writing by the moonlight and the street lights outside. Normally it was fine, but today, Qinlan and Lu Zhengwa got up for a midnight snack and caught her. Qinlan immediately said, Xiao-Wen, go to Jinyang's room. He won't be home anyway. His room has a desk and a bed. You can stay there for now. Lu Zhengwa agreed. Wen Ning didn't dare go to Lu Jinyang's room. Uncle Lu, Aunt Qin, no need, I'm fine writing here, and it's easier to get inspired. Qinlan replied, that won't do. You're going to ruin your eyes like this. Look at how beautiful your eyes are, shining bright. You need to protect them. Don't worry. Jinyang usually calls ahead if he is coming home. He won't just show up unexpectedly. Lu Zhengwa added, Xiao-Wen, don't feel burdened. Even if that kid comes home, you don't need to worry. He is 25. He should have moved out to live independently long ago. His workplace has assigned housing. He just hasn't applied for it. Wen Ning still didn't dare to just go into Lu Jinyang's room. Uncle, Aunt, I think we should let my brother know in advance. After all, it's his room, and that would respect him. Qinlan smiled. I didn't expect you to be so sensible. Good, I'll call him tomorrow. But he is not here tonight, so you can go to his room first. Come on, and we'll make the bed for you. If you get tired of writing later, you can sleep in that room. Qinlan took Wen Ning's arm and led her upstairs. Unable to refuse the kind invitation, and knowing it was nearly 10 o'clock, Lu Jinyang probably wouldn't return. Wen Ning didn't resist any longer, thinking she would write at the desk for a while and then return to her own room to sleep. Qinlan was quick, preparing a set of sheets and taking a clean, thin quilt from the cabinet turning back with a smile. Xiao Wen, all set. You study. Aunt Wen tea disturb you. Before leaving, she turned on the desk lamp for her and closed the door. Wen Ning stood in the room, although Lu Jinyang wasn't there. Looking at the room's decor, the countless awards on the walls, the neatly arranged books on the shelf, and the beautifully crafted airplane models on the racks. Everything seemed to carry Lu Jinyang's unique essence, reminding her that this was his territory and not to be infringed upon. Wen Ning withdrew her gaze, cautiously pulled out the chair in front of the desk and sat down. The surface of the desk was very clean, with nothing on it. Only a lit desk lamp in the corner. The light was a soft orange-yellow. Wen Ning placed her pen and notebook on the table, sat up straight, and began to think about the editorial article she wanted to write. Nighttime indeed sparked her inspiration, and Wen Ning quickly got into the zone, writing swiftly. The entire room was lit only by a small desk lamp, casting a dim light that reflected her silhouette hunched over the desk, so quiet that one could hear the sound of the pen scraping against the paper. Base dormitory. Lu Jinyang lay down in bed at 8 o'clock, and by 9 his mind was still clear. It wasn't that he couldn't sleep. It was just that once he fell asleep, he would definitely dream. Ever since he separated from Wen Ning last time, although he planned to respect her wishes and no longer interact with her, she kept appearing in his dreams every night. In the dreams, she wore his shirt, the collar askew on one shoulder, revealing half of her delicate shoulder, with fair skin and red lips, looking like a pure and alluring bunny spirit. Moreover, she smiled at him, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her 2 snow-white legs swaying beneath the hem of the shirt. Even her toes were tender and pink, charming to the eye. No matter how determined Lu Jinyang was, he couldn't help but tighten his jaw and swallow hard. Then came the inevitable. Everything blended together, and then he woke up, filled with anger, and got up to wash the sheets. This had been happening every night, so Lu Jinyang decided to change his environment tonight and went home to sleep, just in time to give that ambitious younger sister a little reminder. 5 minutes later, Lu Jinyang, dressed in his military uniform, took the driver's seat of the Jeep. Chapter 27: The Mysterious Two on the road at night. There were few cars, and the Jeep sped along. When Lu Jinyang arrived home, he was 20 minutes faster than usual during the day. He took out his keys to open the door and pushed it open. The living room was quiet and dark. He tiptoed upstairs, using the little moonlight from outside. At the top of the second-floor staircase, Lu Jinyang's room was on the right. As he raised his hand to unbutton the collar of his military uniform, he walked toward his room. When he reached the door, he found it closed. Just as he was about to turn the doorknob, he suddenly heard a sound that made him frown. He quickly twisted the knob and pushed the door open, only to find the desk lamp on and a slender figure hunched over his desk. "I'll let you into my room. Get out." The voice was not loud, but it carried an invisible sense of pressure and anger. Wen Ning was bursting with inspiration, focused on the desk, her small face serious. The pen in her hand moved quickly, like a sprint, as lines of text flowed from the tip until she heard the cold, unfeeling voice behind her. She froze for a moment, her body instinctively reacting, and her small face turned toward the source of the sound. Their eyes met. Wen Ning's face was full of shock and disbelief. She rubbed her eyes, doubting whether she was seeing things. How could she see Lu Jinyang? "Comrade Lu." Wen Ning's red lips opened, her voice lacking confidence. Seeing that familiar, cherished face in front of him, Lu Jinyang's cold and handsome face briefly showed surprise. But then his expression darkened, as if he remembered something, becoming increasingly grim. Finally, he couldn't help but snort coldly. "Should I call you Ning Lin or Wen Ning?" His thin lips pressed tightly together, and his deep, icy gaze locked onto her. Countless suspicions and deductions flashed through his mind. She had abandoned her original partner in the countryside to stay in the Lu family, seizing every opportunity to climb up. Did she recognize who he was on the train? Which is why she sought his help. When he saved her from the thug the second time, was it intentional or a coincidence? And why was she so certain there was no possibility between them during their third meeting? Lu Jinyang was a fighter pilot, one of the most sought-after targets for subversion by foreign powers in this era. From the first day he enlisted, he had undergone counter-espionage training, making him extremely vigilant against spies. So when he realized Ning Lin was Wen Ning, his first reaction was instinctive surprise. But his second reaction was the result of long-term mental training. He was scrutinizing her, questioning her. When Wen Ning caught his sharp gaze, she was startled, her small face turning pale, her back prickling with sweat. Her fingers unconsciously clutched the hem of her clothes as she began to explain, "I didn't mean to deceive you. It wasn't until I came to your house and saw the photo on the wall that I learned your identity. I studied the ideological education book you gave me and understood your intentions. So when we met for the second time, I didn't dare tell you my real name. I was afraid it would upset you." Wen Ning swallowed hard, facing Lu Jinyang's overwhelming presence, and continued, "As for why I was in your room, Aunt Jean was worried that writing in the living room at night would strain my eyes, so she asked me to use your room first. She'll call you tomorrow to ask for your consent. Don't worry, I didn't touch anything of yours. I was just writing at the desk. I won't enter your room again or come near you. Please don't be angry." As she spoke, her voice softened, carrying a hint of coaxing and pleading. There was no way around it. She was under his roof, and he was still the big shot from the book, following the principle of quickly smoothing things over. She could only try to appease him. However, Lu Jinyang was completely unmoved. With a stern face, arms crossed, and chin slightly raised, he looked down at her with extreme arrogance. Wen Ning raised her small face, bending her eyes into a smile, thinking to herself that she had explained, acted cute, and showed her charm. If he still didn't believe her and continued to dislike her, then there was nothing she could do. She couldn't just keep trying to please him like a sycophant. Seeing that Lu Jinyang still had no reaction, Wen Ning decided not to linger. She packed up her pen and notebook, turned her face away, and walked out of the room. Just as she was about to take 2 steps, a warning voice came from behind. "I don't care what your intentions are. If you want to stay in my house, put away those thoughts." Wen Ning was not pleased to hear that. She was just minding her own business. As long as others didn't provoke her, she would never harm anyone. Every day, she thought about how to support herself, get into the arts troupe, earn a salary, and give back to the Lu family. Yet in his mouth, she had become a woman with ulterior motives. If it weren't for being in the book, Wen Ning would have exploded with anger and stormed off. But now she was in the book in the 1970s, leaving the Lu family without a letter of introduction or money. She had no path other than being mistaken for a drifter and getting caught. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Wen Ning turned around, trying to keep her expression calm as she faced him. "Comrade Lu, I don't know why you have this inexplicable hostility toward me, but please rest assured, I have no thoughts about you. I won't cling to you, nor will I shamelessly ask to marry you." After saying that, Wen Ning didn't look at him again and turned back into her room. Lu Jinyang stood there, his cold eyes fixed on the retreating figure. It was hard to discern his expression, but the air around him seemed to freeze. After standing there for a full minute, his fingers at his side twitched, and just as he was about to turn back to his room, he saw the figure that had just disappeared reappear. The woman was wearing a cotton nightgown, her snow white, slender legs exposed beneath it, and her slightly curled long hair draped behind her. Her small face appeared pale under the moonlight, glowing with a gentle radiance that seemed to illuminate the dark corridor. She walked toward him, holding something in her hand. "This is for you. I haven't worn it. It's still new." Reaching him, she expressionlessly handed him a red dress. It was the one he had bought for her at the friendship store last time. Then she took out a stack of bills bound with a rubber band. "This is the money for the meal you treated me to, but there are only 8 yuan here. The rest I'll return to you after I start working and get paid." Finally, there was a copy of the ideological education textbook wrapped in craft paper. "I'll return this to. I've read it and copied it all over once. I'll open it every day to recite it and remember it by heart." After returning the items, Wen Ning turned without hesitation and walked back to her room. The next morning, when Lu Jinyang went downstairs, Aunt Zhang had already prepared breakfast. The family sat around the dining table. "Hey, Jinyang, why are you home? When did you come back?" Qinlan was surprised to see her son suddenly coming down from upstairs. Lu Jinyang found a seat and replied, "I came back last night. It was too late, so I didn't greet you all." "Dad." Lu Jinyang actively greeted Lu Jinghua, who did not respond but slowly glanced at him, his eyes clearly expressing, "So you never come back?" Lu Yao made a face at his elder brother. Yi Chao shyly called out, "Elder brother." Lu Jinyang nodded slightly, his eyes discreetly scanning the room, but not spotting Wen Ning. His lips tightened in displeasure as he reached for the chopsticks on the table. Qianlong glanced at her son, suddenly remembering. Oh, if I had known you were coming back, I would have asked Xiao when to stay home for breakfast so you two could get to know each other. Just as Yi Xiao was curious about why Wen Ning wasn't there, she heard Qianlan's words and asked, Annie, where did Sister Wen Ning go? Qianlan. She left early in the morning, saying she was going to the art troupe to register for the exam. I originally suggested finding someone to register for her, so she wouldn't have to make the trip. But this child didn't want to trouble me and insisted on going herself. Jinyang, have you driven back? Qianlan looked at her son. Lu Jinyang replied with a hum. Qianlan, that's great. After lunch, you can drive to the art troupe to pick up Xiaowen. After saying that, she remembered that the two hadn't met yet and reminded Lu Yao beside her, you go with your brother. Lu Yao took a couple of bites of porridge, swallowing it while nodding in agreement. After finishing breakfast, Lu Jinyang went out to drive, and Lu Yao followed behind. Just as he was about to get in the car, Yi Xiao suddenly appeared behind them. Big brother, I'm free at home. Can I go with you to pick up Sister Wen Ning? Lu Jinyang replied, lightly with a hum. Yi Xiao smiled, reaching out to pull the door of the passenger seat. Lu Yao, who was originally going to sit in the passenger seat, had no choice but to go to the back seat. The art troupe wasn't far away, and with the drive, they arrived in 5 minutes. Wen Ning deliberately avoided Lu Jinyang in the morning. Since he didn't welcome her, she tried to stay out of his sight. After leaving home, she first went to the post office to send the manuscript she submitted to the newspaper, then came to the art troupe to register. She had an appointment with Lu Yao today. He was going to take her and some friends for an outing. To avoid Yi Xiao, they agreed to meet outside and then join their friends together. After registering, Wen Ning stood at the entrance of the art troupe waiting for Lu Yao. She had tied her hair in a high ponytail today, exposing her forehead, and her head shape looked plump and intelligent. At the top of her ponytail, she had tied a red bow, which, paired with her fair and delicate little face, made her look charming and sweet. She was tugging at the straps of her crossbody bag with both hands while turning on her toes to look at the people on the road. After a while, she saw a jeep coming from a distance. To her surprise, Lu Jinyang was in the driver's seat, with Yi Xiao in the passenger seat. Wen Ning turned her head, pretending not to see. However, Lu Jinyang spotted her from afar, noticing that graceful figure and her delicate posture on tiptoes. He parked the car right in front of her, honked twice, rolled down the window, and looked at her through the middle seat, his dark eyes deep and steady. At this point, Wen Ning couldn't pretend not to see anymore. She turned around, pressed her lips together, and expressionlessly met the gaze of the people in the car. Get in. Lu Jinyang spoke. Wen Ning stood still, coldly replying with 2 words, no way, as if she was supposed to get in the car. She would rather walk back. She raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at him with a gaze that was as cold and noble as a celestial maiden looking down on the world. Being looked at like this, Lu Jinyang felt a prick in his heart, his lips parted slightly, and he finally added a few more words. I'll take you home. Wen Ning replied softly, thank you, but I have things to do today, so I won't go home yet. At this moment, Lu Yao in the back seat was finally fiddling with the car lock, opening the door and winking at Wen Ning outside. Ning, get in. Wen Ning didn't expect him to be in the car, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But she had no choice but to get into the back seat and sit with Lu Yao. Because Yi Xiao was there once in the car, Lu Yao and Wen Ning could only communicate through glances. One blinked his left eye and slightly turned his face. One nodded in understanding with a look. After closing the car door, the car slowly started, and Lu Jinyang glanced at the two, exchanging glances through the rearview mirror. His handsome face suddenly darkened, and the air pressure in the car dropped several degrees. Wen Ning rubbed her arms, feeling inexplicably cold. Lu Yao did the same. As the car was about to head home, both Lu Yao and Wen Ning felt anxious. They couldn't let it go on like this, or they would have to find excuses to go out again after getting home, especially since Yi Xiao was always there, making it impossible to avoid her. Wen Ning had left home early that morning to avoid Lu Jinyang and Yi Xiao. She didn't expect to be stuck with them again now. Ugh, what a headache. Lu Yao also scratched his head in frustration, sighed, and had no choice but to make up a lie. Big brother, can you stop up ahead? I need to get out. The car slowed down, and Lu Jinyang raised an eyebrow slightly. Aren't you going home? Lu Yao coughed twice. I have plans with friends. And by the way, Ning is with me. She's just asking my friend about something. The car came to a stop, without waiting for Lu Jinyang to respond. Lu Yao opened the car door and got out, fearing that Yi Xiao would suddenly insist on going along, especially since she had chased after them this morning when picking up Wen Ning. Wen Ning quickly followed him out and slammed the car door. "Let us go. Let us go." As soon as they stood firm, Lu Yao hurriedly pushed Wen Ning in the opposite direction of the car, as if being chased by a dog from behind. The two quickly disappeared around the corner of the street. The Jeep remained stationary. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Jinyang watched the two disappear, and his dark eyes instantly froze over. Yi Xiao smiled and casually said, "It seems that second brother and sister Wen Ning have been spending a lot of time together lately, looking all mysterious. I wonder what they're up to." Chapter 28, Comrade 1, wait a moment. Yi Xiao smiled and casually said, "Second brother and sister would have been spending time together recently, looking all mysterious. I wonder what they are up to." After saying this, she looked at Lu Jinyang's profile, waiting for him to ask her more. However, Lu Jinyang didn't even glance her way. His face was expressionless as he pressed the accelerator hard, and the car shot forward like an arrow. Yi Xiao lost her balance and was thrown forward, nearly hitting the windshield, which frightened her into grabbing the sides of her seat to steady herself, fearing she might actually be thrown out. Throughout the journey, the pressure inside the car was at an all-time low, and the speed was also at its peak. The man in the driver's seat pressed his thin lips tightly together, his jawline taut, his sharp eyes focused ahead, radiating a chilling sense of oppression. It wasn't until the car entered the courtyard and stopped at the Lu family's gate that the man's expression changed not at all. Yi Xiao didn't dare to say another word. Once the car stopped, she cautiously unfastened her seatbelt and got out. Lu Jinyang slammed the car door shut, took a long stride, and stepped into the house as if Yi Xiao behind him didn't exist at all. In the living room, Lu Zhonghua and Qin Lan had already left for work. Aunt Zhang was cleaning. When she saw Lu Jinyang come in, she paused with the cloth in her hand and smiled, asking Jinyang, "Are you staying home for lunch? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Lu Jinyang suppressed the emotions in his dark eyes, looked at Aunt Zhang, and said flatly, "Whatever. Anything is fine. I'm going upstairs." Aunt Zhang, accustomed to his cold and serious demeanor, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll make dumplings for lunch. It will just be the three of us at home." 3 people? Lu Jinyang paused in his steps up the stairs and glanced back at the living room. Counting himself, there were indeed 3 people. He raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, "Is Lu Yao not coming home?" Aunt Zhang nodded and said, "Yes. Just now Xiao Yao called back and said he and Xiao Wen won't be having lunch or dinner at home today, so I shouldn't cook for them." Lu Jinyang acknowledged with a quiet and turned to go upstairs. He pushed open the door to his room, walked over to his desk, sat down, and unbuttoned the collar of his shirt, his face growing colder. On the desk lay the items Wen Ning had returned to him last night, a skirt, cash, and a book on ideological education. His dark gaze fixed on the skirt, feeling as if his chest had been punched hard, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, suffocating and oppressive. This was a feeling he had never experienced before, even with his collar open, exposing half of his chest. The sensation lingered. His mind was filled with the stubborn little look on the woman's face when she returned his things, as if he had wronged her greatly. But clearly, it was she who had lied and had ulterior motives. Irritated, he rubbed his temples. He and T slept well last night. Rather, he and T slept at all. After a few seconds of rubbing, he suddenly stood up, picked up the skirt and cash from the desk, and walked out. He paused in front of Wen Ning's room. It was empty. 2 small beds were placed against the wall, one on the left and one on the right, with identical sheets and covers. He frowned slightly, not knowing which bed belonged to Wen Ning. After thinking for a couple of seconds, he folded the items neatly and placed them on the desk. Lu Yao met up with Wen Ning and their friends, and the group rode their bicycles out of the city to a reservoir at the foot of Shishan Peak. The reservoir was surrounded by mountains, with beautiful scenery. It was possible to fish, hike, or cycle around the lake. Upon arriving at the reservoir, they parked their bicycles aside and began preparing for a picnic. Lu Yao and Wen Ning only brought their appetites, while the other friends were well equipped with pots, pans, seasonings, and ingredients, even bringing fishing rods to catch fish to grill and eat. With many hands, the picnic setup quickly came together, and all that was left was to wait for the fish to bite. The boys who brought fishing rods sat down by the reservoir and started a competition to see who could catch the most fish. Lu Yao joined in, borrowing a friend's fishing rod, baiting the hook, and casting it into the water. Meanwhile, those without fishing rods wandered nearby, looking for firewood and wild vegetables to prepare for lunch. Wen Ning also strolled around. Suddenly, she saw Lu Yao's friend Yin Weiguo pull a camera from his bag and hang it around his neck. Wen Ning had been thinking of where to borrow a camera to take some photographs for her portfolio, and unexpectedly, she found one today. Her gaze on Yin Weiguo became as fervent as a bee spotting a flower or a dog seeing a bone. Yin Weiguo blushed deeply, his ears burning, wondering if he was too handsome, as the beautiful girl looked at him with such fiery eyes. Finally, Yin Weiguo put down the camera, gathered his courage, and walked over to Wen Ning, offering her the flowers he had just picked. "One comrade one. These are for you." Lu Yao had already introduced them earlier, and Wen Ning graciously accepted the flowers, leaning in to smell them, then flashing a dazzling smile with her dimples showing. "Thank you, Comrade Yin. These flowers smell great." Yin Weiguo was dazzled by her smile, staring blankly at Wen Ning and completely forgetting what he was going to say. Wen Ning didn't mind. She pointed to the camera hanging on his chest. "Comrade Yin, can I take a look at your camera?" Sure. Yin Weiguo regained his senses, took the camera off his neck, and handed it to Wen Ning. She returned the flowers to him, then took the camera and began to examine it. To her surprise, the camera was a DSLR with a maximum aperture of f1.3.5, a focal length of 50 millimeters, and a minimum focusing distance of 1 m. After adjusting a few parameters, she picked up the camera, randomly chose a scene, and clicked a photo. Seeing her level of professionalism, Yin Weiguo exclaimed, "Comrade, one could take photos?" Wen Ning nodded and clicked another picture. Yin Weiguo scratched his head, feeling both surprised and a bit shy. "Then can you teach me? I just bought a camera, and I don't really know how to use it." "Of course. Look this." Wen Ning took the camera and acted as a qualified teacher, patiently explaining everything from how to adjust parameters to how to frame and find angles. Yin Weiguo had always been interested in photography, and with Wen Ning's guidance, he quickly got the hang of it, taking several photos in a row. Wen Ning also took the opportunity to snap some landscape and portrait shots, capturing many candid moments of everyone fishing and having a picnic. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, everyone packed their things and rode back. When they returned to the courtyard, it was already evening, and everyone went back to their homes. Wen Ning and Lu Yao walked in front of the Lu family small building, just about to enter when the door swung open first. They met Lu Jinyang's cold gaze. "Where have you been?" Earlier, when Qinlan saw the two were not home, she asked Lu Jinyang to check with Lu Yao as friends, but unexpectedly, she ran into them just as they returned. Lu Yao scratched his head, seeing no one else around, and truthfully said, "Big brother, I didn't mean to deceive you this morning. Wen Ning and I went to the Shishan Peak Reservoir for a picnic with friends." Lu Jinyang glanced at the two without any expression and turned his body aside. "Go in." Lu Yao chuckled and was about to go in with Wen Ning when a male voice suddenly called out from not far away. "Comrade Wen, wait." Yin Weiguo, panting and holding his camera, ran over. Wen Ning paused, turned around, and smiled at him. "What is up, Comrade Yin?" Chapter 29. Something's off. Very off. Wen Ning paused her steps and turned around with a bright smile, looking at him. "What's wrong, Comrade Yin?" Yin Weiguo shyly smiled back at her and handed her the camera he was holding. "Here, you can borrow this. Didn't you say you wanted to create a photography portfolio? Once you're done shooting, I'll help you develop the photos." They had discussed this while taking pictures by the reservoir that afternoon, but since they had already taken plenty of photos, Wen Ning didn't take the camera. "No, that's fine. I've already taken the photos I wanted. The camera is quite valuable, so you should keep it safe." Yin Weiguo retrieved the camera. "Do you have time tomorrow? We can go develop the photos together." Wen Ning thought for a moment. It seemed she had no plans for tomorrow, so she nodded. "Sure, what time?" Yin Weiguo, "Is 10 in the morning okay?" Wen Ning squinted her eyes slightly. "Sounds good." Yin Weiguo looked at her pure smile and couldn't help but feel his ears blush slightly. He waved his hand. Then, "See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Wen Ning waved back at him. Yin Weiguo walked away, looking cheerful. Wen Ning felt that her photography portfolio was finally taking shape, and her heart was happy as she turned around. However, As soon as she turned, she bumped into someone else's gaze behind her. It was cold and dark, staring at her unwaveringly. Wen Ning instinctively averted her gaze, raised her hand to gently rub her arm, and took a step back, waiting for the person in front to move aside. He blocked her way, and she couldn't enter. When Lu Jinyang saw her, just now smiling at another male comrade, but now turning to him with a look that clearly said she didn't want to talk, a surge of anger rose in his chest. He stood still at the doorway, seemingly determined to block her way until she spoke first. Wen Ning silently waited for 2 seconds, and upon seeing him still standing there, her brows furrowed slightly. Unable to help herself, she glanced at him quickly. That glance startled her with his fierce expression. Did he really dislike her that much? Wen Ning stepsister, and an unbearable sourness suddenly surged from her nose to her eyes, making her eyes redden. She bit her lip hard, trying to suppress that sour feeling. Next to them, Lu Yao, even if he was slow, could sense the awkwardness between the two. He had held back a question for a long time and finally couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, Ning, do you two have some misunderstanding?" The two who had just been silent spoke in unison. No. Lu Yao scratched his head, puzzled. No misunderstanding? Then why did both of them look so grim? However, in the end, Lu Jinyang still relented. Seeing Wen Ning's eyes red, it felt as if an invisible hand gripped his heart. He moved his lips but said nothing, stepped aside and let her pass. Seeing him move aside, Wen Ning quickly walked past him without glancing back. Lu Yao followed closely behind. The next day, Wen Ning left home early again, preferring to wander outside rather than face Lu Jinyang at home. Plus, she had plans to meet Yin Wei Guo to develop photos today, so she figured she could stay out until evening before returning. In the morning, when Lu Jinyang got up for breakfast, he noticed Wen Ning was absent from the dining table as usual, remembering that Lu Yao's friend had invited her to develop photos last night. His brows slightly furrowed as he quickly finished his meal and left. "Hey, Jinyang, where are you going?" Qinlan called out from behind. But as soon as her words fell, her son had already disappeared out the door. She shook her head, feeling a bit regretful. It was hard for her child to come home, and he hadn't spoken to her much before rushing out again. Today was Monday, and Lu Jinyang was supposed to return to the base. However, he had accumulated a lot of unused leave recently, and since there were no tasks at the base during this period, Lu Jinyang applied for time off to use up his leave. After breakfast, he drove out and circled around the streets, checking several nearby photo studios but didn't find anyone he was looking for. He turned the car around and headed back, driving to another family housing complex. "Jinyang, what brings you here?" Zhou Zheng looked at his suddenly visiting friend in surprise. The two were high school classmates and had a good relationship. Lu Jinyang got straight to the point. "Help me get something." Zhou Zheng was even more surprised. What could the young master Lu not get? Zhou Zheng's family was in the diplomatic system, often having opportunities for overseas exchanges and interacting with many foreigners, so he frequently helped friends bring back foreign goods. It was kind of like a purchasing agent from the 1970s. Lu Jinyang casually replied with one hand in his pocket, "Help me get a DSLR camera." There were cameras in the country now, like Seagull and Beijing brands. But cameras were considered high-end consumer goods, and there weren't many buyers. As long as one had the money, they could buy one. However, Zhou Zheng knew that Lu Jinyang was clearly not referring to domestic products but to foreign ones. Coincidentally, he just happened to have a DSLR camera he had brought back from the United States. "Wait," Zhou Zheng chuckled and turned to go into his bedroom. A moment later, he came out holding a square black nylon bag. "Here, the latest model Olympus DSLR. My uncle just brought it back from the US. It was supposed to be a birthday gift for me, and it's brand new. I haven't even opened it. I don't like taking pictures anyway. It's a waste to keep it." Lu Jinyang took the camera without even looking inside and directly asked, "How much?" Zhou Zheng held up 5 fingers, offering a friendly price of 500 yuan. Lu Jinyang didn't even blink, reached into his pocket, and pulled out several neatly bundled bills, handing them over. "Count it." Zhou Zheng was too lazy to count, simply stuffing it into his pocket, then looked at Lu Jinyang meaningfully. "I say, young Master Lu, when did you start getting into cameras? I never heard you liked photography before." Having gotten the item, Lu Jinyang was eager to leave and didn't answer his question, just nodded at him. "Thanks. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Lu Jinyang took the camera home. In the living room, except for Wen Ning, Everyone else was present. Seeing what he was holding, Lu Yao recognized it first. Bro, did you buy a camera? Lu Yao had seen Yen Guo with a similar bag yesterday, so he immediately knew there was a camera inside. Lu Jinyang responded with a grunt, not knowing what he was thinking, and directly handed the camera to Lu Yao. Take it and keep it safe. It'll be convenient for taking pictures. No need to go to the photo studio anymore. Upon hearing this, Qin Lan and Lu Zhenghua exchanged doubtful glances at their son. They only went to the photo studio once a year. Did they really need to buy a camera? However, they ultimately didn't voice their concerns. Lu Yao took the camera, opened it, and examined it for a while, discovering it wasn't a simple point-and-shoot, but a DSLR that required a more professional user. None of the family understood photography, and he glanced at Yi Xiao, who looked back with a pair of clueless eyes, clearly not someone who understood photography. Strangely, Lu Yao recalled that Wen Ning had taken pictures with a camera yesterday. It seemed that yesterday Yen Guo had also thanked Ning for teaching him. So, only Ning could take pictures. And now his big brother had bought a camera? Lu Yao felt something was off, but couldn't connect the two events, shaking his head. He returned the camera to Lu Jinyang. Big brother, maybe the camera should stay in your room. We don't usually take pictures. No need. Lu Jinyang didn't take it back, glancing at the TV cabinet in the living room. Just leave it there. Chapter 30. Veins pulsating when Wen Ning returned home in the evening. She knew that her family had bought a camera. Lu Yao pointed to the camera and proclaimed, "My brother went out after breakfast this morning and came back with a camera. Isn't that strange? No one in the house takes pictures. So why did he buy one? And it's a DSLR with a manual that's all in English. I can't even understand it." Wen Ning found it odd too, but she wasn't so vain as to think that Lu Jinyang bought it specifically for her. Perhaps he simply wanted a camera for the family, and it was just a coincidence. She glanced at the camera and saw that it was an Olympus. This brand was still selling in her time, and it must have been expensive in this era. She silently marveled at how wealthy Lu Jinyang was. Lu Yao took the camera out and shoved it into her hands. "Hey, Ning, you know how to use this, right? Teach me." After all, she had used Yen Guo's camera smoothly just yesterday. "Sure." Wen Ning nodded, took the camera, and naturally adjusted the aperture and a knob. Once set, she handed the camera back to Lu Yao. "Give it a try. Press this button to take a photo." Lu Yao looked through the viewfinder and exclaimed, "Wow, Ning, the lens seems to zoom in." "Yeah, I adjusted the aperture. It's better for close-up shots now." "Try it." Lu Yao snapped a picture of Wen Ning's face. She didn't shy away and casually leaned back against the sofa, changing her expression and posture several times in just a few seconds. In her previous life, she was into social media, constantly posting photos and vlogs to gain followers. Taking pictures was childish play for her. Lu Yao kept clicking away, suddenly finding photography quite fun, especially capturing beautiful people or things which was pleasing to the eye. "Hey, Ning, take a few pictures of me." Lu Yao handed the camera back to Wen Ning and mimicked her pose. Sitting on the sofa with his hands resting on his knees, back straight, and a bright smile on his face, an iconic pose of the era. Wen Ning took a photo in that pose, and then inspiration struck. She began directing Lu Yao. "Lean back against the sofa. Unbutton your collar. Don't smile. Be serious. More aloof, and make your gaze sharp like you're looking at something in the distance." Listening to Wen Ning's instructions, Lu Yao adjusted his posture and expression, unbuttoning 2 buttons to reveal his collarbone. Wen Ning raised the camera to take a shot, but it didn't feel right. "Unbutton 1 more." Lu Yao complied. Still feeling off, Wen Ning instructed, "Unbutton 2 more, let your chest muscles show a bit." "All right, now it feels right. Hold that pose, don't smile. Keep your pearly whites hidden, be aloof." "Aloof." Wen Ning clicked the shutter several times. Lu Yao couldn't hold it in. After 3 seconds without showing his teeth, he burst out laughing, saying, Ning, why do I feel like the vibe you're trying to capture is just like my brother? He doesn't even need to pose. Just sitting there gives off that serious, aloof vibe with a sharp gaze." Wen Ning's mind instantly flashed with Lu Jinyang's face. If Lu Jinyang were a model, indeed, he would just sit there and exude a strong masculine aura. Unfortunately, Wen Ning wished she could walk around him right now. She guessed that Lu Jinyang probably hated her and would never let her take his picture. Wen Ning pouted, trying to shake off that image from her mind. Lu Yao had the charm of a sunny boy, and she wanted to capture something different, something with a unique masculinity. Since Lu Yao didn't have that vibe, she would create it through styling. Wen Ning set the camera down and personally styled Lu Yao. She went to the kitchen, filled a bowl with water, dampened her palms, then knelt on the sofa with one leg while bending over to comb back his hair from his forehead. Will this make me look cool? Lu Yao rolled his eyes up to see his hair being styled. Don't worry, you'll look amazing. Wen Ning was very confident in her aesthetic. Produce. With Lu Yao's good looks, any hairstyle would work as long as it was in TA balding style. As they were joking around, a cold, stern voice suddenly rang out. What you two doing? Lu Jinyang appeared at the top of the stairs, looking down at the two on the sofa. From his angle, Lu Yao's shirt was half open, and Wen Ning was bent over him, her hand touching his head. It looked inappropriate, as if she were actively flirting. The moment Wen Ning heard the voice, she jumped up from the sofa. Brother. Lu Yao stood up too, quickly explaining, don't misunderstand. Ning is taking pictures of me. Is that so? Lu Jinyang slowly and coldly responded, his gaze flicking to the camera on the coffee table. Seeing his brother's expression, Lu Yao understood what he meant. Bro, Ning is styling my hair. Look, he pointed to the bowl of water on the table. Then to his hair, Ning designed this hairstyle. She said it looks good. Lu Jinyang said nothing, his cold gaze darting back to Lu Yao's open shirt. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Yao stammered, I unbuttoned these myself. I want to show some chest muscles, more masculine. Seeing Lu Jinyang's still cold expression, Lu Yao's eyes darted, and he directly pulled his brother over. Come on, let Ning take a few pictures of you. She is really good at it. Lu Yao winked at Wen Ning. She had no choice but to comply, since the camera was bought by Lu Jinyang, and it would be a bit too much to turn him down now. Thinking this, Wen Ning picked up the camera and looked up at Lu Jinyang. He seemed to have just showered, his short black hair distinctly wet, dressed in a shirt and long pants, with broad shoulders and a straight back. The collar of his shirt was unbuttoned a few buttons, revealing skin below the collarbone. His face bore no expression, but he looked coldly handsome, like a typical brooding handsome guy. No styling was needed. Just standing there, a casual click could produce a cover photo for a fashion magazine. Wen Ning raised the camera and casually snapped a few shots of Lu Jinyang. Brother, sit down. Let's take a few more sitting down. Lu Yao pulled Lu Jinyang's arm, guiding him to sit on the sofa. Following Wen Ning's earlier guidance, he unbuttoned a few more of his brother's shirt buttons and admired his brother's look, turning to Wen Ning and saying, Ning, doesn't my brother have the vibe you want? Serious, aloof, sharp gaze, and a great physique. What did that even mean? Wen Ning's face turned bright red, even her earlobes tinged with pink. She stood there awkwardly with the camera, unsure whether to take a picture or not. Taking one would seem like an indirect acknowledgement of Lu Yao's words, while not taking one would feel like she was intentionally playing hard to get. Lu Jinyang remained silent, sitting calmly with an unfathomable gaze fixed on her, deep enough to seem like he could pull her in. Wen Ning unconsciously bit her lip, finally lifting the camera and taking several shots of Lu Jinyang from different angles. As she shot, she couldn't help but think that aside from everything else, Lu Jinyang indeed had the capital to be proud. Just his face and physique could easily overshadow many superficial idols in the entertainment industry. Oh, so you guys are taking pictures. Yi Qiao appeared at the bottom of the stairs, holding a book and a pen. As soon as Lu Jinyang heard her voice, he raised his hand and began buttoning his shirt. By the time Yi Qiao reached the sofa, Lu Jinyang had meticulously buttoned his shirt up to the top, sitting there with a poised demeanor. When Ning watched his actions, the words male virtue drifting through her mind for some reason, and she suddenly felt like laughing. She raised her eyes and glanced at Lu Jinyang with a smile. Lu Jinyang happened to be looking at her as well, catching that hint of amusement in her eyes, and the corners of his lips relaxed a bit. Brother, I have a question I can't solve. Can you help me explain it? Yi Xiao osat beside Lu Jinyang, blinking her eyes in request. She then raised the pen in her hand, saying, Brother, the pen you gave me is really nice to use. The ink flows smoothly, and the tip is very smooth. I saw a string of foreign text on the pen box, and Astanchin, and she told me it's made in the Soviet Union. Thank you, brother. I've never used such a good pen before. She wore a sincere and grateful smile. When Ning glanced at the pen, which was indeed the gift Lu Jinyang had given to Yi Qiao when she first came to the Lu family. It was a very exquisite pen, Wen Ning thought to herself. But at the same time, she recalled the book on ideological education she received and the warning from the other party to behave herself and not to be scheming. The smile in her eyes gradually faded. She raised her hand to turn off the camera, packed it back in her nylon bag, and returned it to its place. Lu Jinyang noticed her actions. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, wanting to say something. Yi Qiao's voice sounded again. Brother, here us this back. I haven't spent the money you gave me last time at the base. I usually eat and stay at home, so I don't have anywhere to spend it. You should keep it for yourself. Yi Qiao took out an envelope, inside which was a stack of banknotes bound with a rubber band. Wen Ning looked at the two of them and said calmly, You guys chat first, I'm going upstairs. After saying that, she walked straight toward the stairs. Lu Yao didn't want to stay with Yi Qiao either, rubbing his arms. He quickly followed Wen Ning upstairs. I'm going up too. Lu Jinyang stared at Wen Ning's back, his lips tightly pressed, opened the envelope Yi Qiao had handed him and glanced at it, then coldly said, This isn't for you. Yi Qiao exclaimed, panicking, Oh, sorry, brother. I saw this on my desk and I thought, So this is for Wen Ning? Then, I'll take it to her. Yi Qiao reached out to take back the envelope. Lu Jinyang caught a glimpse of Wen Ning's figure disappearing around the corner of the staircase, and he didn't loosen his grip on the envelope, his voice slightly cold. No need. You said you wanted to ask me a question. Which one don't you understand? Yi Qiao quickly handed over a book, pointing, I don't quite understand this one. Lu Jinyang glanced at the question, took the pen, and directly wrote the solution process on the book, then put down the pen. You look at it first. If you really don't understand, come back to ask me. After saying that, he quickly got up and headed towards the stairs without looking back. On the second-floor corridor, Wen Ning returned to her room to get her pajamas and towel, planning to go downstairs to take a shower. Because she was going to shower, she took down her original braid, letting her hair fall in waves behind her, making her face appear even smaller. Her skin looked as if it had absorbed a lot of water, her eyes bright and shiny, and her lips a vivid red, both pure and charming. Unexpectedly, she ran into Lu Jinyang in the corridor. Their eyes met, and Lu Jinyang's deep gaze was filled with her beautiful little face, a subtle vein on his forehead pulsing slightly. He picked up the envelope in his hand, about to say something, but Wen Ning pressed her bright red lips together and walked past him without looking sideways. Lu Jinyang's expression visibly turned cold. After going downstairs, Wen Ning felt a chill blowing behind her, her little legs running quickly. The next morning, as soon as Wen Ning got up, she heard Aunt Zhang say that Lu Jinyang had received an urgent mission last night and returned to the base. Wen Ning inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. She was glad that she wouldn't have to wander around outside for half a day before returning home today. After breakfast, Wen Ning stayed home to prepare for the exam. The exam time for the art troupe was next Monday. She wasn't clear about the exam question format of this era, so she could only prepare by guessing, looking a little here and there. While she was studying, someone knocked on the door outside. Wen Ning was in the living room, close to the door, so she went over to open it. At the door was the postman, Old Zhao, who was delivering letters to the courtyard. He handed 3 envelopes to Wen Ning. Thank you. After closing the door, Wen Ning walked to the sofa with the envelopes, flipping through them as she walked, discovering that all 3 letters were addressed to her. She sat down on the sofa, opening them one by one. Upon opening the first letter, Wen Ning's eyes instantly lit up. It was a letter from the newspaper. The letter stated that her manuscript had been accepted, and it also included a payment of 5 yuan. Looking at the 5 brand new 1 yuan bills at her hand, Wen Ning smiled brightly, not expecting the payment to be this much. She had been worried about the money for developing photos, which Yan Weiguo had lent her. Now it was good. She wouldn't owe him a favor anymore. Wen Ning continued to open the second letter. To her surprise, it was a reply from the magazine, saying that both a poem and an article she submitted had been accepted, with a total payment of 10 yuan. Earning a total of 15 yuan made Wen Ning feel a bit lightheaded with joy. This was the first money she had earned on her own in this era. The sense of satisfaction was incredible. Wen Ning started to open the third letter. This letter was sent by her mother, Ning Shuiqin. After arriving in the capital, Wen Ning had forgotten to call the original owner's mother back, but she had called twice. And each time the person who answered said they would call the original owner's mother to come to the phone, but there was no follow-up. And ultimately the call was automatically disconnected. Wen Ning had even sent a telegram to the post office, but there was no response. She had to write a letter back to report her safety. This time, she received a reply. It was a letter from Ning Shuachin, filled with words of concern for her, but it didn't mention her mother's situation or her stepfather, Lu Jun. The more this happened, the more uneasy Wen Ning felt. She had gone to the capital. Would her stepfather Lu Jun let it go? Would it put her mother in danger? Although Ning Shuachin was not her biological mother, but the original owneress, she had now taken over the original owner's body and naturally had the obligation of a daughter. Moreover, from the original owner's memories, Ning Shuachin had been very good to her, planning everything for her with a selfless motherly love. The reason she married Lu Jun was also to seek protection for a widow and her daughter. As for sending her to the Lu family, it was partly to help her avoid Lu Jun's schemes and partly due to the desire for social advancement. However, putting oneself in her shoes, which mother wouldn't want her daughter to marry someone with good conditions, especially when the daughter is particularly beautiful? Not finding someone from a powerful family would make beauty a burden or even a sin. Therefore, Wen Ning could completely understand the original owner's mother's mentality. However, she herself had no plans for marriage at this time, focusing on securing a job first and not living off the Lu family. Because of this letter, Wen Ning felt a sense of concern and planned to wait until Qinlan and Lu Jinyang came home in the evening to see if she could ask them to help inquire about her mother's situation. However, by the evening during dinner, before Wen Ning had the chance to bring this up, Qinlan spoke to her about another matter first. Chapter 31, Spreading Rumors at the Dinner Table. Lu Jinyang and Lu Jinyang were both absent. Qinlan served Wen Ning a piece of rib and asked Xiaowen, "Have you registered for the art troupe's exam? Isn't the exam date approaching?" Wen Ning replied, "Yes, I've already submitted my registration form, and the exam is next Monday." Qinlan nodded, "That's quite soon. Just go ahead and take the exam casually. Don't take the results to heart. That position has too many requirements, and the actual work is complicated and varied. I'll have your Uncle Lu help you find a suitable job later. Also, when you go out recently, no matter what anyone says to you, just ignore it." Wen Ning didn't think much of the first statement, but the latter clearly had a preventive tone. "Aunt Qin, is someone saying something behind my back because I want to apply for the art troupe?" Wen Ning wasn't afraid of what others said about her. She was worried about bringing trouble to the Lu family. Qinlan didn't want her to worry and shook her head. "No, don't overthink it. Just focus on preparing for the exam." Wen Ning keenly glanced at Lu Yao across the table. After all, Lu Yao was only 18 and couldn't hide things well. At that moment, under Wen Ning's questioning gaze, he couldn't help but say, Ning, I don't know who the big mouth is, but someone is spreading the word in the compound that you're applying for a position in the publicity department of the art troupe. Today when I went out to play basketball, I overheard people gossiping, saying that your exam is just a formality, and that my dad has already paved the way for you through the back door. These gossipers really lacked common sense. They took hearsay as truth. If my dad really wanted to pull strings, he would have sorted out my job long ago. So why would he have to see me at home every day? Wen Ning didn't expect that the news had spread like this outside. The only people who knew she was applying for the art troupe were the Lu family and the Jiang family. The Lu family wouldn't spread such rumors. So it must be the Jiang mother and daughter. As for the purpose of the rumors, a little analysis would reveal that they didn't want her to get into the art troupe. It had to be said that this tactic was quite malicious. Lu Jinyang held a high position, and many people were watching him. The notion of using backdoor connections would only provide a handle for the opposition to grasp. Therefore, the Lu family had only two ways to prove their innocence. One was to not let her participate in the exam, and the other was to not help her with backdoor connections. The other side clearly believed that if the Lu family did not help her, she would definitely not get in. Thus, regardless of which method the Lu family chose to deal with the rumors, the final result pointed to one thing. Wen Ning would not enter the art troupe. This was not the most malicious part of the rumor. The most malicious aspect was that if Wen Ning did get in based on her merits, people would still think she got in through backdoor connections because of the rumors. People can be frightening. Where there is unfairness, there is resistance. It's possible that someone who fails the exam out of resentment might retaliate by writing a complaint letter or posting a big character poster accusing Wen Ning of getting the job through backdoor connections. Regardless of the truth, the Lu family would be implicated, and Wen Ning's hard-earned opportunity would be lost. Understanding the whole situation, Wen Ning immediately made a decision. Aunt Xin, I won't participate in the exam. As long as I don't take the exam, the rumors will fall apart on their own, and everyone will understand that those who spread the rumors were just talking nonsense. She wasn't unable to confront the other party. She just didn't want the Lu family to be implicated because of her. The Lu family was innocent. They provided her with food, shelter, and protection. She couldn't be ungrateful and only consider her own interests, regardless of whether the Lu family would be affected. Even if it was just a tiny bit of impact, Wen Ning would feel guilty and uneasy, so she chose to give up. What Wen Ning could think of, Qinlan naturally thought of as well. She was surprised and touched. Surprised that Wen Ning saw through the essence of the rumors in such a short time, and touched that Wen Ning was willing to give up the exam after seeing the essence, just to prevent any implication on the Lu family. Empathizing with her, the more Wen Ning acted this way, the more reluctant Qinlan was to let her suffer. Xiaowen, what I said earlier was not to make you give up the exam, but to prevent you from overthinking when you hear those rumors outside. Your Uncle Lu and I have seen all sorts of storms. These rumors won't affect us at all. Don't doubt it. I'm not being polite with you at all. The issue of backdoor connections in the compound is not a secret. There are many people using backdoor connections. Which family doesn't have someone taking shortcuts? It's just that everyone knows it well, but doesn't bring it to the surface. If others want to use this to take advantage of us, they first need to check if their own hands are clean. Moreover, regarding your exam, we haven't used any backdoor connections at all. You should go ahead and take the exam. Whether you pass or not is one thing. If you give up the exam because of us, then your Uncle Lu and I will really feel bad about it. Qinlan spoke sincerely to Wen Ning. Lu Yao also supported Wen Ning. Yes, Ning, whether we get in or not is another matter. Why should we give up the opportunity to take the exam because of those people's rumors? We must take the exam. When must we take the exam? A voice suddenly interjected as Lu Jinyang walked in, carrying a briefcase and looking slightly puzzled as he scanned the people at the table. Lu Yao immediately explained the situation to his father. Hearing this, Lu Jinyang frowned, his expression serious. Humph. Spreading these rumors before the exam is just trying to force Xiao Wen to give up the exam. Qinlan handed her husband the chopsticks, serving him food, while saying, Isn't it? Xiao Wen just said she wouldn't participate in the exam. How can that be? Isn't that just playing into the hands of those spreading rumors? Lu Jinyang picked up the chopsticks and looked at Wen Ning, his expression softening. Xiao Wen, don't pay attention to the rumors. Continue to participate in the exam. I will pay attention to this exam as well. I want to see who is stirring up trouble behind the scenes and reaching into our Lu family. Okay, Uncle Lu, I will continue to participate in the exam. With the family having said this much, Wen Ning had no choice but to change her previous decision. However, this time she felt more assured in her heart. Since Lu Jinyang was also paying attention to the exam, those truly pulling strings behind the scenes would have to fend for themselves. During dinner that night, Yi Qiao remained silent, holding her bowl the entire time. At first, she was afraid that if Wen Ning didn't take the exam, she would come back to argue with her for the opportunity at the Workers', Peasants, and Soldiers' University. But then, seeing how the Lu family supported Wen Ning and encouraged her to continue with the exam, she felt a mix of emotions. A shadow of bitterness flashed in her eyes. It seemed that the Lu family treated both of them similarly, but in reality, they favored Wen Ning a bit more. That night, Qinlan and Lu Jinyang lay in bed. They couldn't talk freely at the dinner table, but now in bed, they had no reservations. Chapter 32. The schemes of Min Qinlan and Lu Jinyang were lying in bed. They couldn't talk much at the dining table, but now that they were in bed, there were no reservations between them. When Qinlan heard the rumors today, she already knew what was going on. She pulled the blanket and said unhappily, What is wrong with Jiangjing? Just because Zhou Yi and Jinyang didn't get together, does she have to spread rumors about our family? She even dragged Xiao Wen into it. Lu Jinyang raised an eyebrow. So Jiangjing is the one spreading rumors that our family helped Xiao Wen get a backdoor entry? Qinlan replied, Exactly. Who else could it be? Very few people know about Xiao Wen wanting to apply for the art troupe. Last week, when Jiangjing and Zhou Yi came to our house for dinner, I thought since Jiang Jing's sister-in-law is in the publicity department, I'd mention it to her and ask her to help find out about the exam situation. I didn't mean to ask for a backdoor entry. Just wanted to know how the exam works. At that time, she didn't say she would help, and even advised Xiao when not to apply, saying there were too many people eyeing that position. Later, she also suggested I should introduce a partner for Xiaowen soon, worried that Xiaowen might have her sights set on Jinyang. Looking back now, it seems she didn't want Xiaowen to take the exam, nor did she want Xiaowen to catch Jinyang's attention. Lu Jinyang scoffed, as if it was expected. I told you to keep your distance from Jiang Jing before, but you always thought I was biased against her, saying you were childhood friends. Now you see it, right? She is clearly very scheming, and her daughter is just the same. Do you know why I don't agree with you trying to match Zhou Yi with Jinyang, and even less with you recognizing Zhou Yi as a goddaughter? Having in-laws with someone like her is like burying a time bomb at home. It could explode any time. Qianlong glared at her husband in displeasure. It's not like I want to match Zhou Yi with Jinyang. It's Jiang Jing who keeps pushing me. After decades of friendship, I can't just refuse her outright, can I? And about recognizing her as a goddaughter, after you disagreed, I rejected her. She held a grudge against me for a long time over that. All right, let's not dig up old grievances. We're talking about Xiaowen. If she doesn't get accepted, we won't have to worry about rumors. But what if she does get in? We can't let Xiaowen go to work with a label of having taken a backdoor entry. Lu Jinyang thought for a moment and said, Jiang Jing's sister-in-law is the deputy head of the publicity department. She knows best whether we help Xiaowen with a backdoor entry. Why do you think Jiang Jing is spreading this rumor? Without hesitation, Qianlong replied, she doesn't want Xiaowen to take the exam. And she might also have grievances against our family, feeling uncomfortable. Not just that. Lu Jinyang looked deeply at his wife. Qianlong was puzzled. What else could it be? Lu Jinyang smirked meaningfully, because the one wanting a backdoor entry is her own daughter. Zhou Yi also has her eyes on that position in the publicity department. Huh? You mean Zhou Yi wants to apply for that position too? Qianlong had never considered this possibility, but that position wasn't even that appealing. There were plenty of other jobs with better benefits and less stress that the Zhou family could arrange for Zhou Yi. Why was she so fixated on this one? Lu Jinyang could tell what his wife was thinking and guided her. Do you think Zhou Yi's personality and abilities are suited for any other unit? She has no skills, and her temper is bad. The safest bet is to find a job that has the Zhou family backing her. Also, the publicity department is the only one that can interact with different military units and bases. Being in that position would be more beneficial for her to find a partner. Lu Jinyang had long seen through Jiang Jing and her daughter, who wore their vanity and snobbery on their faces and had it ingrained in their bones. If his son didn't have a Lu family's background, even if he were excellent, Jiang Jing would never allow Zhou Yi to chase after him for so many years. Lu Jinyang explained the relationships to his wife and shared his views on Jiang Jing and her daughter. Only then did Qianlong realize in astonishment that she considered herself smart, yet her husband understood these matters more clearly and thoroughly than she did. It seemed that when men schemed, it was just like women battling in the palace. Qianlong leaned against her husband's shoulder, filled with admiration, and expressed her stance. I will keep my distance from Jiang Jing in the future. After their little chat before bed, they snuggled under the covers. In another room, Wen Ning was lying in bed, also contemplating the exam. Since Lu Jinyang had declared he would pay attention to this exam, she wasn't afraid of any underhanded dealings. When it came to her abilities, Wen Ning was absolutely confident. But what if she got accepted based on her abilities? She didn't mind wearing the label of having taken a backdoor entry. Once she got into the unit, her true skills would eventually allow her to shed that label. What worried her was how to minimize the impact of the rumors on the Lu family. After tossing and turning in bed, Wen Ning finally came up with an idea. The next morning, after breakfast, Wen Ning went to the art troupe to find Yifang, wanting her to help inquire how many people had applied for the publicity department clerk position and whether Zhou Yi was among them. Last night, when Wen Ning was analyzing the rumors, she suddenly remembered that during Jiang Jing and her daughter's last visit to her house for dinner, they mentioned that Zhou Yi's aunt was the deputy head of the publicity department. At that time, Jiang Jing had even advised her not to apply for that position and to focus on finding a partner. Looking back now, Jiang Jing's reaction at that time suggested another possibility. That position was one Zhou he had her eyes on. So to verify this thought, Wen Ning went to the art troupe that morning, hoping to find out if Zhou he had also applied for the publicity department clerk position. Wen Ning didn't wait long at the security office before Fong ran over, dressed in a dance training outfit. Ning Ning. As soon as they met, Fong linked her arm with Wen Ning's and, without waiting for Wen Ning to speak, eagerly said, "Hey, I was just trying to contact you. I have something to tell you. You should look for other positions. That one is probably out of the question." "Why?" Wen Ning asked. Fong glanced around, ensuring no one was listening, and then whispered in her ear. It said that a relative of the publicity department leader has also applied for this exam. This position was previously held back from internal transfers, partly to maintain fairness, but also because someone has their eye on it. Don't be fooled by the grand statements. The recruitment is just a guise. Everyone is just going through the motions. Wen Ning feigned surprise. "How do you know this?" Fong stuck out her tongue. "A while ago, a comrade in our team got injured and wanted to transfer to this position. Then rumors started that this position would be publicly recruited. She tried to use connections to get a backdoor entry, but someone quietly tipped her off to stop wasting her effort and suggested she look for other positions instead. After she returned to the dorm, she complained to us about it. As soon as I heard the news, I thought of you and wanted to tell you quickly so you wouldn't prepare hard only to make a dress for someone else." After hearing what Fong said, Wen Ning didn't even need to inquire further. She was almost certain that the person who was internally designated was Zhou. Fong. Thank you for telling me this." Wen Ning smiled gratefully at Fong. Fong, linking arms with her, affectionately rubbed her cheek against her shoulder. "What are you thanking me for, Ning Ning? I didn't really help you with anything. But are you still going to take that exam?" Wen Ning was definitely going to participate. Not just to participate, but to slap Jiang Jing and her daughter hard in the face. Chapter 33. Playing along, it's the weekend. The exam is on Monday, and Zhou has the exam questions in hand. She is not at all anxious, lounging comfortably on the sofa, occasionally fiddling with her hands, eating some fruit, glancing at the answers on the paper, and then looking up at the sky to recite a passage. Jiang Jing is sitting nearby, knitting, and seeing her daughter like this, she jokes, "Your aunt gave you the answers a long time ago. You didn't memorize them a few days ago. And now that the exam is tomorrow, you're only now trying to cram." Zhou lifts her chin, smugly rolling her eyes at the ceiling. "I'm just that confident. Who told you my daughter is smart? One day is enough to memorize the answers." Jiang Jing chuckles lightly, a smile on her lips. "You should also consider who you inherited that from." After saying this, the mother and daughter exchange smiles, both eyes sparkling with mischief. After memorizing 2 answers, Zhou puts down the paper and suddenly asks, "Mom, do you think Wen Ning will take the exam tomorrow?" The rumor about the Lu family using backdoor connections had been circulating in the courtyard for several days, but there had been no reaction from the Lu family. Jiang Jing gives her a reassuring look. Even if she goes to take the exam, what of it? She's just a rural girl with an elementary school education. Besides being somewhat pretty, what else can she do? She probably can't even recognize all the characters, and her writing must look like a dog's paw print. The grading teacher will probably burst out laughing. With that level, she wants to get into publicity? That's just a joke. Zhou laughs out loud. "But Mom, I'm still not very reassured. I always feel that Wen Ning is not as simple as she seems. I ran into her in the courtyard a few days ago. She looks so calm and unhurried. Don't you think she might be hiding some big trick?" Jiang Jing replies. "She's just a little girl with no background in the courtyard. What big trick could she possibly have? You should focus on memorizing your answers. Mom will go out and buy you some more fruit." Jiang Jing leaves. Zhou stays at home to memorize for a while, but the more she thinks about it, the more uneasy she feels. Just thinking about Wen Ning's face makes her uncomfortable, and she feels an inexplicable sense of crisis. No, she must ensure that this matter is foolproof. After pondering for a while, Zhou also goes out. Meanwhile, after buying the fruit, Jiang Jing is walking slowly down the ginkgo tree-lined avenue in the courtyard when she suddenly overhears 2 people discussing. "Hey, did you hear? The position of the publicity officer in the art troupe was actually predetermined for Zhou." "Huh? Didn't they say a few days ago that it was predetermined for the Lu family's adopted Wen Ning? How did it become Zhou?" "Oh, you don't know this? Zhou also signed up for the exam. Just think about it. Who is Zhou Yi's aunt? The deputy head of the publicity section. Even if the Lu family tries to use backdoor connections, they can't bypass the section leader. If it were truly predetermined for Wen Ning, would section chief Zhou agree? You don't need to think too hard about it. So it was Zhou using backdoor connections. I said, Chief Lu is such a strict person. He wouldn't use backdoor connections for his own son. So how could he make an exception for an adopted daughter? Exactly. I don't know who spread the previous news, but it's completely unreliable. The two gradually changed the topic. Jiang Jing, carrying the fruit, walks behind with a face darker than a pot bottom. She never expected that just a few days ago, the courtyard was discussing the Lu family's connections for Wen Ning. And today, her own daughter Zhou Yi became the main topic. On Zhou Yi's side, after going out, she also hears the rumors about her using backdoor connections. With her domineering nature, she immediately grabs a few people gossiping about her and demands an explanation, insisting they reveal where they heard the rumors. Where did you hear that? The gossipers are not to be trifled with and immediately retort. It's all over the art troupe. If you have the ability, go find someone in the art troupe to confront them. Don't take your anger out on us. Exactly. Who doesn't know your aunt is the head of the publicity section? If you don't avoid suspicion and still want to take the exam, then don't blame everyone for saying you used backdoor connections. Zhou Yi grits her teeth in anger. What exam I take is none of your business. The others are unfazed. The mouth is on us. We can say whatever we want. What does it have to do with you? Just a few days ago, everyone was saying the Lu family was using backdoor connections, and they didn't react as strongly as you did. I think you're just feeling guilty. You guys. Zhou Yi stamps her foot in frustration. No, she has to go tell her Aunt Zhou Fong immediately. Otherwise, when the exam results come out, wouldn't that just confirm she used backdoor connections? Zhou Yi turns around and heads to her aunt's house. However, she hasn't walked far when she runs into Wen Ning. Seeing her enemy, Zhou Yi's anger flares up even more. She angrily confronts Wen Ning. Are you the one spreading rumors about me using backdoor connections? Zhou Yi deliberately raises her voice, and several curious eyes turn to watch. Wen Ning looks at her, enjoying her discomfort, and innocently blinks. Zhou Yi, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Zhou Yi feels like her punch just hit cotton, and instead, the rebound of the force makes her so angry she loses her mind. She points directly at Wen Ning's face. You little vixen, stop pretending. It must be you who's spreading rumors behind my back. Wen Ning smiles, seeming to find it amusing. Zhou Yi, I have no grievances with you. Why would I spread rumors about you? Zhou Yi puts her hands on her hips, scoffing. What else could it be? You can't stand to see me doing well. You know you can't get into the publicity section, so you're trying to slander me behind my back, hoping I can't get in because of the rumors. Actually, Zhou Yi isn't sure if Wen Ning is the one spreading the rumors. After all, there are many people in the courtyard who dislike her. But now that she has run into Wen Ning, she simply places the blame for the rumors on her, which feels quite satisfying. The onlookers gather closer, their gazes switching back and forth between Wen Ning and Zhou Yi, all of them sparkling with gossip. Wen Ning, surrounded by the crowd, remains calm and composed, smiling confidently. Zhou Yi, when did I ever say I couldn't get in? I have great confidence in my talents and don't need to use backdoor connections. With my abilities, I can definitely get that position. Her self-assured demeanor shines brightly, captivating the crowd. In this era, people rarely boast. They tend to be modest. The onlookers, encountering Wen Ning's bold and confident personality for the first time, are instantly drawn to her charisma, subconsciously beginning to believe her words, their gazes filled with admiration and affirmation. Of course, Wen Ning's good looks also play a part. When an attractive person says something, people are always inclined to agree. As Zhou Yi notices the way everyone is looking at Wen Ning, she feels pricked by thorns, her discomfort reaching its peak. She cannot stand Wen Ning's ability to attract attention wherever she goes, always being the center of the crowd. Why should that be? She, Zhou Yi, has family background and looks. It should be her, not some rural girl like Wen Ning, who is the center of attention. Zhou Yi raises her chin and looks at Wen Ning, as if hearing the greatest joke. You, a rural girl who graduated from elementary school. What talent or ability do you have? You think you can get in? Just keep dreaming. If it weren't for the Lu family giving you backdoor connections, UNT even qualified to sign up. What? Graduated from elementary school? Upon hearing this, the onlooker's admiration for Wen Ning's confidence and beauty instantly shatters. Oh my! The Lu family's adopted daughter is so arrogant, claiming she can get into the publicity section with only an elementary school education? Who doesn't he know that the publicity section requires good writing and artistic skills? Nowadays, you can find anyone on the streets of the capital with an elementary school education. Does that mean everyone can get in? That's laughable. Wen Ning certainly knows what everyone is thinking. She maintains her expression and looks at Zhou Yi. I've read the recruitment announcement. There's no educational requirement. Even those with an elementary school education can apply. However, Sister Zhou Yi, I heard that during your school days, you couldn't even write an essay for your Chinese exam and hand it in a blank paper. You weren't good at drawing either and never participated in any poster-making activities. This is all information that Wen Ning got from Lu Yao. Lu Yao absolutely despises Zoe, and she can easily dig up a whole basket of dirt on her. Wen Ning just picked one point to mention, but Zhou Yi's face immediately changed, shifting colors like a rainbow. You little bitch, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart? Wen Ning ignored her threat, her bright red lips moving as she continued to spit out words that could kill. With your level, what confidence do you have to apply for a position in the publicity department? Is it true what they say, that your aunt will pull strings for you? Have you already been internally appointed? Zhou Yi was completely enraged by Wen Ning, standing there like a shrew with one hand on her hip, the other raised as if to charge at Wen Ning. Wen Ning wasn't stupid. She quickly turned and dove into the crowd, calling out in a delicate voice, "Oh no. Sister Zhou Yi has been hit where it hurts and is furious. She's going to kill me to silence me. A death in the courtyard would be a big deal, right?" Family members rushed forward to hold Zhou Yi back, urging her to stop, to calm down, and to talk things out instead of throwing a tantrum. Zhou Yi was so angry that her chest heaved up and down like a bull, breathing heavily, her eyes blazing with fury. "Zhou Yi, stop it." Jiang Jing, who had no idea when she had come over with fruit, quickly intervened as she saw her daughter acting like a shrew, cursing, kicking, and getting physical. Seeing Jiang Jing, Zhou Yi immediately found her backbone, rushing to complain to her mother and exaggerating what Wen Ning had just said. She even pointed back at the group of onlookers, saying, "They are all helping Wen Ning bully me." Jiang Jing naturally couldn't go against so many family members. After glancing at everyone, she pulled her daughter behind her, then fixed her gaze on Wen Ning, who was protected by the crowd. Jiang Jing smiled faintly and said, "Comrade Wen, you keep saying my daughter can't write or draw, but at least she graduated from high school and has a much higher level of education than you, with a high school diploma as proof. But you, claiming you can get into the publicity department, what proof do you have of your abilities?" Wen Ning met Jiang Jing's gaze and had to admit that older people are indeed more cunning. With just a few words, Jiang Jing completely brushed aside her daughter's disadvantages and showcased her advantages to compare with others. However, everything was still within Wen Ning's range. She curled her lips and fished something out of her pocket. Chapter 34. What is this? The family members watching widened their eyes, looking at the item in Wen Ning's hand. Jiang Jing sneered. "Don't tell me she brought out her elementary school diploma?" Zhou Yi also looked over with a mocking expression. Wen Ning leisurely shook out the item in her hand, passing it around to the people nearby, while saying, "This is my article published in the Capital Daily and Youth Weekly, along with the replies from the newspaper and magazine. This is enough to prove my writing ability." "What? Capital Daily? Youth Weekly?" The family members looked at the two replies, with black ink on white paper stamped with official seals, their pupils suddenly constricting as they looked at Wen Ning in shock. These two publications were subscribed to by almost every family in the compound, and whether it was news reports, editorials, stories, or poetry, they published only the best quality articles. To have works published in them was a clear indication of one's skill. And Wen Ning had actually published 2 pieces. The family members erupted. "Comrade Wen, you are amazing. Little Comrade Wen, you are so outstanding. Do you need a godmother? I can help. Oh, if my child could have Comrade Wen's level, I would wake up laughing in my sleep. Comrade Wen, my son wants to take the exam for the newspaper. Could you guide him with his article?" Amidst the praises, Wen Ning just smiled lightly and nodded, steering the conversation back. I indeed only have an elementary school diploma, but that's because I could only attend elementary school due to the conditions in the countryside. I have never given up on learning. With the help of the educated youth in our village, I self-studied the junior high and high school courses. Although I don't have that diploma, my level can withstand any questioning and testing. Her words were clear and confident, standing tall to meet everyone's gaze. In the crowd, someone clapped, and soon applause erupted. Someone said, "Wow, Comrade Wen can write and speak. Isn't she just fit for propaganda work?" Immediately someone echoed, "Exactly. No wonder Comrade Wen wants to take the propaganda exam. With this writing skill, this eloquence, this charisma, and this face, she's a born propagandist. God bless her. Why bother with backdoor channels? If I were the head of the propaganda department, I would seek her out to work in our department. Where can we find a talent like this? Right, why take the exam? Just admit her directly." There were even people trying to poach her. "Little one, our military factory's propaganda department is short on people. Why don't you come here? No exam, and we'll assign you a single dormitory, plus 5 extra fabric tickets every month. Hey, don't steal her from me. Our union is in need of a writer. Little one, come work in our union office, and I'll apply for you to get the unit's welfare housing. Or just come to the military region and help the leaders write materials. What benefits can compare to ours?" Wen Ning did not expect that 2 articles could cause such a stir. Who knew she still had other talents to show off? However, given today's publicity effect, tomorrow's exam would likely be fair and square, and no one would dare to pull any tricks behind her back. This was also the purpose of her commotion today, to mobilize the power of the masses to crush all conspiracies and rumors. This way, rumors would self-destruct, and the Lu family would not be implicated. When she eventually entered the cultural troupe, no one would dare to pressure her to take backdoor routes. Wen Ning became famous overnight, but it was tough for Jiang Jing and Zhou Yi beside her. Jiang Jing's face was as sour as a corpse that hadn't been collected for 3 days. Zhou Yi's features twisted in anger, her back teeth grinding, her fingers digging into her palms. She rolled her eyes, wanting to jump out and question whether Wen Ning had someone ghostwrite for her. Jiang Jing, knowing her daughter well, could tell by the way her daughter asked, but was sticking out that she either needed to poop or pee. She quickly held her back, shaking her head to signal her not to jump out at this time. Without substantive evidence, it would only make her look like a clown. Seizing the crowd's attention on Wen Ning, Jiang Jing dragged her daughter home in defeat. Once home, Zhou Yi was so angry that she smashed 2 glass cups. But it still didn't relieve her anger. She turned around, saw something on the coffee table, bent down, swept everything to the floor, then grabbed her head, screaming in frustration, That bitch Wen Ning. How dare she steal my spotlight? I want to kill her." She had already considered the propaganda position as hers. But now with Wen Ning stirring things up, what was once a sure thing could very likely change. Jiang Jing moved forward to hug her daughter. "Sweetheart, don't be anxious. It's not worth it to hurt your health. Mom will think of a way. Just don't rush." Zhou Yi shouted back. "Think of a way? What way? The exam is tomorrow. That bitch made such a big scene today. If Aunt helps me with backdoor connections again, I'll be the laughingstock of the compound." Jiang Jing was also troubled. With Wen Ning meddling, things had indeed become tricky. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Jing spoke very softly. "In any situation, nothing is certain until the last moment. Don't worry, Mom 1T let that little bitch have her way." After resolving the rumors, Wen Ning finally felt lighthearted returning home. As she reached the door, Lu Yao was already waiting in the yard, looking nervously at Wen Ning. Wen Ning smiled sweetly. "Second brother, it's all settled." The tension on Lu Yao's face instantly vanished, and he grinned, showing a row of bright white teeth. "That's great. You can relax and take the exam tomorrow." Wen Ning nodded, but deep down, she couldn't truly relax. Who knew if the Jiang family mother and daughter would pull any tricks? After all, in the original book, it was Zhou Yi who ultimately entered the propaganda department. However, Wen Ning didn't want to worry Lu Yao, so she didn't mention these concerns to him. The two entered the house one after the other. At dinner, Yi Chao was not there. Qin Lan and Lu Jinghua had just returned from work and were not yet aware of what had happened in the compound today. Thinking about Wen Ning's exam tomorrow, they each encouraged her to relax and not feel burdened. Aunt Zhang even specially boiled 2 eggs for Wen Ning to take to the exam for good luck. Wen Ning smiled in response to everyone's encouragement and blessings. Yi Chao returned home late at night. Wen Ning was carrying clothes and a towel to wash up downstairs when she bumped into Yi Qiao coming in. Yi Qiao was wearing a red, off-the-shoulder dress, cinched with a belt and soft-soled leather shoes. Wen Ning found the dress familiar and couldn't help but look twice. Yi Qiao twirled around, holding the hem of her dress like a peacock displaying its feathers. "Does it look good, Ning Ning?" "It was a gift from my older brother." She had gone out today to exchange the dress size. The one Lu Jinyang had left on the desk was too small. She had exchanged it for 2 sizes larger. After saying that, she stomped her foot, showing off her little leather shoes, also a gift from her brother. How about it? The pride in her tone was impossible to hide. Wen Ning, upon hearing that it was a gift from Lu Jinyang, internally mocked him for being a scoundrel. Turns out the red dress was a wholesale item he gave to everyone. But she maintained a calm facade and simply replied, "It looks good." The dress was nice, but unfortunately, the person wearing it was too ugly. Wen Ning turned and walked towards the bathroom with her things. After taking a few steps, Yi Qiao called her from behind. "Look, I also have a stainless steel thermos. It keeps hot water warm for most of the day. Just in time. I'll be going to university in a few days, and with this cup, I can have hot water anytime. Oh, and this was bought with the industrial tickets my brother gave me." "Ning Ning, what did you buy with the money tickets your brother gave you?" Wen Ning knew that Yi Qiao was deliberately trying to provoke her, but she still couldn't help but feel affected, her red lips pressed together, and her face devoid of expression. In the original book, Lu Jinyang took good care of Yi Qiao financially, often giving her some money. Reading the book and experiencing it personally felt different. A subtle feeling of bitterness crossed Wen Ning's heart. It wasn't jealousy or envy, but rather the grievance of being treated differently. "He didn't give me money." With her back to Yi Qiao, Wen Ning walked towards the bathroom, casually dropping this sentence. Yi Qiao watched as Wen Ning's figure gradually disappeared, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips. After taking a shower, Wen Ning quickly returned to bed to rest. Before sleeping, she remembered to set an alarm for 7 o'clock. The exam was at 9 in the morning, so she planned to wake up at 7, leave at 7:30, and arrive at the exam venue by 8, allowing an hour of buffer time in case of any unexpected events. Once the alarm was set, Wen Ning closed her eyes with peace of mind. Not long after, the only lamp in the room went out, and Yi Qiao also lay down in bed. After a while, even breathing filled the room, and moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting an additional shadow on the wall. The alarm clock on the table was picked up. Following that was Wen Ning's handbag, which was hanging by the head of the bed. The next morning, knock, knock, knock. "Shaowen, it's a little past 7. Time to get up." Aunt Zhang's voice was mixed with persistent knocking on the door. Wen Ning opened her eyes, sat up from the bed, and responded to Aunt Zhang. Hearing her voice, Aunt Zhang showed a relieved expression outside the door and said, "All right, you change your clothes first, and I'll go downstairs to prepare breakfast." Last night, Wen Ning specifically asked Aunt Zhang to wake her up at 7 in the morning. She was worried the alarm might malfunction, so she asked Aunt Zhang for help, but she didn't expect the alarm to actually malfunction. While folding the quilt, she casually glanced at Yi Qiao's bedside. She had tested the alarm yesterday afternoon, and it had worked fine. She had definitely set the alarm last night, but it didn't ring this morning. It was obvious someone had tampered with it. A cold glint flashed in Wen Ning's eyes. She made a note of this score. After tidying up the bed, Wen Ning picked out a shirt and long pants from the wardrobe and changed. The shirt had been altered, cinched at the waist, accentuating her figure, while the pants fit just right, making her legs look slender and long. After changing, Wen Ning sat down at her desk, tied her shiny black hair into 2 braids that hung over her shoulders, the braids thick at the top and thin at the bottom, loose at the top and tight at the bottom, looking much more fashionable than traditional braids. The ends of the braids were tied with small red bows, which Aunt Zhang had sewn for her from scrap fabric. After getting ready, she grabbed her handbag hanging by the head of the bed and went out, heading downstairs. After washing up, Wen Ning sat at the dining table. Lu Zhenghua and Qin Lan would only get up at 7:40 for breakfast, so at that moment, it was just her and Aunt Zhang at the table. "Shaowen, come, have a bowl of millet porridge first." Aunt Zhang served her a bowl and looked at her with a smiling face. Wen Ning picked up the spoon beside the bowl. Her eyes curved with a smile. "Thank you, Aunt Zhang, for waking me up and preparing breakfast so early. You're so hardworking." Aunt Zhang couldn't help but smile at her lively appearance. looking at Wen Ning with the same loving gaze a hen has for its chicks. Hurry and eat, Xiao Wen. Don't be late today. Wen Ning finished a bowl of porridge under Aunt Zhang's loving gaze and also ate half a pancake. She had a small stomach, so she couldn't eat much more. Aunt Zhang knew her appetite, and seeing she was finished, stood up and said, "Wait for me. I'll go get your things." After saying that, she turned back to the bedroom, took a few items out of the cupboard, and came back out holding them. "Here you go, Xiao Wen." Aunt Zhang handed over the items. "Check and see if you're missing anything." Wen Ning counted. Her admission ticket, photography portfolio, newspapers and magazines featuring her articles, and stationery. Everything was complete. Wen Ning smiled sweetly. "All here, thank you, Aunt Zhang." Aunt Zhang looked at her affectionately. "As long as nothing is missing. Good luck on the exam. Hurry and go." Wen Ning packed everything in her handbag, waved at Aunt Zhang, and turned to leave. It wasn't until she reached outside the courtyard that Wen Ning opened her handbag and looked at the 2 admission tickets in her hand. One was the one Aunt Zhang had just given her, intact. The other had been in her handbag since last night, and the names section had been blacked out. With such a certificate, she wouldn't even be able to enter the art troupe's gate. By the time the leaders arrived at 9 to verify her identity, she would have missed the exam time. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that the blacked-out admission ticket had no official stamp on it, rendering it meaningless. It was deliberately placed in her bag to confuse others. A hint of mockery flashed in Wen Ning's eyes. It seemed that Yi Qiao and Zhou Yi, the 2 troublemakers, were still colluding together. Fortunately, she had planned ahead and did not fall into their trap. Wen Ning slung her bag over her shoulder and walked towards the art troupe. It was only 7:30 in the morning, and most people were just getting up. The streets had only a few pedestrians, with an occasional bicycle or bus passing by. The road to the art troupe was along the main road, passing by the Air Force office building, the Army compound, and the Navy compound. So there was no need to worry about safety. No one dared to cause trouble on this road. Wen Ning walked confidently, her small bag swinging, her little hands moving slightly, her waist swaying side to side, making her posture look extremely graceful. After turning a corner, the entrance to the art troupe was just ahead. As Wen Ning was about to turn right, unexpectedly, a bicycle came speeding around the corner, crashing into her with a loud bang. Even though she quickly dodged, she was still knocked to the ground hard. The bicycle wheel rolled right over her wrist. Wen Ning cried out in pain, and the bicycle finally came to a stop, but the male rider didn't even glance back at her, hurriedly muttering an apology as he steadied the handlebars and pedaled away quickly. Wen Ning didn't even see the face of the culprit. Her hand hurt, and her body ached. She was on the verge of tears. She moved her wrist that had been run over by the wheel. It hurt like being pricked by needles, but luckily it was her left wrist, and she could still write with her right hand. Thinking about the exam ahead, Wen Ning gritted her teeth, enduring the pain from her bruised body, and tried to take a step forward, but her little face immediately scrunched up in pain. She looked down and lifted her pant leg to see her fair calf covered in bruises. No wonder it hurt so much to move. But there was no other choice. In this era, there were no taxis and buses were hard to catch, so she could only rely on her legs. Wen Ning took a deep breath. Her red lips pressed tightly together, enduring the pain and continuing to walk forward. Suddenly, she heard a car engine beside her. She instinctively turned her head to see a military green Jeep stopping next to her. "Get in." A low voice came from the half-open window, revealing a man's cold and resolute face. Chapter 35. Thank you. Brother Wen Ning didn't expect to run into Lu Jinyang here so early in the morning. Their eyes met. She had originally frowned in pain, but now there was an added look of surprise in her eyes. "Get in the car," Lu Jinyang said, his voice cold yet slightly hoarse with a hint of fatigue. After hesitating for a second, Wen Ning opened the car door and got in. The moment she opened the door, Lu Jinyang's tightly pressed lips suddenly relaxed, and then he reminded her, "Buckle your seatbelt." Wen Ning instinctively reached for the seatbelt on the side. Her left hand was injured, so she could only use her right hand to pull it. However, after her body had just been hit, every bone felt like it was in pieces, and what should have been an easy action caused her to involuntarily hiss in pain. Her brows knitting tighter. "Are you injured?" Lu Jinyang lifted his eyelids to glance at her, his usual cold demeanor in place. When he had driven over earlier, he had seen her limping as she stood up and walked forward, thinking she had fallen without paying attention. Now, he scanned her from head to toe, but didn't see any obvious wounds on her body. Wen Ning couldn't explain what was wrong. She just felt uncomfortable all over. There was no blood, but her skin hurt with the lightest touch. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her lips parted slightly, but in the end, she forced the pain down and managed to say 2 words. "It's nothing. Where are you hurt?" Lu Jinyang's heart felt like it was being squeezed by invisible hands, and a vein on his forehead throbbed. He turned most of his body toward her, staring at her small face as he asked. Wen Ning had no choice but to lift her left arm slightly and pull up her sleeve. Her originally slender wrist was swollen and bruised, a stark contrast to the surrounding delicate skin, looking quite alarming. "This part hurts when I move it. I got run over by a tire earlier." Lu Jinyang stared at her purple and swollen wrist, his eyes narrowing slightly. In the next second, he leaned toward her, his tall figure enveloping her completely. His warm breath brushed against her ear, making it seem from a distance that he was holding her in his arms. Wen Ning instinctively tightened her grip on her pants leg, her almond-shaped eyes widening, her breath momentarily stalling. What are you doing?" Lu Jinyang didn't answer. One hand suddenly lifted, grabbing her side seat belt and pulling it over to fasten it for her. So he was helping her buckle her seat belt. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief, her cheeks inexplicably flushing. Lu Jinyang returned to his seat, his hands resting on the steering wheel, his tone leaving no room for argument. "We're going to the hospital first." Wen Ning didn't want to waste any time before her exam. "No need. I can hold on. The exam is about to start. Let's go to the hospital after I finish." Lu Jinyang didn't look at her, his voice cold with a hint of barely concealed anger. "You're thinking about the exam at a time like this? Do you not want her hand?" Wen Ning glanced at her wrist, the swollen area indeed looking frightening. She wanted her hand, and she wanted to take the exam too. She firmly replied, "This exam is really important to me. Can you please take me to the cultural troupe first?" Seeing that Lu Jinyang remained unmoved, she softened her voice, her doe-like eyes gazing up at him. "Please, brother." "Brother." Lu Jinyang's Adam's apple moved slightly, catching a glimpse of her pleading expression. A second later, he turned the steering wheel. The car turned toward the direction of the cultural troupe. Seeing the familiar road, Wen Ning felt a bit relieved. But she soon heard his low and cold voice. "How did your hand get hurt? Did you fall?" Wen Ning replied honestly, "No, just now, when I was turning, a bicycle suddenly rushed out from the corner. I didn't have time to dodge and got knocked down." Lu Jinyang's mind conjured the scene she described, making his voice colder. "He hit you and ran over your wrist?" "Wen Ning noted." Lu Jinyang, with his meticulous thinking, immediately sensed something was off. "You're about to take an exam, and your wrist gets hit? Don't you find that very coincidental?" Upon hearing his words, Wen Ning also began to ponder. There weren't many cars on the road early in the morning, such a wide road, and that person had to be riding close to the wall, accelerating instead of slowing down at the corner. Just then, due to her pain, Wen Ning hadn't thought much of it. But now she could almost confirm that the other party had done it on purpose. They had intentionally ridden the bicycle to hit her. If she had not managed to dodge in time, she might have been hit even worse and wouldn't have been able to get up at all, making it impossible for her to take the exam. Yes, the exam. In this light, the other party's intention was clear. They didn't want her to attend the exam. So, who orchestrated this accident? The answer was self-evident. Wen Ning's face turned icy. She had thought about Zhou Yi seeking revenge, but she hadn't expected the method to be so ruthless. The other party had been able to ambush her and precisely time it for when she passed the corner, indicating they knew when she was leaving. Wen Ning's mind flashed to Yi Qiao's face, and she understood. One Zhou Yi, one Yi Qiao. They were indeed cut from the same cloth. Even if she had preemptively ruined their relationship, they would still come together again because of her. Lu Jinyang noticed that she was silent and had a not-so-good expression, his sharp brows slightly raised. "Do you know who it is?" Wen Ning nodded and recounted everything that Zhou Yi had been spreading rumors about in the past few days. "Since I came to the capital, I haven't met many people. Apart from Zhou Yi, I can't think of anyone else who would deliberately instruct someone to hit me with a bicycle." But now there was no time to settle accounts with the other party, and there was no evidence. Everything could wait until after her exam. Lu Jinyang listened, his dark eyes radiating coldness. "You don't need to get involved in this matter. I will handle it." Wen Ning didn't argue with him this time, and obediently agreed. The car quickly arrived at the entrance of the cultural troupe. Lu Jinyang showed his identification to the guard at the entrance, and the car was smoothly allowed in, driving directly inside. "Which building are you taking the exam in?" Lu Jinyang asked. Wen Ning took out her admission ticket, glanced at the exam location on it, and said it was on the 3rd floor of the north building. The car turned at the fork in the road and stopped. Lu Jinyang looked at the 5-story building ahead and said, "This is the north building. After you get out of the car, go up the stairs on your right." After a pause, Lu Jinyang asked again, "Can you still walk?" Wen Ning unbuckled her seatbelt and moved her legs. It was a bit uncomfortable, but it didn't affect her ability to walk. She nodded, confirming that her legs were fine and she could walk. After speaking, she glanced at Lu Jinyang, her cherry-red lips moving. "Thank you, big brother." She had originally wanted to call him Comrade Lu, but felt it was a bit formal, especially since he had just helped her, so she decided to change it to brother. Lu Jinyang's cold facial features softened slightly, his voice deep. "Amichum, do well on your exam." Wen Ning walked into the examination room. At that moment, there were 2 people sitting inside, one male and one female, both wearing green military uniforms and seemingly familiar with each other as they chatted. Wen Ning recognized the woman's outfit from Yifeng, deducing that she must be one of the comrades mentioned by Yifeng who originally belonged to the cultural troupe and wanted to transfer internally. Wen Ning withdrew her gaze, not in the mood to engage in conversation, and chose a seat further away from them. Just as she sat down, the sound of shoes clacking against the floor came from the entrance. Wen Ning looked up to see a middle-aged female comrade in military uniform entering with short hair, holding a black briefcase and wearing black, chunky-heeled leather shoes. Clearly not a candidate, but an invigilator. Sure enough, the next second, Wen Ning heard the 2 comrades who had been chatting earlier fall silent and then greet her with smiles. "Section Chief Zhou." "Section Chief Zhou?" Wen Ning immediately recognized who it was. It was Zhou Yi's aunt, Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng nodded slightly at the 2 who greeted her. Then her gaze fell on Wen Ning, calmly assessing her before saying nothing. She then placed her briefcase aside, took a piece of chalk from the desk, and turned to start writing on the blackboard. These were the questions for today's written exam, a total of 3, with an exam time of 1 hour, 10 minutes after the written exam ended. The interview took place in the classroom next door. Throwing down the chalk, Zhou Feng began distributing the answer sheets. Each person received 3 blank sheets of paper with lines. Wen Ning looked at the 3 questions on the blackboard. 2 were about planning activities, and 1 was a creative task requiring the composition of a patriotic poem, with no word limit. Wen Ning had previously been the head of the publicity department in university and had organized and planned several events, such as welcome parties, campus singer competitions, award ceremonies, and even participated in the school anniversary. She had ample practical experience in event planning. As for composing poetry, it was even simpler. She had been writing submissions every day recently, accumulating a lot of material, and could easily write a poem on the spot. When the time came, everyone submitted their papers and then waited to be called for the interview. Wen Ning was the last one to be called in for the interview. The 2 comrades who came out before her both looked dejected, as if they had been tortured inside. Chapter 36. Waiting for news at home, when the 2 comrades in front of her came out, they both looked dejected, as if they had just been tortured inside. When the 2 met, one complained, "Did Section Chief Zhou take the wrong medicine today? Her face looks as long as a donkey's, and she's been speaking with a sharp tongue." The other one agreed. "She has probably reached menopause. Everything and everyone she sees annoys her." The first one shook his head. "No, didn't they say this position was already reserved for her niece? But I noticed her niece didn't even show up for the exam. There must be some unexpected turn of events, which is why she looks so displeased with us." The second one nodded in agreement. That makes sense listening to their discussion and observing their expressions. Wen Ning prepared herself mentally for what was happening inside. It seemed that Zhou Feng's mood today was not great, and she happened to be the root cause of it. Wen Ning feared that Zhou Feng's attitude towards her would be worse than that of the first 2 comrades. This interview was definitely not going to be easy. Having made such mental preparations, Wen Ning stepped into the classroom. Inside, 3 examiners were seated side by side. One was Zhou Feng, another was a middle-aged man, and the third was someone Wen Ning recognized, Du Chunmei, who was in charge of special recruitment. It was Du Chunmei who had encouraged her to submit articles to the newspaper. Wen Ning felt grateful but made sure not to let anyone see her familiarity with Du Chunmei. She smiled and evenly scanned the three examiners before introducing herself. "Hello, examiners. I am Wen Ning." Upon hearing her mention that she had published articles in the Capital Daily and Youth Weekly, the middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he interrupted her. "Comrade One, did you bring your published works today?" Wen Ning had been prepared for this and took out her submitted manuscripts and the response letters from the newspaper and magazine from her bag, handing them to the middle-aged man. Although the articles had been accepted, they hadn't been officially published yet. She only had the response letters. The middle-aged man carefully looked over her articles and didn't say anything, but his facial expression showed satisfaction. He then handed the articles to Zhou Fong and Du Chunmei. "Section Chief Zhou and Director Du, take a look." Du Chunmei glanced at the manuscripts and was pleasantly surprised that Wen Ning indeed had talent, managing to produce representative works in such a short time. She thought to herself that she hadn't misjudged her. Wen Ning was indeed a talent. Wanting to support Wen Ning, she asked, "I've heard that submitting to these two publications often results in dozens of rejections. How many times did you submit before getting accepted, Comrade Wen?" Wen Ning humbly replied, "I was lucky. I only submitted once and got accepted." "Du Chunmei was astonished, Vow. That's impressive." The middle-aged man also chimed in, "Indeed impressive." He then turned to Zhou Fong, asking her what she thought after reading the articles. Zhou Fong casually took the manuscripts, barely glancing at them, and nodded. These two publications have high submission standards. To have an article published at 18 years old is quite remarkable. She must have a lot of talent in writing. Then she abruptly changed the subject. "The National Day is coming up, and the couplets at our entrance need to be changed. Since Comrade Wen is so talented, could you write a couplet to celebrate National Day right here?" Writing a couplet on the spot? Du Chunmei frowned at this. Usually, the publicity department takes weeks to prepare something. Now, asking someone to write a couplet on the spot was clearly setting them up for failure. The key was that Zhou Fong hadn't made the previous two interviewees create something on the spot either. Du Chunmei wanted to help Wen Ning, jokingly said, "Section Chief Zhou, creating something needs time. Isn't it a bit rushed to ask her to do it in this short time? It's almost noon already." Zhou Fong ignored Du Chunmei's words, slightly raising her chin to look at Wen Ning. Someone with good writing skills can write anything better than an average person. Since Comrade Wen is already published in the newspaper, writing a couplet, just 2 lines, shouldn't take much time, right? Wen Ning knew that Zhou Fong wouldn't let this go easily, especially since she had pushed Zhou out of the competition for this position. It was clear that Zhou Fong was digging a pit for her. By openly questioning her ability, if Wen Ning didn't write the couplet today, Zhou Fong would immediately suspect that her articles were ghost-written. Wen Ning's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a faint smile. "Then I'll give it a try. Just give me 5 minutes to think." 5 minutes? Are you sure? Zhou Fong said, 3 parts incredulous and 7 parts mocking. Wen Ning nodded, "Yes, 5 minutes." Zhou Fong felt that Wen Ning was just putting on a show, crossing her arms and lifting her chin, waiting to enjoy the spectacle. "All right, I'll give you 5 minutes. If the couplet isn't up to standard, it will conveniently justify questioning whether your articles were ghost-written." Du Chunmei, seeing that Wen Ning agreed to Zhou Fong's request, felt a bit anxious for her. Zhou Fong wanted to get her niece into the publicity department. But since Zhou didn't show up today, something must have changed. Therefore, Zhou Fong's attitude towards every candidate was unusually strict today, especially towards Wen Ning, where she seemed intent on making things difficult. Du Chunmei spoke up, "It's fine, Comrade One, don't feel pressured. Creating something inherently requires time to find inspiration. 5 minutes is indeed rushed. Even a literary master might not be able to produce something in such a short time." The middle-aged man also added, "Yes, Comrade Wen, don't be nervous, just do your best." Hearing the two say this, Zhou Fong's face grew even longer, and she irritably glanced at her watch. "Start the timer." Upon hearing this, Wen Ning quickly took out paper and pen, focused on thinking for a while, and then started writing. Before Zhou Fong even announced that time was up, Wen Ning stopped writing, blew on the ink on the paper, and placed it on the table in front of the 3 examiners. Zhou Fong didn't believe that Wen Ning could write a couplet in such a short time. She casually glanced at the paper, and her eyes widened in shock. The couplet read, upper line, "The people prosper, the nation grows strong today, joyfully welcoming National Day. Lower line, from south to north, praising reforms, singing and dancing in gratitude to the party. The couplet closely adhered to the theme, and the parallelism was perfect. There was no way to pick out any flaws. The middle-aged man pondered for a few seconds and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. Du Chunmei also exclaimed, "Comrade when is fit for publicity work." Section Chief Zhou. What do you think? Zhou Fang's expression was one of disbelief. How could this be possible? How could someone write such a high-level couplet in 5 minutes? Writing this quickly must mean she had memorized it beforehand, right? Wen Ning anticipated Zhou Fang's doubts and calmly said, "If that's the case, why don't you provide the upper line, Section Chief Zhou, and I'll come up with the lower line. That way, you don't have to worry about whether I prepared in advance, unless you were the one who leaked the topic to me." As soon as she said this, Zhou Fang's face froze. If she came up with a line, she wouldn't have anything in mind. If she didn't provide a line, wouldn't that prove she wasn't capable of even creating a couplet? Du Chunmei fanned the flames. "Comrade when suggestion is good. Section Chief Zhou, please provide a line." The middle-aged man also looked at Zhou Fang, clearly agreeing with Du Chunmei's opinion. Zhou Fang found herself in a difficult position. After a few seconds of silence, she couldn't come up with an upper line. Her face slightly flushed as she said, "All right, today's time is tight. Let us continue with the interview." Since she had said that, the other two examiners naturally wouldn't continue to make things difficult for her. Soon, the middle-aged man turned to Wen Ning and asked, "You mentioned in your self-introduction that you also draw and take photos. What is your level like?" Wen Ning was already prepared and immediately took out a few sketches and photography portfolios she had prepared, given that she had just created a couplet on the spot. Zhou Fang didn't dare to question her abilities further, instead shifting her angle. "Comrade Wen seems particularly familiar with our selection exam. You prepared all these materials in advance." She deliberately emphasized the word advance, hinting that Wen Ning had connections. Wen Ning maintained her smile. "I did indeed prepare in advance, because the chairman once said that one should not fight an unprepared battle, and that every combat must have the necessary preparations to ensure victory in the comparison of enemy and our conditions. So when I saw the recruitment announcement, I specifically sought out the comrades in the publicity department to understand the job content related to this position and what kind of quality and level are required. Based on these requirements, I prepared my portfolio in advance." A middle-aged man exclaimed, "Comrade One, have you read the chairman's strategic guidelines for the Liberation War?" Not many young comrades read this book. Most are older in the army, and the middle-aged man is one of them. Wen Ning nodded. "I love reading the chairman's books in my spare time. Standing on the shoulders of giants allows one to see higher and farther." It wasn't just in her spare time. Her entire high school political class and university moral education class covered these topics, and she was thoroughly familiar with them. What a good standing on the shoulders of giants. The middle-aged man pursed his lips in appreciation and said, "Comrade Wen is not very old. Yet she has quite a vision. With young people like you, the country has hope. Comrade Wen, go home and wait for the notice." Wen Ning didn't know the middle-aged man's identity, but after he finished speaking, Zhou Fang's expression was quite unpleasant, while Du Chunmei looked at her with delight. Wen Ning didn't ask much, bowed to the three of them, and walked out of the examination room. Once outside, Wen Ning finally relaxed. The exam was over. As for whether she would pass in the end, that depended on whether Zhou Fang would cause trouble again. In any case, she had done her part and tried her best. Wen Ning walked down the stairs. She had been so tense earlier that she didn't notice her body was in pain. Now that she relaxed, her legs and wrists hurt badly. She walked to a secluded spot nearby, rolled up her sleeves, and found that the skin on her wrist had turned purplish red, looking even scarier than the previous bruise, and it hurt sharply when touched. When she rolled up her pants to check, she saw a patch of colorful bruises on her calf, yellow, green, and purple. She couldn't check everywhere on her body, but there must be other swollen places. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel such widespread pain. Wen Ning gritted her teeth and stood up, preparing to walk outside. After taking a few steps, she spotted a jeep parked across from the north building. Lu Jinyang stood in front of the car, arms crossed, leaning against the car door, staring intently at Wen Ning's direction. Their eyes met, and Lu Jinyang said in a deep voice, "Come over." Wen Ning endured the pain and slowly walked over. I'll take you to the hospital, Lu Jinyang explained, then opened the car door for her. After she got in, he helped her fasten the seatbelt and close the door. The car quickly started, leaving the art troupe and heading to the military hospital. At the hospital entrance, when Wen Ning was about to get out of the car, Lu Jinyang told her to wait, then unexpectedly brought over a wheelchair and signaled her to sit in it. Wen Ning was somewhat taken aback. Ever since she fell off her horse last time, their relationship had been a bit awkward, and she didn't expect Lu Jinyang to personally take her to the hospital. Thank you, Wen Ning said sincerely as she sat in the wheelchair. Lu Jinyang replied with a reminding her to sit tight, then gripped the wheelchair handles and pushed her directly to the surgery department. Qinlan was in the surgery room. She had no surgery scheduled today and was sitting in her office, chatting with nurse Xiao Tao since there weren't any patients at the moment. When she suddenly saw her son and Wen Ning come in, Qinlan was surprised. Wen Jinyang, what brings you here? Lu Jinyang succinctly replied, brought her here for a checkup. Her, clearly referring to Wen Ning. Nurse Xiao Tao, hearing this, was slightly taken aback. Doctor. Qin's son was actually pushing a female comrade to see a doctor. Xiao Tao had seen Lu Jinyang a few times. In her impression, he always had a cold demeanor. He was very handsome, but too distant to the extent that women would feel inferior in his presence. Once when he came for a physical examination at the military hospital, a young and beautiful female doctor proactively talked to him, trying to find out if he had a girlfriend, but he didn't even spare her a glance. His arrogance made the female doctor blush. Xiao Tao observed Wen Ning in the wheelchair, a beauty like white jade, with a small face, bright and sparkling eyes, red lips and white teeth, cheeks like new lychee, and a delicate nose, looking as vibrant as a freshly bloomed flower. Xiao Tao suddenly understood why Dr. Qin's son wouldn't even look at the hospital's beautiful female doctors. It turned out he preferred this kind of stunning beauty. Meanwhile, Qinlan's attention was solely on Wen Ning sitting in the wheelchair, her anxious gaze scanning her from head to toe. Wen, are you okay? Were you hurt? Wen Ning didn't hide it. She rolled up her sleeves and pants to show her injuries. I was hit by a bicycle this morning when I left home. Looking at the bruises on her hands and feet, Qinlan was both heartbroken and startled. Oh no, how did you get hurt like this? Are there any other wounds on your body? Wen Ning shook her head. However, Qinlan still said anxiously, no, I need to give you a full examination. Qinlan pushed Wen Ning behind screen, pulled the curtain, and then turned to instruct Xiao Tao to come help. Lu Jinyang took it upon himself to wait outside the examination room. Qinlan helped Wen Ning unbutton her shirt, checking for any external injuries while pressing on her body. Does this hurt? How about here? After pressing several spots, Wen Ning said it didn't hurt, which relieved Qinlan. It seemed there were no internal organ injuries, but it was still best to take an X-ray for confirmation. Wen Ning had taken off her shirt, leaving only a fitted tank top, wrapping her white, full figure. Her waist so slim it was only as wide as one palm. While checking, Qinlan inevitably saw her body and thought it was stunningly beautiful. Touching it felt like soft cream. She thought to herself how much a man would cherish such a woman once married. Other women could only feel jealousy. Xiao Tao was even more shocked, staring without blinking. As a nurse, she had seen many patients' bodies, but this was the only one whose skin was so fair and smooth that not a single pore could be seen. The perfection was such that one more ounce would be too much, and one less would be insufficient. Even her belly button was perfectly round and small, as if meticulously crafted by a goddess. Qinlan helped Wen Ning put her clothes back on and instructed the stunned Xiao Tao to fetch a bottle of brown-yellow medicinal alcohol from the nearby medicine cabinet. Then she said to Wen Ning, in a bit, I'll take you to get an X-ray, but first let us apply some medicinal alcohol to reduce swelling and bruising. Okay, thank you, Aunt Qin. Wen Ning nodded obediently. Qinlan used tweezers to pick up a cotton ball, dipped it in the medicinal alcohol, and gently applied it to the swollen areas on her wrist. This medicinal alcohol was effective but stung like fire. If it hurt, she should speak up. As the alcohol was applied, it indeed felt fiery hot. Wen Ning gasped in pain, but didn't make a sound, trying hard to hold her breath and biting her lower lip. Qinlan, feeling sorry for her, said, It's okay. If it hurts, just shout. Wen Ning held back until her eyes turned red, and finally, like a little kitten, she let out a small whimper. Outside the examination room, Lu Jinyang stood straight with his hands at his sides, waiting at the door. He had keen hearing, far more sensitive than average. He almost instantly captured Wen Ning's sound as soon as it escaped her lips. In the midnight dream, he was all too familiar with this sound. Every time he pressed her down and bullied her, she would make this noise. Lu Jinyang's throat rolled slightly, and a wave of heat surged from his back to the top of his head. Chapter 37. Shipping CP, revised, at the entrance of the surgical room. Qianlong came out and called for her son to help push the wheelchair, but after looking around, she couldn't see him anywhere. Where is he? Qianlong wondered. How could her son disappear just while she was applying medicine to Xiaowen? She walked a few steps down the corridor, scanning for her son's figure. Inside the consultation room, Nurse Xiao Tao was helping Wen Ning get dressed, her eyes glued to Wen Ning's delicate skin, heart racing as she admired her beauty. With such skin, chest, waist, and legs coupled with that face, she finally understood the feeling men had when they saw a beautiful woman. It was no wonder that Qin Doctor's son personally pushed the wheelchair to bring someone to the hospital. Only after Wen Ning was fully dressed did Xiao Tao reluctantly pull her gaze away, seeing that there was no one else around. She curiously leaned closer to Wen Ning's ear and asked, "Comrade Wen, are you dating Qin Doctor's son?" Before Wen Ning could respond, Xiao Tao clasped her hands together, looking enchanted. "You two are such a perfect match. Standing together is like a scene from a movie magazine. Have you taken any photos together? Can you show me? I'd love to keep one. I'll even pay for the prints." What? Wen Ning was taken aback, wondering if she had misheard. Did shipping CPs and collecting cards exist back in the 70s? Seeing Wen Ning's expression, Xiao Tao chuckled shyly. "I just feel that you two look especially pleasing to the eye. Whenever I see you, I get so excited and happy my heart races, and it feels like I'm in love myself." After hearing Xiao Tao's description, Wen Ning finally understood. The little nurse was shipping her and Lu Jinyang CP. But her relationship with Lu Jinyang was destined to be a tragic one in the book. So it could only be said that the little nurse had shipped the wrong CP. Wen Ning shook her head, wanting to explain her relationship with Lu Jinyang. But when she met Xiao Tao's eager gaze, she felt a bit reluctant. After all, she had also shipped CPs in her past life, particularly the main couple from a certain ancient romantic drama, and she understood that exhilarating feeling all too well. During that time, she immersed herself in the couple's fan forums, refreshing the pages like crazy, repeatedly watching their ambiguous scenes in the drama, reading spoilers from fan accounts, and watching behind-the-scenes clips of the leads during filming. Any little interaction between the two in private would automatically lead to thoughts of whether they were sweetening the pot for their fans. Like when they used the same background music for their TikTok videos, or wore each other's endorsed clothes, or matched their outfits on Valentine's Day. It was all so exhilarating. It felt as if they would get married if their friends' posts hit 99 likes. She even imagined what their children would look like. Unfortunately, in the end, the fans clashed, and the leads gradually distanced themselves from each other. Eventually, they ended up with a tragic ending. It felt like reading a sweet romance novel only to find the main couple breaking up at the end. Readers were left heartbroken, feeling deeply upset. Having experienced the rain herself, she wanted to hold an umbrella for others. It was because she had genuinely shipped CPs that Wen Ning completely understood the feeling of having shipped the wrong CP, seeing Xiao Tao eagerly waiting for her response. Wen Ning's heart softened. After thinking for a moment, she didn't directly clarify her relationship with Lu Jinyang, but instead said lightly, "I haven't taken a photo with Lu Jinyang yet, but if we do one day, I'll make sure to give you a copy." "Really?" Xiao Tao's eyes lit up instantly, feeling hopeful. "Then I'll be waiting for your photos." Wen Ning gave her an assuring look. Xiao Tao smiled, so widely her eyes turned into slits, and cheekily added, "Oh, it would be even better if I could attend your wedding. I'll make sure to urge Dr. Qin to hurry up and propose." Shipping CPs was one thing, but bringing it into reality was another matter entirely. Wen Ning's mind snapped back to reality. If those words reached Aunt Qin's ears, who knows how she would misunderstand. She had taken her in with goodwill, helping her escape a hard life in the countryside and bringing her to the capital to enjoy a better life. And here she was, trying to get involved with her son right away, which would imply her intentions were impure. Then, just like in the book, she would be swept out like fallen leaves by Lu Jinyang. No, absolutely not. Shipping CPs was a no-go. She still wanted to cling to the Lu family's support and get a good job, living a carefree life in her later years. She couldn't let Aunt Qin misunderstand her. Thinking of this, Wen Ning's expression turned serious, unlike her earlier lightheartedness. She sincerely told Xiao Tao, "You misunderstood. Lu Jinyang and I are not in that kind of relationship. We're not dating. He just happened to run into me on the way and gave me a ride here. I mentioned sending you a photo just because I thought you'd like it, and I didn't want to disappoint you. Sorry about that." Huh? So, you're not dating after all? Xiao Tao's heart dropped from the clouds to the ground, her face showing clear disappointment. Yet she still asked then, "Is there a possibility for you two to date in the future? I mean, what if this?" Wen Ning was about to firmly state that it was impossible, absolutely impossible, when Qianlan returned. As Qianlan entered, she said to Wen Ning, "Xiao Wen, I'll go with you to take some photos. I couldn't find Jinyang anywhere. I'll check downstairs later. If he has gone, I'll take a leave to send you home." Wen Ning replied, "Maybe Big Brother had something to do and left early. No need to trouble yourself. Aunt Qin, I can take the bus back later. My leg is fine. I can walk." Hearing their exchange, Xiao Tao's curious eyes darted between them. Comrade Wen called Lu Jinyang Big Brother. What kind of relationship did they have? Could they possibly be cousins? But Comrade Wen also called Dr. Qin Auntie, which didn't seem like a relative from Dr. Qin's side of the family. Xiao Tao was dying to know their relationship. Seeing that Dr. Qin was going to take Wen Ning for photos, she quickly stepped forward to push the wheelchair, saying, "Dr. Qin, I'll go with you." Qianlan thought it was a good idea. When she went to find her son, Xiao Tao could take care of Wen Ning. "Thank you, Xiao Tao," she said as she turned to lead the way. Xiao Tao pushed Wen Ning from behind. When they arrived at the photo shoot location, Wen Ning went inside, while Qianlan and Xiao Tao waited outside. "Dr. Qin," Xiao Tao peered inside, curious, "What is your relationship with Comrade Wen?" Xiao Tao was usually gossipy and loved to inquire about everything, but she meant no harm. She was just very curious. Qianlan glanced at her, knowing that if she didn't tell her, she probably wouldn't sleep well tonight. So she explained, "Xiao Wen is my goddaughter." "Goddaughter? Then doesn't that make Dr. Qin's son, Xiao Wen's godbrother? Brother and sister, huh?" Xiao Tao's face lit up with a smile. "Hey, Dr. Qin, you always say your son is in his 20s and still not dating, and he doesn't like interacting with girls. But today, he seems to take good care of Comrade Wen. Have you ever considered having Comrade Wen as your daughter-in-law?" Qianlan. Xiao Tao continued, "Honestly, I think they're quite a match. Your son is handsome, and Comrade Wen is beautiful. They look so good together. Their children would be so good-looking." Xiao Tao rambled on, trying to convince Qianlan. Qianlan also felt they were indeed a good match, but she replied, "If my son doesn't want to date, it's no use trying to set them up. You see how many people I've introduced to him? He doesn't even bother to look at them. And as soon as I mention dating, he gets a serious face." Xiao Tao, "Sister Qin, trust me, this time you should match him with Comrade Wen. I think there's a chance." Qianlan, suspicious. "What do you mean by there's a chance?" Xiao Tao was about to continue arguing with Qianlan when she noticed Lu Jinyang walking towards them from the end of the corridor, holding something in his hand. As he got closer, she saw that he was carrying a yellow oil paper bag that was still steaming. "Qianlan, Jinyang, where did you go just now? I've been looking for you for a long time, and I told you to help push Xiao when to take the x-ray." Lu Jinyang replied casually, "Just went out for a bit. Did you finish the x-ray? It's being taken right now. It should be out soon." Qianlan nodded towards the side and then noticed the steaming paper bag in her son's hand, which clearly came from the bun shop at the hospital entrance. She asked in surprise, "You went to buy food?" Lu Jinyang responded with a simple I'm hungry." Just as they were talking, the door opened, and the doctor who took the x-ray pushed Wen Ning out. Then he showed the x-ray to Qianlan, saying there were no internal injuries, and the bones were fine. "So there's no need to worry, Dr. Qin." Qianlan finally felt relieved upon seeing the results, thanking Dr. He. Dr. He, with his hands in his pockets, said politely, "No need to be formal. Just call me if there's anything. I'm going back in. There are a few more patients waiting for x-rays." "Okay, you go ahead." Qianlan smiled and nodded at Dr. He. After Dr. He left, Qianlan turned around, holding the x-ray, and reminded her son, "Jinyang, take Xiao Wen out to eat something good today to help her recover. It takes 100 days to heal from a sprain or fracture." Lu Jinyang nodded slightly and handed the bag in his hand to Wen Ning, simply saying 3 words, Eat it while it's hot. Thank you. Wen Ning shyly accepted the buns from Lu Jinyang's hand. Her stomach had growled twice while she was in the car, and she thought he hadn't heard it. But it turned out he noticed and even bought her buns. Qianlan saw this and realized, oh, so her son's buns weren't for himself? They were for Xiaowen? So when he said he was hungry, he meant Xiaowen was hungry? But Xiaowen hadn't said a word to him since she entered the examination room. How'd he know she was hungry? Something was off, very off. Qianlan couldn't help but think of what Xiao Tao had just said, her gaze shifting back and forth between the two. Could it be that they really had a chance? Chapter 38. Is there a chance for you and Xiaowen? When women gossip, they can all be like Sherlock Holmes. The moment Qianlan thought her son might have a thing with Wen Ning, her observational skills became sharp. Her gaze sweeping over her son from head to toe like an X-ray, quickly noticing clues. At this moment, her son was still wearing his flight suit from training, which came in two types. One was casual, similar to regular military uniforms, with shoulder insignia and medals. The other was a training suit, resembling the casual one but with a simpler design focused on functionality, and the medal on the chest was replaced with a name tag. Moreover, her son had a faint stubble on his chin, clearly just off the plane, not yet having time to change clothes or tidy himself up. Wen Ning had gone to the art troupe for an exam that morning, and the two places were in opposite directions. How did her son run into Wen Ning? Qianlan began to suspect. She first found an excuse to send Xiao Tao away, then discreetly glanced at Wen Ning, who was nibbling on a bun from an oil paper bag. Xiaowen, you eat here first. Jinyang and I will go upstairs to the pharmacy to get you some medicine for blood circulation and bruising. Okay, Andy, I'll wait for you here. Wen Ning nodded obediently. Qianlan turned to call Lu Jinyang, and the two went upstairs together. On the way to the pharmacy, Qianlan couldn't hold back and tentatively asked, Jinyang, weren't you on a mission? How come you're back so soon? Lu Jinyang replied, this mission was short, and it was just in the neighboring province, so it ended quickly. Qianlan's expression showed understanding. So are you staying at home tonight, or going back to the base? Lu Jinyang replied as usual, staying at home. Upon hearing this answer, Qianlan's heart raced. In the past, after completing a mission, her son would generally have a 2 to 3 day break to rest, taking the opportunity to come home for a couple of days. Although he said he was staying home this time, it was strange because not long ago, her son was unwilling to come back, saying that Wen Ning had impure motives for coming to their home and didn't he want to be in the same room with her. But ever since the last time he came home and saw Wen Ning, he had returned to normal and was willing to come back. Not only that, but today he even brought Wen Ning to the hospital and bought her buns. Knowing her son well, Qianlan's eyes sparkled with gossip. She tugged at her son's sleeve and asked, Jinyang, what do you think of Xiaowen? What do you mean? Lu Jinyang countered with a question. I mean, if you were to date, what do you think? Qianlan asked directly, while secretly observing her son's expression, seeing that he showed no signs of fluctuation. She couldn't help but doubt whether she had misunderstood. Did her son not have feelings for Wen Ning? Just as she was pondering, they arrived at the pharmacy. Dr. Qin, the little nurse at the pharmacy, greeted her, then blushed noticeably when she saw Lu Jinyang beside her, unsure of where to put her hands. Everyone in the hospital knew that Qianlan had 2 tall and handsome sons, and many doctors and nurses had seen them, including the nurse in the pharmacy. Lu Jinyang's expression remained cold, his eyes showing no emotion. He turned to Qianlan and asked, what medicine do you need? This interruption meant there were outsiders present, so Qianlan had to report a medicine name to the little nurse. The nurse went inside the storeroom to get the medicine. Qianlan was unwilling to give up and glanced at her son. I'm asking you, what do you think of Xiaowen? Lu Jinyang's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he pressed his lips together, just about to answer when the little nurse came out with the medicine. Dr. Qin, here's the medicine you wanted. Qianlan took the medicine and smiled. Thank you. I needed it urgently today. I'll bring you a prescription next time and pay for it. The little nurse waved her hand, still blushing. It's fine, no rush. With the medicine in hand, Qianlan and Lu Jinyang headed back. Along the way, various doctors and nurses greeted Qianlan, and she struggled to find an opportunity to pursue her earlier question. Just as they were about to go downstairs, the hospital director called her over, saying he needed to talk to her. She had no choice but to hand the medicine to her son, Jinyang. You go find Xiaowen first and tell her to apply this medicine once a day. Okay. Lu Jinyang took the medicine and left. On the other side, Wen Ning had turned her wheelchair to the corner of the stairs, enjoying her buns. The oily, fragrant meat paired with the soft bun skin was delicious. And with one bite, it was heavenly. Just as she finished one and was about to eat a second, she suddenly spotted a familiar face. A familiar face that affected her appetite. Before Wen Ning could look away, the other party spoke first. "Oh, isn't this sister one? How come you're in a wheelchair after just one day? Did you break your leg?" He walked in front of the wheelchair, arms crossed, looking at Wen Ning with glee. Wen Ning stuffed the bun back into the oil paper bag, her face cold as ice. "Isn't this Sister Zhou? What a coincidence. Did you come to the hospital to check your brain? Or is your madness acting up again without medicine?" Zhou was so angry, she pointed at Wen Ning, but then thought of something and instantly changed her expression, going from anger to smugness, raising her chin and huffing. "You're so worked up. Did you miss the exam this morning?" Hearing this, Wen Ning's face slightly tightened, but she remained silent, staring at Zhou with cold eyes. Zhou hadn't had a chance to inform her Aunt Zhou Fang yet, and didn't know whether Wen Ning had attended the exam. Seeing her icy demeanor, she thought she had hit the nail on the head. The announcement stated that missing the exam or being late was equivalent to giving up the exam. With this thought, Zhou couldn't help but laugh lightly. "I told you, don't be too confident. Nothing is set in stone. Yesterday, you confidently claimed the position in the publicity department was yours, and today you missed the exam. Haha, such big talk. Aren't you afraid of hurting your back?" At this point, Wen Ning understood everything. "So you were the one who arranged for someone to bump into me this morning." Zhou didn't hide what she had done at all. Instead, she provocatively said, "Do you have any evidence? Accidentally walking and bumping into someone, who's to blame?" Wen Ning scoffed lightly and provocatively returned her gaze. "What? Afraid to admit it? I thought you weren't afraid of anyone. But it turns out you were scared of the Lu family finding out and coming to settle the score with you?" Wen Ning deliberately provoked her. And Zhou's expression indeed changed. She glanced around to see if anyone was coming, and upon confirming no one was around, she glared at Wen Ning and threatened, "I advise you to keep a low profile in the courtyard in the future. Otherwise, next time it won't just be a broken leg." Zhou was a typical spoiled girl of this era, arrogant and uncultured, always relying on her family's power, looking down on everyone. If she were a boy, she would probably be causing all sorts of trouble. Wen Ning continued to provoke her, saying even more arrogantly, "Who do you think you are? With the Zhou family name. You have no looks and no abilities, a total waste. Yet you think you're something special. I don't know who gave you the courage. If I were an ancestor of the Zhou family, I would want to jump out of the grave and strangle you to save you from embarrassing yourself every day." With each word Wen Ning spoke, the sarcasm on her face deepened, and her eyes looked at Zhou as if she were garbage. Zhou had never been insulted like this before, especially not by Wen Ning. A total waste? A nobody? This city girl was being insulted by a country bumpkin, and Zhou's mind ignited with fury, burning hotter and hotter. Forgetting that they were in a hospital, she lunged forward, raising her hand to slap Wen Ning's face. "You little slut, shut up." Wen Ning had been waiting for this opportunity. She turned her face to dodge Zhou's slap, and then her uninjured right hand quickly maneuvered the wheelchair, crashing straight into her. Two people were just at the stairway. Suddenly, there was a sharp scream, and Zhou's body uncontrollably leaned back. Her foot slipped, and she rolled down the stairs. As she tumbled down, her head bumped against the steps, and a dull pain spread from the back of her head to her forehead. She was completely dazed, only able to instinctively scream in terror. At the same time she was rolling down, Wen Ning maneuvered her wheelchair and slid down the adjacent disabled access. When Zhou's body finally stopped rolling, Wen Ning's wheelchair came to a stop right by her feet. Without waiting for Zhou to react, Wen Ning quickly got up, flipped the wheelchair onto the ground, and then collapsed next to Zhou, pulling up her sleeves and pant legs to reveal dark purple bruises, crying softly. "Sister Zhou, why did you push me? You already had someone hit me with a car, preventing me from taking the exam. Isn't that enough? Do you still want to push me down the stairs?" The noise from their tumble down the stairs had already attracted the attention of several passing patients and their families. As they approached and saw two young women lying on the ground, one with her arms and legs covered in bruises. They began to gossip after hearing Wen Ning's words. "Oh my, that woman is too ruthless," actually pushing the girl in the wheelchair down the stairs. "Look at those bruises. It's painful just to see. What guts to dare hurt someone in a military hospital. Is there no law? What kind of grudge could lead to such severity? Hitting someone with a car and pushing them down the stairs? Didn't you hear what the injured girl said? She did it to stop her from taking the exam. This person is so malicious. She should be sent to the border for re-education." When Lu Jinyang returned with the medicine, this was the scene he encountered. Wen Ning was sprawled on the ground, her wheelchair overturned, her body covered in bruises, pitifully shedding tears. In that instant, his heart constricted, and it felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen. His eyes suddenly turned red, and he leaped down the stairs in an instant. Rushing to Wen Ning's side, he wrapped his arms around the back of her knees and lifted her horizontally. Wen Ning lay in his embrace, her tears blurring her vision. Saying nothing, just mimicking the tone from Blue Life and Death Love, where Eunhee calls Junhee, plaintively crying out, "Brother." A single word spoke volumes. Lu Jinyang's throat tightened, his heart ached, and his fingers resting on Wen Ning's thigh slightly clenched. "Zhou," he rubbed her head and got up from the ground, staring in disbelief at the scene before her, watching the man she longed for holding her enemy in his arms, her heartache seemingly spilling out of her dark eyes. "No." Zhou, he shook her head frantically, glaring at Lu Jinyang. "It's not like that, Jinyang. It was Wen Ning, that little bitch, who made the first move. She pushed me down from upstairs. I didn't do anything." Wen Ning's small hand clung to Lu Jinyang's chest, not explaining a word, only softly sobbing. Her thin shoulders shaking, like a stray cat bullied by wild dogs, completely powerless. She was truly weak, pitiful, and helpless. Zhou, he was so furious she felt like she would go mad, experiencing a breakdown of having a voice, but no one believing her. She endured the splitting pain in her head and gritted her teeth, shouting, "Jinyang, don't believe that bitch. She's lying. She is the evil one who complained first. She hit me with her wheelchair, pushed me down from upstairs, and then slid down next to me in her wheelchair. She is acting. She is trying to gain your sympathy. Can't you see that?" Zhou, he was hysterical. Lu Jinyang's dark eyes fixed on her, a cold light flashing in their depths. That gaze was terrifying. Zhou, he felt as if she were caught in an impenetrable web, her scalp tingling. A suffocating sensation spreading throughout her body, even her bones trembling. But why should she suffer this injustice? Why should she be wronged? It was clearly Wen Ning who pushed her. Wen Ning was the one in the wrong, not her. Under Lu Jinyang's icy gaze, Zhou, he moved her lips, continuing to try to explain. "Jinyang, believe me, I am the victim. I'm the one who was pushed down the stairs. Otherwise, why would I also be lying on the ground? Am I supposed to push someone and then lie down on the ground to fake an injury?" Chapter 39, an outstanding fighter pilot of a generation, fell because of her. Under the cold, deep gaze of Lu Jinyang, Zhou, he moved her lips, continuing to try to explain. "Jinyang, you have to believe me. I am the victim. I am the one who was pushed down the stairs. Otherwise, why would I also be lying on the ground? I wouldn't push someone and then lie down myself to fake an accident, right?" Upon hearing this, Wen Ning paused her sobbing, and just as she was about to retort, the crowd that had gathered responded for her. "Who knows if, when you were pushing that young comrade, you accidentally fell down yourself?" Exactly. How could someone in a wheelchair compete with a perfectly able-bodied person like you? Can you at least draft your lies a bit better? Do you really think we are blind? Not to mention that young comrade's arms and legs are all bruised and battered. It looks painful just to see. You, on the other hand, have nothing wrong with you, not even a scratch. How dare you falsely accuse them of pushing you down? What a despicable person. Accusations surged towards Zhou like a tide. Her eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the people pointing fingers at her. A mix of emotions, unbelievable, aggrieved, and angry, intertwined within her, on the verge of exploding. Unable to bear it any longer, she shouted at everyone. "I said it wasn't me who pushed her. It wasn't me. Those injuries were from being hit by a bicycle this morning. I didn't fall down the stairs. She showed them to you on purpose just to make you misunderstand me." After saying that, she shot a venomous glance at Wen Ning, waiting for everyone to realize the truth and turn to accuse Wen Ning. But unexpectedly, Wen Ning casually said. Sister Zhou, how do you know it was a bicycle that hit me? I never mentioned what kind of vehicle hit me this morning. So, does that mean you were admitting it? Did you find someone to hit me with a car just to prevent me from taking the art troop exam? Zhou froze for a second, regretting almost to the point of biting her own tongue. No. You said you were hit by a bicycle. Wen Ning no longer explained, just looked at her with an expression that said stop acting. The crowd suddenly realized. So it turns out that to stop the young comrade from taking the art troop exam, this crazy woman first had someone hit her with a car. And now she pushed her down the stairs. My God, this person is so vicious, so bad. It's simply lawless. Who dares to be so arrogant? People were puzzled. And soon someone remembered Wen Ning's earlier address of Zhou as Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou? Zhou? Finally, someone recalled the name. Oh, I know who she is, the young lady from the Zhou family in the Air Force compound. Zhou. So it's her. Everyone knows her spoiled and domineering personality. Who dares to provoke her? So it's not surprising she would do such a thing, but this time it's gone too far, deliberately hurting someone. Isn't that a crime? Of course. It should have been dealt with long ago. If this continues, who knows what other heinous acts she will commit. What a disgrace if she were my daughter. I would teach her a harsh lesson. I'd break the stick over her back. With such a troublemaking daughter at home, if I were her mother, I would be too embarrassed to go out. I wouldn't know where to hide my face. What a disgraceful thing. In the end, one by one, they looked at Zhou with righteous indignation, their gazes filled with disgust, to the point where a single spit could drown her. Zhou never expected that she would dig herself deeper and deeper, ultimately becoming the target of everyone's blame and scorn. And all of this was caused by that little brat, Wen Ning. Zhou shot a venomous look at Wen Ning, who was securely held in Lu Jinyang's arms. From an angle unseen by others, Wen Ning provocatively curled her lips at her. This smile was like pouring a bowl of water into a boiling pot of oil, sizzling, and Zhou completely exploded. I'll kill you, Zhou screamed, crazily lunging towards Wen Ning, pulling out a dagger from who knows where and swinging it fiercely towards that delicate little face. The movement was so fast that no one had time to react. They only saw the shadow of the sharp blade, and the crowd collectively fell silent, their hearts tightening. Oh no, this madwoman is going to stab the young comrade. Lu Jinyang, who had been on guard against Zhou reacted almost simultaneously as she lunged with the knife. He quickly turned to shield Wen Ning, raising his arm to block Zhou's knife swing, then delivered a swift side kick, sending a powerful kick to Zhou's abdomen. Zhou let out a muffled groan, her body flying backward in an arc before crashing to the ground with a thud, the dagger slipping from her hand. The crowd took the opportunity to pick up the dagger she dropped, backing away to avoid her going on another rampage. A few seconds later, everyone came to their senses, letting out a long breath, realizing how dangerous and terrifying it had been. There had nearly been a bloody incident right before their eyes. Quick, call the police. Arrest this troublemaker. Someone shouted, rushing out of the crowd to call the police, while others moved to restrain Zhou, preventing her from escaping, only to find that, oh no, she seemed to have fainted. Zhou lay on the ground, her eyes tightly closed, her face and lips frighteningly pale. But someone still warned. Who knows if she really fainted? Keep an eye on her, don't let her get away. The rest quickly surrounded her tightly, waiting for the police to arrive. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyang was still holding Wen Ning, who, regaining her senses, immediately broke free from his embrace. The moment her feet hit the ground, she anxiously grabbed his arm that had just blocked the knife, checking for injuries. Are you hurt? Are you bleeding? Lu Jinyang's flight suit was dark green, and the bloodstains soaked into it were hard to see, only showing a darkened patch compared to the surrounding fabric. Wen Ning stared at the wet mark, her pupils suddenly constricting, her heart skipping a beat. Oh no, if Lu Jinyang's arm was injured because of her and he couldn't fly, she would be a historic sinner, an outstanding fighter pilot of a generation. Fell because of her. The loss to the country, the regret of the people, and most importantly, how could she explain this to the Lu family? The Lu family saved and protected her, yet she had harmed their son. Wen Ning felt as if the world had suddenly turned dark, heavy clouds pressing down on her, as if the Buddha was extending 5 fingers towards her. A mountain of despair crashing down. Her face instantly drained of color. In the next second, she grabbed Lu Jinyang and rushed upstairs, completely forgetting her own injuries. Her voice choked with tears. "Brother, I'll take you to bandage your wounds." In her eyes were a mix of anxiety, worry, care, heartache, and fear. All sorts of emotions intertwined. Wen Ning was focused on checking Lu Jinyang's injuries, but in Lu Jinyang's eyes, there was only that little face filled with worry and concern because of his injury, porcelain white skin glowing, almond eyes shimmering with tears, slightly reddened eyelids, and a tightly bitten lower lip, the color of which was rosy but softer than rose petals. He had tasted it in his dreams. "You feel this much heartache seeing him hurt? You care this much about him?" An indescribable comfort spread in Lu Jinyang's heart. "Don't worry, I'm fine," he said, his voice deep and slightly hoarse, lacking his usual coldness. Wen Ning couldn't detect the subtle difference in his tone, her heart filled only with guilt and concern, afraid that he would be affected in his flying career because of her. She knew very well that He was crazy. Today, she deliberately provoked her, intending to force He to act in front of everyone, to establish the fact of the injury and report it to the police. But she never expected He would have a dagger, nor did she expect Lu Jinyang would block the knife for her. "Brother, I'm sorry." Her soft voice carried a hint of a sob, her eyes filled with unshed tears, all of which were worry for him. Lu Jinyang looked at her, his Adam's apple gently rolling. "Don't cry." Wen Ning held back her tears, nodding slightly. "Then you come with me to bandage it." "Okay," Lu Jinyang replied softly. The crowd nearby also noticed that he was injured and recognized his flight suit, seeing the same expression on his face as Wen Ning's. "Oh, little comrade, hurry and take your brother for bandaging. Pilots can't be injured casually." Wen Ning obviously knew this, and it was precisely because she knew that her heart was in turmoil, filled with worry. Lu Jinyang himself remained calm, even turning to glance at the unconscious He on the ground and telling the crowd, "Please take care of her and wait for the police to arrive." Everyone assured him, "Don't worry, pilot comrade, we will definitely help you hand her over to the police. Yes, we will also help you testify. We are all witnesses and can prove that she attacked with a knife." Lu Jinyang nodded slightly to the crowd and followed Wen Ning upstairs. Qinlan was called to the dean's office, and since she hadn't returned yet, she was unaware of what had happened downstairs. Lu Jinyang was also afraid she would worry, so he had another doctor bandage him. In the examination room, Lu Jinyang took off his clothes and revealed his injured arm for the doctor to examine. His expression was normal, showing no sign of panic from the injury. The doctor knew that Lu Jinyang was a pilot and carefully examined his wound. Wen Ning stood by, her gaze focused on the same spot as the doctor, her small hands nervously clasped together, holding her breath. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds later, the doctor moved his gaze away from the wound and said, "Don't worry. It's a superficial injury, no stitches needed. After the wound heals, it won't be affected even under high-altitude pressure." Upon hearing this, Wen Ning finally exhaled the breath she had been holding, relieved that Lu Jinyang's flying career would not be impacted by her. The doctor, unaware of Wen Ning's relationship with Lu Jinyang, noticed her look of relief and jokingly smiled at Lu Jinyang. "Your partner cares about you a lot." She was almost in tears when she came in. "Now that she knows you're fine, she looks so relieved." Lu Jinyang glanced at Wen Ning, a deep and inscrutable light swirling in his eyes. Wen Ning met his intense gaze and felt inexplicably overwhelmed. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her mouth spoke before her brain could catch up. "He not my partner. He my brother." The doctor realized, "Oh, so you're siblings. You look quite compatible. I thought you two were dating. Since you're siblings, that's even better. I have a patient next door who needs stitches. You can help your brother with his wound." The doctor pointed to the tray on the table. "First, rinse the wound with saline, then clean it with iodine, and finally wrap it with gauze. Hospital resources are always tight, and some nurses aren't even trained professionals. They just underwent a few days of training before starting work, especially during wartime when anyone can be pulled in to serve as a nurse. Therefore, the doctor didn't think it was complicated to handle such a wound and casually instructed Wen Ning before heading to the next room. Wen Ning was pushed into action and had to roll up her sleeves, first washing her hands thoroughly at the sink before picking up the sterile saline to help Lu Jinyang rinse his wound. Lu Jinyang sat at the table while Wen Ning stood. After rinsing the wound, she used tweezers to pick up a cotton ball, absorbing the saline around the wound, then switched to another cotton ball soaked in iodine. Lowering her gaze to meet Lu Jinyang's eyes, she gently said, "If it hurts, just tell me. I'm starting now." After saying this, she leaned slightly closer, her small face nearing his wound, her rose-pink lips pouting as she gently blew on his wound while she raised her hand to gently dab the iodine-soaked cotton ball on it. Lu Jinyang felt as if an ant were crawling on his arm, a ticklish sensation, like feathers brushing against him, light and airy. The muscles in his arm tightened unconsciously, feeling taut and hard. "Now I'm going to wrap the gauze. If it feels too tight, let me know." Wen Ning put down the tweezers and picked up a roll of white gauze, wrapping it around Lu Jinyang's arm, circling it several times before cutting it with scissors and tying a pretty bow at the joint. "Done." Wen Ning clapped her hands, satisfied with the bow she tied. Her gaze inadvertently moved up and down, only then noticing that Lu Jinyang's muscular arm was even more beautiful than the bow, with distinct contours and smooth lines. Both attractive and powerful, not the kind of bulging muscle seen in gyms. Remembering something, she raised her small hand and tentatively touched the bandaged area on his arm. It felt as hard as steel. "Is it too tight?" "Not tight." Lu Jinyang actually didn't know if it was tight or not. He only knew that his arm felt like it was going to explode from her touch, his throat dry and constricted. Hearing him say it wasn't too tight, Wen Ning smiled. "Looks like I have quite the potential to be a nurse." Lu Jinyang imagined her in a white uniform, wearing a nurse's cap, gently administering medicine to male patients, softly asking them if it hurt. Just picturing it made him darken his face. "You're not suited to be a nurse," he said coldly. "Why not? Didn't I bandage you well just now?" Wen Ning was unaware of his thoughts. She only felt her abilities were being questioned and was eager for recognition. Lu Jinyang remained silent, sitting straight on the stool. The more he didn't speak, the more Wen Ning wanted validation, like a kindergarten child asking a teacher for a sticker. She leaned in closer to him, her small face facing his, her bright eyes gazing into his. "Come on, did I bandage you well?" Lu Jinyang had never been so entangled by a woman, especially not by a woman as enchanting as her red lips moving, her breath fragrant, softer than rose petals. A deep light burned in his eyes. His Adam's apple rolled, the veins on his neck standing out. Wen Ning finally sensed something was off. His gaze was too intense, almost predatory, like a large beast eyeing its prey. Wen Ning straightened up and instinctively took a step back, conceding, "If my bandaging isn't good, that's fine. You can find a professional nurse to help you change the dressing next time." She turned to leave, but her wrist was suddenly grabbed from behind, and a low, hoarse voice said, "Chapter 40, bro, I'll help you blow it." She turned to leave, but her wrist was suddenly grabbed from behind. A low, hoarse voice said, "Good. Well bandaged. Very good. Especially good." Wen Ning took a few seconds to realize that Lu Jinyang was responding to her earlier question. The corners of her lips lifted into a smile, her eyes curving in delight, a look of "I knew I was great. I told you, I have potential." Lu Jinyang replied, simultaneously releasing her wrist and standing up. "Let's go downstairs and take a look." Wen Ning almost forgot that He was still waiting downstairs. The two walked side by side out. After a few steps, Lu Jinyang called out to her, "Wait, I'll go get the wheelchair." Wen Ning, eager to confront He thought that the pain in her leg could be ignored for now. "No need, let's head down first. I can hold on." She was already rubbing her hands together, ready to see Yi's downfall. Lu Jinyang reminded her, "If you just go down like this, the police will think your injuries aren't serious." Wen Ning looked at him in surprise, his dark eyes deep and profound, making her feel inexplicably guilty. Did he figure out that she had set Yi up? But she had been careful to observe her surroundings at the time. No one had noticed her and Yi's movements, and Lu Jinyang wasn't nearby. So he couldn't possibly know that she was the one who pushed Yi down. Wen Ning maintained a calm facade, but inside, she was panicking. Her dark lotus flower side was always well hidden, and if it were discovered, especially by someone as ruthless as Lu Jinyang, it would be disastrous. Facing Lu Jinyang's probing gaze, Wen Ning's mind raced as she considered whether to confess or stubbornly deny it. After all, there were no surveillance cameras in this era, and only she knew what she had done. Caught between confessing and feigning ignorance, Wen Ning chose to feign illness. She suddenly raised her hand to cover her forehead, staggering forward as if about to fall. A pair of large hands steadied her shoulders, pulling her back. "What's wrong?" Lu Jinyang's voice held a hint of tension, his probing gaze replaced by concern. Wen Ning extended her delicate fingers to rub her temples and feigned weakness, saying, "I suddenly feel really dizzy. I don't know if it's a lingering effect from being bumped this morning." Lu Jinyang helped her sit down on a chair against the wall, saying in a low voice, "Wait here, I'll go get the wheelchair." Thank you, brother." She smiled weakly, her cheeks dimpling. Lu Jinyang cast her a worried glance before quickly heading downstairs, his figure soon disappearing around the corner of the stairs. Once he was gone, Wen Ning quietly let out a sigh of relief. The situation had finally passed, and the crisis was averted. Lu Jinyang was quick. Within a few minutes, he returned with the wheelchair. "Get in." He gestured to her with a nod. Wen Ning sat in the wheelchair, resuming her earlier appearance of weakness. Lu Jinyang pushed her downstairs to find Zhou had already woken up, or rather, she had been forced awake. Initially, she was unconscious, but since no one had found any visible injuries on her, everyone thought she was faking. So they called a doctor to check her. The doctor found no external injuries, but someone decided to use a nasty trick and pinched her philtrum. And after pinching her arms as well, they finally woke her up. When Zhou woke up, her arms were too painful to lift and her head throbbed. She had internal injuries from hitting her head, which wouldn't show up on an external examination. The doctor saw that she was awake and held up his hand, asking, "What number is this?" Zhou was still dazed and instinctively replied, "2." The doctor nodded, confirming her awareness and responsiveness. The doctor then stood to the side with his hands in his pockets as the crowd continued to surround Zhou, not allowing her to escape. The person who had gone to report to the police returned, bringing the police with him. Along the way, he vividly recounted Zhou Yi's crimes. So by the time the police arrived, they had a basic understanding of the incident. Seeing the police, the crowd became agitated. Someone handed over a bloody dagger and pointed at Zhou, saying, "Comrades, this is the weapon she used to stab someone." Just then, Lu Jinyang was pushing Wen Ning downstairs, and someone pointed at them, saying to the police, "Comrades, these two are the victims. That male comrade is a pilot." In the 1970s, being a pilot was as valuable as a national treasure and was a protected profession. The cost and stakes involved in training a pilot were extremely high, making pilots the highest-ranking members of all military branches. The police were aware of this and immediately took it seriously, approaching Lu Jinyang to ask, "Comrade, how are your injuries?" Lu Jinyang's face maintained its usual cold and serious demeanor, and just as he was about to answer, Wen Ning interjected. Her face filled with fear as she pointed at Zhou, "Comrade, she's suddenly attacked with a knife. My brother's arm was cut deeply by her dagger, and he lost a lot of blood. The doctor said that if it had gone any deeper, his arm would be useless, and he wouldn't be able to fly planes anymore." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted. Being a pilot was an honorable and impressive profession, and only a few could be trained. If Zhou ruined that, it would be a loss for the country and a regret for the people. "Comrades, the criminal must be severely punished." "Yes, she must be severely punished." "Support. She should go to prison. Send her to the border for re-education." The crowd pointed fingers at the culprit, Zhou, loudly denouncing her. Zhou looked at the angry faces around her and the police officer beside her, and despite her usual arrogance, she felt a bit intimidated at this moment, realizing that she had actually injured Lu Jinyang. She was not afraid of hurting Wen Ning, since Wen Ning wasn't a member of the Lu family, but Lu Jinyang was different. He was the most outstanding member of the Lu family's younger generation, their golden child, and if she hurt him, the Lu family would definitely not let her off the hook. At that moment, Zhou felt like a tiger stripped of its claws and fangs, unable to spring into action, sitting blankly on the ground, not knowing what to do. The police couldn't just listen to one side of the story. Even though the crowd was vociferous, they needed both parties to complete their statements before confirming the facts. One police officer pulled Zhou up from the ground, snapping handcuffs on her wrists, sternly saying, "Comrade, please come with us for questioning." Another police officer then turned to Lu Jinyang and Wen Ning, saying, "We also need you two to come with us to cooperate with the statements." Lu Jinyang pushed Wen Ning and went with the police to the station. Inside the police station, Zhou Yi's mind finally began to turn, realizing her current predicament. Stabbing someone with a knife, if taken seriously, could be considered attempted murder, and she might even face serious consequences. Zhou Yi wasn't stupid. Her family had people in the police system, and she knew a bit about the law. So as soon as she sat in the interrogation room, she proactively explained the circumstances of her attack, insisting it was an accidental injury. She had only wanted to scare Wen Ning with a knife and hadn't meant to accidentally cut Lu Jinyang. She was willing to seek the victim's forgiveness, to compensate if necessary, and to apologize. Her attitude was so cooperative that the police felt she was not the same person described by the crowd earlier. In the end, she even smiled and dropped a bombshell on the police. "My uncle is the deputy director of the Xiqing Police Bureau. This station falls under the Xiqing area, right? If you two comrades find this case troublesome, why not transfer it to the Xiqing Police Bureau?" This statement carried both a threatening and a reminder meaning, depending on how the interrogating officers interpreted it. Both comrades in the interrogation were grassroots police officers, usually dealing only with the section chief or the station chief, while the level of the bureau chief was beyond their reach. They exchanged a glance, and one of the police officers said to Zhou, "Let's first go through the mediation process and see if Comrade Lu is willing to accept your apology. Then we can withdraw the case." Upon hearing this, Zhou felt a bit relieved and added to the police officer, "Comrade, please notify my family." Notifying the family is a normal part of the procedure, and the police officer nodded, stood up, and went out to make a call. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyang and Wen Ning finished their statements. The police officer who interrogated Zhou came over to convey her message, saying she wanted to reconcile. Lu Jinyang immediately refused. "I do not accept any form of reconciliation, and we will still file a report." The police officer was a bit confused, wondering what they were reporting. Then Lu Jinyang took out a medical report of Wen Ning's injuries and coldly said, "Zhou is suspected of instigating others to run over my sister. My sister dodged just in time, which prevented irreparable consequences. This is the injury assessment issued by the hospital, indicating multiple soft tissue contusions all over her body." The police had heard the public mention this matter before, but Zhou didn't bring it up during her interrogation, and the police didn't have time to ask. Later, she brought up her uncle, so the police decided to see what the victim's attitude would be. Unexpectedly, the other party refused to reconcile and continued to pursue the matter of the hit and run. So the police had to take the hospital's diagnosis report and bring both of them back to continue taking statements. Wen Ning recalled the scene of being hit, and regarding the person who hit her, she remembered it was a young man about 20 years old, with long hair that reached the back of his neck when viewed from behind, and he was probably a little over 7 meters tall, definitely not 8 meters, and he had a slender build. As Wen Ning spoke, the police were recording, while Lu Jinyang appeared deep in thought. After a few seconds, he coldly said, "I know who hit her." Both Wen Ning and the police were surprised and looked at Lu Jinyang. Lu Jinyang said, "It's Zhou Yi's cousin, Jiang Rui. Can I borrow a phone?" Lu Jinyang said to the police, then picked up the phone on the table, dialed the number, said a few words, and hung up. Half an hour later, Jiang Rui was personally escorted to the police station by security personnel from the military factory. Leading the way was the security chief, Wang Chuan. Jiang Rui's hands were cuffed behind his back, and Wang Chuan pushed him forward, clapping his hands and saying, "Jinyang, I brought him here. I questioned him on the way. He left the military factory on a bicycle at 7 in the morning. The gatekeeper, Lao Yang, saw him. Later, around 7:45, he came back on his bike, but he didn't explain where he went in between." Wang Chuan used to be a soldier under Lu Jinyang, and after retiring, he went to the security department, which Lu Jinyang helped him get into, so he also knew Lu Jinyang. Upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, Lu Jinyang was even more certain of his guess. His sharp gaze shot towards Jiang Rui on the ground, who defiantly glared back. "Lu Jinyang, you're a pilot, not a police officer. Why do you have to arrest me? Let me go." Lu Jinyang ignored him. Wang Chuan then took out his credentials and showed them to the nearby police officer. "Comrade, I am the chief of the security department of the military factory, requesting to participate in Jiang Rui's interrogation. He has a criminal record and has often caused trouble at the factory. Fighting and brawling is common for him. He even got caught stealing cables from the warehouse to sell. If the intentional hit and run is confirmed, I need to report back to the factory leadership for appropriate handling. The security department is also part of the public security system and has certain law enforcement powers, so they can participate in cases. Moreover, Wang Chuan is a department chief, equivalent in rank to the police station chief. Previously, Jiang Rui relied on being Jiang Jing's nephew and Zhou Yi's cousin. So most people he provoked chose to endure it for the sake of the Zhou family, accepting the Jiang family's apologies as if nothing had happened. For instance, in the case of stealing cables, the Jiang family ultimately compensated the factory, and the factory leaders only criticized Jiang Rui at a meeting without further pursuit. This time, hitting someone was equivalent to attempted murder, and Wang Chuan had long wanted to deal with Jiang Rui, who always caused trouble. This time, Jiang Rui had messed with the Lu family, who were not afraid of confronting the Zhou family. The police did not immediately agree to Wang Chuan's request, sensing that the matter was not simple. The person involved was the niece of the deputy bureau chief, and this comrade Lu was a pilot who could easily summon personnel from the military factory security department with a phone call. Considering the situation, the police officer said, "Please wait, I need to report this case to my supervisor first." Naturally, Lu Jinyang and Wang Chuan understood the implications, and Jiang Rui realized what was going on as well. He immediately gave a smug smile to Lu Jinyang and Wang Chuan, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" While the police went to report to their superiors, Jiang Rui stood in place, his eyes darting around, and he noticed a wheelchair behind Lu Jinyang with someone sitting in it. Jiang Rui focused and almost dropped his eyes. Where did this beauty come from? "Hey, comrade, what's your name? Where do you live? How about I treat you to a movie later? Do you want to go?" Jiang Rui flirted, speaking without hesitation. He was the only child of the Jiang family, and Jiang Jing was a domineering figure who treated her nephew like her own son. Thus, Jiang Rui and Zhou Yi, being cousins, were equally arrogant. Jiang Rui also had a bit of a street thug and rogue vibe. Wen Ning ignored Jiang Rui and hid her face behind Lu Jinyang, feeling that even looking at such trash was disrespectful to her eyes. However, Jiang Rui was oblivious to this and noticed her trying to hide behind Lu Jinyang, immediately smirking. "Oh, so you like this type? I'm not kidding. What's so good about a cold and hard man like a rock? He's not romantic at all. If you were with me, I'd know how to pamper you, making you feel all teary and comfortable." Want to be with me? Tears of joy. Comfortable? Lu Jinyang's mind was filled with images of Wen Ning being pressed down by Jiang Rui, and his expression darkened like water instantly. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and he clenched his fists, taking a step toward Jiang Rui, raising his hand, and bang, he punched Jiang Rui in the face. Jiang Rui's face was instantly turned sideways from the blow, and he staggered to the side, nearly kneeling on the ground. Some police officers nearby wanted to step forward to stop it, but Wang Chuan immediately led the security personnel to block them. Lu Jinyang's eyes were bloodshot as he stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Rui by the collar, raining down punches on him, fast and fierce, so quickly that Jiang Rui had no time to react. Plus, with his hands bound, he could only passively take the beating. The air was filled with the dull sounds of fists meeting flesh, and Jiang Rui collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony, his face rapidly swelling and turning red. But he was still tough. He tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Lu Jinyang with red eyes. "Lu Jinyang, you dare to kill me? You lunatic. Do you really think you're something just because you're a pilot? You dare to hit someone at the police station?" Lu Jinyang's eyes were cold and piercing, expressionless as he stepped forward, pressing his black leather boot onto Jiang Rui's face, looking down at him and applying pressure. His tone icy. "If you dare to look at her again or covet her, I will kill you." After saying that, Lu Jinyang slowly lifted his foot. Jiang Rui's face was a mix of red, purple, and gray, with the imprint of a shoe sole on it. He spat and shouted angrily at the surrounding police. "Are you just decorations? Watching me get beaten and not stopping it?" The police were blocked by Wang Chuan's security personnel, And since both sides were armed, if a fight broke out, the situation would become uncontrollable. Moreover, Jiang Rui had initiated the harassment against the female comrade, and he indeed deserved the beating. Thus, weighing the situation, the police officers all fell silent, looking up at the sky or down at the ground, refusing to look at Jiang Rui. It wasn't until Wang Chuan led his men away that some police officers stepped forward to help Jiang Rui up. Jiang Rui sat in the chair, half of his body leaning against the wall, gritting his teeth and gasping in pain. After a few seconds, he raised his eyes and glared fiercely at Lu Jinyang across from him. Just as he was about to start cursing, he saw the female colleague he had just teased stand up from her wheelchair, take a few steps to Lu Jinyang's side, hold his hand, and bring it to her lips. Her crimson lips gently parted as she blew on the man's bony hand, while sweetly saying, "Bro, does your hand hurt? Let me blow on it for you." Jiang Hui. Damn it. Chapter 41. I beg you. Wen Ning is not afraid of anything, but she is afraid that Lu Jinyang will get hurt because of her. Seeing him hit someone, she felt relieved, but once that relief passed, worry took over. Just now, the sound of his punches made her feel pain in her own hands, and at this moment, she didn't care about any gender boundaries. She stepped forward to grab his hand and carefully examined it. Seeing his knuckles turning red, her eyes turned red too, and she pouted her lips in distress. "Brother, let me blow on it for you." After saying that, she genuinely held Lu Jinyang's hand, parted her red lips, and gently blew on his red knuckles. After blowing a few times, she still looked at him with her watery apricot eyes, occasionally lifting her gaze to meet his. Lu Jinyang lowered his gaze and met her vividly expressive little face. Her skin was as white as snow. Her brows and eyes were like ink. With a pair of big, round apricot eyes, the corners slightly tilted up, her eyelashes glistening with a bit of moisture, making her even more alluring. Her rosy red lips were delicate and moist, with a slightly overly cute cupid's bow on her upper lip, as if they were always tempting someone to kiss. In the next second, her red lips parted and closed, her gentle breath brushed over his fingertips, sending a tingling sensation straight up his spine. "Brother, does it still hurt?" Wen Ning's soft and delicate voice rang out. Lu Jinyang's Adam's apple moved slightly, his breath was hot, and he took several seconds before he spoke in a low, husky voice. "Not painful." Today's incident caused quite a stir. The case was transferred to the Xiqing District Public Security Bureau, and Zhou Yi's uncle was the deputy director of that bureau. Wang Chuan was just the head of the security department. His rank couldn't compete with that of the bureau chief, and since Lu Jinyang had just beaten Jiang Rui, the case became a bit complicated. If the Xiqing Public Security Bureau handled it fairly, then Jiang Rui and Zhou Yi would definitely face consequences. It was just a matter of how many years they would get. However, if they kept pressing on the issue of Lu Jinyang hitting someone, then there would be more trouble. Lu Jinyang was upright and fearless, while Wen Ning was unaware of the twists and turns in between. Both were people who preferred to be steadfast rather than bend. But Wang Chuan, having been in the security department for a long time, was sensitive to these matters. After some thought, he called the military district and informed Lu Jinghua's secretary about the situation. After a few calls, Lu Jinghua had the case moved to the Ministry of Public Security, where the chief personally took charge, with inspectors from the disciplinary committee supervising the entire process, creating a significant spectacle. The Zhou and Jiang families were also trying their best to mediate. They sought many connections and asked for help from numerous people, and somehow managed to secure Zhou Yi's release, but she had to be detained for 15 days before being let go. As for Jiang Rui, perhaps under someone's guidance, he voluntarily took the blame for the accident, saying that he couldn't stand seeing his cousin's job being taken away by Wen Ning. So he rode his bike to hit Wen Ning. The whole incident was his idea alone, unrelated to his cousin Zhou Yi. Based on Jiang Rui's confession, it was classified as intentional injury, which could result in a 15-year sentence. Hearing this outcome, the Jiang family felt as if the sky had fallen, as if it were the end of the world. Grandma Jiang suffered a heart attack on the spot and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, while Grandpa Jiang fell ill and was bedridden. Jiang Jing went to the hospital to take care of her grandparents. Grandma Jiang had just woken up from her coma, pulled off her oxygen mask, and cried to her, "Jinger, you have to save Rui. He's your dear nephew." He is the only root of our Jiang family. After crying, Grandma Jiang struggled to breathe and her eyes rolled back. Terrified, Jiang Jing's face changed color as she shouted for the doctor. Kneeling by the bed and holding Grandma Jiang's hand, assuring her, "Mom, please don't scare me. Hold on. Don't worry. I will definitely save Rue. The doctor came over and put an oxygen mask on Grandma Jiang, and when her blood pressure and heart rate stabilized, he turned to Jiang Jing and said, "At this age, with a heart condition, she can't withstand much more stimulation." I know. Jiang Jing nodded repeatedly. "Please take good care of my mom. I'll go check on my dad." Jiang Jing turned left as she exited, walked through several wards, and went to see Grandpa Jiang. Grandpa Jiang lay in bed, his face pale, lips purple, gasping for breath and coughing for half a minute with each breath. Upon seeing his daughter enter, he clutched his chest and held his breath as he said, "Quickly have the Zhou family find someone to get Rue out. A 15-year sentence means my grandson will be over 40 when he gets out. By then, with a criminal record, how can he marry? Which unit would even take him?" Seeing her father so anxious, Jiang Jing could only nod and promise to get Jiang Rue out, without any other solutions. The Jiang family had only one son and one daughter, the eldest being Jiang Demao and the second Jiang Jing. With their grandparents hospitalized, Jiang Jing couldn't manage alone. So after leaving the hospital, she went straight to the Jiang family to discuss, taking turns caring for their grandparents with her brother Jiang Demao. Arriving at the family compound, she hadn't even stepped inside the Jiang family's door when she heard a commotion from within. Her sister-in-law, Sun Changmei, was shouting and cursing. "It's Zhou Yi's fault. Why should my son take the blame for her? If it weren't for her instigating, how could my son have possibly ridden his bike to hit that girl from the Lu family? In the end, it was all Zhou Yi's fault. If anyone should go to jail, it should be her. No, I must go to the police station and file a complaint. I need to clear my son's name." Jiang Demao stopped her. "Hey, wife, don't make it worse. What good will going to the police station do? You can't even see anyone, and there's nowhere to vent your frustrations." Sun Changmei glared at her husband, her anxiety driving her to pound her fists on his chest. "Then what do you want me to do? What should I do? Huh? The Zhou family pushed our son to take the blame. Why should we accept that? I don't care. I only have one son. I can't watch him be wronged. If no one helps me, I'll go to the police station and cause a scene until the whole city hears about it." "Calm down." Jiang Demao knew his wife was capable of such actions, so he stepped forward to grab her hands. "You think I'm not worried about her son going in? Right now, it's a critical moment. The Zhou family barely managed to save Zhou Yi. If you go to seek justice for our son, it might implicate Zhou Yi again, and then all their efforts will be wasted." Sun Changmei stared at her husband in disbelief. "Jiang Demao, Rue is your own son too. You usually favor that Zhou Yi girl, and now you're actually protecting her at this time. Who do you really consider your own?" Jiang Demao, feeling frustrated, grabbed his hair. "That's not what I meant. I'm saying that even if the Zhou family wants to help, they have to do it one step at a time. First, we get Zhou Yi out, and when the Lu family isn't paying so much attention, I'll ask my brother-in-law to help get our son out. Lu Zhenghua is a high-ranking official. With just a word from him, there are plenty of people watching from below. How long do we have to wait for the Zhou family to rescue someone? How much suffering will our son endure inside? And why should he suffer for Zhou Yi? I don't care, Jiang Demao. You need to go find your sister right now. Have her get our son out otherwise." Sun Changmei clenched her fists, her face set with determination, looking as if she would do anything when pushed to her limit. Outside the door, hearing the commotion inside, Jiang Jing felt overwhelmed. With two elderly people in the hospital needing care and two people at home needing to be calmed down, her once peaceful family was now torn apart because of that rural girl, Wen Ning. Jiang Jing almost wanted to curse. Glancing at the Jiang family's door, feeling frustrated and angry, she stomped her foot and turned back to the courtyard. Back at home, Jiang Jing gathered 2 cans of fruit, a bottle of malt extract, a bottle of reserved special supply liquor, and a pack of Yunnan cigarettes, then headed out. Relying on the Zhou family to leverage connections to get her nephew Jiang Rue out was not feasible. They had already owed too many favors trying to get their daughter out, and their reputation was in tatters. The only option now was to plead with the Lu family to drop the case. Jiang Jing carried her things, adjusting her expression to one of heavy apology, and headed for the Lu family. At the Lu family, in the past few days, Wen Ning's bruises had healed quite a bit, gradually changing from dark purple to light yellow. The results of the art troops exam had also come out, and she successfully passed to join the publicity department. Reporting next week. With the results of Zhou, Yi, and Jiang Rui's case, Wen Ning decided to personally cook a meal to thank the Lu family for their care, since everyone was home this weekend. However, yesterday, Lu Jinyang was called back due to a sudden mission at the base. Lu Jinyang also had to attend a meeting at the military district today. Therefore, Wen Ning had to choose another time. After lunch, she was resting in her room, while Yi Qiao was also in the room, packing her luggage. Yi Qiao was going to report to the Workers' Peasant Soldiers University next week and usually stayed in the dormitory for convenience, only returning home on weekends. Halfway through packing, Qianlong entered the room with a bottle of medicinal wine, intending to apply it to Wen Ning, but seeing that Wen Ning was still napping. She didn't wake her up. Instead, she looked at Yi Qiao and said, "Xiao Yi, are you packing your luggage? Do you need Annie to help you?" Yi Qiao smiled and shook her head. "No need, Aunt Qin, I don't have much, I'll be done soon." Qianlong glanced at the luggage on the bed that was ready to be packed into a tote bag, and indeed, wasn't much. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Xiao Yi, how about Annie accompanies you to the store today? You can see if you need anything, we can get it all together. A few days ago, Xiaowen was injured, and I didn't have a chance to ask you." Yi Qiao replied, "No need, Aunt Qin, my brother gave me some money. I can go to the store myself another day." "You said Jinyang?" Qianlong was a bit surprised, not expecting her son to privately subsidize Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao was wearing a red off-shoulder dress that she had never worn before. She tugged at the hem of her dress and smiled at Qianlong, saying yes. "Aunt Qin, the last time I went to the base to see my brother, he gave me some money, saying he didn't have much time to take care of me when he was home, so he gave me money to buy what I like. Last time my brother came home, he also bought me a dress, and look, this is what I'm wearing today. Oh, and he also bought me a thermos, just this." Yi Qiao took out the stainless steel cup from her bag and waved it in front of Qianlong. There were several other items Yi Qiao happily showed to Qianlong, leaving her a bit confused. When did her son become so considerate towards Yi Qiao? Qianlong glanced around the room. The arrangement was clear-cut, with Yi Qiao's belongings on the left and Wen Ning's on the right. Yi Qiao indeed had much more than Wen Ning. Could it be that her son didn't buy anything for Xiaowen? "Xiao Yi, you pack first. When Xiaowen wakes up, let her come downstairs, and I'll help her with the medicine," Qianlong said to Yi Qiao before leaving the room. As she walked downstairs, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. A few days ago, her son seemed to be very special towards Wen Ning, standing up for her, dealing with Zhou, Yi, and even beating Jiang Rui. She thought there might be a possibility of them dating. But today it seemed her son was also quite nice to Yi Qiao. Could it be that she was misunderstanding? As she reached the living room, Qianlong bumped into her son Lu Yao. "Hey, Xiao Yao, come here. Mom has a question for you." Qianlong called her son to sit beside her on the sofa and asked, "How is your brother getting along with Xiaowen? Is he good to her?" Lu Yao felt a bit baffled. "Mom, why are you suddenly asking this?" Qianlong didn't hide it. "I just went to Xiao Ye's room, and I saw your brother seems to have bought quite a few things for Xiao Yi and even subsidized her with money. But it looks like Xiaowen doesn't have those things. I'm worried that your brother isn't treating them equally, and Xiaowen might get hurt." Upon hearing this, Lu Yao immediately felt indignant for Wen Ning and complained, "Mom, my brother must have some misunderstanding about Ning Ning. Last time we went to the base to see him, he specifically told the sentry not to let Ning Ning in. Yi Qiao and Zhou Yi went in, but Ning Ning couldn't. I felt a bit awkward then. But Ning Ning is understanding and didn't take it to heart, nor did she mention it to you." Qianlong didn't know about this and was a bit confused. "But I saw your brother personally take Xiao, went to the hospital, and even stood up for her, dealing with Jiang Rui and Zhou Yi. I thought he was taking good care of Xiaowen." Lu Yao also felt puzzled. "I can only say my brother's mind is like a needle in the ocean. I don't know what he's thinking." Qianlong smiled helplessly. "You certainly can summarize for your brother. Forget it." Qianlong originally intended to probe whether her son had feelings for Wen Ning, and if so, she could help them, but given the current situation, she couldn't gauge it. She was afraid that if she hastily played matchmaker, it would make her son even more averse to dating, so she decided to let it be. Qianlong dismissed the thought of matchmaking. "Mom, I'm going upstairs," Lu Yao said, just back from playing basketball. all sweaty and eager to go upstairs to get clothes for a shower. Go ahead, Qianlan said, sitting on the sofa and casually picking up a newspaper to pass the time. After flipping through the newspaper for a while, the doorbell rang. Aunt Zhang had gone out to buy groceries, so Qianlan put down the newspaper and got up to open the door. Alon, Jiang Jing stood at the door with some items, showing Qianlan an apologetic smile. With the younger generation causing such trouble, the adult relationship couldn't possibly be unaffected. Qianlan thought Jiang Jing would never come to her again, but unexpectedly, she saw her so soon. However, seeing what she was carrying, Qianlan guessed what she was there for and wore a polite expression. Come in and sit. The two sat down on the sofa in the living room. Jiang Jing placed the items on the coffee table, took a few seconds to gather herself, and said, Alon, I'm here to apologize this time. Our Zhou Yi did indeed act inappropriately, and thankfully Xiao Wen wasn't seriously hurt. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for a lifetime. By the way, how is Xiao Wen's injury now? Qianlan replied honestly, there's still some swelling. She probably needs another half-month to fully recover. Jiang Jing nodded. Oh, I'm really sorry. Zhou Yi has been spoiled by me, and I will definitely educate her well this time. Qianlan had watched Zhou Yi grow up, and after this incident, it was impossible not to feel a pang of regret. Because of their previous relationship, there were some things she had to say. You really need to educate her well. This child has two extreme thoughts. This time she hit someone. What if next time she kills someone? Will you still be able to cover for her then? Jiang Jing nodded repeatedly. You're right. Once she's released, her dad and I will discipline her well. I visited her at the station yesterday. She knows she was wrong and has been reflecting. She even said she would personally apologize to Xiao Wen after being released. Qianlan said calmly, it's good that she knows she was wrong. Jiang Jing's lips moved, remembering the reason for her visit today, and continued, actually this time, Jiang Rui was indeed implicated by Zhou Yi. I feel quite sorry for my brother's family. You know, in our Jiang family, Jiang Rui is the only child. I heard he might be sentenced to 15 years, and my mom was scared into a heart attack. My dad also got sick. And my older brother and sister-in-law have been arguing about this every day. Sigh. Qianlan observed her without saying anything. Jiang Jing noticed and swallowed hard, her eyes starting to glisten. Right now, at the hospital, I'm the only one running around for my parents. The Zhou family blames me for not educating Zhou Yi well, causing trouble for the family, and the Jiang family also blames me for causing Jiang Rui to go to prison. I'm stuck in the middle, really exhausted, and I've been unable to sleep for several nights. Seeing that Qianlan remained unresponsive, Jiang Jing's eyes became even wetter, shedding a few tears, which she quickly wiped away, pitifully saying, Alon, can you, for the sake of our decades of friendship, let Jiang Rui off this time? Let Jinyang beat him up to vent his anger. Just don't let him go to prison, okay? If he goes to prison, my parents definitely won't be able to handle it. My mom already has a heart condition, and my sister-in-law will probably divorce my brother. And who knows what else will happen. I really can't bear it anymore. Please, Alon, help me out, okay? Chapter 42, revised, a strong masculine aura rushed towards him. If he goes to jail, my parents definitely won't be able to handle it. My mom already has a heart condition, and my sister-in-law will definitely divorce my brother. Who knows what kind of trouble might arise. I really can't bear it anymore. Please, Alan, can you help me out? Looking at her friend in front of her, crying and snotting, Qianlan's heart was also moved. Decades of friendship cannot simply be discarded, but one must have principles and boundaries. She wouldn't destroy evidence for a friend, nor would she add fuel to the fire. She took a deep breath, intending to make things clear. Jing, I can help you with other things. But withdrawing the case, I'm sorry, I can't do that, and I don't have the right or qualifications to do so. Jiang Jing unwillingly said. But Jiang Rui was also trying to help Zhou Yi. He never intended to harm Wen Ning. It's just a conflict between kids. Why escalate it to the point of sending someone to jail? Qianlan found this remark a bit harsh. So, Jiang Rui going to jail is still the Lu family's fault? Are they making a big deal out of nothing? Qianlan's expression became serious. You say it's just a conflict between kids, but after the police investigation, they determined it to be intentional harm. If you feel wronged, you can talk to the police, or, if that doesn't work, you can report to their superiors. Jiang Jing retorted, but Wen Ning wasn't seriously injured. It was just a bruise. She just needs some time to recover, but Jiang Rui might have to serve 15 years in prison. 15 years. By the time he gets out, he'll be over 40. Half of his life will be wasted. Qinlan was almost laughing in anger. Are you saying that a murderer is innocent if they don't kill someone? Have you considered that if it weren't for Xiao when dodging in time, it could have resulted in serious injury? What would happen to her life then? Who would take responsibility for her? At that point, Jiang Rui might not just be going to jail. He could be facing a bullet. Jiang Jing's face turned pale. Her lips trembled for a moment. Then she said, "How could that be?" Jiang Rui was just trying to scare her. He never thought of really harming her. Hearing this, Qinlan's expression darkened further. It was only today that she realized how vastly different their mindsets were. In the past, her husband often told her to reduce contact with Jiang Jing, but she didn't take it seriously. This time she truly felt what it meant to not be on the same wavelength. She said sternly, but after Jiang Rui hit someone, he continued to run over Wen Ning's wrist with the tire. How is that not intentional harm? Jiang Rui is an adult. If he does something wrong, he must bear the consequences. In any case, we cannot withdraw the case. Jiang Jing didn't expect Qinlan to be so resolute. She couldn't believe it. You're willing to disregard our decades of friendship just to stand up for a country girl? Qinlan Ziplit? If you still valued our decades of friendship, you wouldn't make such a difficult request. Jiang Jing coldly smirked. Oh, so if it were your nephew, or even your son who got into trouble, you just stand by and do nothing? Qinlan said with righteous indignation, yes. If my son did something like this, I wouldn't even need the police to come. I'd personally take him to the police station. Whatever punishment he deserves is what he should get. I wouldn't have the face to ask the victim's family to withdraw the case. Jiang Jing gritted her teeth, unable to argue back. After all, her two sons were well-behaved. But what infuriated her more was that Qinlan was willing to defend Wen Ning, a complete outsider, without giving her any face, disregarding their friendship. Jiang Jing coldly pulled the corner of her mouth and said unwillingly, "Fine, you just protect that country girl. Don't you realize that while she gets closer to Lu Yao, she also has Jin Yang stand up for her, keeping her two sons under her thumb? No matter who she marries, she can legitimately become your daughter-in-law and climb up the Lu family's tree. Her mother sent her to your house with that intention, didn't she? I'm just afraid you'd marry such a troublemaking daughter-in-law. Your home will be in chaos. Your two sons will harbor resentment because of her brothers at odds. Her rural relatives will come to ask for favors every day, today for money to repair their old house, tomorrow to arrange jobs for their kids. Your son will obey her, and if you refuse, your son will cause a scene with you. You'll have plenty to worry about in the future. If it were before, Jiang Jing's words would have made Qinlan consider the possibility she mentioned. But today she saw her son not only supporting Wen Ning, but also being nice to Yi Qiao, treating the two as sisters. It was definitely not, as Jiang Jing said. Qinlan simply replied to Jiang Jing, "You don't need to worry about these matters for me. You should take care of Zhou Yi first. This time Jiang Rui can take the blame for her, but there won't be another scapegoat next time." Jiang Jing's pale face instantly turned both green and red, as if someone had hit her pressure point. "My daughter doesn't need your concern." She stood up abruptly, grabbed her things, and turned to leave, throwing down those words. "Take care," Qinlan said lightly. Bang! The door was slammed shut. After Jiang Jing left, Qinlan sat down on the sofa, her heart full of disappointment. She had thought Jiang Jing was here to apologize and wanted to mend the relationship between the two families. She was ready to put aside past grievances. Although they could never return to how close they once were, normal interactions were still possible. Who would have thought? It was all for nothing. It was just not meant to be. They were on different paths, so they should just stop interacting. At the corner of the stairs on the second floor, Yi Qiao and Wen Ning stood side by side. Yi Qiao sighed. Aunt Qin must be feeling very sad right now. She and Aunt Jiang were very close, and now they've fallen out over this matter. Wen Ning casually glanced at Yi Qiao. She had always suspected that Yi Qiao had some involvement in this matter, just uncertain of what role she played. Zhou Yi didn't expose Yi Qiao, but that didn't mean Yi Qiao was innocent. Wen Ning tentatively asked, "So what do you think I should do, Yi Qiao?" Yi Qiao couldn't read Wen Ning's attitude and thought she was genuinely asking, so she answered seriously, "I think you should. Aunt Qin is defending you because she cares about your feelings, afraid that if she agrees to Aunt Zhang's request, you'll be unhappy. But people should understand each other. Since you weren't seriously injured, why not let Jiang Rui off the hook? That way, Aunt Qin and HOTTIE have such a hard time. After speaking, Yi Qiao looked at Wen Ning, wanting to see her reaction. Yi Qiao's words confirmed Wen Ning's suspicions. Her expression remained unchanged as she nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement, but her words were ambiguous. I understand. Yi Qiao wanted to say more, but Wen Ning didn't give her the chance and turned to walk downstairs. Yi Qiao, I need to go apply some medicine. Wen Ning arrived in the living room, where Qinlan was sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. Aunt Qin, Wen Ning walked over to her. Qinlan came back to her senses, saw Wen Ning, and smiled. Awake? How are you feeling? Still in pain? Wen Ning sat down next to her and smiled. Much better. Qinlan nodded. I just went to your room to find you, intending to help you apply the medicine, but I saw you napping, so I came downstairs. That medicinal wine was specially prepared by an orthopedic doctor at our hospital. It works very well. If you apply it for a few more days, you should recover completely. Wait a moment. I'll go wash my hands and help you with the medicine. The medicinal wine alone wouldn't be effective. It needed to be combined with massage to help the body absorb it. Qinlan was worried Wen Ning wouldn't apply the medicine properly, so she had been doing it for her during this time. Wen Ning smiled gratefully. Okay, thank you, Aunt Qin. Watching Qinlan's figure as she entered the bathroom, Wen Ning felt a surge of emotion. In fact, she had considered letting Jiang Rui off the hook, fearing it might damage the relationship between the Zhou and Lu families, and worried that Qinlan would be caught in the middle between her and Jiang Jing. But after hearing their conversation just now, Wen Ning instead dismissed that idea. She could tell that Qinlan's refusal of Jiang Jing was not only to protect her, but also because her own values were very upright. Even if it were someone else today, someone unrelated to the Lu family, Qinlan would not choose to let things slide. This could be seen from the Lu family's reaction to the matter. If Qinlan truly cared about her relationship with the Zhou or Jiang families, Lu Jinghua would not have personally called to handle the matter formally. Lu Jinyang would not have impulsively taught Jiang Rui a lesson, and Lu Yao would not have firmly stood by her side. The character and values of the Lu family members are very unified. They are upright, kind, possess a strong sense of morality, and cannot tolerate any injustice. Wen Ning, on the other hand, was worried that if she proposed forgiving Jiang Rui at this time, it would betray all the efforts the Lu family had made for her. However, coincidentally, Wen Ning was also unwilling to forgive Jiang Rui, so naturally, she wouldn't betray the Lu family's efforts. Qinlan quickly finished washing her hands and returned to sit next to Wen Ning. She then pointed to her own leg and said, Xiaowen, put your leg up. I'll apply some medicine for you. Wen Ning complied. Qinlan rolled up her sleeves, poured a little medicinal wine from the coffee table in her palm, rubbed it until it warmed up, and began to massage Wen Ning's calf bit by bit. If it hurts, just tell me, and I'll be gentler, Qinlan said patiently while massaging. In the beginning, it did hurt for Wen Ning, but now that the bruising had mostly subsided, it didn't hurt much anymore. She shook her head and said, It's not painful, Aunt Qin. After applying the medicine, Qinlan suddenly thought of her son who was also injured and casually remarked, I wonder if your brother has been changing his bandages on time. He doesn't have anyone to take care of him, and he'll be 26 at the beginning of the year, so he should start worrying about personal matters. Qinlan said this casually, but when Ning recalled the last words Jiang Jing had said before leaving, and she couldn't tell if Qinlan was testing her or what she meant. However, she still chose to express her attitude, smiling as she replied, Aunt Qin, don't worry. Later, you can ask what kind of girl brother likes. When I start working at the art troupe, if I come across someone suitable, I can help introduce them. If brother isn't in a hurry, I can introduce second brother first. Qinlan was momentarily stunned after hearing this, but quickly understood what Wen Ning meant. She kept smiling on the surface, but internally sighed slightly. It seemed that the two children didn't have that kind of intention towards each other. She must have misunderstood. Just as Qinlan finished applying the medicine, a tall and familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the living room. Lu Jinyang walked in, wearing a dark green type 65 flight suit, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, the belt accentuating his powerful physique. His long legs were wrapped in green military pants, tall and straight, making it hard to look away just by appearance. However, His facial expression made it difficult to meet his gaze, as he maintained his usual aloofness and distance, wearing flight sunglasses that added a touch of roguishness to his cold demeanor. Qianlong looked at her son, who had suddenly appeared at home, in surprise. Jinyang, why are you back? Didn't you say there was an urgent mission? It seems a bit too quick to be back after just one day. Lu Jinyang replied indifferently. The mission was cancelled midway. So that's how it is, Qianlong nodded. Pilots undertake missions around the clock, and night flights are common. Her son had been called away in the middle of the night, and he definitely hadn't rested well. Qianlong said with a hint of concern, then you should go rest quickly. Lu Jinyang replied with a sound of acknowledgement, his gaze shifting to Wen Ning, who was also sitting on the sofa. He lifted the bag he was carrying and said in a tone that revealed no emotion. The book you wanted to read last time happened to be in the base library, so I brought it back for you. After saying this, Lu Jinyang turned and walked upstairs. Wen Ning was stunned for a second, then realized that he meant for her to go get the book. So she quickly got up from the sofa, said a word to Qianlong, and followed him upstairs, watching the two of them head upstairs one after the other. If it had been a few days ago, Qianlong would have thought more about it. But now, knowing that the two had no romantic interest in each other, she shook her head without much thought and picked up the newspaper on the table to read. Upstairs, Lu Jinyang went straight into his room, while Wen Ning stood hesitantly at his door. Although her relationship with Lu Jinyang had become closer over the past few days, she still remembered how he had asked her to leave his room the first time they met and knew that he didn't like others touching his things. So, she waited politely at the door for him to hand her the book. After entering his room, Lu Jinyang took off his sunglasses and placed them on the desk, then unbuttoned 2 buttons of his shirt collar. Turning around, he saw Wen Ning standing at the door and raised an eyebrow slightly, coldly uttering 2 words, "Come in." "Oh." Wen Ning obediently replied and took a few steps into the room, standing by the desk, behaving properly and not looking around. Lu Jinyang pulled out a chair and sat down decisively, then took out a few books from his black bag and handed them to her. "See if these are the ones you need." Wen Ning picked them up and looked closely, her eyes suddenly filled with surprise and delight. The publicity department of the art troupe needed a lot of materials to write, and Du Chunmei specifically asked Fong to tell her to read more documents on official writing to avoid being caught off guard later. She had met with Fong, and Lu Jinyang had driven her there, so he had heard it too. She never expected that he would remember the titles and quickly gather the books for her. "Thank you, brother." Wen Ning hugged the books to her chest, her eyes sparkling as she thanked Lu Jinyang. Then, she remembered something and asked, "Does your base library have a return deadline for borrowed books? I'll try to finish them early and return them to you." "No rush," Lu Jinyang said, standing up while unbuttoning his shirt. He opened the desk drawer and took out iodine, gauze, and scissors, placing them on the table one by one. Wen Ning nodded, preparing to leave with the books. In the moment she turned, she saw Lu Jinyang swiftly take off his shirt and drape it over the nearby chair, revealing his upper body clad in a black tank top. The tank top was somewhat fitted, outlining his strong and well-defined torso, broad shoulders, and a slim waist. The muscles in his exposed arms were slightly pronounced, exuding a strong and powerful aura, radiating a strong masculine vibe. Wen Ning couldn't help but swallow hard, her ears slightly flushed. Chapter 43, She is Different. Wen Ning nodded without looking away, took the book, and prepared to leave. At the moment she turned her head, she saw Lu Jinyang deftly take off his shirt and drape it over the chair beside him, revealing his upper body clad in a black tank top. The tank top was somewhat form-fitting, outlining his strong and defined physique, broad shoulders, a slim waist, and muscular arms that slightly bulged, giving off a strong and masculine aura. Wen Ning couldn't help but swallow, her ears turning slightly red. "Brother, I'm going out first." The overwhelming hormones nearly knocked her over. Holding the book, Wen Ning's voice softened, and if she didn't leave soon, she feared her legs would give way. "Wait," Lu Jinyang suddenly called out to her, his gaze calm as it flicked over. Then he slightly raised his chin, pointing to the pile of items on the table. "Help me change the bandage." He said it very naturally, and Wen Ning felt she had no reason to refuse. Nodding, she took 2 steps closer to the desk. She placed the book she had been holding onto the table, turned to face Lu Jinyang, and raised her delicate fingers to unwrap the old gauze from his arm. She stood on Lu Jinyang's left side, the distance between them barely the width of half a fist. As she focused on unwrapping the gauze, her small face was intent, with strands of hair cascading down, intertwining with his shoulder. Lu Jinyang tilted his head, his deep eyes reflecting her current appearance, her creamy white face like sheep fat jade. Her beautiful almond eyes seemed to hide a galaxy within, the corners slightly raised, long and curled eyelashes fluttering gently, charming and alluring, making one's heart itch. Her delicate lips slightly parted, the color resembling crushed fruit pulp, bright red and dripping with temptation. Lu Jinyang's gaze lingered on her, the dark pupils igniting a flicker of hidden fire. It was this very face that appeared in various forms in his dreams, soft, alluring, timid like a rabbit, and with a dazed expression, her small mouth agape, tightening his throat and making his whole body tense. The light in Lu Jinyang's eyes grew dimmer, and he finally couldn't help but lift his finger, gently curling it around a strand of hair that had fallen onto his shoulder, the faint fragrance immediately blending with his breath. Wen Ning was oblivious as she struggled with the gauze. Halfway through, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Jinyang, are you free? I want to ask you how to solve this problem." At the door stood Yi Qiao in a red dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, one hand holding a book and the other lightly knocking on the door, her gaze fixed on the two inside. At the sound of her voice, a flicker of impatience crossed Lu Jinyang's dark eyes. He quickly grabbed the shirt draped over the chair and put it on, then began fastening the buttons one by one until he reached the top button at the collar. Yi Qiao had already walked over to the desk and stood next to Wen Ning, her gaze sweeping over the pile of items on the table. She asked Ning, "Are you helping Big Brother with his bandage?" "Yes," Wen Ning replied lightly, feeling that she was somewhat stating the obvious. Yi Qiao pointed to the book in her hand, looking at Wen Ning with a hint of embarrassment. "Ning, I just want to ask Jinyang a question. It won't take long. It shouldn't delay you changing the bandage, right?" After saying this, she stepped forward, directly blocking Wen Ning's way, placing her book on the table and flipping to a certain page. "Jinyang, about the solving steps you wrote for me last time, I don't quite understand how you got this result. Could you please write out the detailed steps again?" Yi Qiao handed a fountain pen to Lu Jinyang. The black and gold fountain pen shimmered under the light, with the red dress and the fountain pen. Although Wen Ning had long grown indifferent, she had no interest in competing for attention with Yi Qiao. Without waiting for Lu Jinyang to respond, she directly picked up the book she had placed on the table, her tone devoid of emotion as she said, "You two chat. I'm going out." As she left, she kindly closed the door behind her. Hearing the door close, Lu Jinyang's expression darkened, an inexplicable irritability rising in his heart. "Jinyang," Yi Qiao called out, extending the fountain pen toward him again. Lu Jinyang did not take it, but instead opened the drawer, took out another fountain pen, unscrewed the cap, and wrote a few lines of formulas on the page in front of him. Yi Qiao watched his sharp, handsome profile, leaning a bit closer to him, her skirt almost brushing against his pants. She lowered her voice sweetly. "Jinyang, do you want me to help you with the bandage?" After saying this, she lifted her finger, lightly tapping Lu Jinyang's arm as a signal. Almost at the same moment her finger touched his clothing, Lu Jinyang suddenly stood up, stepping back a step, then closed the fountain pen in his hand, tossing it onto the table, his dark eyes coldly glaring at Yi Qiao. His voice devoid of emotion. "I don't like others casually entering my room or touching me. If you have questions, you can ask me downstairs in the future." His words were blunt to the point of being ruthless. Yi Qiao froze for a moment, then lowered her gaze, her expression filled with fear. "Yes, I'm sorry, Jinyang. I saw Ning was here, so I didn't think much before coming in." Lu Jinyang's cold gaze swept over her red dress, his eyes glinting with coldness. "She is different. She is different." In just 4 short words, Yi Qiao understood the unspoken implications. When Ning was different, she could come into his room freely, touch him freely, and help him with his bandages, but she could not. Yi Qiao stood there, her eyes quickly reddening, tears welling up. "Jinyang, I know Ning is better than me, prettier than me, and you all like her. I just want to be like her. I want to help you." Her expression was fragile and pitiful as she looked at Lu Jinyang, trying to appear strong while tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Lu Jinyang didn't even blink. His voice as cold as his expression. You don't always have to compare yourself to her. You don't always have to compare yourself to her, because you can't. It seemed like he hadn't said much, but that single word said everything. Yi Qiao stood frozen, tightly gripping the black and gold fountain pen in her hand, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. He understood all those little gestures of hers competing for Wen Ning's attention. In an instant, she felt as if she had been stripped bare and thrown into a public square, all her hidden thoughts exposed. Before Lu Jinyang could speak, she quickly grabbed the book from the table and turned to leave the room. On the other side, Wen Ning sat at the desk reading the book Lu Jinyang had lent her. After flipping through only a few pages, she turned around as the door was pushed open, seeing Yi Qiao walk in with red eyes. They locked eyes for a second, but Wen Ning was the first to look away, turning back to continue reading her book. Yi Qiao's mood was of no concern to her. Yi Qiao looked at Wen Ning's indifferent back, a flash of hatred crossing her eyes. She then walked over to Wen Ning's side and said, Ning, are you reading? Just now, when I was helping Jinyang with the bandage, I accidentally cut my finger with the scissors. It hurts so much. Yi Qiao pinched her index finger, putting on a painful expression. Wen Ning thought to herself, what does your injury have to do with me? I'm not a doctor. She responded dismissively. There's a first aid kit downstairs. Yi Qiao let out an "oh," sitting down beside Wen Ning, wanting to say something more, but Wen Ning had no interest in watching her performance. She stood up directly and said, then you should rest well. I'm going downstairs to get some water. After saying this, she picked up the book on the table and turned to walk out of the room. Wen Ning had no idea what Yi Qiao was up to. She just didn't want to be alone with her. She didn't want to have to say 1,000 things with 100 different meanings. Nor did she want to hear Yi Qiao flaunting how good Lu Jinyang was to her, apart from having to share a room at night. Wen Ning tried to avoid Yi Qiao as much as possible during the day. In the second-floor corridor, Wen Ning was carrying a book and walking towards the stairway. As she passed Lu Jinyang's room, the door suddenly opened from the inside. Lu Jinyang stood at the door, dressed neatly, and their eyes met. Wen Ning gave him a slight nod and continued walking. Where are you going? Lu Jinyang raised his hand and gently grabbed her arm. Wen Ning struggled a bit and casually replied, downstairs. Lu Jinyang raised his eyelids, his dark eyes looking serious as he said in a low voice, I haven't changed the dressing yet. Wen Ning looked up at him in surprise, recalling what Yi Qiao had said earlier, and blurted out, didn't Yi Qiao help you with that? She said, so herself? Lu Jinyang raised his eyebrows slightly, his voice carrying a hint of sarcasm. Wen Ning noted truthfully. Lu Jinyang let out a cold snort, his dark eyes studying her intensely as he said seriously, I didn't ask her to change the dressing for me. Wen Ning's heart raced inexplicably under his gaze. She fidgeted with the book in her hands, unsure of what to say, and finally replied slowly with an "oh." I haven't changed the dressing yet. Lu Jinyang's dark eyes bore down on her again, repeating his earlier words in a low tone. Under his intense and oppressive gaze, Wen Ning instinctively asked, do you want me to help you? Come in, Lu Jinyang said as he pulled her arm gently, leading her into the room without using much force. Click! The door was closed behind them. Lu Jinyang released her arm and walked toward the desk, unbuttoning his military uniform as he moved until he was left wearing only a black military tank top. An overwhelming rush of hormones filled the air. Wen Ning hadn't felt it before, but now that the door was closed and they were alone in the room, looking at the tall and handsome man in front of her, she suddenly felt the space become constricted, making it hard to breathe, and her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. As usual, Lu Jinyang pulled out a chair and sat down, turning his head to fix his dark gaze on her. Under that burning gaze, Wen Ning walked over without averting her eyes, picked up a cotton ball from the desk, dipped it in iodine, then slightly bent down, focusing only on the injured area on Lu Jinyang's body, gently wiping his wound with a cotton ball. The wound on Lu Jinyang's arm wasn't deep enough to require stitches, but it was still significant, about as long as a finger, with the skin slightly turned outward. Wen Ning wondered why, given his strong constitution. The wound hadn't scabbed over quickly and was still red and swollen. Could it be infected? Just as she was about to ask him if he needed to go to the hospital, she heard his low, deep voice ask, why did you give the dress I sent you to Yi Qiao? Huh? Wen Ning looked up, her almond-shaped eyes wide with confusion as she stared into Lu Jinyang's eyes. "Wasn't it you who gave the dress to her?" Lu Jinyang paused for a moment. Then his lips curled in a cold, hard smirk as he clarified. "I didn't give it to her. That day I went to your room to find you. And when you weren't there, I put the things on your desk." Upon hearing this, Wen Ning understood. Yi Qiao had taken herself. Not only had she taken it, but she wore it every day to show off. The moment she realized the truth, Wen Ning felt embarrassed on Yi Qiao's behalf, her toes curling. Never mind, since it's already taken, even if she got it back. She wouldn't wear it. Wen Ning lowered her head and picked up the gauze on the desk, continuing to bandage Lu Jinyang's wound as if nothing had happened. Her slender fingers wrapped the gauze around Lu Jinyang's sturdy arm, and her fingertips inevitably brushed against his skin, feeling as if she had touched a scorching hot iron plate, both hot and hard. Wen Ning's fingers tingled, her cheeks burned, and she quickly withdrew her hand. Lu Jinyang felt as if a feather had brushed against his arm, lightly and pleasantly, sending a tingling sensation from his arm straight to his heart, his breathing quickening. Finally finishing the bandaging, Wen Ning held one end of the gauze and reached for the scissors on the desk. The scissors were a bit far away, and even when she leaned forward, she couldn't reach them. So, she took a step closer but forgot that Lu Jinyang's long legs were under the table. Her foot tripped over his leg, and she lost her balance, tumbling forward. "Be careful." Lu Jinyang snapped back to reality and instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her towards him. Wen Ning fell into Lu Jinyang's embrace, one sitting and the other standing. As she fell, the softest part of her body landed right against Lu Jinyang's handsome face, and her hands instinctively wrapped around his strong neck, her chin bumping against the top of his head. A wave of fragrance enveloped him as Lu Jinyang's straight nose pressed into a soft area, soft as jade, soft enough to make his blood surge, tightening all of his muscles and causing his temples to throb. The scene from his dreams merged with reality, the same fragrance, the same softness. After a few seconds, they both finally reacted. Wen Ning was the first to push Lu Jinyang away, her delicate face instantly turning bright red, her eyes shimmering as she softly exclaimed, "It hurts." Her entire body felt like it was made of stone, and every bump hurt. Even her hair felt stiff, causing her chin to ache. Hearing her cry out in pain, Lu Jinyang seemed to think of something, his dark eyes dimming as he asked in a low, hoarse voice, "What does it hurt? Let me see." Wen Ning's whole body ached, especially the softest part, but meeting his deep gaze, she awkwardly pointed to her chin and said, "It hurts here." Lu Jinyang looked up and saw a few fine red marks on her pale chin, likely from his hair. He instinctively raised his hand to smooth back his hair, realizing it was indeed a bit prickly. However, her skin was too delicate. Even his hair could leave a mark. Lu Jinyang opened the drawer and pulled out a round box. The printed letters on it twisted and curled, resembling Russian. Wen Ning curiously asked, "What is this?" Chapter 44, a little heart thumping. Lu Jinyang raised his hand and opened the drawer, pulling out a round box-wrapped item. The printed letters on the box were twisted and curved, resembling Russian characters. Wen Ning, curious, asked, "What is this?" Lu Jinyang handed the round box to her. "It's pearl cream, a gift from a Soviet friend. I heard it can whiten and remove scars. I don't need it. You can take it." What he didn't mention was that during his study trip to the Soviet Union, he was the only one among 5 pilots without a partner. So at the end of the training, the instructor specifically gave him this, saying that as long as he gave this to a female comrade, he would soon have a partner. Looking at the pearl cream handed to her, Wen Ning's cheeks were still warm from the earlier encounter, flushed red, and she didn't dare to meet Lu Jinyang's gaze, just as she was running low on her snow cream. She didn't decline and reached out to take the round box, softly saying thank you while lowering her eyes. Lu Jinyang didn't say anything further, his dark eyes boldly examining her fair and rosy face from her brows to her lips. His burning gaze made Wen Ning's cheeks, which had just cooled down, heat up again. She didn't dare to look up, unsure of what to say, her heart racing faster than usual. The air seemed to be filled with an invisible flame, raising the temperature. It felt like something was gradually going off course. Wen Ning was almost out of breath. She moved her lips and quietly said, "Brother, I'll go out first," without bothering to gather her things. Wen Ning quickly walked to the door, opened it, and stepped outside. The outside air gradually filled her nostrils, and she felt her breathing ease. Her rationality also began to return to normal. She raised her hand to pat her face, secretly lamenting her lack of composure. Clearly, she had dated twice before the story began, and her boyfriends were at least of the school hunk level. Why was it that when facing Lu Jinyang, she was uncontrollably affected by him? Her little heart was thumping wildly. She was completely unable to withstand it. But she couldn't blame herself. Lu Jinyang was too captivating. Not only was his face good-looking, but his physique was also outstanding, with hard muscles and an overwhelming presence. Just bumping into him earlier made her feel sore in her waist and legs. It wasn't the original owner's fault. It was all Lu Jinyang's fault. Just ask, which woman could resist such a stoic soldier king? Wen Ning's initial intention to keep her distance from Lu Jinyang had begun to waver, and a contrary voice in her heart was saying, if you can't beat him, join him. Why not win him over? As she walked towards her room, her mind was in turmoil, but upon reaching the door, she was blocked. Wen Ning looked up and saw the person standing in front of her, all her fantasies instantly dissipating. Sister Qiao, excuse me. Wen Ning spoke calmly. Yi Qiao didn't move, her gaze scrutinizing Wen Ning. Ning. What were you and Big Brother doing in the room just now? Wen Ning gave her a meaningful glance, recalling how she had mentioned accidentally cutting her hand while applying medicine to Lu Jinyang earlier. Truly a drama queen. Wen Ning, uninterested in playing along, looked at her with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Of course, we were applying medicine. What did you think we could do? Upon hearing the words applying medicine, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Yi Qiao's face, as if she thought of something, and she explained, I cut my hand earlier, so I didn't continue applying medicine to Big Brother. Is that so? Wen Ning's lips curled slightly, her gaze laced with sarcasm. Previously, she only thought Yi Qiao was showing off, but now, it felt like watching a clown, with such a penchant for theatrics. She should have been born in the age of short videos, where she could truly shine. Yi Qiao felt a bit uncomfortable under Wen Ning's gaze, tugged at her skirt, and puffed out her chest. Of course, didn't Big Brother tell you? Wen Ning replied expressionlessly, he did. What did Big Brother say? Yi Qiao asked nervously. He said. Wen Ning thought of something, her lips curling into a smirk, her tone half serious, half joking, to tell you not to be overly sentimental. Sure enough, upon hearing this answer, Yi Qiao's face turned pale instantly, a flash of hurt crossing her expression. Wen Ning was even more convinced of her guess and continued to poke at her heart. Big Brother asked me why the dress he gave me was being worn by you? Yi Qiao's pale face turned a shade greener, staring at Wen Ning in disbelief. Oh, and Wen Ning lightly tapped her temple with her slender finger, as if trying to recall, and said word by word. Big Brother said that if you can't solve the questions from junior high, you shouldn't waste time at the Workers' and Peasants' University. Just find a high school to attend. No, impossible. Yi Qiao glared at Wen Ning with an extremely ugly expression, shaking her head furiously. Big Brother wouldn't say that. You're making this up, right? You're lying to me. Anyway, I've delivered the message. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Wen Ning smiled softly, thinking that she really couldn't handle pressure. Just a few words, and she was falling apart. Why not add a little fuel to the fire? Wen Ning took out the pearl cream that Lu Jinyang had given her. Look, Big Brother gave me this pearl cream. I heard it's made in the Soviet Union. Wen Ning held the box up in front of Yi Qiao. Yi Qiao stared at the box with a face like ashes, gritting her teeth, struggling to control herself from not glaring her eyes out. Wen Ning smiled lightly and brushed past her. Entering the room, Wen Ning walked to the dressing table, opened the drawer, intending to put the pearl cream inside, but her expression slightly changed as she noticed that someone had tampered with her belongings. The drawer wasn't locked, so when Wen Ning placed her things, she had deliberately left a strand of hair in the drawer. The hair was short and not very noticeable. Most people wouldn't think much of it, but as long as the items inside had been moved, the hair wouldn't be in its original position. And now, that strand of hair was actually missing. In this room, it was obvious who had moved her things. Wen Ning quietly closed the drawer and turned around, picking up 2 pieces of worn clothes from the bed and stuffing them into the basin. Then, she carried the basin out and, passing by Yi Qiao, casually said, Sister Qiao, I'm going downstairs to do laundry. Yi Qiao remained silent, watching her retreating figure, a surge of hatred rising in her eyes. Chapter 45, Brother. Are you done washing? Wen Ning did not expect to run into Lu Jinyang in the living room. There was no one else in the room, just the two of them, both holding a basin filled with clothes. As they locked eyes, Wen Ning was about to speak. But Lu Jinyang glanced at her and hurried towards the bathroom. That look seemed to suggest she was some kind of monster. Wen Ning felt suspicious. What was going on? Did he overhear the things she said with Yi Qiao? That shouldn't be possible. She wasn't speaking loudly, and there was no one around. Wen Ning shook her head, secretly resolving to be extra careful next time. She couldn't let her black-hearted lotus nature be exposed again. The bathroom was next to the kitchen. Wen Ning went to the kitchen to get some laundry detergent. Not long after she entered, she quickly heard the sound of water splashing from the bathroom next door. Wen Ning raised her eyebrows slightly. Was Lu Jinyang taking a shower? After just applying medicine, it made sense that his wound would heal slowly. No, she had to wait for him to come out and check his wound. If it got wet, he would need to reapply the medicine. After all, he got hurt protecting her, and she would feel guilty if something happened. Determined, Wen Ning first filled the basin with some water, sprinkled in some detergent, soaked the clothes, and then stood at the kitchen door with her arms crossed, waiting for Lu Jinyang. She thought that a guy would take a quick shower at most 5 minutes. However, 5 minutes passed, then another 5. It was almost half an hour, and Lu Jinyang still hadn't come out. Wen Ning was beginning to doubt life itself. Staying in the bathroom for so long, even if the gauze didn't get wet, it would still be damp from the steam, and the wound would definitely be affected, making it harder to heal. The key question was, did men really take that long to shower? It was just washing hair and rinsing off. There were no bathtubs in this era. What could Lu Jinyang possibly be doing in there? She didn't expect him to be so slow at showering, despite looking decisive in other matters. Wen Ning was confused, and since she also felt the urge to use the restroom, which was connected to the bathroom, she decided to knock on the bathroom door. Inside the bathroom, steam rose. Lu Jinyang pursed his lips, his jaw tense, with a cold and desire-filled expression. His injured hand pressed against the opposite wall. Scenes from his dreams flooded his mind. The vibrant face, the curvy body, the delicate arms, wrapping around his neck, brushing against his nose. Half an hour later, Lu Jinyang exhaled deeply. Just as he reached for the soap, he heard a soft voice from outside. Brother, are you done washing? Almost, he replied, his voice hoarse as he leaned against the wall. 10 minutes later, when Ning finally saw Lu Jinyang come out. He had just finished showering, changed into a white tank top and military green pants, his hair damp and neatly styled on his head. And a hint of steam lingered around him, accompanied by the fresh scent of soap. When Ning felt her legs weaken at the scent. Brother, she called softly, pouting her red lips at him. Why did you take so long? Is your wound okay? When she called him brother, the veins on Lu Jinyang's forehead twitched, and he lowered the basin in his hands by an inch, just enough to cover the crucial area, then met her gaze. The water pipe broke. I was fixing it in there. So he was fixing the water pipe. Wen Ning noted. By the way, let me re-bandage your wound. You've been in there for so long. The gauze must be damp. The medicine and gauze were in the first aid kit in the living room. And Wen Ning turned to walk to the living room. Hearing this, Lu Jinyang followed her. In the living room, there were only the two of them. Wen Ning prepared the items for changing the dressing, gestured for Lu Jinyang to sit down, and patiently re-bandaged his wound. Perhaps it was because the living room was spacious enough, but this time Wen Ning didn't feel the heat and racing heartbeat she had experienced in Lu Jinyang's room. Her movements were smooth and error-free as she changed the gauze. After finishing, Lu Jinyang's gaze fell on Wen Ning's delicate face. Noticing that the red mark on her chin was still there, he pointed to her chin. Did you not use the pearl cream? Wen Ning suddenly remembered it. Oh, no. I was in a hurry to come down to do laundry and forgot. Lu Jinyang's voice was low. That's good for a woman's skin. You should use it to recover faster. Then I'll go use it now, Wen Ning said with a smile, putting the gauze and medicine back into the first aid kit and heading upstairs. Lu Jinyang also needed to return to his room, so he went up the stairs with her. When Wen Ning returned to her room, she soon came out and walked back and forth in the second-floor hallway, looking around. Just then, Lu Jinyang came out of his room, having changed his clothes. He saw her looking down at the ground and asked, "What's wrong?" Wen Ning's eyes were slightly red, and she hesitated before saying, I'm looking for something. Lu Jinyang's heart sank, and he softened his tone uncontrollably. What are you looking for? I can help you. Wen Ning looked at him with a pitiful expression. Brother, I lost the pearl cream you gave me. I'm so sorry. I put it in the drawer of my vanity after I came back to my room. But when I went downstairs to do laundry and came back, I couldn't find it. Yi Qiao had been in the room the whole time, hearing Lu Jinyang's voice. She perked up her ears to listen to the commotion outside and unexpectedly heard Wen Ning's words. Good. Wasn't that indirectly suggesting in front of Lu Jinyang that she was a thief? Yi Qiao couldn't sit still any longer. She jumped up from her chair and walked to the hallway, questioning defiantly. Wen Ning, there are only the two of us in the room. What do you mean saying that in front of my brother? Are you saying I took your pearl cream? Wen Ning shook her head aggrievedly. Sorry, Yi Qiao. I didn't mean it that way. Please don't misunderstand. Lu Jinyang stood beside Wen Ning, his scrutinizing gaze falling on Yi Qiao. Seeing her in a red dress, he seemed to recall something, and his gaze became sharper. When Yi Qiao met Lu Jinyang's gaze, she felt a chill in her heart, followed by a sharp pain. How could he suspect her? Brother, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. If you don't believe me, you can search my room. Yi Qiao hastily defended herself, trying to prove her innocence. No need, Lu Jinyang replied coldly. He certainly wouldn't search Yi Qiao's room over a box of pearl cream. To Yi Qiao, his expression indicated that he didn't believe her. She had never felt so tongue-tied, and in her urgency, her blood rushed to her head. Brother, why don't you believe me? If you search my room, you'll know it wasn't me. Wen Ning spoke up at the right moment. Yi Qiao, don't get agitated. It's my fault. I was just too anxious about losing something. Maybe I just remembered the wrong place to put it. Wen Ning's words only made Yi Qiao feel like her lungs were about to explode. They had to search the room. Otherwise, she couldn't prove her innocence. Controlling her anger, she looked at Wen Ning. There are only a few people in the house. You say something is missing, which indirectly suggests that I'm the thief. I don't want to bear the blame for being a thief. So please search my room with my brother to clear my name. Yi Qiao spoke with righteous indignation. Wen Ning stood there at a loss. Lu Jinyang's face was cold as he said to Yi Qiao in an icy voice. Fine, since you insist, then let us search. Chapter 46. Unable to justify, Lu Jinyang's face was cold, and he said to Yi Qiao in an icy tone. All right, since you insist, then let's search. Jinyang, what's going on? What are you two arguing about? Qinlan suddenly appeared at the staircase, hurrying over while asking. She had just returned from outside, preparing to go back to her room to change clothes. As she walked downstairs, she heard Yi Qiao's loud cries of grievance and her son speaking sternly about something. She thought to herself that the two kids had such contrasting personalities. One was impulsive and the other decisive and uncompromising. If they clashed, something was bound to happen. So she rushed upstairs. Facing Qinlan's inquiry, Lu Jinyang remained silent. He was never one to explain himself. However, Yi Qiao's eyes instantly turned red, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She rushed into Qinlan's arms and cried, Aunt Qin, you're finally back. Wen Ning suspects that I stole her things. But I really didn't take anything. My parents passed away a long time ago, but they always taught me to be honest and not to do anything sneaky. Aunt Qin, I really didn't take Wen Ning's things. I'm not a thief. The more Yi Qiao spoke, the more agitated she became, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Being wrongfully accused of being a thief was indeed very distressing. Seeing Yi Qiao like this, Qinlan felt somewhat moved. She patted her shoulder and comforted her. Little Yi, don't cry. Aunt believes in your character. This must be a misunderstanding. After saying that, Qinlan looked at Wen Ning, wanting to ask what was going on. Wen Ning spoke first, calmly explaining, Aunt Qin, my brother just gave me some pearl cream. I was in a hurry to go downstairs to do laundry and didn't know where I misplaced it, so I was looking for it everywhere. I happened to run into my brother, who asked me what was wrong, and Yi Qiao heard our conversation and misunderstood, saying we should search a room. After finishing, Wen Ning bowed apologetically to Yi Qiao, sincerely saying, Yi Qiao, it was my fault. I was too anxious and didn't consider your feelings while speaking. The item might have just been misplaced by me, and we might find it in a couple of days. So, let us skip searching the room. I believe you. Wen Ning straightforwardly explained the whole situation and humbly apologized to Yi Qiao. Qinlan thought she handled it very well and turned back to help mediate. Little Yi, don't overthink it. Wen Ning didn't mean what you think. Sometimes, young girls can forget things easily. Not just you two. I sometimes forget where I put things. Let us skip searching the room. We're all family. Qinlan's intention was to downplay the matter. If they really searched Yi Qiao's room, wouldn't that mean treating her like a thief? However, Yi Qiao felt that Qinlan didn't truly believe her. Seeing Wen Ning desperately trying to prevent the search made her think even more. If they searched the room, would they find that nothing was actually lost? Instead, it was Wen Ning who hid the items. So, was this situation orchestrated by Wen Ning to frame her? To tarnish her image in the Lu family's eyes? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Qiao felt a surge of anger. Since that was the case, she would play along. She wanted them to search the room and discover that it was Wen Ning who hid the items, making everyone see her true colors. Determined, Yi Qiao guritit hertit, wearing a face that showed she had nothing to fear. Aunt Qin, I share a room with Wen Ning. Her saying that something is lost implies that I took it, right? If we don't search the room today, Wen Ning and my brother might say they believe me, but deep down, they would still think of me as a thief. So Aunt Qin, we must search this room today. Yi Qiao was resolute, and Qinlan understood her personality, knowing that if they didn't search the room, she wouldn't feel at ease. Since that was the case, they had to search. However, who would do the searching? Qinlan had never done such a search and couldn't bring herself to do it. Wen Ning remained still, watching the situation unfold. As for Lu Jinyang, he didn't intend to search personally, considering it a girl's room. In the end, Qinlan had no choice but to walk to the staircase and call down, Aunt Zhang, come up here. Aunt Zhang quickly ran upstairs. After understanding the situation, she walked into Yi Qiao and Wen Ning's room with a troubled expression. Little Yi, I'm sorry. Yi Qiao said earnestly, Aunt Zhang, feel free to search. I have nothing to hide. But to be fair, let us search Wen Ning's wardrobe and bed as well. If she truly misplaced something, it will be good to help her find it. Yi Qiao secretly observed Wen Ning's expression. From a moment, Wen Ning took the pearl cream into the room until she went downstairs. Yi Qiao had been in the room and saw Wen Ning put the pearl cream in the desk drawer. When she left, she didn't see her take it away. Wen Ning had no chance to hide the items in her territory, so the pearl cream must still be in the room. Confident, Yi Qiao felt she was right. Aunt Zhang had already entered the room and started searching. The others stood at the door, watching Aunt Zhang's actions. Aunt Zhang, having no experience in searching, but having hidden things before to avoid the Japanese, first scanned the room, then approached Yi Qiao's bed, patting the blanket, checking from head to toe, but found nothing. She then checked under the pillow and flipped the mattress, still finding nothing. Next, she moved to Wen Ning's bed, repeating the same actions, but there were no discoveries either. Yi Qiao felt a bit relieved and glanced at Wen Ning with satisfaction. Planning to bite back at Wen Ning for deliberately framing her once Aunt Zhang was done searching her side. Aunt Zhang continued towards the wardrobe, with 2 beds against the wall and a half-height wardrobe on each side. However, she didn't find anything in the wardrobe either. Then she moved to the desk, but again found nothing. Afterward, Aunt Zhang shook her head at the crowd, indicating she hadn't found anything. Yi Qiao thought it's impossible. Did she guess wrong? Was Wen Ning not hiding the items to frame her? Were they really lost? She secretly glanced at Wen Ning and noticed her unusual expression, feeling a sense of relief. Could it be that the items were hidden elsewhere? Yi Qiao scanned the room again. There was one place that hadn't been searched. Under the bed. Yes, under the bed. Wen Ning must have dropped the items under there. Yi Qiao excitedly said, Aunt Zhang, search under the bed too. Seeing that she was still not giving up, Aunt Zhang turned back and squatted down to look under Yi Qiao's bed. To her surprise, she actually found something. Aunt Zhang lay on the ground, reaching in and pulling out a tin cookie box. Yi Qiao recognized it as the empty cookie box she had previously asked Aunt Zhang for, to store some cash and important items. But how did this box end up under the bed when it was supposed to be at the back of the wardrobe? As she was puzzled, she saw Aunt Zhang bring the box over and ask Yi Qiao in front of everyone, Little Yi, this box is yours, right? Can you open it? Yi Qiao couldn't refuse and nodded, Yes, it's mine. You can open it. Aunt Zhang pried open the lid with her fingers, and with a snap, the lid came off. As she saw what was inside, Aunt Zhang's expression momentarily showed astonishment. This. Aunt Zhang held the box with one hand and began pulling out the items one by one. "Isn't this the ticket I lost a while ago? Oil tickets, sugar tickets, egg tickets, and a soap ticket. How did they end up here?" Every month, Qianlan would give Aunt Zhang the tickets issued by her workplace to manage household expenses. Recently, Aunt Zhang had noticed a few tickets were missing and reported it to Qianlan immediately. The lost tickets were not many, just a few. So Qianlan told Aunt Zhang not to make a fuss about it, fearing that this matter would make Wen Ning and Yi Qiao overthink. Seeing this, Qianlan said uncertainly, "Aunt Zhang, could it be a mistake?" Yi Qiao said that Jinyang also gave her some tickets before. Aunt Zhang, worried about making a mistake, said, "Wait, let me check." She is meticulous in her work, recording the number on each ticket. When she lost a ticket, she carried the ticket holder with her at all times. At this moment, she took out a ticket holder from her pants pocket, unfolded a piece of paper folded into a square, and matched the number on the ticket in front of her with the numbers recorded on the paper. They matched. "Those are the tickets I lost." And this, Aunt Zhang continued to dig into the cookie box, pulling out half a bag of white sugar. "I was just wondering how the white sugar in the kitchen was used up so quickly. I only occasionally use it when making steamed buns or cooking. Usually a small bag of white sugar lasts me for 6 months. This time the white sugar was gone in 3 months. Oh, there are also a few orange candies and several pieces of peach crisps. I just bought them yesterday and put them in the cupboard in the kitchen, saying I would take them out to display in the living room today." Aunt Zhang exclaimed, then looked at Yi Qiao in shock. "Xiaoye, if you want to eat something, just ask Annie for it. You can't just take it without asking. That's stealing." Aunt Zhang had an expression that was hard to describe. Yi Qiao stared in disbelief at the items that suddenly appeared in the box, reached out to rummage through them, and her expression changed drastically. No. These are not my things. I didn't take them. I don't know why they are in my cookie box." She argued loudly, but no one at the door spoke. Lu Jinyang had a blank expression. Qianlan's face was slightly stiff. Wen Ning looked calm. When Yi Qiao met Wen Ning's gaze, she suddenly understood something, and a surge of anger rushed to her head. Staring wide-eyed, she pointed at Wen Ning. "It was you. It must be you. You put those things in my box. Right. Everything today was planned by you. You pretended to have lost something just to search my room and find the things you put in my box in front of everyone. You vicious woman." Saying this, Yi Qiao rushed forward, grabbing Wen Ning's collar with one hand and raising the other high, ready to slap Wen Ning's face. "Xiaoye, oh. I didn't. It wasn't me." Wen Ning trembled and turned her face away, closing her eyes, her long eyelashes slightly quivering, looking pitiful like a lamb awaiting slaughter. "It's still a beautifully furred lamb. You didn't. There are only the two of us in the room. Besides you, who else could have touched my things?" Yi Qiao glared fiercely at Wen Ning's face, wishing she could slash that face with a knife. She raised her hand to strike down hard. But just as it was about to hit Wen Ning's cheek, a pair of iron-like large hands caught her, then pushed her away forcefully. "Enough." Lu Jinyang protected Wen Ning behind him, looking down at Yi Qiao with cold eyes. "You wanted to search the room yourself, and you asked Aunt Zhang to look under the bed. Wen Ning hasn't said a word about you the whole time. It's you who keep saying she's wronging you. Is she wronging you, or are you reaping what you sow?" This statement was like a bucket of ice water poured over Yi Qiao's head, and her enraged, flushed face instantly lost all color. Feeling unable to explain herself, feeling aggrieved. This is how it feels. The blood in her body seemed to be flowing backward. Her organs felt as if they were being grabbed, causing pain. Yi Qiao's eyes turned bloodshot, baring her teeth, her fists clenched tightly at her sides, glaring viciously at Wen Ning. "It's you. It's definitely you. You harm me. Xiaoye, calm down." Qianlan came back to her senses and, seeing Yi Qiao's ferocious expression, was afraid she might do something impulsive. She quickly stepped forward to pull her back, advising, "Oh, Xiaoye, it's not important. Just let it go. It's Annie's fault for not considering that you are young and at an age where you might be greedy. How about this? Annie will give you and Xiao a few extra snack tickets and candy tickets every month from now on. Let us just forget about this, and no one will mention it again." Qianlan continued to comfort Yi Qiao while giving Aunt Zhang and her son a glance. Aunt Zhang quickly responded, "Yes, yes. Let's forget about it. Oh, I still have soup simmering on the stove downstairs. I'll go check on it." Aunt Zhang turned and left. Lu Jinyang showed no expression, casting a sharp glance at Yi Xiao, then reached out to protect Wen Ning as they both walked downstairs. "Xiao Yi, Annie has also gone downstairs. You should tidy up and come down for dinner. Don't dwell on this, and don't get stuck in a rut." Qinlan patted Yi Xiao's shoulder again, hoping to calm her down, and then turned to leave. In an instant, everyone in front of her had gone downstairs. Yi Xiao was so angry that she stamped her feet. Why doesn't anyone believe her? They wouldn't even listen to her explanation. Yi Xiao slammed her tightly clenched fist against the door, then angrily tugged at her braid, her face gradually twisting in frustration. For some reason, she felt that today's scene was somewhat familiar. This scene seemed like it should happen to Wen Ning. It should be Wen Ning who is misunderstood. Lu Jinyang continued to take Wen Ning downstairs and out. When they reached the Jeep parked outside the yard, Wen Ning curiously asked, "Bro, where are you taking me?" Lu Jinyang opened the car door for her, in first. Wen Ning obediently climbed into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and Lu Jinyang got in too, driving the car out of the compound. Wen Ning felt a bit uneasy inside and secretly turned her head to observe Lu Jinyang's expression. Regarding the incident with Yi Xiao just now, she was uncertain whether Lu Jinyang had noticed anything. The trap was set by Wen Ning for Yi Xiao a few days ago because she remembered that Yi Xiao would soon report to the Workers' Peasant Soldiers University. In the original book, the original protagonist was framed by Yi Xiao the day before reporting to university, making the Lu family think the original protagonist loved to steal and take advantage. Aunt Zhang guarded her like a thief, and although Qinlan didn't say anything, she had a greatly diminished impression of the original protagonist. The key was that the original protagonist was unable to explain herself. No matter how she insisted she hadn't taken anything, it seemed weak and powerless, leaving only embarrassment and awkwardness, just like Yi Xiao today. Later, during the first semester at school, the original protagonist hardly came home and lived in the school dormitory. During that time, the original protagonist didn't receive care from the Lu family and placed her emotions on someone else, ending up in a toxic relationship. Although the plot has changed now, with Yi Xiao going to university to report, there is no guarantee that the previous plot won't repeat itself. Wen Ning has been wary of Yi Xiao and set up her defenses in advance. When she entered the room today and found her things had been tampered with, she was worried Yi Xiao would act first, so she took the initiative. In the car, seeing Lu Jinyang's expression remain normal, Wen Ning felt a little relieved. Sitting quietly in her seat, her eyes fixed on the passing street scenery outside. The car soon stopped at a location. Chapter 47, revised, "I'm gonna date in the car," quickly stopped at the entrance of an alley. "We're here." Lu Jinyang raised his hand to unbuckle his seatbelt, signaling Wen Ning to get out of the car. Wen Ning followed him out and looked around. She saw a sign not far away that read Dunko Alley. At first glance, the alley was filled with single-story houses and courtyards, and it was hard to make sense of it all. Continuing to follow Lu Jinyang into the alley, they turned left and right and finally stopped at the end. Wen Ning looked up and realized it was a recycling station. What did he bring her here for? Wen Ning didn't know that in this era, a recycling station was a great place to find things that shops couldn't offer for money or tickets. The person collecting recyclables was an old man dressed in a blue cloth shirt, who appeared somewhat refined. Lu Jinyang whispered a few words to the old man, who then looked at Wen Ning with a knowing smile and led the two of them to a single-story house on the east side of the recycling station. Once they entered the courtyard, Wen Ning discovered an unexpected world inside. Each room was filled with various items: tables, chairs, benches, different types of furniture, coal stoves, vases, old books. It looked like a large warehouse with everything you could think of. Lu Jinyang searched through a pile of items for a while before pointing to a wooden box and saying to Wen Ning, "How about this box for your things?" Wen Ning looked over. The box resembled a small treasure chest with a beautifully carved little brass lock that perfectly secured it. It dawned on her what Lu Jinyang had brought her here for. So, he wanted to buy her a locked box to store her things. At that moment, Wen Ning felt a mix of warmth and guilt. Today, he not only didn't doubt her, but even brought her to buy a box. likely considering her living with Yi Qiao and worrying that her private belongings might be rummaged through. However, this small box was indeed very suitable for storing valuable items. Suppressing her emotions, Wen Ning looked at the box with delight and said to Lu Jinyang, "It's very beautiful and exquisite. Are you going to buy it?" "Yes, I'll buy it for you." Lu Jinyang took the box in hand and then turned to ask her if there was anything else she needed, suggesting they pick up everything they needed while they were there. In the afternoon, when Aunt Zhang searched the room, Lu Jinyang realized that Wen Ning shared her storage space with Yi Qiao, leaving her with no privacy at all. Compared to Yi Qiao, Wen Ning had very few belongings. Yi Qiao had at least 4 or 5 sets of clothes in the wardrobe. Remembering that he had given Yi Qiao some money and tickets when she went to the base, but hadn't he given Wen Ning a single ticket, Lu Jinyang felt a pang in his heart, as if someone had squeezed it, causing a dull ache. Wen Ning was unaware of Lu Jinyang's thoughts at that moment. She thought that since Yi Qiao was going to study at the Workers' Peasant Soldiers University soon, the room would only be hers, and she wouldn't have to share the desk or anything, which would be more comfortable and not lacking anything. She looked up at Lu Jinyang, smiling brightly, and said, "Brother, I don't need to buy anything else. This small box is enough. Let us go." Wen Ning turned to walk outside. Seeing that she didn't intend to pick anything else, Lu Jinyang didn't insist. Once outside, Lu Jinyang showed the old man the small box. "Uncle Zhang, how much is this?" The old man replied, "What money? Consider it a gift from me. No need to pay." Lu Jinyang took out a black wallet. "That 1T do, Uncle Zhang. Whatever the price is, that's what it should be. Otherwise, I 1T dare to bring anyone here next time." Uncle Zhang knew Lu Jinyang's temperament and understood that if he didn't accept the money, Lu Jinyang wouldn't feel comfortable coming again to pick things. After thinking for a moment, he quoted a symbolic price. "Then just give me 2 yuan. Such a box couldn't be bought in shops at all. Even if there were some, they would have been consumed internally. Items sold outside required both money and furniture tickets, and some units didn't issue a single ticket in a year." Lu Jinyang thought for a moment and directly took out a 10 yuan bill from his wallet and stuffed it into Uncle Zhang's hand. Before Uncle Zhang could refuse, he had already taken Wen Ning away. Lu Jinyang put the black wallet back on him. Wen Ning watched his actions and realized it was the first time she had seen someone use a wallet in this era. Usually, men just stuffed money into their back pockets, so it seemed her brother was quite particular. The two walked to the car, and Lu Jinyang opened the passenger door. Wen Ning bent down and climbed into the car, buckled her seatbelt, and settled into a comfortable position while playing with the small box she had just bought. "What do you want to eat for dinner?" Lu Jinyang got in the car and slowly started the engine. Wen Ning was surprised, blinking her big eyes at him. "Brother, aren't we going home for dinner?" Lu Jinyang looked straight ahead with one hand on the steering wheel, lightly tapping his fingers. "Do you want to go back?" Wen Ning thought about what had happened today. When Uncle Lu returned home for dinner, Yi Qiao would probably put on a show at the dinner table, which really affected her appetite. After a moment of silence, she shook her head, not wanting to go back. Lu Jinyang's lips curled slightly. "Then let us eat out at the state-run restaurant." "Okay." Wen Ning obediently replied, playing with her box and growing fonder of it. She turned her head, her eyes sparkling, and said to Lu Jinyang, "Brother, thank you for the box. I really like it." Lu Jinyang's lips moved slightly, and he said softly, "As long as you like it, make sure to lock your things up properly in the future." It was mealtime, and the state-run restaurant was quite crowded. Standing at the entrance, they could see the entire situation inside the dining hall. There wasn't a single empty table, and every table was occupied, with people dining, and it seemed that the dishes had just been served, so they still had a while to finish. Given this situation, it would take at least another 20 minutes for them to eat at the state-run restaurant. Wen Ning said, "Brother, why don't we just go home?" Lu Jinyang glanced at the restaurant situation and thought of another place to eat. "No need. Let us change places." The two walked side by side outside. After getting in the car, they hadn't driven long before stopping in front of the Foreign Affairs building. Lu Jinyang skillfully led Wen Ning around the building to the east side, arriving at a 3-story building in a simplified European style, with a sign for the International Club hanging from the archway. Lu Jinyang reported their names to the doorman and showed his officer ID before leading Wen Ning inside. Once inside, as they walked, Lu Jinyang introduced, This place is specifically for diplomats from various countries stationed in China to relax and entertain. There's a restaurant, a screening room, and various sports rooms. Listening to Lu Jinyang's introduction, Wen Ning curiously looked around. Inside, just like outside, it also had European-style decor with lace ceilings, crystal chandeliers, rosewood tables and chairs, leather sofas, and solid wood floors covered with carpets. The directional signs on the walls were labeled in both Chinese and English, indicating the location of each area. Wen Ning learned for the first time that there were clubs even in the 1970s. When they arrived at the dining area, Lu Jinyang pulled out a chair for Wen Ning and handed her a menu. They have both Western and Chinese dishes here. Take a look at what you want to eat. Wen Ning took the menu and looked it over carefully. After wearing the book, she had been eating home-cooked meals every day and had never tried Western food. She casually pointed to the steak and fries combo on the menu. "Brother, I want this one. I've never had it before and want to try it." The waitress beside them immediately asked, "Comrade, how well do you want your steak cooked?" Wen Ning was about to say medium rare, as that was usually her preferred doneness for steak. However, she suddenly remembered that her current persona was that of a rural girl who had hardly eaten beef, let alone steak. She turned her head with bright eyes and pretended not to understand, asking Lu Jinyang, "Brother, what does she mean?" The waitress had seen many comrades who were first-time diners in a Western restaurant. Most of them pretended to know what they were talking about, fearing they would make a fool of themselves. When asked how well they wanted their steak cooked, they would often just throw out a number, with some even saying medium well. While steak doneness typically only had rare, medium, and well-done options, there was no such thing as medium well. The waitress sized up Wen Ning, her questions natural and generous, showing none of the awkwardness that a typical person might feel when eating something unfamiliar for the first time. She thought to herself that indeed, someone who looks good and isn't pretentious is different. Everything they do is pleasing to the eye. Just as the waitress was about to explain something to Wen Ning, she heard the man beside her say, "Make hers medium well. I'll have the same set meal. With my steak medium." The waitress made a few notes in the order book with her pen. After Lu Jinyang finished ordering, he turned to Wen Ning and explained the steak doneness. When he was in the Soviet Union for flight training, he mostly ate Western meals, and after returning home, he would occasionally come to this restaurant with friends, so he was somewhat familiar with Western dining culture. As he explained to Wen Ning, she rested her chin on her hands, gazing at him with admiration and curiosity, as if he were her idol, the man she admired most in the world. Her red lips glistened, looking plump and moist, making one want to kiss them. Lu Jinyang tightened the muscles in his hand, managing to maintain a calm expression as he focused on her small face to finish his explanation. When the steak was served, Wen Ning didn't reach for her knife and fork first. Her watery almond eyes blinked at Lu Jinyang, indicating that she wouldn't use them. There was no way around it. Wen Ning had not completely shaken off the shadow that Lu Jinyang cast over her in the original story, fearing that a careless move might reveal something. So she tried to be as cautious as possible in front of him. Lu Jinyang caught her pleading gaze and directly moved her steak in front of her, skillfully cutting it into small strips with his knife and fork before handing the plate back to her. "Go ahead and eat." Wen Ning sweetly thanked him before picking up her fork, spearing a small strip and taking tiny bites. After a bite of steak, she picked up a piece of fried potato stick and dipped it in ketchup, eating with a smile that lit up her face, her cheeks puffing up, clearly enjoying herself. Watching her delicate and beautiful face and her look of enjoyment, a faint smile appeared in Lu Jinyang's eyes. If she liked it, he would bring her here again next time. He stared at her for a few seconds. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Wen Ning looked up, meeting his deep, dark eyes. Her bright almond eyes widened slightly. Then her beautiful brows raised as she looked at the potato stick in her hand, observing his expression, before naturally dipping the stick in ketchup and offering it to him. "Would you like to try it, big brother?" Lu Jinyang's dark eyes captured her, the depths of his gaze heavy, momentarily unsure whether to reach out or how to respond. His gaze was too deep and dark, causing Wen Ning's heartbeat to quicken uncontrollably. Seeing that he was slow to take the potato stick from her hand, her beautiful eyes blinked, and her arm reached forward, the potato stick almost touching his lips. She playfully urged him, "Take it." A second later, Lu Jinyang's throat bobbed as he opened his lips, leaning down to bite the potato stick she offered. At the same moment, Wen Ning quickly released her hand, as if she had touched something electric, her entire body heating up a few degrees. The warmth spread from her fingers to her cheeks. No way, no way. How could Lu Jinyang be so charming? She began to wonder if he had also crossed into the story, perhaps with a soul from 2024. The key was that other men would seem greasy doing this. But Lu Jinyang was completely natural and casual, effortlessly alluring. Coupled with his abstinent face, high nose, thin lips, and remarkably handsome features, any woman would feel weak in the knees at the sight of him. Fortunately, Wen Ning had seen the world, and after a fleeting moment of internal turmoil, she quickly regained her composure, cupping her cheeks with her hands and smiling brightly as she asked him, "Is it good?" It's good," Lu Jinyang replied softly, his heated gaze seeming to want to swallow her whole. Wen Ning felt his gaze on her, her body responding in ways she hadn't anticipated. Since she couldn't finish the plate of fries herself, she decided to feed Lu Jinyang. Watching him obediently eat the fries she offered like a big puppy, Wen Ning felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. She fed him one stick after another, thoroughly enjoying herself. She hadn't expected that Lu Jinyang, who usually appeared cold, was actually quite easy to get along with once familiar. He had no airs about him and would eat whatever she fed him. By the end, Wen Ning had finished the entire plate of fries, wiped her fingers on a napkin, and looked down to see that half of her steak remained. She showed a troubled expression, realizing she really couldn't eat anymore. Lu Jinyang glanced at the large portion of steak left on her plate, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. No wonder she was so thin. She ate like a cat. How could she not be thin? He said in a deep voice, "Eat a bit more." Wen Ning bolted, shaking her head. "This portion is too much. I can't eat anymore." This portion was at least double what one would get in a Western restaurant at her time, and it was a thick-cut steak. She really couldn't finish it. Hearing that she couldn't eat anymore, Lu Jinyang didn't insist. Without a word, he took her plate and finished the remaining steak in a few bites. "Hey!" Wen Ning hadn't had time to stop him before the plate was empty. Among the half of the steak, 2 pieces were the ones she had bitten. Realizing this, Wen Ning's cheeks couldn't help but flush slightly. When she fed him the fries earlier, she hadn't felt embarrassed because there was no indirect contact, but now that he had eaten what she had left, it felt a bit intimate. Meanwhile, the Lu family was also having dinner. "Where's Xiaowen?" At the dining table, Lu Jinyang noticed Wen Ning was missing and asked as he held his bowl. Qinlan also didn't know where Wen Ning had gone. She hadn't seen her since coming downstairs. However, Aunt Zhang spoke up. Xiaowen went out with Jinyang. When they left, Jinyang even specifically said goodbye to me, saying they wouldn't be back for dinner. Next to them, Lu Yao chuckled and chimed in, "I think Big Brother has had a change of heart and took Ning Ning out for a special meal." Qinlan shot her son an annoyed glance. Xiao Yi was still here, and such comments would surely make her think too much. She turned to Yao Qiao and served her a piece of food. "Xiao Yi, eat more. You're going to school tomorrow, and I'll have Jinyang drive you." Just as Yao Qiao was about to respond, she noticed movement at the entrance of the living room. Looking up, she saw Wen Ning and Lu Jinyang walking in one after the other. One was cold and stern, the other charming and graceful. Both looked striking, standing together, evoking thoughts of a perfect match. Watching the two of them, Yao Qiao couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Her mind was filled with Lu Jinyang's words. She's different. She's different. Now she understood what different meant. Lu Jinyang would take Wen Ning out alone, but had never taken her out by herself, and they had precious few opportunities to be alone together. Others might not see it, but Yao Qiao was very sensitive. Lu Jinyang definitely had feelings for Wen Ning. If Wen Ning were to date Lu Jinyang, she would become a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, while she, despite carrying the title of a foster daughter, would ultimately remain an outsider compared to a daughter-in-law. Initially, she had advised Wen Ning to seize the opportunity to find a partner, wanting her to appear vain and snobbish in front of outsiders, believing that this way, even if Wen Ning had a beautiful face, others wouldn't think highly of her, seeing her only as a woman eager to climb the social ladder. But now, Wen Ning seemed to have developed feelings for Lu Jinyang, and Yao Qiao felt as if she had been bitten by a dog. This was unacceptable. Wen Ning absolutely could not marry into the Lu family. Yao Qiao lowered her head, pushing her rice around in her bowl to hide her emotions. She remained silent, and no one noticed her. Everyone's attention was on Wen Ning and Lu Jinyang. Lu Yao looked up at the two of them and smiled broadly. Brother, Ning, what delicious food did you have? Don't forget to invite me next time. Lu Jinyang cast a brief, indifferent glance at his brother, as taciturn as ever. Wen Ning smiled and took the conversation. Sure, what does my second brother want to eat? I just received 2 pieces of payment for articles recently, so let me treat you to something nice. Qianlan, seeing this, shot a glare at her son Lu Yao in anger. Look at you. Where's the demeanor of an older brother? Your sister can earn her own money now, and you still don't have a job. Yet you have the nerve to let her treat you to a meal. Wen Ning explained for Lu Yao. Aunt Qin, I got into the art troupe, and my second brother helped me a lot. It's only right for me to treat him to a meal. Qianlan, knowing her son well, skeptically replied. What can he help you with? Wen Ning said seriously, I made a photography portfolio before the exam, and my second brother was my model. Because of this portfolio, he helped me score a lot during the interview. Really? Qianlan seemed half convinced. Wen Ning noted. Qianlan looked at her son with an appreciative gaze. Well, this kid is somewhat useful. Wen Ning chatted with everyone for a bit, and seeing that they were still eating, she didn't want to disturb them any further. So she said goodbye and went upstairs. Back in her room, Wen Ning took out a wooden box wrapped tightly in old newspapers and began to tidy up the items in her drawer, planning to put the important things in the box. Halfway through, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Wen Ning, where did my brother take you this afternoon? Wen Ning turned around and met Yi Qiao's face, burning with jealousy. Wen Ning thought to herself that it seemed she didn't want to pretend anymore and was starting to show her true colors. Wen Ning also didn't want to continue the act of deep sisterly affection and responded perfunctorily, Nowhere. Huh, nowhere? Nowhere, and you didn't come back for dinner? Yi Qiao stepped forward, angrily snatching the wooden box from Wen Ning's hands. When she saw the copper lock on the box, her expression changed. Did my brother buy this for you? What does this mean? Do you think I'm a thief that you need to guard against me? You think too much. Wen Ning reached out to grab the box back. Yi Qiao took a step back, her eyes wide open, with red blood vessels showing from straining. I think too much? Stop pretending, Wen Ning. I know you did it this afternoon. You deliberately put things in my box to frame me. Now the whole family misunderstands me and thinks I'm a thief. Are you happy now? Have you succeeded? You can now monopolize the family's affection. Wen Ning didn't respond to her. I don't understand what you're saying. Just hurry up and give me my things back. Get back to you? Why should I give it back to you? Why did my brother buy things for you and not for me? Why does my second brother ignore me and only talk to you? It's all your fault. You're the one who instigated our relationship from behind. Zhou, he's right. You're just a scheming bitch. Yi Qiao glared at Wen Ning, gritting her teeth, her hands gripping the wooden box tightly, as if she wanted to crush it. Wen Ning didn't like hearing that. She admitted to being scheming, but calling her a bitch was a personal attack. Her expression turned completely cold. Yi Qiao, what face do you have to accuse me? Do you not know what you've done yourself? Who turned off my alarm clock on the day of my exam? Who moved my exam admission ticket? Who leaked my departure time to Zhou and on the day we went shopping for clothes? Who lured me to the alley and got me harassed by a thug, almost losing my purity? Should I go downstairs right now and tell the Lu family about these things and let them help me seek justice? With each sentence, Wen Ning spoke, Yi Qiao's face turned paler until her entire face was ashen, staring at Wen Ning in horror. Do you have evidence? On what basis do you say these things about me? Of course, I have evidence. Once you come downstairs with me, I'll hand it over to Uncle Lu and Aunt Qin myself. Wen Ning smiled, her tone half true, half false. Yi Qiao was ultimately guilty, her gaze flickering. Wen Ning was just trying to bluff Yi Qiao, but didn't expect that those things were indeed not unfounded. Wen Ning sneered and extended her hand towards Yi Qiao. Can you give it back to me now? Yi Qiao bit her back teeth hard, trembling as she handed the box back to Wen Ning, unwillingly saying, Don't think that just because my brother treats you well, you can have designs on him. I advise you to be self-aware. Even if you get into the art troupe, you are still not worthy of my brother. And the Lu family won't let their son marry a country girl. She wouldn't let Wen Ning have a chance to marry into the Lu family. And she would never allow Wen Ning to threaten her position in the Lu family. Listening to her words, Wen Ning gently stroked the copper lock on the box, raising an eyebrow as she looked at her. Weren't you the one who advised me to find a good partner quickly if I wanted to stay in the capital? Why are you telling me not to have designs now? Yi Qiao angrily replied. I meant for you to find someone else in the compound, not in the Lu family. Wen Ning smiled. Sorry, I'm the type to choose the best. I think Lu Jinyang is the most outstanding, so if I'm going to date, it has to be with him. I don't even look at anyone else. Outside the door, someone had just raised their hand to knock. Chapter 48. Are you up so early to wash the sheets? Outside the door, Aunt Zhang, who had just raised her hand to knock, looked shocked. My goodness. What did she just hear? Xiaowen actually likes Jinyang and wants to date him. Aunt Zhang's heart fluttered a couple of times, and she couldn't help but cover her heart with her left hand, taking a while to digest this news. To be fair, aside from family background, she thought Wen Ning and Lu Jinyang matched quite well. They looked like a fairy paired with a god, perfectly suited for each other. Standing together, they were pleasing to the eyes, enjoyable to watch, and it made her heart feel sweet. She had watched Lu Jinyang grow up, and from childhood to now, she had never seen him get close to any girl. Oh no, there was one, but she had already gone abroad and probably wouldn't come back in this lifetime. Other than that, he usually didn't pay much attention to girls, but today, he actually took Wen Ning out to dinner alone. They left in the afternoon and didn't come back until around 7 or 8 at night. What were they doing together for those 4 or 5 hours? TSK. These two might have a chance. Thinking about the two young people dating, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but smile broadly. But dating wasn't just a matter for two people. It involved both families. Wen Ning's family background was indeed a bit lacking, and she didn't know if the Lu family would accept it. In the past, Qinlan had introduced Lu Jinyang to girls. They were either the daughters of teachers or the sisters of battalion leaders, and their grandfathers were all old revolutionaries, none of whom came from poor families. Just thinking about this made Aunt Zhang involuntarily worry for Wen Ning. During this time, Aunt Zhang had developed feelings for Wen Ning. She genuinely thought Wen Ning was a good person. Her way of speaking and doing things made people comfortable, unlike that Yi Qiao, who acted like she was performing every day, tried to stand out in front of Qinlan and Lu Jinghua. Just take the incident in the afternoon when she stole something, for example. Yi Qiao kept shouting that she was wronged, but Aunt Zhang felt that it was something Yi Qiao could definitely do, especially when she thought about some of Yi Qiao's usual behavior, like how she ate more than a pig at every meal, as if she were a starving ghost reincarnated, needing to refill her bowl 3 times, and always pointing her chopsticks at the meat in the bowl. Aunt Zhang had caught Yi Qiao sneaking food in the kitchen a couple of times. Once, it was a stewed tofu fish, and Yi Qiao had picked out a couple of pieces of fish belly meat to eat. Another time, it was stewed bone, and Yi Qiao had pulled off the meat from the bone to eat. Before the dishes even made it to the table, she was already busy eating the tenderest and freshest parts herself. If it weren't for wanting to save face for her, Aunt Zhang would have told Qinlan a long time ago. Comparing the two, Aunt Zhang felt even more that Wen Ning was better. She wanted to help her. Aunt Zhang's eyes turned as she looked at the clothes she had just collected for Wen Ning from the yard. She had an idea. Since Wen Ning liked Lu Jinyang, she needed to create opportunities for them to spend time together. Aunt Zhang turned on her heel, holding the clothes and heading downstairs. Little did she know, halfway down, she ran into Lu Jinyang at the stairway. Aunt Zhang's body trembled. Jinyang. Lu Jinyang nodded at Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang pointed at the clothes in her hand and said, Oh, Jinyang, Xiaowen's clothes from a couple of days ago have dried. I just collected them from the clothesline. I was going to give them to her, but it seems she's inside talking with Xiao Yi with the door closed. They seem to be arguing about the incident this afternoon, so I didn't want to go in. Since your rooms are close, I'll just leave Xiaowen's clothes with you for now. Can you help Annie give them to her later? Saying this, Aunt Zhang didn't wait for Lu Jinyang's response and started to shove the folded clothes towards him. Lu Jinyang raised his hand to catch the clothes and replied with a good to Aunt Zhang. Seeing this, Aunt Zhang couldn't contain her joy and said with a smile, Then, Jinyang, thank you. After handing over the clothes, Aunt Zhang hurried downstairs, fearing that Lu Jinyang might change his mind. Lu Jinyang stood in the second-floor corridor, looking at the clothes in his hands, then glancing at the closed door not far away, thinking about what Aunt Zhang just said about them still arguing. He turned on his heel and went back to his room with the clothes, planning to give them to Wen Ning later. Inside the room, Lu Jinyang had a cleanliness obsession. Clean clothes went in the wardrobe, while dirty clothes went in the laundry basin. He glanced around the room, but couldn't find a place to put Wen Ning's clothes. Finally, his gaze landed on his bed, and he walked over to place the clothes on it. Looking at the pink shirt next to his dark blue sheets, one soft and one firm, he didn't know why. But his eyes flickered slightly, and his fingers unconsciously moved. Almost instinctively, he picked up the shirt and gently sniffed it. The faint scent of laundry detergent mingled with an indescribable fragrance, very similar to the smell of her in his dreams. Is it body scent? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Jinyang's muscles instantly tensed up, and the fingers holding the shirt suddenly tightened, but then he felt something strange with his fingertips. His distinctly knuckled fingers moved slightly, pulling out a strap from inside the shirt. As the strap moved, a piece of fabric swiftly slipped through his palm. He held the strap and looked at what he had picked up, a palm-sized piece of white silk cloth with two thin straps on top and two identical thin straps below. In one corner of the fabric, two characters were embroidered in red silk thread. Ning Ning. That thing was clearly a woman's apron. With a loud bang, Lu Jinyang's brain went blank, and all the blood in his body rushed to a certain place. Stunned for 3 seconds, he threw the item back onto the bed as if it were hot, his breathing chaotic. His chest rose and fell heavily. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Big brother, are you in the room? I came to get my clothes. A soft voice came from outside. After Wen Ning had a falling out with Yiqiao, she soon planned to go downstairs to take a shower. Remembering that the clothes she washed a few days ago had not been collected, she instinctively looked out the window at the yard and found that someone had collected the clothes. Her first reaction was that it must have been Aunt Zhang who helped her collect them. After her shower, she still needed to change clothes, so she went downstairs to ask Aunt Zhang. Unexpectedly, Aunt Zhang said she had just run into Lu Jinyang and had given the clothes to him to take upstairs. Wen Ning had no choice but to go upstairs to find Lu Jinyang for her clothes. Inside the room, hearing the voice from outside, the usually calm and composed Lu Jinyang had never felt so flustered at this moment. He picked up the clothes from the bed, quickly walked to the door, opened it, and handed the clothes to Wen Ning as if they were a hot potato. By the time Wen Ning saw his expression, she hadn't had time to say thank you before the door was already closed. Wen Ning looked at the shirt and long skirt in her hands, smiled slightly, and turned to go back to her room. After putting away the clothes, Wen Ning took her nightgown and towel, carrying a basin downstairs to take a shower. After washing up and changing in her nightgown, she realized she had forgotten to bring a clean apron. She was currently poor and couldn't afford underwear, so she was wearing the apron that her mother, Ning Shuichin, had sewn for her. Luckily, it was not the one originally worn by the previous owner. It was prepared anew by Ning Shuichin before she went to the capital. One red apron and one white apron, with no embroidery except for her nickname, Ning Ning. With her hair down and wearing a cotton nightgown, Wen Ning returned to her room with the basin. Standing in front of the wardrobe, she looked at the clothes inside and found it strange. Where was her apron? She had just changed out of the red one. Where had the white apron gone? After Lu Jinyang handed the clothes to Wen Ning, he turned and closed the door, a faint blush quickly rising behind his ears, which gradually turned crimson. Could that little piece really cover anything? His thoughts uncontrollably wandered, and Lu Jinyang quickly raised his hand to unbutton his shirt, throwing it onto the chair, and then suddenly fell back onto the bed. His temples throbbed. A fairy. She really is a fairy. Helpless, Lu Jinyang closed his eyes for a moment, turning his head away. The next second, his eyes suddenly opened wide. He saw a palm-sized piece of white fabric beside his pillow, with 4 thin strings ambiguously entangled with his pillowcase. His chest heaved, and his thin lips let out a difficult breath. The veins in his strong arms bulged one by one as he restrained himself, but the image of that enchanting figure in his mind lingered, and his once proud self-control was rapidly slipping away. Just as he was about to move, a knock on the door suddenly rang out. Lu Jinyang sat up and walked to the door, his voice hoarse and low. "Who is it?" Outside the door, Wen Ning sweetly called out, "Brother, it's me, Wen Ning." The heat that had just dissipated in Lu Jinyang surged back up. He opened the door. The graceful figure at the doorway overlapped with the person he had just imagined. Wen Ning's beautiful hair was casually draped behind her, her braid undone, with slightly wavy strands framing her small face. Her lips were red, her teeth white, and her skin was so radiant it seemed like it could drip with water. Fresh from a shower, Her cheeks were flushed like a begonia flower soaked in rain. Alluring and captivating. What is it? Lu Jinyang's Adam's apple moved as he looked deeply into her dark eyes, the shadows in his gaze deepening. Wen Ning's red lips parted slightly, and the blush on her cheeks spread to her earlobes. When you helped me grab my clothes just now, did you see? Did anything fall? She asked Aunt Zhang, and Aunt Zhang said her belly band was stuck in her shirt. She went back to her room and flipped her shirt inside out, confirming there was nothing. There was only one possibility left. The belly band had fallen into Lu Jinyang's room. She only had 2 belly bands. One was dirty and unwashed, and the other was missing. If she didn't find it, she wouldn't have any underwear to wear tomorrow. She had no choice but to ask Lu Jinyang. Looking at the woman's alluring face in front of him, Lu Jinyang's throat tightened, wanting to say it wasn't there, but suddenly remembered the piece of white fabric in his hand earlier. What she was looking for must be that. For the first time in his life, Lu Jinyang found it so difficult to part his lips. Seeing he didn't answer immediately, Wen Ning instinctively glanced behind him. At that moment, her gaze seemed to be scalded, and her little mouth opened wide, suddenly speechless. Then she turned her flushed face away. Lu Jinyang followed her gaze and turned to look behind him, and he too felt a rush of blood to his head. On the large bed he had just slept on, the deep blue sheets were slightly wrinkled, and in the center of the bed lay a crumpled piece of snow-white fabric, glaringly out of place against the dark blue. The two at the door exchanged glances. For a full 10 seconds, neither of them spoke. The air was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After a moment, Lu Jinyang cleared his throat a couple of times, turned to the side, and made room for her to enter the room. Wen Ning instantly understood his meaning. He was letting her go in to get it herself. Without looking around, she quickly walked to the side of his bed, grabbed the belly band in a swift motion, and ran out of the room as if escaping, until she returned to her own room and lay on her bed. Wen Ning's heart was still pounding. She tightly clutched the straps of the belly band in her palm. After a few breaths, using the moonlight, she held the belly band up to her eyes. The fabric was wrinkled beyond recognition, and one could imagine how it had been crumpled and played with. The image of Lu Jinyang's cold, abstinent face playing with her belly band floated in her mind. Wen Ning didn't know how she felt inside. If it were someone else playing with her things, she would only feel disgust, but with Lu Jinyang, it felt like she had a rabbit in her heart, jumping and bouncing without stopping. After finally waiting for her heartbeat to return to normal, Wen Ning, under the moonlight, put the belly band on. There was no choice. She only had 2 belly bands, and there was nothing to replace it with, so she had to wear it. The soft fabric wrapped around her body, and for some reason, Wen Ning felt her chest burning, as if the fabric still held someone's lingering warmth. She closed her eyes and gradually fell asleep in this illusion. The next morning, as dawn broke, Wen Ning opened her eyes, got up, and went downstairs to the bathroom. She didn't expect that so early there would be someone in the bathroom. She didn't know who was inside, only hearing the sound of water, as if someone was showering or washing clothes. Wen Ning had to wait by the side. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the bathroom door opened. Lu Jinyang came out, damp, wearing a military tank top and shorts, a laundry basin tucked under his arm. Wen Ning genuinely didn't expect it to be him, and she instinctively called out, "Brother." Lu Jinyang also didn't expect to run into her so early in the morning. He had just taken a shower and washed a few things. And for a moment, his Adam's apple moved as he replied lowly, I got up to use the bathroom." Wen Ning pointed toward the bathroom and then looked down. In Lu Jinyang's laundry basin, piled high, was nothing but bed sheets. She woke up, but her mind was still hazy, rubbing her eyes in surprise. "Brother, you got up so early to wash bed sheets?" Hearing those 3 words, Lu Jinyang. Chapter 49. Work buddy wash the sheets. Hearing these 3 words, Lu Jinyang's stern face stiffened for a moment, a hint of red blooming behind his ears. He pressed his thin lips together, thinking about saying something, but Wen Ning couldn't hold it in any longer. Nature calls, especially after she had been waiting outside for over 10 minutes. In a flash, she brushed past him and dashed into the bathroom, followed by the sound of the door locking. Lu Jinyang let out a sigh of relief and quickly headed to the yard with a basin. Before Wen Ning came out of the bathroom, he hurriedly hung the sheets on the clothesline and then went upstairs to his room. Yi Xiao was reporting to the Agricultural and Industrial University today. Qianlong originally planned for her son Lu Jinyang to drive her, but forgot to mention it to him last night. Lu Jinyang went back to the base early in the morning, even skipping breakfast at home. Wen Yixiao excitedly came downstairs with her luggage and sat at the dining table. She only then learned this news, and her initially joyful mood instantly fell. Qianlong, worried she might overthink, explained, "Your brother's base is like this. When they're SA mission, no matter where he is or what he is doing, he has to rush back immediately." Yi Qiao smiled understandingly, saying, "I understand, Aunt Qin. I can take the bus to school by myself." Qianlong glanced at her luggage, which included a mattress, a quilt, an enamel basin, and a thermos, and thought how inconvenient it would be to carry all that on the bus. "No way. Let your Uncle Lu take you." Lu Jinyang also said, "I'll have Liang Wei take you later." Yi Qiao waved her hand. "No need to trouble Uncle Lu. I really can manage. I'm not that delicate. Back in the countryside, I could carry dozens of pounds of corn for an hour or two. So this little luggage is no problem for me." She had suffered in the countryside, and it wouldn't do to let the child suffer in the city. Lu Jinyang firmly said, "It's not a bother. You eat first, and after that, I'll take you to school." Lu Jinyang happened to have a meeting at the administrative building today, which was just a walk away from the courtyard. So after breakfast, he had the guard Liang Wei take Yi Qiao. As Yi Qiao got into the car, when they were nearing the post office, she asked Liang Wei to stop, pretending to send a letter. Holding an envelope, Yi Qiao entered the post office. While buying a stamp, she told the staff at the counter, "Comrade, I want to send a telegram." The staff handed her a form. "Fill in the recipient's name, address, and your telegram content. It's charged by the number of words, 7 cents per word." Yi Qiao quickly filled out the form and handed it back. The staff glanced at the form and confirmed with her, "It's to the victory team in Qianfeng village. Recipient is Lu Jun, the militia company commander, right?" Yi Qiao nodded. The staff counted the words in the telegram. It totaled $1.70. With a heart like a knife, Yi Qiao took out her purse and paid, then hurried back to the car. A week after Yi Qiao started school, Wen Ning was also going to report to the art troupe. During this week, Lu Jinyang and T returned to the Lu family. Wen Ning heard from Lu Jinyang that the flight crew had gone out for training. She felt relieved. After the incident with the belly band, just thinking of Lu Jinyang made her cheeks inexplicably flush. The fabric against her skin felt like someone's palm, wrapping tightly around her chest, making her feel hot. The fact that she could talk normally with Lu Jinyang that morning was completely unexpected. It was purely because she hadn't fully woken up yet. After using the bathroom, all that was left was embarrassment. Just as well, Lu Jinyang had gone on a mission, so she didn't have to feel awkward. That morning, after having breakfast, when Ning was about to leave, Qianlong, still worried, held her hand and advised, "Xiaowen, if you encounter any problems at work, or if anyone bullies you, don't endure it. Come home and tell me, and your Uncle Lu will back you up." Wen Ning's direct leader was Deputy Section Chief Zhou Feng, who was Zhou Yi's aunt. Zhou Yi had been locked up for 15 days because of the Lu family, and Qianlong was worried that Zhou Feng might hold a grudge and make things difficult for Wen Ning at work, while Wen Ning, concerned about the Lu family's reputation, would endure it. Wen Ning understood Qianlong as concern and smiled, linking her arm with hers. "Aunt Qin, don't worry, I won't be a pushover." She wasn't the type to take nonsense. If anyone tried to give her a hard time, they could forget about being comfortable. Qianlong knew her daughter was smart and felt a bit more reassured after hearing that. She wanted to say more to Wen Ning, but Lu Yao, waiting at the door, urged, "Come on, Mom. If Ning doesn't leave soon, she'll be late." Because of the last car accident, Lu Yao was worried that Zhou Yi might do something crazy again to prevent Wen Ning from going to the art troupe. So he wanted to personally ensure Wen Ning's safety. "All right, Xiaowen, Aunt Wen keep you," Qianlong said, patting Wen Ning's shoulder and smiling as she sent her out. Wen Ning and Lu Yao exited the courtyard together. Wen Ning thought she was only being sent by Lu Yao today, but when they reached the ginkgo tree path in the courtyard, Lu Yao suddenly waved to the side and called out, "Weigua, over here." Wen Ning looked up to see Yin Weigua standing not far away, riding a bicycle, his hands on the handlebars and a shy smile on his face. Lu Yao led Wen Ning over. "Comrade Wen," Yin Weigua greeted her. Wen Ning nodded and smiled in return. They had met several times before when she borrowed a camera to take and develop photos, so they were somewhat familiar. Lu Yao said directly, Ning Ning, Weigwa just got assigned to the art troupe a couple of days ago. He.S. working in the secretariat. So if you encounter anything at the unit, you can find him. It's nice for you to have a companion for commuting. After the incident where Wen Ning was deliberately hit by Jiang Rue, even though Jiang Rue had been sent away, Zhou Yi, that crazy person, was released. Lu Yao was worried Zhou Yi might cause trouble again, and since he couldn't be there to protect Wen Ning all the time, he thought of his friend Yan Weigua, who was also going to work at the art troupe, and casually mentioned it. Unexpectedly, Yan Weigua agreed without hesitation. At that moment, hearing Lu Yao's words, Yan Weigua quickly stated, Comrade One, you're Lu Yao's sister, so you're my sister too. If you need anything in the future, just look for me. Wen Ning didn't expect her second brother Lu Yao to take such good care of her, even helping her find a commuting buddy. Working in the secretariat meant serving the leaders of the art troupe, constantly revolving around them. If one did well and had some background, they could eventually be promoted to a leadership position. This was not without its advantages for her, building connections. Friends opened doors, and Wen Ning did not refuse. She smiled sweetly at Yan Weigua. Then I'll be counting on you, Brother Yan. This smile truly warmed Yan Weigua's heart. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the handlebars, changing his address to her. Ning Ning, you're too polite. The three of them walked side by side down the golden ginkgo tree avenue. Just as they stepped out the gate, they encountered a familiar military green Jeep head-on. Chapter 50. Give her a warning. Lu Yao was pleasantly surprised when he saw the man in the driver's seat of the Jeep. Hey, isn't that my big brother? He excitedly waved at the person in the car. Brother, big brother. The Jeep suddenly came to a halt. Lu Yao rushed to the side of the car as the driver's window slowly rolled down, revealing a stern face with cold eyes and tightly pressed lips. Brother, Lu Yao shouted excitedly, then raised his chin with a proud expression. We were just about to take Ning Ning to report to the art troupe. Weigua is also joining the art troupe, so from now on, Ning Ning can go to and from work with him every day, and he can take care of her at work. What do you think? I arranged it pretty well, right? Lu Yao stood tall, waiting for praise. However, Lu Jinyang only shot him a cold glance before shifting his gaze past Lu Yao to the man and woman standing not far behind him. Yan Weigua was pushing a bicycle, with Wen Ning standing beside him. They looked inexplicably glaring. Lu Jinyang's pupils constricted, his jaw tightened, and his originally stern face turned even colder. Wen Ning met his cold gaze and wondered how she had offended him. Uncontrollably, her mind flashed back to what had happened between them last week, and a faint sense of embarrassment welled up in her heart. She instinctively avoided his eyes and lowered her head to greet him softly. Yan Weigua chimed in from the side, Big Brother Lu. Lu Jinyang nodded expressionlessly and then pressed the accelerator, making the car roar away. Watching the Jeep speed off to 10 meters away in the blink of an eye, Lu Yao was puzzled, scratching the back of his head. Why did his brother leave without saying a word? Wasn't he going to praise him? He had arranged everything so well. In the publicity department office, Director Zhou, may I ask where my seat is? Wen Ning, having completed her onboarding procedures, was unsurprisingly assigned to Zhou Fang's team. There were 3 desks in the room, each occupied, so she had to turn back to ask Zhou Fang. Zhou Fang was the deputy director and worked in the same room with the staff. She occupied one of the 3 desks. Hearing Wen Ning's voice, Zhou Fang glanced at her leisurely and said in a bureaucratic tone, You should coordinate with your colleagues first. Think of a solution. If you can't solve such a small issue, how will you handle work that requires coordination in the future? Wen Ning scoffed inwardly. Coordinate? How to coordinate? Should she ask the other colleagues to get up and give her their desk? On her first day at work, she was competing for a desk with her colleagues. She knew Zhou Fang would try to trip her up, but she didn't expect it to be so low-level and obvious. Just then, Wen Ning also wanted to test her colleagues' attitudes. She first looked at Lu Mei, who she had just been introduced to. Lu Mei had worked in the publicity department for 5 years and was the most senior after the 2 directors. Wen Ning didn't speak, but directed her gaze at Lu Mei. Lu Mei noticed Wen Ning looking at her and didn't pretend to ignore her, instead proactively saying, Xiao Wen, I've been sitting here since I joined the publicity department, implying that this spot was hers and she wouldn't give it up. Another colleague, Miao Miao, seeing this, stood up and said, Comrade Wen, you can take my seat. I'll be leaving after handing over my work to you anyway, and I don't have anything urgent at the moment. It was obvious to anyone that Director Zhou was making it clear she didn't welcome Wen Ning and wanted to give her a warning. But Miao Miao was moving to the border next month with her husband and wasn't afraid of offending Zhou Fang. She just had to stay on the job for this month. However, Wen Ning didn't dare to accept the offer. No need. Miao Miao, you're still pregnant. I'll think of another way. When encountering a pregnant woman, others usually offered their seats. There was no reason to compete for a seat with one. As a result, after going around, Wen Ning still had no seat. Seeing her standing alone, Zhou Fang couldn't help but smirk slightly. You think you could just waltz in here? Even if you're a dragon, once you enter my publicity department, you still have to play by my rules. Zhou Fang lowered her head and continued to look at the materials in her hands, clearly ignoring Wen Ning. Wen Ning knew Zhou Fang was deliberately embarrassing her, so she didn't look for her again and turned to leave the office. Not long after Wen Ning stepped out, she ran into Fang in the hallway. Seeing Wen Ning, Fang raised the form in her hand excitedly. Ning, I came to submit the form and was just about to check on you. How's your first day at work? How do you feel? Wen Ning smiled at her. Not bad. By the way, do you know where I can get my desk? Huh? Get a desk? Fang was somewhat surprised. She hadn't heard of desks needing to be picked up, but you can check the warehouse. That's usually where supplies are collected. Wen Ning replied, then I'll go check the warehouse. Fang, worried about delaying her, quickly said, then you should hurry. I'll look for you to have lunch together at noon. After parting ways with Fang, Wen Ning walked to the warehouse. It turned out there were extra desks, but they came with drawers and were big and heavy, making it impossible for a woman to move them. The warehouse was managed by Old Wang, a logistics staff member and a relative of the leaders, but no one dared to boss him around. Fortunately, Wen Ning had prepared in advance. She pulled out a pack of the Qianmen cigarettes from her bag, handed it to Old Wang with a sweet smile. Uncle, could you help me out? She was good-looking, and with her soft-spoken charm and a pack of cigarettes worth 30 cents, it was no surprise he was more than willing to help her. As expected, Old Wang's eyes crinkled with a smile as he took the cigarettes and stuffed them into his pocket, patting his chest. Oh, you're too polite. It's just moving a desk, no problem at all. By the way, you haven't picked up your office supplies since you just joined. Cool, me. Let us get everything you need, and I'll help you move it over. Thank you, Uncle. Wen Ning flashed a bright smile revealing 8 teeth and turned to gather various office supplies. After picking out the items, Old Wang helped Wen Ning move the desk and chair to the administrative building. When it came time to move to the office, Wen Ning stopped him. Uncle Wang, just put it here. Old Wang looked around, but this is the hallway, not an office. Comrade Xiao Wan, are you sure you want to leave it here? Wen Ning nodded. Right here, thank you. Old Wang placed the desk and chair down and brushed off the dust on his hands. All right, girl. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Okay, Uncle. Take care on your way back. Wen Ning waved goodbye to Old Wang and turned to sit down at her desk. She organized the pens, notebooks, scissors, glue, and other office supplies in the drawer, and began her first day of work in the hallway. This floor housed several departments, and various people occasionally passed through the corridor. At first glance, seeing someone working in the hallway piqued their curiosity. Some even approached to inquire, Comrade, which department are you from? Why are you working in the hallway? Wen Ning smiled innocently. Oh, I'm a new staff member in the publicity department. My name is Wen Ning. Director Zhou said there were no seats left in the office, so I should find a place to work myself. I thought the hallway was close to the office, making it convenient for Director Zhou to call on me whenever needed, so I settled here. The visitor scoffed and shook their head. Your department head is really something. The hallway isn't meant for office work. After one curious person left, another came. Wen Ning maintained her naive expression and recounted her previous answer verbatim. Seeing her innocent demeanor, those who came to ask felt a pang of concern and secretly reminded her, Comrade, we generally work in the office. You're the first to work in the hallway. You should go find Director Zhou and think of a solution. They almost directly told her, did you offend Director Zhou? If so, you better find a way to make amends. Wen Ning pretended not to understand and smiled, saying, Section Chief Zhou said that if I can't even handle something as small as a seat, how can I carry out work that requires overall coordination in the future? Seeing that she didn't understand, the other party had a look of you're on your own and left. Soon after, several groups of people came by. Before long, the administrative building was buzzing with rumors that Section Chief Zhou was not assigning a seat to the new staff member, making them work in the hallway. With the rumors circulating, people naturally started discussing. What's going on with Section Chief Zhou? Why isn't he assigning a seat to the new colleague, Wen Ning? I think that colleague looks really pitiful, sitting alone in the hallway with no one to talk to. What else could it be? It's clear he's not fond of her and is bullying her. They have no grievances or grudges. There's no need for that. You don't know. I heard that Section Chief Zhou originally wanted to let his niece join the publicity department, but for some reason, she didn't show up for the exam, and this one Ning passed instead. No wonder. The seat reserved for his niece was taken by someone else. It's no surprise he wants to assert his authority. But it's not Wen Ning's fault that his niece didn't show up for the exam. Zhou Fong had not left her office and was unaware of how the rumors had spread until she went out to the restroom. Upon turning left, she was met with Wen Ning's innocent and cheerful face, followed by the sight of a large desk. Zhou Fong's expression instantly froze. What are you doing? Who told you to sit here? Wen Ning smiled. Isn't it Section Chief Zhou who said there was no position for me inside and told me to figure out myself? Look, how about this spot I found? Zhou Fong intended to assert her authority over Wen Ning, but didn't want to escalate it in public. Now that Wen Ning had done this, everyone would know what she had done. Zhou Fong's face turned pale with anger as she denied. Nonsense. When did I say that? Hurry up and move back inside. Don't block the way here. Wen Ning stared at her with innocent big eyes, unblinking. But I think this place is quite good. The air is nice. The view is good. And I can be supervised by the public at any time. I can work just fine here. She refused to move. She wanted everyone to know that Zhou Fong was bullying her. I command you, hurry up and move. Zhou Fong said angrily, glancing around anxiously, fearing someone would see. Wen Ning smiled without speaking, arms crossed, standing leisurely. Zhou Fong didn't expect her to be so unyielding and threatened. All right, if you won't move, then I will have to talk to the leadership and say that you are not following the superior's instructions and are not fit for this job. Wen Ning replied with 3 words, you may proceed. Good, good. She's gone too far. Zhou Fong was so furious that her temples throbbed, and she turned to go upstairs to find the section chief. She pushed open the door to the section chief's office and complained, Section Chief Wang, this colleague Wen Ning is simply outrageous, so arrogant. Relying on her little talent, she completely disregards arrangements. Section Chief Wang had just been planning to go downstairs to talk to Zhou Fong when she unexpectedly showed up herself. He glanced at her indifferently. What's outrageous? Zhou Fong replied, you don't know. She moved her desk to work in the hallway, not only occupying a public area, but also affecting the movement of colleagues from other departments. I told her to move back quickly, and hey, she even dared to challenge me, glaring at me, refusing to listen to my arrangements. Is that so? Section Chief Wang's expression suddenly became serious. But I heard it wasn't like that. Zhou Fong didn't expect Section Chief Wang to have heard about it too. She thought for a moment and realized that Wen Ning must have gone to report to the section chief. So she innocently said, hey, I really didn't expect her to be the first to complain. I just asked her to choose a seat for herself. For such a small matter, she immediately turned around to gossip to you and sow discord between leaders. Look, such a colleague has serious moral issues. I say she shouldn't have been recruited in the first place. Zhou Fong continued to slander Wen Ning. Section Chief Wang's expression visibly darkened. Zhou Fong felt a surge of joy, thinking that Section Chief Wang was starting to have a bad impression of Wen Ning, just as she was feeling pleased. She heard Section Chief Wang slam his hand on the desk. That's enough. Stop talking. Zhou Fong was startled and looked at Section Chief Wang in confusion. Well, what happened? Section Chief Wang's tone was stern. Comrade Zhou Fong, I think the one with moral issues is you. You deliberately made things difficult for Comrade Wen Ning, not only failing to assign her a seat, but also telling her to go to the warehouse to get a desk. The whole building saw it. How can you shamelessly slander her? The whole building saw it. Zhou Fong looked at Section Chief Wang in disbelief, her expression clearly stunned. Section Chief Wang disdainfully said, if you don't believe it, go ask around. The whole building is buzzing about how you made things difficult for the new publicity staff. You've embarrassed the entire publicity department. I'm afraid the leaders above will come talk to me this afternoon. You made this mess, you fix it yourself. Now go back and write a 10,000-word reflection report. I'll take it to the leadership this afternoon. What? The whole building knows? And I have to write a reflection report? 10,000 words? Zhou Fong felt her vision darken, nearly fainting. After catching her breath, her face looked like a corpse that had been unburied for 3 days. Section Chief Wang felt it was unlucky to even look at her. All right, hurry up and write the report. Zhou Fong, fuming, went downstairs. When she returned to her office, Wen Ning had already gone to eat, and the desk was just sitting there exposed in the hallway. Seeing that desk was like getting slapped in the face. Zhou Fong angrily called the security department to have them help move Wen Ning's desk back into the office. In the afternoon, when Wen Ning returned from lunch and saw that her desk had been moved back into the office, she decided not to continue the act since Zhou Fong had compromised. After all, one must be cautious about the backlash of public opinion. With a smirk, Wen Ning sat down at her position, fully aware of the situation. The next morning, Wen Ning had not yet gotten out of bed when Yen Weiguo was already waiting at the gate of the Lu family courtyard. Chapter 51, he made his move the next morning. Before Wen Ning had gotten up, Yen Weiguo was already waiting at the gate of the Lu family's courtyard. Lu Jinyang got out of bed, changed his clothes, and walked to the window. Habitually, he glanced outside and, upon retracting his gaze, saw a figure waiting outside his courtyard, next to a parked bicycle. Was he planning to wait for someone to ride him to work? His brows furrowed slightly, and an involuntary image flashed in his mind. Wen Ning sitting on the back of Yen Weiguo's bicycle, her small hands gripping his waist, her slender legs swinging in the air, laughing sweetly and calling for him to go slower. Just thinking about it made Lu Jinyang's expression turn cold quickly, as frigid as an iceberg, as chilling as a deep pool, enough to freeze someone to death. No, he'd rather cry in his Jeep than allow her to laugh on someone else's bicycle. He withdrew his gaze and quickly left the room, heading downstairs. Outside the courtyard, Yen Weiguo leaned against the wall, one leg bent and resting against it, the other on the ground, wearing an unmistakable expression of longing, his lips curving upwards uncontrollably. The thought of going to work alone with Wen Ning had kept him awake the night before. His mind was buzzing with excitement, her smiling face frequently flashing before his eyes, her arched brows, her sparkling eyes, her delicate nose, her rosy lips, her graceful figure. Everything about her was beautiful and made his heart flutter. And she could take photos. The gentle tone she used while teaching him to take pictures. Her patient demeanor, the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't sleep. He wished desperately that it was already the next morning. When dawn finally broke, he jumped out of bed, quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, and rode his bicycle to the Lu family's courtyard. He couldn't wait any longer. The sweet anticipation felt like drinking honey or being drunk, floating lightly on cloud 9. Just as he was blissfully waiting, he suddenly heard the sound of the courtyard gate opening. Lu, brother Lu? Yen Weiguo's sweet expression instantly turned to surprise, then a hint of reverence. Lu Jinyang stood at the door, giving him a casual glance. You're here so early. Have you had breakfast? Yen Weiguo scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not yet. I thought you were inviting me in for breakfast, but I'm not hungry, brother Lu. I'll just go to the cafeteria later. I didn't know when Wen Ning would leave, so I came early to wait for her. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyang's lips curled slightly. He was quite clever. Thinking he was here to invite him for breakfast, Lu Jinyang calmly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Yen Weiguo. You're working in the secretariat, right? Yen Weiguo carefully took the cigarette and held it in his hand. Yes. Are you with Comrade Zhang? Lu Jinyang pulled out a lighter and tossed it to Yen Weiguo. Yen Weiguo caught it and lit the cigarette, answering truthfully, yes. Lu Jinyang's lips twitched slightly, his tone casual. I remember that the work of the publicity department is managed by Comrade Zhang. Since you're his secretary, does Comrade Zhang know you're close with people in other departments? Hearing this, Yen Weiguo froze for a moment. Comrade Zhang had more than one secretary. He had just entered the secretariat and hadn't considered this issue. But now that Lu Jinyang mentioned it, he realized that when Ning was in the publicity department and he was in the secretariat, he would come into contact with many confidential documents, and their work would inevitably intersect. If they got too close, rumors might start to circulate. From Wen Ning's perspective, if she started her job with any rumors about her, how could she establish herself in the workplace? But he didn't want to lose the chance to be with Wen Ning just because of this. No, he didn't want that. Brother Lu, if I were to date Wen Ning, wouldn't that mean no one would dare to spread rumors? The art troupe didn't prohibit colleagues from dating. If they were together openly, then picking her up and dropping her off from work would be seen as a normal relationship. Yin Weiguo was so serious that he didn't even take a puff of the cigarette he was holding. The ash on the tip had built up a small length as he earnestly looked at Lu Jinyang. Lu Jinyang gave him a calm glance and replied with 4 words, "Rumors are frightening." With a soft thud, the ash fell from Yin Weiguo's cigarette. Coming back to his senses, yes, rumors were frightening. A single word could crush a person. How could he bear to let Wen Ning bear the burden of rumors? As long as he was still in the secretariat, he would have to keep his distance from Wen Ning, unless he was transferred to another position. But his family had worked hard to place him here and had high hopes for him. They would definitely not agree to his transfer. Either that, or he could date Wen Ning and have her transfer positions. But they weren't even dating yet. And Wen Ning had just started her job. How could he ask her to make sacrifices for his career? Why should she? The light of hope in Yin Weiguo's eyes gradually turned into entanglement and struggle until it faded completely. Frustrated, he took a few puffs from the cigarette and finally made a decision. "Brother Lu, I'll leave now. Please tell Lu Yao and Wen Ning that I can't pick her up and drop her off from now on." "All right, I'll pass it on," Lu Jinyang nodded. Yin Weiguo stuck the cigarette in his mouth, slung his bicycle over his shoulder, and pedaled away. Watching him leave, Lu Jinyang's tightly drawn lips couldn't help but curve upwards. Inside the courtyard, Aunt Zhang, who had come out to pour out the rice washing water, stood there with a basin, her lips curling up uncontrollably. What had she just heard? That kid from the Yin family came to pick up little one for work, only to be sent away by a few words from Jinyang? Oh my, she hadn't guessed wrong. She really hadn't guessed wrong. Jinyang was interested in little one. She had to help him out. As Aunt Zhang was thinking this, Lu Jinyang walked in. "Jinyang." Aunt Zhang poured the rice washing water into the soil where she had planted some vegetables, smiling as she said, "Oh dear. The porridge I made this morning got a bit burnt. You all go eat at the cafeteria." Lu Jinyang nodded. "Got it, Aunt Zhang." In the living room, Wen Ning had finished washing up and walked to the dining table. As she was about to sit down, she saw Lu Jinyang coming over, reaching out to push her chair back in. Confused, Wen Ning looked at him. "Brother?" Lu Jinyang maintained a composed expression and said naturally, "Get ready. I'll take you to the unit for breakfast." "Huh?" Wen Ning was puzzled. Aunt Zhang conveniently came out of the kitchen and walked to her side. Yes. Little one, let Jinyang take you to the unit for breakfast. The porridge I made this morning got burnt, and I wouldn't be able to make it in time for you to get to work." So that was the case when Ning understood. But she had promised Yin Weiguo that they would go to work together. "Brother, you don't have to trouble yourself to take me to the unit. I agreed with Brother Yin to go together this morning." Before Lu Jinyang could respond, Aunt Zhang interjected, "Oh dear. That kid from the Yin family was just here looking for you, saying that because of the nature of your work, you need to avoid suspicion, so he can't pick you up and drop you off anymore. He asked me to let you know. Is that so?" Wen Ning blinked, thinking about how Yin Weiguo worked in the secretariat, close to the leaders, and indeed needed to be cautious. She turned to Lu Jinyang, her expression unchanged. "Brother, I'm ready. Let us go." Lu Jinyang grabbed the car keys from the table, put one hand in his pocket, and stepped towards the door. Wen Ning followed behind him. Watching the two of them walk out, Aunt Zhang smirked with pride, thinking her assistance was quite effective. TSK. When they reached the Jeep, Lu Jinyang opened the passenger door, and Wen Ning bent down to get into the car, skillfully fastening her seatbelt. Soon, Lu Jinyang also got into the car and slowly started the engine. After driving for a while, Lu Jinyang held the steering wheel with one hand and fished out a black rectangular box with the other, handing it to Wen Ning. "This is for you." "What?" Wen Ning took the box in surprise. Upon opening it, she discovered a silver and gold-colored fountain pen. The pen body was silver, while the cap and the end were plated with a circle of gold. Later, Wen Ning saw online that some people collected this model. It was a Parker 45 series pen, worth nearly 100 yuan in this era, and not easily available to the average person. What a beautiful pen, but no merit. No worth. Why give her such an expensive thing? Wen Ning closed the box, intending to return the item. Lu Jinyang caught a glimpse of her movement and said in a low voice, "It's a welcome gift for your new job. You're just starting, and in the publicity department, you'll need to write a lot, so you need a good fountain pen. Just take it." His tone held a hint of insistence. Since he said it was a welcome gift, Wen Ning decided not to be pretentious and graciously accepted the pen, turning to him with a smile. "Thank you, big brother. Then I'll treat you to breakfast today." Wen Ning thought that although she was using the meal ticket provided by the unit, it could still be considered treating someone. The car stopped near the art troupe, and the two got out and walked to the cafeteria. They left early today, so there weren't many people in the cafeteria yet. Wen Ning let Lu Jinyang sit down and then volunteered to carry the tray to get breakfast. Not long after Lu Jinyang sat down, two female colleagues from the next table arrived. "Hey, isn't that Captain Lu? What's he doing here at the art troupe for breakfast?" Could it be? One of the women nudged her companion and smiled knowingly. Fong, is Captain Lu here to run into you on purpose?" The woman named Fong shyly lowered her head, gripping her braided hair with both hands and stirring it nervously. How could that be? How could it not be? There's no artistic performance today. Captain Lu is definitely not here to watch a show. By the way, didn't you want to invite Captain Lu to the movies last time, but he was called away by someone else? This is a great opportunity. Hurry up and go. Fong wanted to invite him, but when she glanced at Lu Jinyang, sitting there with broad shoulders and a straight back, his chiseled profile and slightly pursed lips made him look handsome, yet too serious and cold, making her hesitate to approach. Her companion leaned in and whispered encouragement. "What are you afraid of? You're the star of our dance troupe, beautiful and graceful. Didn't you see how the male colleagues below were mesmerized when you danced on stage? Go. Captain Lu may be cold, but he is still a man. As the saying goes, a girl chasing a boy is like a layer of gauze. You've taken the initiative. Captain Lu will surely find it easy." "Oh, stop it." Fong playfully elbowed her companion, her heart racing. Indeed, many men pursued her, and they all approached her first. Now that she was taking the initiative, surely no man would reject her, right? Her courage surged, and she straightened her back, standing up from her seat and walking over to the next table. "Captain Lu," she called out in a high-pitched voice. Lu Jinyang turned his head, seeing a woman he didn't recognize beside him, and coldly asked, "What is it?" Fong's expression stiffened. He was indeed as unapproachable as she had imagined. Quickly adjusting her smile, she said, "What a coincidence, Captain Lu. We meet again. I performed the last solo dance in the last artistic performance." "So?" Lu Jinyang maintained a stern expression, his gaze not even on her, instead looking past her towards the food counter. Fong didn't expect his attitude to be so cold, but she hadn't seen him treat any female colleague warmly. Perhaps that was just his personality. Although she felt a bit uncertain, she fiddled with her braid and said, "Captain Lu, I heard that the movie Shining Red Star is showing in theaters recently. Do you have time? I'd like to invite you to watch it together." "No." Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jinyang coldly refused without raising an eyebrow. Fong, used to being the center of attention, was taken aback by the rejection. Her face flushed red, and she quickly returned to her seat, unable to hide her embarrassment. Did Captain Lu agree to go to the movies? Her companion leaned closer, curious. Fong shook her head awkwardly, saying he didn't have time. "Do you think he is not interested in me?" Her companion replied, "I don't think so. He might just be busy with work recently. Why not hold off on inviting him to the movies? Try to create more opportunities for contact first." Fong asked, "How do I do that?" Her companion winked at her tray. "This morning, the cafeteria is selling steamed buns. Buy a basket and say you can't finish them because your stomach is small and you're worried about wasting them. Ask Captain Lu to help you finish a few. No one would refuse hot, delicious buns." At the counter, the cafeteria had a set menu. And Wen Ning was worried that inviting Lu Jinyang to have congee and pickles might not seem sincere. However, when she reached the counter, she found they were serving buns today. It was just that the meal tickets weren't enough for the buns. She needed to pay extra and 50 cents. Thinking that the male colleagues had large appetites, Wen Ning called out to the counter, "Sir, I want 2 baskets of buns." Immediately, a female voice chimed in from the side, "Give me a basket of buns." The uncle at the counter looked at the 2 women who spoke one after the other and recognized one of them as Fong from the dance troupe. He hesitated and explained, "There are only 2 baskets left, and you'll have to wait another 15 minutes for the next batch." Following the principle of first come, first served, Wen Ning directly handed over her ticket, just as the uncle was about to reach for it. Fong was quick to grab Wen Ning's arm and pull back, smiling her usual smile. "Sorry, I have something to do and can't wait 15 minutes. Let me have a basket. Fong Fong, used to relying on her looks, thought that because she was being friendly, the other person would surely agree. Unexpectedly, Wen Ning replied in the same tone, "Sorry, I can't let you have it." Fong Fong's smile froze when she saw Wen Ning's face. It was the first time she had seen someone with a comparable appearance in the art troupe, and a wave of displeasure crossed her mind. She pouted. "I already said I have something to do. Why won't you let me have it? You're not from our unit, right? I've never seen you before." Non-unit personnel aren't allowed to eat in the cafeteria. Wen Ning was too lazy to argue with her and directly took out her work ID. Fong Fong glanced at her ID and was momentarily speechless. As she saw Wen Ning about to take the buns and leave, she reluctantly said, "You really are something. Can you eat 2 baskets of buns by yourself? What's wrong with letting me have a basket? You're not being cooperative or understanding at all. With your character, I don't know how you got into the art troupe." Fong Fong's companion also came over to ask what was happening. Fong Fong explained the situation, and her companion turned to glare at Wen Ning unfriendly, as if Wen Ning had dug up their ancestors' graves. Wen Ning didn't want to make things difficult for herself early in the morning, otherwise she would have to argue with the two of them. She loaded the buns onto her tray and walked towards her seat. Fong Fong and her companion stared at Wen Ning's back, exchanging glances and muttering. What is she acting all high and mighty for? So rude. Yeah, buying so many buns, she should be careful not to choke. As they continued to complain, they suddenly noticed that Wen Ning was actually carrying the buns towards Lu Jinyang. Fong Fong and her companion exchanged surprised glances, thinking that she might be using the excuse of not finishing the buns to ask Lu Jinyang for help, trying to get closer. Considering this possibility, both of them widened their eyes, watching for any movement from Lu Jinyang. Fong Fong nervously fiddled with her braid. "Do you think Captain Lu will accept her buns?" Her companion comforted her, "Definitely not. I've never seen Captain Lu give any female comrade a second glance." Fong Fong replied, "But that female comrade looks pretty good." The companion said, "Where's she good? I think you're much prettier than her. Just wait and see. That female comrade will be chased away by Captain Lu with a cold face. And then it'll be her embarrassing moment. Come on, let's go watch the fun." The companion pulled Fong Fong in that direction. As a result, they saw Lu Jinyang stand up proactively and take the tray from the female comrade before she even reached her seat. Fong Fong tightened her braid, almost stopping her breath, wondering what was happening. Why did Captain Lu take the bun from that female comrade? Wen Ning and Lu Jinyang had no idea they were being secretly watched. The two sat facing each other. Wen Ning bought 2 baskets of buns and 2 bowls of egg soup. She picked up her chopsticks, raised her eyes to Lu Jinyang, and smiled at him, "Eat while it's hot." Lu Jinyang curled his lips, his cold expression gradually melting away. He used his chopsticks to pick up a bun and took a bite. Wen Ning also grabbed a bun, put it in her bowl, split it in half with her chopsticks, pushed the meat filling to one side, and only ate the bun skin. Lu Jinyang observed her actions and quietly commented, "Waste of food." Wen Ning pouted her red lips. "I don't like eating the bun filling." Lu Jinyang replied, "Then you might as well eat steamed bread. Why buy buns?" While scolding her, his chopsticks picked up the remaining meat filling in Wen Ning's bowl and finished it all. They took a whole bun, separated the skin from the filling, and placed the skin in Wen Ning's bowl, saying, "Eat." He continued to give her 6 pieces of bun skins. The buns were small pork soup dumplings, so the skins weren't large. Wen Ning took a sip of egg soup and a bite of bun skin. Her cheeks puffed up like a little squirrel eating. After a short while, she rubbed her belly and said she couldn't eat anymore. Lu Jinyang glanced at her, noting that she had only eaten 4 buns and only the skins, with more than half a bowl of egg soup left. With such a small amount, it was less than what he would normally eat. How could she eat so little? Wen Ning pouted, her watery eyes blinking at him. "Acting cute. I really can't eat anymore." In the army, wasting food was not allowed. Lu Jinyang shot her a stern glance. Wen Ning was not afraid of him at all. Her apricot eyes blinked at him, her red lips opening and closing. "I really can't eat anymore. You know my stomach is small. Last time at the cafeteria, I didn't finish my steak and left a big portion." Lu Jinyang looked at her, recalling how she fed him fries last time at the diplomatic restaurant, and unconsciously swallowed hard. Wen Ning smiled slightly, continuing to coax him. "So, can you help me finish it? Okay? You're my brother after all." Her small face was as bright as peach blossoms. her voice flirtatious and enticing, each word and tone piercing into Lu Jinyang's ears like hooks. She then clearly saw Lu Jinyang's ears turning red. He took a deep breath, picked up her half bowl of leftover egg soup, and finished it in one gulp. Not far away, Fong Fong and her companion were shocked, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Captain Lu not only ate that female comrade's buns, but he also drank her leftover soup? What is their relationship? Chapter 52, Training in Huai Mountain. After finishing breakfast, Wen Ning had to go to work, and Lu Jinyang also had tasks to attend to, so the two parted ways at the cafeteria entrance. Wen Ning walked towards the office building of the publicity department. Stop! As she turned a corner past a flower bed, she was blocked on both sides by two women. Wen Ning raised her eyes and recognized the women who had just tried to snatch a bun from her at the food counter. What's the matter? Wen Ning raised an eyebrow, her gaze turning cold as she looked at the two. When she wasn't smiling, her expression was quite frosty, keeping people at a distance. To Fong Fong and her companion, this made her seem particularly arrogant. Not wanting to lose face, Fong Fong straightened her back and raised her chin. Confronting Wen Ning, I want to ask you, what is your relationship with Captain Lu? It's normal for a pretty girl to have a bit of pride, and Wen Ning could understand that. However, the way this girl was looking at her, like a legitimate wife questioning a mistress, along with her superior tone, made Wen Ning feel that the act was a bit excessive. She raised her brows, knowing how to provoke. Who are you? Are you Lu Jinyang's wife or his mother? Do I need to report my relationship with him to you? You. Fong Fong's face froze, her mouth slightly agape, clearly not expecting Wen Ning to speak so harshly. But every word hit her sore spot. Yes, she was nobody. What right did she have to ask? From start to finish, she had been secretly in love with Lu Jinyang. Initially, she thought he was the type to be cold and distant, not caring about anyone. But today, she saw another side of him, actively sharing buns with a female comrade and even drinking her leftover soup. Remembering that scene made Fong Fong feel both sour and jealous, her back teeth grinding together, fingers tightly clenched. Seeing this, her companion shouted at Wen Ning, "What are you acting so high and mighty for? We're just asking what's up with you. You and that guy being all lovey-dovey in public. We have to ask what your relationship is. If you're dating, that's fine, but if you're not, then you're shameless and have no dignity." Wen Ning almost laughed in anger. Eating a meal with Lu Jinyang made her shameless? No wonder it was the 1970s. They could just throw labels around without caring how absurd they were. What are you laughing at? Be careful. I'll report you if you don't believe it. Fong Fong, seeing her half-smile expression, felt furious and threatened. Wen Ning thought she must have stepped out without checking the calendar that morning to run into two lunatics. Besides, reporting someone also required evidence. Making baseless accusations was absurd. Did they think the Lu family was just a decoration? Moreover, Lu Jinyang was a pilot, a key protected individual of the state. How could he be slandered like this? Wen Ning couldn't be bothered to argue with them. With a smirk, she said, "If you have the guts, go ahead and report me. If not, step aside. I need to get to work." She smiled arrogantly, her expression clearly dismissing the two. Fong Fong and her companion were instead intimidated by her aura and unwillingly stepped aside, letting her pass. Wen Ning strode away, watching her slender figure walk further away. Fong Fong was so angry she stomped her feet. She was just asking a question. Why was the other party acting so arrogant? She was furious. However, thinking about Wen Ning's nonchalant demeanor, perhaps she really was Lu Jinyang's girlfriend. The thought made Fong Fong even angrier. Her teeth clenched tightly. She sulked back with her companion. As they approached the dormitory building, they spotted a familiar figure from afar, a well-mannered man wearing black-rimmed glasses, holding a paper bag from Daxiankin, standing under a sycamore tree waiting for someone. Before he noticed them, Fong Fong quickly pulled her companion to take a detour. "Hurry up, if Xiangbing sees us, he'll come after us." It was annoying that the person she liked had a girlfriend while the one she didn't like was always hovering around. Upon hearing Xiangbing's name, her companion's expression also showed clear tension as she linked arms with Fong Fong and hurried in the opposite direction. Once they reached a safe area, she complained, "That Xiangbing is like a sticky candy. You can't shake him off. What did you do to deserve his attention?" Fong Fong was equally annoyed. "Who knows? It's just bad luck. You know, the last time I came back from the shower at night, I realized I had left some clothes behind. When I went back to get them, I unexpectedly ran into him, and he was staring at my chest the whole time. Luckily, the male comrades from the vocal band passed by, and I quickly followed them back. Recalling this incident, Fong Fong patted her chest in fear. Her companion also felt a bit apprehensive, recalling the rumors. Do you remember that female comrade from the choir who got transferred? Fong Fong replied, yeah. Didn't they say she was unwell and left early and got a severance package? Her companion whispered, it wasn't T, just being unwell. She had a miscarriage and gave birth in the women's restroom. Do you know whose child it was? Whose? Fong Fong casually guessed. It wouldn't be Xiang Bing's, right? To her surprise, her companion nodded vigorously. Exactly. After he got her, he slept with her. And when he got tired of her, he kicked her to the curb. Nobody knew she got pregnant, and when she miscarried at 5 months, it was in the restroom. All the female comrades in the dorm knew about it. The woman's reputation was ruined, and when she wanted to report Xiang Bing, who knows what the Xiang family said to her, but in the end, she agreed to take the severance pay and return home without reporting him. Xiang Bing remained unaffected, and the woman returned home and married someone else. Just a few days ago, she even sent wedding candies to their dorm. They all signed a confidentiality agreement with the Xiang family that this matter cannot be disclosed. I know because the head of their dormitory is from the same hometown, and she told me about it quietly. You mustn't spread it around. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. Fong Fong made a gesture of sealing her lips. She had known Xiang Bing had a bad reputation, but she didn't expect him to be so bold as to get a comrade pregnant. Her companion said, he has done this before under the guise of dating, then sleeps with a woman, and when he gets tired of her, he breaks up. The woman, concerned about her reputation, can only suffer in silence and let him ruin her innocence. Everyone knows what kind of person he is. On the surface, he doesn't have a position in the art troupe, just drives trucks for logistics, but his dad is a big leader, so nobody dares to report him. Just be careful. Fong Fong scoffed, don't worry, I wouldn't look at someone like him. Her companion had a knowing expression. I know you don't like him. You like Captain Lu, right? Too bad he has a girlfriend. Yeah, too bad Captain Lu has a girlfriend. And that girlfriend is even more arrogant and just as pretty as I am. Fong Fong thought, pulling at the hem of her clothes in frustration. As she fidgeted, she suddenly heard someone calling her name from downstairs. Instinctively, she leaned out the window to look and came face to face with Xiang Bing's smiling face. Fong Fong, I didn't know you were in the dorm. I bought your favorite donkey rolling. Let us have lunch together. Xiang Bing waved the paper bag in his hand. Fong Fong felt a headache coming on. This kind of guy was impossible to directly refuse because his dad was a leader at the unit. But not rejecting him also meant he wouldn't leave her alone like sticky candy. So annoying. Why was he fixated on her? Why not pursue other female comrades? If he found a new target, would he stop bothering her? New target, new target. It would have to be a female comrade, even prettier and more dazzling than her to divert Xiang Bing's attention. An idea flashed through Fong Fong's mind, and then she suddenly brightened. She had a plan. In the publicity department office, Wen Ning had been looking through materials all morning, feeling dizzy. It seemed like it was only a short time since breakfast, but when she glanced at the time, it was already lunchtime. Meow Meow was on leave for a checkup today, Lu Mei was an old hand who left early, and Zhou Fong was unpredictable in her comings and goings. Leaving her alone in the room, she put down the materials in her hand, stood up to stretch her sore shoulders, then took her meal ticket and lunchbox from her bag and headed to the cafeteria. Today, Wen Ning was wearing a yellow blouse, her hair styled in 2 braids hanging on her shoulders, and a matching headband that echoed the color of her dress. With such a simple outfit, combined with her strikingly beautiful face and curvaceous figure, she attracted attention wherever she went, like a national treasure. She wasn't shy at all. Her cherry-red lips slightly curving into a smile, her head held high, chest out, stomach in, and her slender waist swaying like a willow as she walked. Her eyes sparkled, and her delicate white hands casually brushed aside the loose strands of hair by her cheek, exuding a charm that left the modest and shy people of this era dumbfounded. Oh my, this girl is too beautiful. Is she a new recruit in our unit? She must be. Look, she's holding a meal ticket. How could someone who isn't from our unit get in? If that's the case, the star of the dance team might need to be replaced. Just having her stand on stage would leave everyone mesmerized, And if she dances a few moves, wouldn't all those new recruits be completely captivated? Yeah, compared to her, Fong Fong seems just average. Not just average. When they stand together, who would still notice Fong Fong? Fong Fong stood with her companions, staring at the yellow silhouette ahead and hearing the discussions around her, her anger making her clutch her clothes tightly. Average looking? Why don't these people look in the mirror and see what they look like? And that Wen Ning, already dating Lu Jinyang, and still dressing like this to flaunt herself. Fong Fong disdainfully curled her lips at Wen Ning's back. Fong Fong, you're the prettiest in my heart. Xiang Bing had followed her without her noticing and whispered in her ear. A warm breath brushed against her cheek, and Fong Fong felt goosebumps rise all over her body. She subtly moved to the side, giving a dry laugh. What do you want for lunch? I can have someone prepare something special for you. Xiang Bing asked. Sure, but I need to find a friend first. Fong Fong replied, then pulled her companion along, chasing after the figure ahead. Xiang Bing followed behind her. Comrade Wen. Fong Fong tapped Wen Ning's shoulder with a smile. Wen Ning turned around, seeing Fong Fong, her eyes filled with a hint of vigilance. They had just argued in the morning. Now Fong Fong was smiling at her, and she didn't know what to think. But Fong Fong seemed like a different person. Smiling as she asked, Comrade Wen, are you eating alone? Wen Ning gave her a clear look. What do you want? Fong Fong tugged at her braid and said, I was rude this morning, and I apologize. Please don't take it to heart. To express my sincerity, let me treat you to some cafeteria stir-fry. The cafeteria stir-fry required extra meal tickets. Wen Ning was very cautious, recognizing the saying, no good deed goes unpunished, immediately rejecting her. I accept your apology, but let us skip the meal. We're not close. With that, Wen Ning quickened her pace and entered the cafeteria, blending into the crowd. Fong Fong. Who is that girl? Xiang Bing had just arrived and saw Wen Ning leaving, stunned by her fleeting beauty. What a stunning glance. She is a heavenly being. Looking back at Fong Fong beside him, he felt she instantly paled in comparison. Fong Fong had seen Wen Ning's work ID in the morning and eagerly introduced her to Xiang Bing. Her name is Wen Ning. She is a new officer in the propaganda department. Xiang Bing responded with an understanding "oh," his gaze searching for Wen Ning in the crowd. But there were too many people blocking his view. Fong Fong took the opportunity to pull her companion away. When Xiang Bing came back to his senses, he found no one beside him. He didn't look for Fong Fong again. Instead, he rubbed his chin, deep in thought. After this encounter, he felt restless. In the afternoon at work, he found an excuse to take a stroll around the propaganda department. When he arrived, Wen Ning was not there. He was looking around at the entrance when he ran into Zhou Fong, who knew Xiang Bing's dad. She smiled and asked, Xiao Xiang, who are you looking for? Xiang Bing raised the documents in his hand, saying he was delivering materials. Zhou Fong took them and said, okay, just give them to me. Seizing the chance, Xiang Bing asked, Aunt Zhou, I heard you've recruited a new officer in the propaganda department? Zhou Fong nodded. Yes, what is up? Xiang Bing replied. Nothing, just curious. I keep hearing everyone discussing it. And Zhou, I have something else to do. I'll head out. All right. Zhou Fong waved him off, contemplating something. She had heard about Xiang Bing's interest, and now he was inquiring about Wen Ning. It couldn't be. As she thought of something, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. Wen Ning was posting posters on the bulletin board in the flower bed downstairs. And Xiang Bing didn't notice her when he went upstairs. However, on his way down, he spotted her. He stood not far behind her, staring intently at her figure. She bent over, turned sideways, and stood on tiptoe. Each movement was etched in Xiang Bing's mind. The yellow blouse made her skin appear so fair it seemed like it could be pinched to extract water. Her tiny waist was delicate, her waist-to-hip ratio just right, and her exposed legs were both white and straight. With a large chest, slim waist, and ample hips. Wow, what a perfect figure. The key was that little face. So beautiful that just one glance left Xiang Bing itching with desire, the light behind his glasses shining like that of a wolf. He thought, if only he could sleep with her. While Xiang Bing was watching Wen Ning, Zhou Fong was peering over the railing at him. Seeing him standing still and staring at Wen Ning for quite a while, Zhou Fong had an idea. The next day, Xiang Bing came to the propaganda department again. Zhou Fong said to Wen Ning The military district is conducting exercises in HOTTIE Mountain this afternoon, lasting 3 days. Some of our art troop members have already gone. You'll be in charge of taking photos during the exercises, so pack your things and get ready to go. Taking photos is just a matter of saying it. But there are many details to consider. Wen Ning was always alert to Zhou Fang's potential traps and asked Section Chief Zhou, "Are there any specific requirements for taking the photos?" Zhou Fang pointed to Miao Miao. "Miao Miao, tell her." Miao Miao took out her notes and handed them to Wen Ning. "I've written down all the requirements for the photos. You can read them on the way. The camera is here." Miao Miao retrieved a black Shanghai camera from the cabinet. Wen Ning adjusted it a bit. The camera wasn't broken and was usable, and the film was still sealed. Confirming everything was in order, she asked Zhou Fang, "Section Chief Zhou, HOTTIE Mountain is in the suburbs, and the main group has already left. How do I get there?" Zhou Fang's eyes flickered as she pointed outside to Xiangbing. "Hey Xiao Xiang, aren't you supposed to help deliver supplies to HOTTIE Mountain this afternoon?" Suddenly called out. Xiangbing was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded. Yes. I'm getting ready to leave." "Section Chief Zhou, what is your instruction?" Zhou Fang introduced Wen Ning. "This is our department as Xiao Wen. She is also going to HOTTIE Mountain this afternoon. You can take her along." Xiangbing pushed his black-framed glasses up his nose. A warm and harmless smile on his lips, looking quite presentable at first glance. He reached out his hand to Wen Ning. "Hello, I'm Xiangbing, the truck driver for the regiment." Wen Ning shook his hand lightly and then withdrew it. Xiangbing's smile remained. "Comrade Wen, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Once you're ready, we'll set off." Wen Ning nodded, lowering her head to pack her things. 10 minutes later, she got into a military green truck. The driver's seat and passenger seat were connected, with Xiangbing driving while Wen Ning sat in the passenger seat by the window. A military canvas backpack placed in between them. Chapter 53, The Heavens Want to Destroy Her. The truck drove out of the city, heading towards HOTTIE Mountain. HOTTIE Mountain is a 2-hour drive from the city. Xiangbing was well prepared, driving while occasionally taking out a bag of snacks for Wen Ning. "Eat some hawthorn cake from Daxiankin, Comrade Wen." He smiled elegantly and was very polite after getting in the car. "Thank you, I'm not hungry." Wen Ning was not someone who craved snacks. Even though Xiangbing handed the food to her, she still didn't touch it. Xiangbing chuckled. "Do you not like hawthorn cake? There are also millefeuille and amber walnuts." He prided himself on his experience, having prepared several snacks in advance. But knew Wen Ning wouldn't touch any of them at all. After driving for a while, Xiangbing saw in the rearview mirror that Wen Ning pursed her lips. He immediately pulled out a bottle of soda from under the seat for her. "Comrade Wen, you must be thirsty. Have some soda, it's orange flavor." "No, thank you." Wen Ning was indeed thirsty, but ever since that time she was drugged by a human trafficking gang on the train, she resolutely refused to eat anything given by strangers, even if that person was a colleague, even though she was indeed a bit thirsty at the moment. Seeing that she wouldn't drink, Xiangbing held the steering wheel with both hands and jokingly said, "Comrade Wen is quite vigilant, not eating the snacks, not drinking the soda." Wen Ning didn't know what to say. She forced a couple of dry laughs. Xiangbing said, "Don't worry. I'm really from the logistics department of the art troupe. If you don't believe me, look at my work ID." Saying that, he pulled out his work ID from his jacket pocket to show Wen Ning. Wen Ning glanced at it. After all, they were from the same unit. If the other party was indeed well-meaning, her refusal did seem a bit cold. She casually found an excuse to brush it off. "I didn't mean that. My teeth aren't good. Sweets make my teeth ache. Comrade Xiang, how long until we arrive?" Wen Ning looked out the window at the towering mountains on both sides of the road. She didn't have a watch, and there were no road signs nearby, so she didn't know how far they had traveled. Xiangbing replied, "Soon, probably another 40 minutes. He glanced at Wen Ning in the passenger's seat, her unrealistically beautiful profile, her fair skin, and her ample bosom. He had long been infatuated, estimating that after another 10 minutes, he would need to find a flatter place. Finally, moments later, the truck passed through a patch of woods. This location was good. Xiangbing slowly stepped on the brakes, turned to look at Wen Ning, and nervously said, "Comrade Wen, it seems there is a problem with the truck. The brake pads feel a bit loose. I'll go check it out, and you can also get out and stretch your legs." After saying that, Xiangbing jumped out of the truck. Wen Ning didn't know how long he would take to check, and after sitting for a while, her calves did feel a bit swollen, so it was fine to get out and move around a bit. She opened the car door, supported herself on the handrail, and got out. Seeing her come down, Xiang Bing propped up the hood with a jack, casually twisted with a wrench, and then pretended to remember something, pointing to the nearby woods. If Comrade Wen needs to use the restroom, you can go over there. There's no one there, and I'll keep watch for you. Wen Ning glanced at the direction of the woods. The dense tree trunks and lush branches made it seem unsafe, so she shook her head. No need. I don't want to use the restroom. Wen Ning moved her limbs nearby, stretching her legs and raising her arms. Xiang Bing looked at her alluring face and figure, gradually losing patience. If she wouldn't eat the snacks or go into the woods, he wouldn't hesitate to use force. Comrade Wen. Xiang Bing walked towards her with a gentle smile on his face. Can you help me with something? He reached her side and extended his arm, rolling up his sleeve. Can you help me take my watch off? Wen Ning noticed that his hands had some grease on them, which could easily dirty her clothes. She nodded, her fingers touching the watch strap, just about to undo it, when suddenly Xiang Bing wrapped his arms around her, one hand gripping her waist, while the other arm locked around her neck from behind, dragging her towards the nearby woods without saying a word. What are you doing? Let go of me, Wen Ning shouted, elbowing backward with force, hitting Xiang Bing in the ribs, while her foot, seemingly with a mind of its own, accurately kicked towards his groin. Ever since she was bullied by a rogue last time, she had learned a few moves from Lu Jinyang and practiced them whenever she had a chance. At this moment, facing Xiang Bing's sudden attack, her actions were completely reflexive, quick, and fierce. Xiang Bing was hit hard in the ribs and felt a sharp pain in his groin. In pain, he naturally loosened his grip on Wen Ning. Wen Ning seized the opportunity to run out, but the next second, Xiang Bing chased after her. Wen Ning had no choice but to dive into the woods ahead, frantically pushing deeper inside. Xiang Bing watched her plunge into the woods and immediately yelled triumphantly from behind. Don't waste your energy. You can't escape my grasp. I advise you to lie down obediently, and I'll make it more comfortable for you. Wen Ning didn't dare to look back or respond, continuing to run deeper into the woods. Xiang Bing chased after her, completely not expecting that she, looking delicate and weak, actually had such good stamina and could run so fast. Wen Ning finally burst out of the woods, and suddenly a river appeared before her. The water flowed down from the mountain, rushing and turbulent, deep and not a small creek. Xiang Bing stopped behind her, leaning against a tree trunk, panting. Run? Why aren't you running anymore? Wen Ning's almond-shaped eyes were red with anger as she gritted her teeth and glared at him, stepping back towards the riverbank. Who was it that conspired with you against me? Zhou Feng? Xiang Bing straightened up and advanced towards her. I don't understand what you're saying. Wen Ning sneered. Then it must be Zhou Feng. Xiang Bing was only a step away from her, lunging forward to grab her. Just as Xiang Bing's hands reached out, Wen Ning turned around and decisively jumped into the river. Her figure bobbed in the turbulent water, quickly disappearing from sight. Wen Ning was a good swimmer and followed the current downstream. The river water downstream was not as turbulent, and she could see pebbled beaches in the distance. She initially thought she could easily reach the shore, but having run so hard earlier, her hands and feet began to cramp, and she sank straight down into the water. The heavens wanted to destroy her. The military district was conducting a training exercise, with both the land and air forces participating. Each two soldiers formed a team to complete the designated tasks, testing the soldiers' survival and combat abilities in the wild. Lu Jinyang and Sun Changzheng were in the same team, carrying their backpacks, and, after walking in the mountains for half a day, they finally found a riverbank to settle down. After a long trek, they set up the tent and could finally rest for a while. Sun Changzheng lay on the ground, propping his feet up, hands behind his head, chewing on a piece of grass, leisurely enjoying the scenery around him. Lu Jinyang was still busy beside him, using binoculars to observe the terrain, looking down to write and draw on paper, formulating the action plan for the next 3 days. Hey, Team Leader Lu, come quickly and look. Sun Changzheng suddenly stood up, pointing at the river surface not far away. Isn't that a person floating over there? Chapter 54, Should We Date? Hearing Sun Changzheng's words, Lu Jinyang looked through the binoculars at the river surface and saw clearly that there was indeed a person floating. There was no struggle at all, clearly indicating that the situation was dire. His brows furrowed slightly, and he quickly threw the binoculars to Sun Changzheng. then swiftly stripped off his military uniform and shoes, plunging into the river with a splash. It wasn't until he laid the person flat on the riverbank that he noticed the familiar face of the woman. It was none other than Wen Ning. Her palm-sized face was as pale as paper, her lips devoid of color, and her eyes tightly shut, looking extremely dire. Watching the woman before him, who was on the verge of death, Lu Jinyang's pupils constricted, and his heart felt as if it were gripped by invisible hands, sinking rapidly. He wiped the water dripping down his face and head, stood up, and picked her up, turning her so that her back leaned against his chest. He wrapped his arms around her, slowly attempting to expel the river water from her body. After a few tries, the person beneath him still showed no reaction. Lu Jinyang was panic-stricken. His temples throbbed, and his hands trembled. He quickly laid her flat on the ground again and, without hesitation, bent down to kiss her lips, earnestly performing artificial respiration. Wen Ning had a dream. In the dream, she was in love with a handsome guy, tall and striking, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Looking exactly like Lu Jinyang, with an especially fit body, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, defined abs, and chest muscles. When they embraced, he was hot and hard, as if he were going to melt her. The two of them, caught up in a moment, held each other close and kissed. Lu Jinyang, who was originally serious while performing artificial respiration, suddenly. The woman's delicate arm lifted, wrapping around his strong neck, her whole body pressing against his warm chest. Captain Lu, is she still breathing? Sun Changzheng only saw Lu Jinyang still back, bent over, and thought something was wrong, so he curiously walked over to ask. Hearing the voice, Lu Jinyang snapped back to reality and coldly replied, "Help me get my jacket." Sun Changzheng shot him a doubtful glance before turning to retrieve the military jacket he had thrown on the ground. Once the person walked away, Lu Jinyang swallowed hard, lowering his head to gaze deeply at the woman on the ground. Wen Ning, interrupted just as she was feeling comfortable, groaned softly, her eyelashes fluttering open. And then her eyes met the man's deep gaze. It was as if two flames were burning, hot enough to consume her completely. Then she saw the man's handsome features, his long, narrow eyes, high nose, thin, sexy lips, and the bobbing Adam's apple, along with his white military tank top, camouflage pants, and black leather boots. Was it a dream? How could this person look exactly like Lu Jinyang? She looked at Lu Jinyang with her dazed, watery eyes. Lu Jinyang was also looking at her, seeing her beautiful face misted with water, her soaked clothes clinging to her curvaceous body, the buttons of her shirt undone by the water, revealing a large expanse of skin as smooth as jade, and her white undergarment, with water droplets streaming down her snow-white skin, disappearing into the white cloth. Lu Jinyang parted his lips, his throat bobbing, and spoke in a low, hoarse voice, "You." Hearing the familiar voice, Wen Ning was suddenly pulled back to reality. The person in front of her really seemed to be Lu Jinyang. So did she really dream of kissing him? Or did she actually kiss him? Aye. Wen Ning's mind went blank for a moment. Her rosy lips slightly parted, unable to speak. Just as the two of them stared at each other, unable to say a word, Sun Changzheng came over with the jacket. "Captain here." Sun Changzheng tossed the jacket over, and Lu Jinyang, as if he had eyes on his back, raised his hand to catch it and instinctively wrapped it around Wen Ning, covering her with a large jacket. The jacket seemed to still hold the man's body warmth. And Wen Ning felt enveloped by a wave of warmth. She pulled the jacket closer around herself, instinctively looking down to see that her original clothes were already soaked through, becoming transparent against her skin, vaguely covering her curves, making it even more embarrassing than if she were wearing nothing at all. In an instant, her cheeks flushed bright red. Her almond-shaped eyes lowered slightly, her eyelashes trembled, and she shyly bit her lip. "Put your clothes on." Lu Jinyang's low voice came through as he raised his hand to tighten the jacket around her, helping her button up one by one. Only after she was thoroughly covered did Lu Jinyang step aside. Sun Changzheng, who had been extremely curious, saw that after Lu Jinyang rescued the person, he was not only holding her to expel water, but also personally helping her dress and buttoning her clothes. He thought to himself that he had never seen Captain Lu be so attentive and caring towards anyone. What was going on? Until he clearly saw Wen Ning's face. You are. Comrade Ning. Sun Changzheng, still unaware that Wen Ning was Comrade Ning, stared wide-eyed in surprise. His mouth agape, as if a fist could fit inside. Wen Ning remembered him and smiled, raising the corners of her lips. Comrade Sun, it's nice to see you again. Sun Changzheng pinched his thigh as if waking from a dream, saying, It really is you, Comrade Ning. Wen Ning nodded. Comrade Ning, you really have a connection with our Captain Lu. Sun Changzheng exclaimed, excitedly scanning between Wen Ning and Lu Jinyang, then counting on his fingers. It seems Captain Lu has saved you 3 times, right? The first time on the train, when you were targeted by human traffickers. The second time, when you were harassed by thugs in the alley. And the third time, when you fell into the river. Oh my gosh, what a fate. Wen Ning couldn't help but smile at his excited expression. Thinking that indeed it was fate, it seemed that every time she encountered trouble, Lu Jinyang was the one who helped her. Comrade Ning, do you have a partner? Sun Changzheng, seeing Wen Ning smiling brightly, seized the opportunity to ask. Wen Ning shook her head. Not yet. Sun Changzheng's eyes lit up, and he grinned so widely that his eyes nearly disappeared. Comrade Ning, look. Every time you encounter danger, you meet our Captain Lu. What does that mean? This is a heavenly gift of fate. It's destiny bringing you two together. Have you ever heard the saying, a life-saving grace should be repaid with one's body? So, Comrade Ning, how about following destiny and considering dating our Captain Lu? Chapter 55, Alone by the River, dating Lu Jinyang? Wen Ning really hadn't thought about this before. Now that Sun Changzheng asked, she began to seriously consider the question. If we set aside the original plot, Lu Jinyang was exactly her type. He had a pleasing appearance, a great physique, an excellent physical condition. With that small motor waist, sleeping with him would definitely be a top-notch experience. Would it be possible to date someone like that? Of course, it was possible. Without hesitation, Wen Ning nodded immediately. But now she was in a book, and the past was clearly laid out before her. Lu Jinyang had no feelings for the original character, didn't like her at all, and even found her desire to marry into the Lu family quite annoying. Although she had changed part of the plot after entering the story, and Lu Jinyang's attitude towards her might have shifted a bit, that didn't mean he wanted to date her. What if he only saw her as a sister? If he discovered that she had developed feelings for him? The goodwill she had painstakingly built in his heart would instantly revert, and their relationship would return to how it was when they first met. Repeating the original story's fate. To pursue a relationship, would she give up the golden thigh of the Lu family? No way, absolutely not. She wouldn't become a love-struck fool or a pure love warrior. However, nothing was ever absolute. When Ning suddenly recalled the belly band she had left in Lu Jinyang's room, wrinkled in that way. Who knew what he had done with that piece of cloth? Later, when she wore it, she always felt strange and inexplicably warm in her chest. Plus, his occasional glances at her were definitely not innocent. So, what if it was Lu Jinyang who wanted to date her? Would she be willing? How should she respond to Sun Changzheng's question? Wen Ning maintained her composure on the surface, appearing shy and flustered, but her mind was racing. Ning. Sun Changzheng saw her hesitate for a long time without speaking and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Wen Ning shyly and awkwardly coughed twice while covering her mouth, having already thought of her answer. Comrade Sun, matters of dating should be asked directly, of course. It needs to be Lu Jinyang himself who asks to confirm his feelings. Sun Changzheng didn't expect her to answer that way. He scratched his head, reacting a beat too late, then winked at Lu Jinyang. Team Lu, I can only lay the groundwork for you here. The rest is up to you. Lu Jinyang didn't look at Sun Changzheng's hint. Hearing Wen Ning's answer, he already had an idea in mind. However, he was accustomed to keeping everything to himself, not showing it on his face. Even if he wanted to bring up dating, it wouldn't be in such a hurried and awkward situation. That would seem insincere. So, he just fixed his dark eyes on Wen Ning's beautiful brows and asked seriously, how did you fall into the river? The sudden change of topic caught Wen Ning off guard. She felt a bit disappointed. He really didn't have those feelings for her and probably saw her as a sister. It was good she hadn't overthought it. Wen Ning quickly adjusted her mood and honestly recounted how she ended up there and why she fell into the river. With each sentence, she spoke. Lu Jinyang's expression darkened. Sun Changzheng's demeanor also shifted from casual to serious. By the time Wen Ning finished, Lu Jinyang's large hand hanging at his side had already clenched into a fist, his dark eyes filled with murderous intent. As if he wished he could go kill Xiang Bing immediately. Wen Ning also wished she could kill Xiang Bing, but I wasn't violated by him. And there's no evidence to prove he had any ulterior motives towards me. Reporting this to the police would be useless. As long as he insisted he hadn't done anything, I wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Sun Changzheng angrily pounded his thigh. Knowing the other party was guilty but lacking evidence, watching him get away scot-free was infuriating. Damn it, how about we secretly bag him and beat him half to death? Let us see if he dares to mess with girls again. This method could vent their anger temporarily. But if they didn't kill him or send him to reform through labor, once he recovered, he'd still have those dirty thoughts. What Lu Jinyang wanted was for Xiang Bing to never appear in front of Wen Ning again. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. I'll handle this person. You don't need to intervene. Sun Changzheng had always listened to Lu Jinyang's commands and nodded in agreement. All right, Team Lu. Just let me know if you need anything. However, Wen Ning wanted to take revenge herself. She craved that feeling of retribution. She looked at Lu Jinyang. Brother, maybe I can set a trap to attract Xiang Bing, and then you can have the police ambush nearby and catch him in the act. Then wouldn't we have evidence? Lu Jinyang immediately rejected her suggestion. No, if you set a trap and Xiang Bing gets caught, the Xiang family will definitely retaliate and make a big fuss about it, even turning around to say it was your initiative. By then, your reputation would be ruined. I will absolutely not allow you to do something that harms yourself while trying to harm the enemy. The more critical point was that he couldn't stand anyone having designs on her. Even the thought of it was unbearable. With Lu Jinyang's rejection, Wen Ning didn't feel discouraged. Besides Xiang Bing, she still had to settle the score with Zhou Fang. Zhou Fang had suddenly sent her to Huai Mountain and deliberately made her get into Xiang Bing's car. She didn't believe Zhou Fang wasn't involved in this matter. Perhaps she was aware of Xiang Bing's character and intentionally created such an opportunity to make her lose her innocence. She needed to think carefully about how to settle this score with Zhou Fang. While Wen Ning and Lu Jinyang each had their own thoughts. Sun Changzheng stared at the two of them in shock. Comrade Ning, what did you just call our team, Lu? Brother? What's going on? Wen Ning found Sun Changzheng's bewildered expression somewhat amusing, like someone who only realized they hadn't caught up with a trending topic. She chuckled and looked at Lu Jinyang. Brother, you didn't tell Comrade's son about our relationship? Lu Jinyang smirked slightly. I didn't mention it. I forgot. Hearing their exchange, Sun Changzheng was even more confused, anxiously glancing between Lu Jinyang and Wen Ning, his expression pleading, as if saying, hurry and tell me. I can't hold it in any longer. Wen Ning, worried he might go mad from holding it in, laughed and explained, I'm the recognized sister of Team Lu. My name is Wen Ning. What? Sun Changzheng widened his eyes in disbelief, repeating, You are our team, Lu's adopted sister? Wen Ning smiled, nodding at him. Sun Changzheng covered his heart with his hand, recalling how he had just wanted to get the two of them together, feeling like he was going to die. It turned out they were siblings. But wait, an adopted sister wasn't a biological sister, and there was no blood relation, so they could still date. A sister becoming a wife was like keeping the water from flowing to outsiders. It was a sweet deal. The key point was that he was certain, absolutely certain, that Team Lu was definitely interested in Wen Ning. Thinking of this, Sun Changzheng stood up and said, Well then, Team Lu, I'll go scout the area nearby. You stay here with Sister Wen Ning. Without waiting for Lu Jinyang to respond, Sun Changzheng turned and walked into the woods, leaving Lu Jinyang and Wen Ning behind. Wen Ning was still sitting on the ground, wrapped in Lu Jinyang's coat, but she was still wearing her wet clothes underneath, which felt sticky and uncomfortable. Moreover, as it got later, the temperature dropped. What if the dampness seeped in her body and she fell ill? She still had to go to Huai Mountain for the photo shoot. If she delayed the shooting task, Zhou Fang would surely take advantage of it again. Thinking of this made Wen Ning angry. She was almost deprived of her innocence and still had to work. She wanted to curse. Forget it. The priority is to quickly dry the clothes. Wen Ning looked around and recalled the scenes of making a fire in survival documentaries, planning to find some branches to build a fire. What are you looking for? Lu Jinyang asked as he noticed her scanning the area. Wen Ning replied honestly, looking for something to start a fire. Lu Jinyang glanced at her, pointed to the tent not far away, and said, "You should go inside and change your clothes first to avoid catching a cold." Wen Ning also wanted to change her clothes, but she didn't bring any. Lu Jinyang seemed to see through her thoughts, leading her to the side of the tent. He bent down and took out a military backpack, rummaging through it as he said, "Just wear mine for now." Wen Ning thought he had brought extra clothes, like short sleeves or something, but instead, he handed her a black military vest. "It'll do," Lu Jinyang said. Wen Ning looked at the pure black vest, took it, and muttered softly, "This is too black, it's unlucky." "What?" Lu Jinyang raised an eyebrow, thinking he misheard. But when he saw her little face, clearly showing her dislike for the black vest, he smirked and asked, "What color do you want?" "Wen Ning kaswalirepliet. Do you have it in white?" Lu Jinyang paused for a second and said solemnly, "I do." He then quickly walked to the riverbank, brought back the white vest he had worn before jumping into the river, and handed it to Wen Ning, his narrow eyes indicating for her to take it. "I've worn it before, do you want it? I just changed this morning," he added. "Huh?" Wen Ning was stunned, not expecting him to mean he had worn it. Her first thought was whether it would smell of sweat. She didn't like the smell of men's sweat. Thinking this, she reached out to take the vest, held it under her nose, and gently sniffed. To her surprise, there was no sweat smell, just a faint scent of soap mixed with the sun-dried smell, which was quite pleasant. She relaxed immediately and took a few more deep sniffs. Lu Jinyang watched her actions, feeling a tingling sensation in his chest and back, as if she were lightly sniffing him. His Adam's apple moved uncontrollably, and his gaze on her deepened. Wen Ning, completely unaware, was satisfied after a few sniffs and went into the tent to change clothes. She took off her damp underwear and shirt and put on the white vest. However, her pants were still wet, especially the underwear, which was uncomfortably sticking to her. She was worried about infection, so she simply took off her pants, draped Lu Jinyang's jacket over herself, and thankfully, the jacket was large enough and the vest was long enough to cover her hips. However, the feeling of being exposed below was a bit strange, so she had to ask Lu Jinyang, "Bro, do you have any shorts? Can I borrow a pair?" She should be grateful that Lu Jinyang had a cleanliness obsession, so even though he was out for training, he certainly would have brought spare underwear. Me.Since. Lu Jinyang really found a pair of shorts for her, black men's boxers with a wide elastic waistband, very similar to the pants from her time. Upon closer inspection, she realized these shorts were not domestically produced, but imported from the Soviet Union. Wen Ning thought to herself that Lu Jinyang was extravagant. Even his underwear was imported. However, she had to admit that the fabric of the shorts felt quite comfortable, smooth and soft, very much like modal fabric from her time. Wen Ning didn't care about any embarrassment. After all, it was better than being exposed. She put on the shorts without hesitation and took a hairpin from her hair to tighten the waistband. Now she was good to go, wearing the vest and shorts underneath, with the jacket over it, finally free from that damp feeling. She was comfortable, but Lu Jinyang felt tense. Just thinking about Wen Ning wearing his personal clothes made all his muscles tighten, like iron. His skin had already dried, and he put on the black military vest, his well-defined muscles bulging, looking as if he had endless strength. While Wen Ning rested in the tent, Lu Jinyang went to gather some branches and started a fire. Sun Changzheng was a qualified matchmaker, but he seemed to have disappeared, and even as Lu Jinyang got the fire going, he hadn't returned. The sky grew darker, and Wen Ning sat by the fire. Lu Jinyang made a simple clothes rack with branches for her clothes and set it by the fire to dry. A thin stick held her shirt and long pants, along with that little, thin piece of underwear. The evening breeze blew, and the strings on the underwear began to dance in the firelight, creating an oddly ambiguous atmosphere. Suddenly, the wind picked up, and it threatened to blow away the small piece of fabric. Wen Ning exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. Her underwear was about to be blown away. Lu Jinyang reacted quickly. He stood up, raised his hand, and caught the small piece of fabric before it flew away. His long fingers brushed against the soft fabric, and in that instant, he felt as if a transparent flame had ignited from his fingers to his lower abdomen. Wen Ning watched his movements, feeling a sudden warmth in her chest, as if something had been pinched. Clearing her throat, she coughed a couple of times in discomfort. Lu Jinyang came back to his senses, swallowed hard, and carefully hung the fabric back on the branch, then deftly tied the straps of the fabric to the branch. All done. It won't be blown away anymore, he said to Wen Ning in a deep voice. Wen Ning replied with a soft then hugged her knees and sat down by the fire. Just as she settled, her stomach suddenly growled twice. The sound was not loud, but since Lu Jinyang was sitting right next to her, he still heard it. Are you hungry? He looked at her. Wen Ning nodded honestly. After hiking for over 2 hours and soaking in the river for half the day, she was starving. Not only hungry, but also thirsty. She had been trying not to think about it, but now that she sat down, her brain started reminding her that she hadn't eaten. Lu Jinyang stood up. Chapter 56. The two bodies could only be tightly pressed against each other. Lu Jinyang got up and crawled into the tent. After a moment, he came out carrying a military backpack, and after sitting down by the campfire, he opened the side pocket of the backpack and took out 2 packs of compressed biscuits, as well as a military canteen, placing these items in front of Wen Ning. Make do with this. Training isn't like usual. We're only carrying portable food. In the future, there would be so many delicious foods, but Wen Ning had never had the chance to eat compressed biscuits, even once by the age of 20. Even during the initial period of the pandemic, the worst her family stocked up on was instant noodles. So she was quite curious about what these biscuits would taste like. Thank you, she said, taking the biscuits and flashing a smile at Lu Jinyang before opening the packaging and taking a bite. As the biscuit went down her throat, Wen Ning's expression instantly became hard to describe. The texture was rough and astringent, almost like eating sand. As for the taste, there was hardly any flavor. It was very bland, enduring the scratchy feeling in her throat. Wen Ning took another bite, and as she swallowed it, her throat began to itch, leading her to cough uncontrollably. Drink some water. Lu Jinyang quickly unscrewed the military canteen and brought it to her lips, looking at her with concern. Wen Ning took the canteen, lightly biting the edge, and tilted her head back to take several gulps. Perhaps she was a bit too eager. As a droplet of water slid down the corner of her lips, tracing her delicate neck and collarbone before disappearing into the folds of her clothing. Lu Jinyang's gaze deepened as he watched the droplet disappear. Still thirsty? His voice was a bit hoarse as he asked her. Wen Ning shook her head, lightly patting her chest before returning the canteen to him. Lu Jinyang quickly finished off a piece of the compressed biscuit, chewing vigorously. He took the canteen and tilted it to drink, but Wen Ning noticed that his lips were aimed at the spot where she had just drunk from, causing her cheeks to heat up. She reached out and gently touched his arm, holding the canteen, whispering, "Aren't you going to wipe it? I just drank from it." Lu Jinyang glanced at her with dark, deep eyes, then casually placed his lips over the spot on the canteen and gulped down several mouthfuls. His actions expressed his attitude. He didn't mind her, and in fact, he seemed to enjoy it. Wen Ning's cheeks flushed even more. Fortunately, it was getting dark, so the redness wasn't as noticeable. However, sharing a canteen felt too intimate. Didn't he have no such intentions toward her? How could, not eating the biscuit? Lu Jinyang noticed she was staring blankly at the biscuit in her hand and asked. Wen Ning shook her head. "I don't want to eat anymore. It hurts my throat." Delicate. Lu Jinyang took the biscuit from her hand, finished it in one bite, and looked at her helplessly before rummaging through the backpack. After a while, he pulled out something. "Put out your hand." "What is it?" Wen Ning asked sweetly, extending her palm. A second later, 2 milk candies suddenly appeared in her hand. "Big white rabbit milk candy," Wen Ning exclaimed in surprise, looking at the familiar packaging. She didn't expect Lu Jinyang to have candy on him. Weren't they here for training? Why was he carrying milk candy? Lu Jinyang glanced at her lightly. "Sun Changjing gave them to me." Sun Changjing also found the biscuits unappetizing and had shoved them into Lu Jinyang's bag right before they left, saying that candy could quickly replenish energy. Lu Jinyang had been too lazy to take the candy out, so he had just left it there. He didn't expect it to come in handy now. Watching Wen Ning happily pop the milk candy in her mouth, Lu Jinyang felt for the first time that Sun Changjing wasn't completely useless. Savoring the milk candy, a sweet aroma spread in her mouth, and Wen Ning's eyes sparkled with happiness and satisfaction. "Ah, this is much better than compressed biscuits." Remembering to be grateful, Wen Ning suddenly thought, "Hey, Comrade Sun said he was going to scout the terrain. Why hasn't he come back yet? Should we go look for him?" Lu Jinyang dismissed her concern. "He won't get lost. He must be on a mission." "Okay, Wen Ning said. In the blink of an eye, Night had completely fallen. Since Wen Ning couldn't go back at night, she had to stay in this remote wilderness and wait until tomorrow to reunite with the main group. Next to them was a riverbank with water flowing down from the mountains, quite clear. Wen Ning was used to washing up every night, and even in the wild. She thought she should at least wash her face and feet. I'm going over there to wash up. Wen Ning pointed to the riverbank, not far from the campfire, and said to Lu Jinyang. Having just rescued her from drowning during the day, Lu Jinyang was worried. So he took out a clean towel from his backpack, stood up, and followed her. When they reached the riverbank, Lu Jinyang found a rock for Wen Ning to sit on while she washed. He then walked a short distance away, hung the towel around his neck, took off his shoes and socks, stood by the river, splashed water on his face, rinsed his mouth, and finally washed his feet. After washing, he didn't immediately dry his face with the towel, but walked over to Wen Ning, handed her the towel so she could dry off first before he used the towel she had already used. After washing up, the two of them headed back to the tent. Standing at the tent entrance, Lu Jinyang said, "Go in and rest. I'll keep watch outside." This was a simple military tent, just big enough for a slightly stocky adult man to lie down in. With so little space, Wen Ning knew Lu Jinyang would let her sleep outside, so she didn't bother being polite and crawled inside the tent. There was nothing inside the tent, just a layer of moisture-proof mat on the ground. Wen Ning lay on the mat with her back against the ground, feeling a bit hard and uncomfortable. But there was no other option. This was the condition in the wild, and having a place to shelter from the wind and rain was already good enough. Fortunately, Wen Ning was slender, so there was still some space left after she lay down. She took off Lu Jinyang's coat and covered herself with it, then closed her eyes to try to fall asleep. With Lu Jinyang guarding outside, she felt quite at ease and safe. She closed her eyes, relaxing her mind and thinking about taking photos tomorrow. However, before she could fall asleep, she heard the sound of rain outside. Her first reaction was to wonder if it was raining. She turned over and sat up, and indeed, it was raining. Hearing her movement, Lu Jinyang thought she was scared and quickly called out from outside, "You sleep. I won't leave. I'll keep watch outside." Wen Ning wasn't worried about the rain. She was worried about him getting wet. If it weren't for her occupying his tent, he wouldn't need to be outside in the wind and rain at all. Moreover, he still had to continue training the next day. At this moment, he was getting drenched outside, while she couldn't sleep soundly inside. In special circumstances, special treatment was warranted. Wen Ning lifted the tent flap and said to him, "Brother, come inside the tent." Inside? Lu Jinyang was momentarily stunned by her words, then replied, "No need. You sleep. This little rain won't affect me." Just as he said this, as if the heavens had responded, a sudden thunderclap rang out, and the raindrops suddenly became heavier and more urgent, pelting down with a night wind. "Brother, come in." Wen Ning simply reached out, grabbed his arm, and shook it. Lu Jinyang pressed his lips together, but in the end, he still crawled into the tent. The tent fabric was waterproof and windproof, set on high ground, so it wouldn't accumulate water. Additionally, it was shielded by branches and rocks, so even though the wind and rain were fierce outside, it remained dry inside. However, once Lu Jinyang entered, the space inside the tent became cramped. They couldn't lie down side by side. One had to lie down while the other sat up. Lu Jinyang sat beside Wen Ning, his tall frame almost touching the top of the tent, even while sitting, and it felt quite uncomfortable. Wen Ning could guess from his posture that this sitting position was difficult for him. "Brother, why don't you lie down and I'll sit up?" Without thinking, Lu Jinyang refused. "You lie down well and go to sleep quickly." After speaking, he reached out to touch the spot where Wen Ning's head was lying. Finding it quite uncomfortable, he then raised his arm and took off his military vest, folded it into a small square, and handed it to her, saying, "Use this as a pillow." Without the vest, he had no clothes on, and under the dim moonlight, Wen Ning saw his lean and strong upper body. Broad and straight shoulders, firm chest muscles, defined abs, a sexy V-line, and the masculine lines on his back, exuding a strong scent of hormones. Her gaze was almost burned by the sight, and she quickly looked away, saying, "I don't need a pillow. You should put your clothes back on. It's raining outside. What if you catch a cold?" Lu Jinyang didn't care, replying, "I'm fine." Unable to persuade him, Wen Ning had to give up. She turned to her side, resting her cheek on his clothes, inhaling the faint scent of soap on him. Images of his muscular body involuntarily floated in her mind, making her feel a bit stuffy in the tent. It was so stuffy that she felt like she couldn't breathe, despite Lu Jinyang looking cold and sitting straight. His body was tense like a stone on the riverbank. His hands, hanging at his sides, were clenched into fists, straining to resist the urge to look or think about anything else, focusing solely on the sound of the wind and rain outside. The temperature dropped quickly at night, and with the wind and rain, even though Wen Ning was wrapped in Lu Jinyang's jacket, she still curled up tightly, hugging her hands to her chest. Lu Jinyang wasn't asleep. He was alert to her condition and the surroundings. Seeing her movements, he asked in a low voice, "Are you cold?" Wen Ning weakly replied with a sound, suddenly realizing that he had given her all his clothes. So wasn't he colder? A twinge of guilt surged in her heart. If it weren't for taking care of her, he wouldn't have to endure the cold. People are most sentimental at such moments. And Wen Ning couldn't help but recall all the moments since they met, how good he had been to her. He had saved her 3 times from danger, taken her to Uncle Huang for medical treatment, ordered a whole table of dishes for her when many people couldn't even fill their stomachs, gifted her beautiful dresses, treated her to Western meals, and stood by her when she was bullied by Zhou. Usually, she hadn't thought so much, but now that she reflected on it, he seemed to have always treated her well. On such a cold night, he would rather endure the cold himself and give her all his clothes, even the only vest, just to make her comfortable while sleeping. Wen Ning wasn't a wooden person. She could feel Lu Jinyang's kindness toward her, especially the way he looked at her, which always made her cheeks flush. She felt that Lu Jinyang must have some different feelings for her, right? But just as she had this thought, she immediately recalled what Sun Changzheng had asked her today about dating, and how Lu Jinyang had responded. He didn't engage in that topic and shifted to something else. This point made Wen Ning feel a bit less certain. A wave of cold air hit her again, and she hugged herself tightly. In such cold weather, should she test Lu Jinyang's attitude? Resolute, Wen Ning let out a delicate whimper. Sure enough, Lu Jinyang immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Wen Ning bit her lip and said, "Cold, so cold. If it were hot, I could take off my clothes, but what can I do when it's cold?" There weren't many clothes available right now, and Lu Jinyang frowned anxiously, raising his hand to touch her forehead. "Are you running a fever?" But as soon as he touched her forehead, it felt icy cold. "Why is it so cold?" Lu Jinyang said in a deep voice. "Wen Ning replied. It's like this for women. If you don't believe me, touch my hand." Wen Ning actively extended her small hand to his palm. The moment their skin touched, Lu Jinyang's palm instantly became hot, surprisingly warm. So warm, Wen Ning didn't want to let go of his hand, holding it like a hand warmer. The rain outside grew heavier, and the temperature continued to drop. Lu Jinyang felt the delicate touch of her hand, like tofu, and swallowed hard, asking her softly, "Are you still cold?" Wen Ning held his hand, speaking in a delicate tone, "Yes, so cold my feet are about to freeze into ice blocks. If only I had a hot water bottle, I could put it on my feet, and it wouldn't be cold anymore." "Put on your feet." Lu Jinyang's tense body shifted slightly, recalling the images from his dreams, her fair and tender feet with round and cute toes like jade beans. When she was extremely happy, her instep would suddenly stretch straight, and the little jade beans would tightly grip together before relaxing again. Those fair little feet had once rested on his shoulder and hung in his arm, swaying in the air. Those images flashed uncontrollably in Lu Jinyang's mind, making his breathing a bit heavier. Wen Ning heard him take a deep breath, clearly holding back something. She playfully curved her red lips and said, "My hands aren't that cold anymore. Why don't you help warm my feet?" Wen Ning pulled her hand out of his palm. Originally, she just wanted to test Lu Jinyang's reaction, but to her surprise, upon hearing her words, Lu Jinyang actually raised his hand and held her feet in his palm, helping her warm them. Wen Ning couldn't imagine that the usually cold and aloof Lu Jinyang would actually be willing to warm her feet. Her heart felt filled with warmth. However, her legs were still hanging in the air, and this position was indeed a bit uncomfortable. She pressed further, saying, "Why don't you lie down too? It's tiring to sit." Lu Jinyang's whole body tensed, his dark eyes locking onto her, his throat moving slightly, breathing heavily. He had good eyesight and could see her glowing white face in the dark, her snowy skin and red lips, her eyes sparkling like a captivating fairy. "If you don't want to lie down, "That's fine," Wen Ning said softly. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of heat descended beside her. Lu Jinyang lay down. Originally a single bed, with two people now squeezed together, their bodies could only press tightly against each other. One was cold, and the other was warm. One was hard, and the other was soft. Chapter 57. Who else do you want to date? Wen Ning's back was against Lu Jinyang, feeling the heat radiating from his chest like a big furnace, which was extremely warm. Unconsciously, she pushed her body back, pressing tightly against the furnace, fitting perfectly. At her movement, Lu Jinyang froze, his core muscles tightening rapidly, especially his abdomen, which felt as hard as bricks, to the point that a collision could shatter someone. He lay on his side, not daring to move, his expression calm and unperturbed, arms neatly aligned with his pants seams, just like when he stood at attention. However, his heartbeat was like a wild horse, crashing around his chest, beating even faster and more violently than after 100 push-ups and a 10-kilometer weighted run. Wen Ning leaned against the furnace, gradually warming up, feeling the heat from behind continuing to release warmth. She curled her lips, surprised at how obedient Lu Jinyang was, letting her warm his feet and lie down like a loyal dog. Just as she was thinking this, she felt something strange behind her. Though she had never seen a pig run, she had seen it in movies. In the dim light, with her back to Lu Jinyang, her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Lu Jinyang had feelings for her? Suddenly, she felt that the furnace behind her was a bit too scorching, as if it could burn her up. Her reason was slowly slipping away, and the dark side of her nature was being drawn out little by little. Before, she was unsure about Lu Jinyang's feelings towards her, especially with past experiences to consider. But now, feeling the temperature behind her that could melt her away. What else was there to be uncertain about? What was there not to understand? A bold thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. Since Lu Jinyang had feelings for her, and she didn't mind dating him, if she could get him, wouldn't the plot of this story change? Impulsively, Wen Ning turned over, shifting from facing away from Lu Jinyang to facing him. In the dim light, with the sound of rain outside, she climbed onto Lu Jinyang's broad, sturdy chest with both hands, exploring it like warming her hands. Her red lips slightly parted, still so cold. As soon as she finished speaking, her almond eyes widened in shock. With such a fire, if it really ignited, she certainly wouldn't be able to handle it. She felt a bit regretful and wanted to pull away, but just as she made a move to retreat, she heard Lu Jinyang's hoarse voice. "Don't move." If she moved again, he couldn't guarantee he could hold himself back. Wen Ning truly dare not move, her almond eyes wide as she obediently pressed against him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wen Ning felt like she was about to melt. From head to toe, she felt soft. Why isn't it getting better? She couldn't help but voice, and the sound that came out was soft and charming, almost like she was being coy, startling herself. Lu Jinyang had been trying hard to rein himself in, controlling himself, but when he heard her voice, his mind buzzed, and the tightly wound thread snapped completely. In the dim light, he breathed heavily, his dark eyes fixed on her, the depths swirling with dark emotions. At that moment, Wen Ning also raised her gaze, their eyes locked, her nose brushed against his proud bridge, and her soft lips grazed his firm chin. They could hear each other's breathing, their breaths intertwining, sending shivers through them both. They both had the same thought, wanting to kiss, wanting to deeply kiss, wanting to possess each other. Like two magnets from opposite ends, instinctively drawn to each other. Lu Jinyang caught a whiff of a sweet, milky fragrance, and his fingers, which had been resting at his side, moved. He then raised his arm, his large hand wrapping around Wen Ning's waist. She squirmed slightly, feeling the heat of his palm, and he parted his thin lips, kissing her softly without thinking. At the moment their lips met, both their souls trembled. The usually calm and composed Lu Jinyang threw all morals, etiquette, and discipline to the winds, responding purely to his body's and heart's instinct. He wanted her. He pulled her tightly into his embrace, her soft body pressed against him, a sweet feminine scent filling his senses. And he could no longer control himself as he kissed her fiercely. She responded with equal fervor. The air was filled with breathless, heart-pounding sounds. Outside, the wind and rain raged, but inside, the warmth of their intimacy enveloped them. Just as they were about to cross the final line, Lu Jinyang gasped and stopped. Wen Ning, dazed, opened her eyes, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering as she looked at him. Lu Jinyang took a deep breath, restraining himself as he pulled back slightly, looking into her eyes seriously. No, let's wait until we get married too. We get married? His mind was already planning on how to register their marriage. Wen Ning shot him a shy glare. It sounded as if he couldn't wait for that, as if they were already dating, yet they hadn't even established their relationship. Wasn't that a bit too fast? Seeing her expression, Lu Jinyang couldn't help but lean down to kiss her lips again. Wen Ning turned her head, refusing to let him kiss her, and Lu Jinyang didn't dare to move. He respected her. If she wasn't willing, he would never force her. Seeing Lu Jinyang's calm and restrained demeanor made Wen Ning feel a pang of sympathy, and she leaned in to kiss the corner of his lips. His dark eyes immediately lit up, and he leaned down to chase her lips. Before long, they couldn't help but kiss again. This time, the rhythm was not as intense as before, but rather tender and affectionate, slowly savoring each moment. Time passed, and outside, the wind and rain had stopped, the sky lightening slightly. The two remained close together, kissing endlessly. Aside from the final step, they had explored all the places that needed exploring. Wen Ning had kicked off her coat, now only wearing a white tank top. Her two pale arms wrapped around Lu Jinyang's neck, her small face as delicate as a rose watered by rain. Lu Jinyang pressed against her, lovingly caressing her tender face. Breathing heavily, his voice hoarse. "Ning Ning, will you date me?" Wen Ning's watery eyes blinked, as if in thought. A second later, her red lips curled into a charming smile. "Let's see how you perform." Lu Jinyang replied seriously, "We've kissed already. Who else do you want to date?" Chapter 58. My ears might get pregnant. Lu Jinyang originally planned to get the marriage certificate as soon as he returned, but as a pilot, the process was a bit complicated. He had to first submit a marriage report, and only after the organization approved Wen Ning's background check would they approve their marriage report. Moreover, the background check was not just a formality. It involved a thorough investigation, digging deep into her ancestry. Just going through these processes would take at least a month. So, he thought he should first confirm their relationship and immediately submit the marriage report to the organization once they returned. However, Wen Ning wouldn't even give him a clear answer about dating, which suddenly made him feel uncertain. He didn't know what she was thinking, and his heart felt like it was suspended in midair with no landing. Wen Ning had also forgotten that they were in the 1970s, where holding hands was considered intimate contact. Given how intensely they had just interacted, it would indeed be strange not to confirm their relationship now. Seeing Lu Jinyang's silent demeanor, Wen Ning hugged him and coaxed, "I was just joking earlier. I didn't say I wouldn't date you." Upon hearing her say this, Lu Jinyang immediately looked at her with intense eyes and said in a deep, serious voice, "Ning Ning, didn't you say that dating is something that should be asked in person? I want to date you. Are you willing?" Seeing his serious expression that could not take a joke, Wen Ning hesitated for a second and then nodded. The moment she nodded, two small flames ignited in Lu Jinyang's dark eyes, his gaze so passionate it felt like he wanted to devour her. He quickly leaned down to kiss her lips. Wen Ning obediently parted her lips, and one of her arms that was around his neck moved to the back of his ear, gently playing with his earlobe, occasionally letting out soft whimpers. Lu Jinyang couldn't handle this and immediately intensified the kiss, his throat rolling as he let out a deep, alluring sound that was full of tension. Hearing his voice, Wen Ning's face turned red, her heart raced, and her whole body felt weak. She felt like her ears were about to get pregnant. The two kissed passionately, not knowing how long had passed before they finally separated, gasping for breath. Looking into each other's eyes, their gazes intertwining, feeling like they were about to kiss again. Lu Jinyang reached out to touch Wen Ning's delicate face, looking at her fragile, alluring appearance that seemed to need his protection, and felt his heart filled to the brim. So this is what it feels like to love someone. The feeling of holding the woman he adored in his arms and kissing her sweetly was so exhilarating, making his soul tremble and leaving him wanting more. He wrapped his arms around Wen Ning again, pulling her into his embrace possessively, love radiating from his eyes as he gently kissed the top of her head with restraint. If anyone who knew him saw his current demeanor, they would surely be shocked. The seemingly aloof and self-restrained Captain Lu had this side to him. Unfortunately, Lu Jinyang would never show this side to anyone other than Wen Ning. Once he put on his military uniform and stepped out of the tent, he was still the calm and unruffled Captain Lu, who would not change his expression no matter what happened. For Wen Ning, although she had been in 2 relationships before, she had never been this intimate with her boyfriends. It was just going out for meals and watching movies. She never expected that this principle would be broken with Lu Jinyang the moment their lips touched last night. She not only didn't feel uncomfortable with physical contact with another man, but instead felt completely at ease, as if all her pores had opened up. That physiological attraction and feeling of being completely immersed was simply wonderful. From the first moment she saw Lu Jinyang, she knew he was her type. But due to the plot reasons and his initial indifference towards her, she had kept her heart restrained. After they crossed the line last night, she completely let go. Whatever. She was not losing anything. The sky transitioned from dim light to bright light. After a sleepless night, Lu Jinyang was still energetic, but Wen Ning was clearly lagging behind, her eyelids fluttering with sleepiness. Lu Jinyang, feeling distressed, said, "How about I ask your leader for leave? We can send someone else for this filming task." Wen Ning shook her head. "No, Zhou Fong specifically asked for me to go. If I ask for leave, she will definitely make a fuss about it. She had worked hard to get this job and couldn't let Zhou Fong mess it up. I'll take a nap for half an hour. Wake me up in half an hour." Wen Ning was so tired she couldn't keep her eyes open. After saying this to Lu Jinyang, she lay down on the ground and quickly lost consciousness. Seeing her fall asleep instantly, Lu Jinyang felt a wave of heartache. It was all his fault for not holding back last night and hugging her all night. He gently draped his coat over her and folded his vest into a square to place under her neck, hoping to make her sleep more comfortably. The tent was small, and it was a bit cramped for 2 people. To let Wen Ning sleep more comfortably, Lu Jinyang stepped out of the tent, leaving the space for her, and then found a patch of ground nearby to sit and keep watch over her. Captain Lu, Sun Changzheng, emerged from the woods, excitedly approaching with a military backpack. Lu Jinyang shot him a cold glance and made a shushing gesture. Sun Changzheng immediately shut his mouth and tiptoed over, curiously peeking into the tent. Lu Jinyang stood up to block his way, his voice as cold and sharp as ever. "What are you looking at?" Seeing Lu Jinyang's protective demeanor, Sun Changzheng quickly guessed. "Captain Lu," his comrade went inside. Lu Jinyang remained expressionless, not responding. Sun Changzheng smirked, instantly realizing he was right, and looked at Lu Jinyang with a gossipy gaze. Asking mischievously, "Captain Lu, last night with the wind and rain, you and comrade went together. What's the situation?" Lu Jinyang shot him a stern glare, less prying. Sun Changzheng couldn't figure out Lu Jinyang's reaction and couldn't read his expression. He mused, "Captain Lu, you need to take the initiative. Otherwise, when comrade would become someone else's partner, you'll regret it. Last night was such a good opportunity, with the thunder and rain. Don't tell me you stayed outside the tent all night." Lu Jinyang raised his eyelids and glanced at him nonchalantly. "What else should I have done?" Sun Changzheng suddenly felt like he might have guessed right and said, exasperated, "Do I even need to ask? Which woman isn't afraid of thunder and rain? Especially comrade one. Such a delicate flower. You should have been by her side, holding her, comforting her, telling her not to be afraid, that you're there." Hearing this, Lu Jinyang raised his eyes and gave him a half-smiling glance. Sun Changzheng asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" Lu Jinyang gave him a look that said you figure it out, then turned around, lifted the tent flap, and bent down to enter. Time was up. He needed to wake his partner. Chapter 59, Strong Physique. Wen Ning was in a daze, feeling someone gently tapping her face. She let out a soft sound and rolled over, wanting to continue sleeping. "Ning Ming, vakeup." Lu Jinyang, feeling both heartbroken and compelled to wake her, placed his large hand on her thin shoulder and gently nudged her a few times. Hearing the familiar voice, Wen Ning gradually came to her senses. She raised her hand to shield her eyes and squinted through her fingers at the person in front of her. Lu Jinyang bent down and kissed her delicate white fingers. His voice gentle. "It's time. Didn't you ask me to wake you up in half an hour?" Wen Ning weakly responded with a soft rubbed her eyes a few times, and finally opened them completely. Realizing she had to go back to work, she forced herself to wake up, sitting up from the ground and starting to get dressed. Last night, before it started to rain, Lu Jinyang had helped her gather her clothes, and luckily, they had dried by then and were neatly folded in her military bag, so they hadn't gotten damp and were still dry now. As Wen Ning changed her clothes, Lu Jinyang naturally stood up and stepped outside the tent to give her privacy. Although they had touched and seen everything that needed to be seen last night, it was dark then, and now it was broad daylight with Sun Changjung outside. He returned to his cold and composed demeanor. Before long, Wen Ning finished getting ready and stepped out of the tent. "Comrade Ning, good morning." Sun Changjung greeted her with a beaming smile. "Hello, Comrade Sun." Wen Ning smiled back at him. Watching their interaction, Lu Jinyang coughed lightly and casually glanced at Sun Changjung, saying, "What do you mean calling her Comrade Ning? From now on, you should call her sister-in-law." "What? Sister-in-law?" Sun Changjung's eyes widened in shock, doubting whether he had heard correctly. Just a moment ago, he had felt sorry for Captain Lu for missing such a great opportunity last night, and now it turned out. Sun Changjung looked to Wen Ning for confirmation. "Oh no, sister-in-law, is it true? Are you and Captain Lu dating?" Wen Ning smiled and nodded, confirming it, with both parties admitting it. Sun Changjung finally confirmed that it wasn't his imagination. They were indeed dating. Oh my, what did he just say? This couple has potential. He really helped them get together. Sun Changjung looked at the newly formed couple with delight, even more excited than if he were dating himself, saying, "Captain Lu, if you and sister-in-law get married, I must sit at the main table." This time, Lu Jinyang didn't give him a cold glare, but merely glanced at him lightly. Sun Changjung understood the meaning behind that look very well. It was a silent acknowledgement. "Oh my." Sun Changjung grinned widely, unable to suppress his smile. "Wow, this is great. Captain Lu finally has a girlfriend. Training in the future will be easier, and they won't be trained so hard every few days. You should know that during the time sister-in-law just arrived at the Lu family, Captain Lu was simply relentless, often making them run 30 kilometers with weights, and after that, they had to use the rotation machine, spinning over 100 times. After such training, they couldn't tell north from south and needed a 5-minute break just to stop the world from spinning around them. Those who knew they were undergoing pilot training understood, but those who didn't might have thought they had a vendetta against Captain Lu, like a blood feud, although Lu Jinyang himself trained under those same standards. As the three of them chatted, a signal flare suddenly went off in the sky. Lu Jinyang looked up at the color of the smoke, realizing it was an emergency assembly signal. Obeying discipline is the first rule for soldiers, and Lu Jinyang was no exception. "Ning Ning, I have to return to the team immediately," Lu Jinyang explained to Wen Ning. However, he couldn't just leave her here, nor could he let her find her way back alone. After thinking for a second, he made a decision. "Ning Ning, you come with me. Once we meet up with the team, I'll explain your situation to the leaders and arrange for someone to take you to join your comrades." "Okay." Wen Ning understood his responsibilities and knew that military discipline couldn't be broken casually, so she immediately helped to pack up the tent. "No need, I can handle this," Lu Jinyang insisted, jumping in front of her to do it himself. Once everything was ready, Wen Ning followed Lu Jinyang towards the assembly point. Wen Ning was wearing liberation shoes, and the mountain path was already difficult to walk on. With the rain from last night, the ground was even more slippery, and her shoes quickly became caked with thick mud. Each step became heavier, causing her to slip more and more, slowing her down. To accommodate Wen Ning, Lu Jinyang had been deliberately slowing down his pace, keeping in sync with her, causing them to fall far behind Sun Changjung. Suddenly, Wen Ning felt a sharp pain in her calf, as if pricked by a needle. She looked down to see a colorful snake had somehow crawled up her pant leg and bit her, its tail still sticking out and wriggling. There's a snake. A snake. Woo woo. Lu Jinyang, there's a snake. Woo. It bit me." Wen Ning's face turned pale with fear, and she instinctively clutched Lu Jinyang's sleeve, unable to control her tears. Heaven knows that her greatest fear was such squishy creatures. Just thinking about it could give her goosebumps. And now that disgusting thing had actually bitten her. Just the thought made her want to die. As soon as Lu Jinyang heard her scream, his heart tightened, and he quickly bent down to check. "Don't be afraid, Ning Ning." Seeing the colorful snake, he tried to soothe her while reaching out to catch it. Seeing him go for it directly, Wen Ning quickly grabbed his arm. "Don't use your hands, it's a venomous snake." She remembered reading somewhere that the brighter the color, the more poisonous it was. In this desolate mountain area, what if Lu Jinyang got bitten and had to have his hand amputated? How would he fly airplanes in the future? Although Wen Ning was terrified of that thing, and wished she could kill it on the spot. She couldn't help but worry about Lu Jinyang. Hearing her words, Lu Jinyang picked up a branch from the ground. He pulled her pant leg up with one hand while using the branch to poke the snake out. Once the snake was dislodged, perhaps sensing danger, it quickly slithered away into the woods. Lu Jinyang immediately squatted down, rolling up Wen Ning's pant leg to examine the bite area. Seeing 2 black puncture marks on her delicate, pale calf and noticing the surrounding skin turning darker, Lu Jinyang's heart sank. That snake was indeed venomous and highly toxic. If not treated promptly, the toxins could spread to her heart and lungs, potentially endangering her life. Wen Ning also noticed the expanding black area on her calf. It felt numb and swollen, and when she tried to move her leg, she couldn't muster any strength. Her lungs began to feel uncomfortable, making it hard to breathe, as if her trachea were blocked. "Ooh, Lu Jinyang, am I going to die?" Wen Ning's face crumpled in fear. This couldn't be a punishment from the script, could it? Just after starting to date Lu Jinyang, she was going to die. Too cruel. Just as she was in tears, her mind racing with various thoughts, her whole body was suddenly lifted. Lu Jinyang had picked her up and sat her on a nearby large rock. He then gently stroked her head, his voice filled with reassurance. "Don't cry. I won't let anything happen to you." Seeing her in tears, Lu Jinyang felt his heart tighten. It hurt deeply. He quickly took off his military pack from his shoulder and pulled out a palm-sized steel outdoor flask, tilting his head back to take a couple of swigs of alcohol. After rinsing his mouth, he bent down and squatted by her feet, one hand holding her delicate foot and the other supporting her calf, lowering his head to softly press his lips against the bite mark on her leg. "You." Wen Ning was stunned. Lu Jinyang was actually trying to suck out the snake venom. She quickly grabbed his arm. "No, you can't do that. You'll get poisoned too." Lu Jinyang remained silent, his expression focused as he continued to help her absorb the drug until the blackness around the wound no longer spread and gradually faded away. Wen Ning's legs returned to their original snow-white complexion, with only 2 shallow bite marks remaining at the wound site. Lu Jinyang finally withdrew his thin lips and rinsed his mouth with strong liquor again. Wen Ning tried to move her leg. It didn't hurt as much anymore. And after taking a deep breath, her breathing seemed to become smoother. It seemed that this method of detoxification was quite effective. She didn't have to die. Wen Ning slightly parted her red lips, her dimples appearing faintly as she excitedly said, "Thank you, comrade Lu Jinyang." Just moments ago, she was like a flower in the rain, and now it was sunny again, like a child with a fickle temperament. Lu Jinyang's lips curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but reach out to pinch her delicate cheek. Then he rummaged through his military bag and pulled out a jar of ointment the size of a soda bottle cap, twisted the lid open, and dipped his finger into the ointment to apply it to her wound. This is a cooling ointment made by our base doctor, specifically for mosquito bites. But I'm not sure if it works on snake venom. After applying the ointment, Wen Ning felt the wound area become icy and very comfortable. "It works. I feel much better." "That's good," Lu Jinyang said as he screwed the lid back on the ointment and stuffed it into Wen Ning's bag. "You keep it for later. What about you?" Wen Ning blinked her apricot eyes at him. Lu Jinyang replied, "I don't attract mosquitoes much. For some reason." Wen Ning suddenly recalled the firm chest and abdominal muscles she had touched last night. Every part of him was hard and felt like it was pressing against her chest, leaving her with a lingering sensation. With such a physique, mosquitoes probably couldn't even bite him. Her thoughts drifted, and her cheeks unknowingly flushed with 2 shades of red, bright as peaches. Seeing this, Lu Jinyang's Adam's apple couldn't help but bob. After walking for a while, Sun Changjing noticed that the 2 people behind hadn't caught up. When he turned back to look, he almost dropped his jaw. He saw Captain Lu actually wrapping his arm around Comrade Wen's shoulder, holding her close as they walked forward together. TSK, TSK. They just started dating, and they're already so clingy? I didn't TC anything. Sun Changjing silently chanted, turned his head, and continued walking ahead. Wen Ning was being held by Lu Jinyang, saving her some energy, but her small frame couldn't keep up with Lu Jinyang, who was used to running with a heavy load every day. She hadn't eaten breakfast and had been poisoned by a snake, making it extremely difficult for her to walk. It felt like there were shards of glass in her lungs, causing a sharp pain with every breath. Plus, The rain-soaked path was hard to navigate, full of pits and muddy. After walking for a while, Wen Ning's shoes accumulated a layer of mud, and she had to stop to scrape off the mud from the soles, otherwise they would become thicker, resembling platform shoes. This delay made her walk even slower. Lu Jinyang accommodated her, so their pace couldn't pick up. Before long, Wen Ning couldn't hold on anymore. Her delicate brows furrowed in discomfort, but her legs mechanically followed Lu Jinyang's steps forward. Lu Jinyang's attention was always on Wen Ning. Upon seeing her pale face and slightly furrowed brows, he immediately stopped and looked at her with concern. "What's wrong? Are you still uncomfortable?" Wen Ning took a slight breath, gritted her teeth, and shook her head. "I'm fine." She was delicate, but she understood the situation. Right now, Lu Jinyang had to hurry to meet up with the troops. It was a military order. It was discipline, and she didn't want to hold him back. Lu Jinyang's gaze fell on her pale lips, his eyes filled with pain. "Sun Changzheng," he called out. Sun Changzheng stopped and jogged back. "Captain Lu, what are your instructions?" "Take this." Lu Jinyang tossed his military bag to Sun Changzheng, then turned to face away from Wen Ning, crouched down, and said to her, "Get on, I'll carry you." Earlier, when Wen Ning was poisoned, Lu Jinyang had already offered to carry her. At that time, Wen Ning felt sorry for him, thinking that even if she was light, she would still be a burden for him over such a long distance. So she insisted that she could walk. However, after walking for a while, she realized she had overestimated her stamina. She simply couldn't keep up with the pace. So after hesitating for a second, she abandoned her intention to keep pushing through and obediently climbed onto Lu Jinyang's back, feeling the soft weight on his firm and upright back. All of Lu Jinyang's muscles tensed. He held her tightly. His voice was low, cold, and sexy, with a bit of a rough texture. Hearing his words, Wen Ning wrapped her soft arms tightly around his neck, pressed her delicate cheek against his ear, and softly said, "You've worked hard, comrade, Lu Jinyang." Lu Jinyang felt a gentle breath brush past his ear, a tingling sensation spreading from his earlobe to his heart. He took a deep breath, his large hands slipping behind her knees to support her steadily, then stood up straight. After walking a few steps, Lu Jinyang said in a low voice, "Ning Ning, we still have to walk for over an hour to reach the meeting point. If you're tired, just rest on my back and sleep for a while." "Okay." When Ning lightly exhaled into his ear, Lu Jinyang's Adam's apple bobbed, and he began to pick up speed, quickly matching Sun Changzheng's pace and even surpassing him. Despite Lu Jinyang's rapid pace, Wen Ning felt no bumps. She only felt his broad shoulders and wide back, which gave her a strong sense of security. She couldn't help but rub her cheek against his ear, like a little cat rubbing against its owner's palm. A shiver ran from Lu Jinyang's ear to his heart. He was filled with energy, and his steps became even faster. Sun Changzheng watched the two overlapping figures and secretly smiled. TSK, as expected of Captain Lu, carrying someone else while maintaining speed. His stamina is impressive. Chapter 60. Come back to drink your wedding wine after Lu Jinyang rejoined his teammates. He learned that due to the heavy rain last night, a catastrophic mudslide had occurred in the mountainous area of Hubby town, over 50 kilometers from Hubei Mountain, severely affecting nearby 5 or 6 villages that urgently needed rescue. Even more terrifying was that at the same time, a major earthquake struck 200 kilometers away in Jizhou province. With two disasters happening simultaneously, the higher-ups urgently mobilized forces from the nearest military district to rush to the scene for rescue. At this moment, the highway was filled with a long line of green liberation trucks, stretching as far as the eye could see, occasionally overtaken by a few command jeeps with 2 or 3 antennas, creating a spectacular scene. Lu Jinyang was assigned to the Hubei rescue team. With time being critical, he had no choice but to entrust Wen Ning to a colleague from the logistics support department, who was responsible for the dispatch of disaster relief supplies and happened to be returning to the unit. Lu Jinyang sent Wen Ning off to the truck, standing in front of the window, seriously looking at her small face with his dark eyes, and instructed, "Ning Ning, don't go out alone when you get back. Have Lu Yao pick you up and drop you off at work. Also, let's talk about that matter when I return. For now, just hold your position." He was still worried about Wen Ning going back alone, but the situation was urgent, and they had to part ways. He could only teach her to avoid danger as much as possible and not give the bad guys any chances. "I will be careful. After Lu Jinyang finished his instructions, Wen Ning obediently nodded in assurance. Then, thinking about how they had just started dating and would be apart for many days without seeing each other, she looked at him with a longing, sorrowful gaze that melted Lu Jinyang's heart. How could he bear to be apart from her? If it weren't for the crowd around, he would have wanted to pull her into his arms and cherish her right then and there. Ning, wait for me to come back. His gaze was deep as he restrained the surging love within him, his voice low and hoarse. Wen Ning looked back at him with equally passionate affection. Be safe. Come back safely. Seeing the adorable, expectant look on his beloved woman's face, Lu Jinyang couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. Then he took out a wallet from his bag. Wen Ning recognized this wallet. He had used it last time they went to the recycling station to buy boxes. Lu Jinyang stuffed the wallet into Wen Ning's hands. Inside are my wages and allowances from the past 2 months. Buy whatever you want with it. It's all for you. No need. Wen Ning pushed the wallet back. I still have money. I haven't spent the last payment for my writing, and I'm getting paid this month too. Since they had just started dating, Wen Ning didn't want to involve money so soon. Lu Jinyang took a step back and did not take the wallet. You keep your own salary, spend mine first. But mine is yours, Ning. Captain Lu, we are about to depart. Wen Ning was still trying to refuse when Sun Changzheng jogged over to call Lu Jinyang. Turning his head, he saw the wallet in Wen Ning's hands and winked, joking, "Oh, Captain Lu is handing over the family finances." Wen Ning pretended to return the wallet. But Sun Changzheng laughed, "Sister-in-law, just keep it. Our Captain Lu has been looking for people to exchange cloth tickets and foreign exchange vouchers for the past 2 months. I was puzzled at the time since our clothes are issued by the army and we don't need to buy our own. Why was he saving up so many tickets? Now I know, it was for you, sister-in-law. Exchanging cloth tickets 2 months in advance. That was right around the time she had just arrived at the Lu family. Wasn't it? Could it be that Lu Jinyang had liked her back then?" As she recalled their past interactions, Wen Ning suddenly felt her cheeks heat up, her heart inexplicably racing a few beats faster, and her gaze turned misty as she looked at Lu Jinyang. In Lu Jinyang's eyes, there was unmasked possessiveness. After a moment, he waved his hand. Ning, I'm leaving." Sun Changzheng also waved at Wen Ning. "Sister-in-law, just wait for our Captain Lu to come back. When he returns, let me drink your wedding wine." Wen Ning couldn't respond to this and quickly changed the subject. "Bye. You all be careful." Lu Jinyang climbed onto the liberation truck, and the supply truck Wen Ning was in also slowly started. The two convoys headed in opposite directions. Wen Ning was in a truck driven by a logistics department colleague, Xiao Zhang. Halfway through the return trip, Xiao Zhang suddenly noticed